And to those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here.
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
All right, only about 10 million things going on here, guys. First of all, good morning, everybody. God bless. Happy Labor Day weekend. Hope everybody had a long, relaxing weekend. But man, oh man, the action is fast and furious. In the last, 30 minutes, we found out that Trent Williams appears to be boarding a plane headed towards Santa Clara, which ending this long summer drama. So it's not totally official. But waking up this morning, getting to work after a trip I took that was crazy and wild. We can get into that later on. And finding out that and seeing a shot of Trent Williams in the dark on a tarmac with his dog getting on a private plane. I'm like, okay, things are happening. So we got to get into that. Obviously, Ricky Pearsall in Union Square, a huge deal. My God. The baseball team doesn't even exist. And Marcus, I don't even know where am I? San Francisco? Is that where we are? And it's NFL starts Thursday? Okay, I think I got my bearings. Good morning, brother.
Well, Murph, first of all, good morning. Welcome back from Scotland. And I'm glad you hopped on a bird and flew back first class with Trent Williams this morning.
Well, that I did not.
Oh, come on. Why you got to lie, Murph? Tell the people the truth.
No,
that you flew in first class right next to the dog with Trent Williams.
You know what? Okay, let's go with that. What the theater of the mind. Yeah. We touched down right here on Broadway and Battery. We landed right here, and I got out, and then he kept on going to Santa Clara. Yeah, I actually was catching up with the boys when I got in because a lot, Ricky Pearsall, and then Marcus and Tony and John Joe, who all beat me to work today, by the way, said, no, dude, Trent. I said, what do you mean Trent? They said, dude, it's breaking right now that Trent is getting on a plane. So according to his agency, according to Schefter, Rappaport, Mayoko,
Diana Rossini, Rappaport, everybody's reporting right now.
Nobody said it's finalized yet, did they?
So Diana Rossini said that the the holdout situation is coming to a conclusion. So everybody's reporting that all signs are heading towards Trent Williams signing the contract extension. It sounds like it's going to happen today, Murph.
We should literally talk about this tweet that his bro sent out, or is it an Insta post? Which was it?
Insta post, Murph.
It says, okay, so it's a shot of Trent Williams on a tarmac with a private plane and the jet, or the what do you call it? The jetway, the staircase? I don't know. And so you can hear the hiss of the private plane, right? The surefire hiss. And Trent's got his dog, by the way. Shout out the fact that he's got his dog. Is that a black lab? What is that?
No, it's too damn big to be a black lab.
You think so?
I think so. It's got to be mixed with something.
Yeah.
Looks like half lab, half Great Dane.
Looks like a sweetheart of a dog. Yeah. Oh, you're right. It's too big. I can see that. So we got Schefter on the Trent Williams on the tarmac.
The dog is half the size of Trent Williams.
The brother has posted.
Put that dog at left guard.
Year 15, let's get it. Okay. And then 2 gorilla emojis. That his nickname is Silverback, right?
That is correct.
Silverback. And then the next image is 4 emojis with dollar signs and a tongue sticking out. What do I call that? The salivate. I don't know.
That's the money face, Murph.
Okay, the money face.
The money face.
I need more of that money face in my life.
Oh, I could use a money
Somebody
face.
posted on Instagram of me with 4 money faces.
You and I have faces for radio,
right.
not a money face.
We have monies with it has nickels instead of dollars up there. But point being is that is how your day is starting. Trent Williams is coming west. God bless. There he is, man. Congratulations. And so after all this, what we suspected all along, because we spent all that time on Ayuk, we suspected all along that Trent Williams is just going to say, bro, I'm taking the summer off. And because the Niners play on Monday, today would be their first day of practice. He'll be reporting for the first week of practice.
And this is essentially the same exact game plan that Nick Bosa had last season. And it seemed like there was more attention on Nick because of where he was at with his contract. That's been the tricky situation, is kind of breaking down the 3 years remaining that Trent Williams had on his contract, but the fact that he had 0 guaranteed money. So he decided to hold out, and it really did start to feel like Trent Williams was going to threaten to not play on Monday Night Football to show his actual value to the team. But now the reports are coming out, just like Nick Bosa last year, who signed on the Wednesday before Week 1. Sounds like the Trent Williams deal could get done today, the Tuesday before the NFL season starts.
So great news, right? Expected. How will this affect his physical ability on Monday night? Listen, the assumption all along, this guy's done this for 15 years and knows what he's doing. Although we've said he didn't play great in the Super Bowl. We noted that.
A couple flags.
Yeah.
A couple penalties.
So we'll see on Monday night. But I don't want to drop an all's well that ends well, because I still go with the bummer summer, particularly with what happened in Union Square on Saturday. We haven't had a show since then. I was in frickin' Scotland at a wedding in a castle. Shout out me in the movie The Princess Bride. You guys down with The Princess Bride, everybody?
I'm aware of it. I don't think I've actually watched it,
I thought
though.
for sure that would have been one that hit your generation.
I mean, it definitely hit my generation, but I skipped right over it.
Oh, dude, you didn't have that little... Oh, come on.
I was not down with the princess.
Iconic.
Not really a fan of any royal family, to be honest.
Well, there you go. I can ride with that. But
I'm an American, damn
it's
it.
like exactly. Andre the Giant, pro wrestlers in it. Does that make you feel better?
That makes me more intrigued to watch it, but no, I don't know if I'm hopping in because Andre the Giant's in it.
Stop this rhyming, and I mean it. Would anybody like a peanut? Come on. Am I alone on this? Anyway, I'm in The Princess Bride. It's some wedding in Scotland. Shout out my buddy Neil. He got married at a castle. I'm like, all right, we're going. It was a whirlwind trip. And I get a text at 1 a.m. from my son saying, Dad, check out my fantasy team. Oh, by the way, Ricky Pearsall got shot in Union Square. It's 1 a.m, and I've had a couple scotch. I'm like, wait, what?
And that's a hell of a text from Deck, by the way. Check out my fantasy team. Oh, by the way, Ricky Pearsall just got shot.
I mean, dude, I had to send him the wait, what, 3 times. He said it's a true story, and then I go online, and it was all kind of developing at that point in time, and we've since learned a lot. Number one, first and foremost, a freaking miracle that my man is healthy. I mean, relatively healthy. He got shot, but avoided serious injury and is out of the hospital.
I mean, I saw the footage. I don't know if you saw of him walking to the ambulance after he was shot. I mean, thankfully, there were no vital organs that were struck.
I mean,
we're talking about a miracle here.
A bullet. They've confirmed the bullet entered his chest and exited.
That is right.
I mean, whoa. Mm-hmm. I mean, whoa. Like, it's very difficult to comprehend this. In that video that you refer to, you could see blood on his chest.
You can, yeah.
Terrifying, right? Mm-hmm. Terrifying. I mean, literally, like, you're talking, how close to his heart? I don't know. Inches?
Close enough, yeah.
Oh, my God. So, number one, first and foremost, before we say anything else about it, just Ricky Pearsall, love, strength, good wishes, recovery. God, just incredibly great news that you're okay. Number one. That's number one before we go anything into the football, before we get into the society, before we get into any of that stuff. Just, man, bless whatever forces govern this universe that allowed Ricky Pearsall to escape serious injury. So that's number one. Number two, we get into the football part of this. He got put on the non-football injury list yesterday, so he will miss at least 4 games. I don't know how. I mean, now we're just guessing and speculating, but how do you come back from something like this? I don't. This is uncharted territory, obviously.
Well, we saw it just last season or the year before. Brian Robinson Jr. from the Washington Commanders was shot, and then he came back midseason.
Do you know where he got shot, like physically on the body?
Oh, I would have to double-check that and look it up, but I remember he came back the same season and ended up playing.
Okay, so yeah. I mean, they haven't ruled it. That hasn't been ruled out, right?
No.
So I saw things were just wildly flying around the Twitterverse about, like, oh, he's out for the year, or no, no, we don't know that. We do not know that.
Yeah, Brian Robinson Jr. was shot twice in the leg and ended up coming back and playing that season.
Okay, so obviously it's a huge deal, but man, the chest is obviously a different deal.
Yeah,
you know
absolutely.
what I mean? And so who knows? God, who knows? We do know that he's going to miss the first 4 games.
I mean, like, physically, from a standpoint, like, I don't know how his body's going to react to this. I don't know what the physical therapy is like, but you would think that this is going to lead to him maybe losing weight, not be able to work out for a couple weeks. Like, physically, it's going to take a toll also.
And can he take a hit there? Can he take a hit? I don't know. So we're, we don't know. It's not good. It's not good at all. And so he's gone. So, there's a guy there. We were thinking we were going to see this guy Monday night. We did. I mean, he was practicing. When I left you, I left you after Wednesday's show. He was on the practice field wearing a non-contact jersey.
Yeah, he was out there in that blue jersey.
There was no guarantee he was going to play Monday night.
No, but it
right?
felt like it was finally trending in the right direction after multiple setbacks for him this offseason.
The bummer summer. And then obviously we can talk about just, and we're in this world now where perception is reality. And the perception for San Francisco, this is just a devastating turn of events for the perception of San Francisco. Now, since then, the cops and London Breed and stats and data and, police presence in Union Square, all stuff we can get into. We're not running from it. We'll talk about it here if you want. But, this is just, even if you spin it the most positive way possible, which is that there were so many cops at Union Square, they attended to him immediately, which is, by the way, that's a huge freaking deal. And we'll talk later about Sergeant Joelle Harrell, I believe is how she pronounces her last name, being the first one on the scene who calmed Ricky down in the chilling interview she gives where Ricky says, he actually said to her, am I going to die? I mean, think about that. Jesus, what's going on, man? Yeah. And she talked him through and she said, no, you're not. This is not your time. And then they find out that, it didn't affect any value. The ambulance got there fast. And the fact that there were so many police at Union Square, they were able to apprehend the suspect immediately. Mm-hmm. So, we can talk about that. That's the positive part, that there was so much police presence. But obviously, all you hear is the 49ers first-round draft pick was shot in Union Square in broad daylight. Mm-hmm. And you're just like, it's going to be a long way for San Francisco to overcome this in terms of perception, right?
I mean, this has been a problem with the city of San Francisco for years now. The problem of perception. Whether we're talking about free agents staying at Union Square when baseball teams come in as visitors, whether it's talking about players not having their wives be comfortable walking around Union Square. I mean, Murph, we're here in the city every day. I've been down to Union Square. I've seen the security that they have, but I've also seen bad areas around it. Again, at the end of the day, we should all be thanking God that Ricky is healthy and that he survived this situation. But, of course, it's going to lead to a discourse about the perception of the city.
And so many layers. We can talk about the football aspect, too. How does this affect the 49ers? I mean, it seems callous, but how does it affect the 49ers on Monday night? Who steps up? Who plays more because of him? And does it continue this to call it a bummer summer is hardly even calling it. Speaking of bummer summer, we're not even going to mention the baseball team. Not even going to mention them. People go, hey, Murph, the Giants win when you leave town. Oh, really? Oh, do they?
Yeah, how'd that go?
How'd that work out for you?
Not great.
Yeah. When I left you how about that? Don't sleep on the one that we missed, just the lay down like dogs Thursday getaway loss in Milwaukee. Don't sleep on that one.
Oh, we tried not to talk about it on Friday.
They had 2 hits in that game?
Yeah, it was embarrassing.
Yeah. And then they squeak one out. Yeah. Only by the grace of God, Matt Chapman gets that hit Friday night in the 8th inning. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, it's a sweep by the Marlins, dude.
And guess who was there?
Who was there?
In the dugout the entire time this weekend.
Wearing his helmet, wearing his hat.
Wearing his Marlins hat that he's found this offseason.
Hey, wearing the Marlins hats.
Nice work, kid. We got to go to break. I know, but was he he wasn't in the dugout, was he?
I saw him pregame on
not
the
during
field
the
shaking hands, but I don't think he was actually in the dugout during the game.
Anyway, all right. It's great to be back. Great to have the NFL back. Thank goodness Ricky Pearsall is out of the hospital.
Yeah.
And the biggest news of all, just really breaking news within the last hour, that Trent Williams has gotten on a private plane and, according to all NFL insiders, is finalizing an extension and will be back with the 49ers this week. We'll get into all of it next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We have a new contest. Stay locked into KNBR all day for your chance to win 2 tickets to the Aftershock Festival, furnished by Danny Whimmer. The lineup includes Slayer, Slipknot, Iron Maiden, Motley Crue, and more. When you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR to win 2 weekend passes to the Aftershock Festival in Sacramento. We love our loyal KNBR listeners, and we want to reward you, so stay tuned. We're going to give these tickets away at 8:30 this morning. It is all furnished by Danny Whimmer. You can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Adam, what is going on with Trent Williams and the Niners right now?
Good morning, guys. And I would say this, that a deal between Trent Williams and the 49ers is close. I don't think it's done yet, but according to his brother, Trent Williams flew back to the Bay Area last night, and his brother posted on Instagram, year 15, let's get it. So that would tell me that obviously they're close enough to a deal to make him think that they're going to get it done with him returning to the Bay Area. I know the two sides have been working on a deal. I know they're trying to get it done. It certainly seems like there's progress, and it doesn't seem like a stretch to think that those two sides could figure out a way to bridge their differences sometime, I would think today, to get Trent Williams back into the building and on the field for Monday night's game against the New York Jets.
There you go, just like that. Adam Schefter, ESPN Radio, after all, kind of what you had, your gut instinct told you all along. Trent Williams going into his 15th year, knows the deal, does not need summer training camp, does not need the grind, does not need the hassle. Basically, even though there was sort of some tension in the air and a couple of threats here and there, in your gut and in your instinct, you knew, yeah, this guy's going to show up week one ready to play. I mean, that was my gut instinct all along. That's why we spent all the time on Ayuk, not him. But I don't know, did you have any thought that this might not happen?
I thought there was a real chance that it could have dragged on to the regular season. Like, the entire time, I wasn't going full Dieter Kurtenbach, thinking that Trent was going to retire and never put on the red and gold ever again.
Shout out DK.
Which was a fun discussion that we got into last week. But I thought there was a real possibility of him holding out week one.
The Chris Jones plan.
Yeah, exactly. We saw it last year with Chris Jones. I mean, going back to 2019, Trent Williams sat out an entire year with the Washington Redskins, was dealing with some health issues, but also forced his way out of Washington, got a trade to San Francisco. So to me, it was different sitting down at the poker table with Brandon Ayuk versus Trent Williams, because the 49ers were calling bluffs all day long with Brandon Ayuk and all the trade requests. To me, Trent Williams was moving in silence.
Yeah.
Real G's move in silence like lasagna, Murph, and that was Trent Williams.
I like that.
He was getting the job done, and now it sounds like he's showing up right in time to play on Monday night.
Yeah, so again, I mean, I hear what you're saying. It could have gone to Chris Jones week one for a little bit, but my instinct all along was this guy's a pro. He's going to get what he gets. He's going to get what he wants. And he just basically, honestly, if you want to boil it down, didn't want to go to training camp. Just didn't want to go to training camp. Yeah, give me some money. And I don't know how the Niners are doing this with the cap and everything. And if I was here for Brandon Ayuk, which we haven't even mentioned here at 621 because obviously that was last Thursday. This is Tuesday after Labor Day weekend. So it's almost been just shy of a week since that news broke. And obviously Ricky Pearsall got shot in the meantime, which still remains mind-boggling to even say that. Is that the Brandon Ayuk situation got real with trade offer. Trade, like we found out from NFL insiders, these trades were real. Like, this never got this way. Trent was never in that situation.
Yeah, Trent was more in the Nick Bosa camp of being untouchable. And it's something that we talked about is Trent Williams has the ability to reset the market. Nick Bosa had the ability to reset the market. So did Christian McCaffrey. Now, what was tricky with Brandon Ayuk is he thought he had the ability to reset the market and get $35 million. And credit to him and his agent, because they ended up getting $30 million, which in my mind is a slight overpay for Brandon Ayuk, but you're betting on him becoming a top 5 elite wide receiver with the career trajectory that he has had so far.
I'm going to go macro, 30,000 feet, because I've been on a lot of planes lately. Dude, it just blows my mind how we as sports fans have turned into just freaking contract experts and money experts. And like I've said this a million times, say it again. None of us got into sports to talk about, at least I think none of us got into sports to talk about contracts, unless maybe you're Bobby Marks But I mean, I got it. I want to watch the 49ers play.
Murph,
You know what I mean? It's like
there are two things I got into sports to not talk about: contracts and politics, which looks like it's going to be a long day for me today.
his laugh track.
I tried to hit a laugh track for that one.
We
It
all
was down.
laughed in our heads, though.
Right?
We all laughed silently.
Let me go again. I don't want to talk about politics and contracts. Tony, what's going on? You can't get my board on?
Labor Day rest.
Oh, dude, it's firing blanks.
There you go.
Thanks a lot, Tony. Left me hanging.
Once more.
I mean,
two things I got into sports for: politics and contracts.
I've fired off
my
at least
God.
6 times today, Tony. We got to abort this bit.
The fader's broken.
Just goes to show you how we are without a laugh track. We're
Yeah.
nothing without.
We should be good. We should be good.
We're like a sitcom in this. We're like a sitcom in the 70s.
There
we're
it
nothing
is,
without
baby.
a laugh
We're
track.
back with the chuckles.
Oof, boy, don't.
Yeah, sorry. Wrong chuckle. Sorry to digress.
But just a quick one on that team. I told you, I kind of just hinted at this a little bit. I said, this thing could go sideways by the end of the year. This thing could go sideways by the end. And that assumed that they would at least win the series against the Marlins or sweep the Marlins. They lost the series against the Marlins. This could get sideways in a hurry. The very good Arizona Diamondbacks are in town. They're not looking to lose to the Giants.
Oh, the Giants are sitting sideways right now, Murph.
But we won't get into that. I did not get into this for contract. And we wound up talking about contracts for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. And plus, none of us knows truly what the salary cap is anymore. None of us knows what the ramifications are. I mean, there are a couple of people in this building who they're a little bit on the older side, the older heads, who when you stop them in the hallway and you talk, what do you think about Ayuk? They're like, I don't care. I'm just waiting for the footballs to start. But here we are in this world now where, you have Adam Schefter and we're talking about guaranteed money and how does Amon-Ra St. Brown's contract look? I don't know. How does Jalen Waddle's contract? I don't know. How's Tyreek Hill's contract? It's like, man, oh man, this has evolved into. So thank God it's over. Thank God it's over. And I'm so looking forward to Monday night and so looking forward to getting this going. And Trent Williams is in the fold and Brandon Ayuk is in the fold. And after all that, after all the wasted energy, all the wasted segments, all the wasted time, Ayuk and Williams are 49ers.
After all that.
So what did we learn? What did we accomplish,
After
guys?
the whole bummer summer and everything,
It
Murph.
was a bummer summer because Ayuk did not practice at all with Purdy.
Yeah.
We may see the effects of that early on.
Oh, I definitely think that's going to have a lingering effect into week 1, 2. We'll see when BA gets his legs back underneath
And
him.
you want to talk about bummer summer, you get into Pearsall getting shot. And I know, God, just the moment we talked about it in the first segment, we're not running from it at all. And you can send all the texts you want. I don't care. Listen, this is like talking about the presidential election. You're just going to the room's just going to explode. You know what I mean? Why don't we do that? You want to talk about I'm kidding. Let's talk about that next.
I almost went down that road.
So I don't care. I've already looked at the text line and people sending profane, personal, and literally you're doing a good job because I'm getting it from both sides. Because I sent one out in Scotland saying, guys, city's leadership's has to have a reckoning here, man. You can't have that happen in broad daylight in your city. This just can't happen to the foot. I mean, it's like out of a movie. If you wanted to paint San Francisco in the worst possible light, take their first-round draft pick, the 49ers, the iconic team of the region, they'll have their first-round draft pick get shot in Union Square in broad daylight.
After he was out there for an autograph signing.
I mean, this like the Tank Dell, wasn't that like they were doing some shady thing on the side?
Yeah, Tank Dell got shut out in Florida. Brian Robinson
Wasn't he
Jr.
like
got
selling
shut
a
out in
computer
Washington.
down an alley or something like that, or something was going on? I mean, there was one of them was like very shady. If Ricky Pearsall got shot at like 3 in the morning, like Maurice Spates, they tried to rip his chain off outside of a club at 3:30 in the morning. Thankfully, nobody got hurt in that one. That one, I don't want to say it, quote, makes sense, but yeah, 3:30 in the morning, something's going to happen, right? This was what, 3 in the afternoon, 2:30 in the afternoon? Yeah. And it's the 49ers' first-round draft pick. So yeah, we're going to piss off both sides, but I'm also not going to run from it. We need to talk about it as a region and as a fan base. And then most of all, just be thankful that he's okay, but he ain't going to be on the field Monday. And if Ayuk's a little bit behind the curve practice-wise, I mean, how are the 49ers looking Monday night?
And how's Trent Williams going to look on Monday night after missing a full camp, a full offseason? I mean, everybody talks about how they're going to show up in the best shape of their lives. Yeah, we heard the same thing last year from Nick Bosa and the same thing a few years ago from Deebo Samuel. And it obviously had an effect. But still, at the end of the day, John Lynch and the 49ers front office will say, look, we got the contract deals done, and our season still ended. Whether it's the NFC Championship game or the Super Bowl, they're still getting to their final destination.
All right, guest list coming our way. Young Tony. I missed Young Tone. You got some business over there, right?
Well, that's it. Before we say good morning to Young Tony, we should tell you that the Murph and Marcus Show is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union offers auto loans with competitive rates and personalized services because your journey matters. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love.
Young Tone.
What
Good
up,
morning,
Tone?
kid. How you doing, buddy?
Good morning.
A lot going on.
Lot going on, folks.
How was your weekend?
It was awesome. I
Play some
cannot
golf?
complain. I played 9 holes yesterday, played some beer die on Sunday.
Some what?
Nice. Some beer die.
Yeah,
What's
you
that?
I
ever
walked
toss
in, I
cube,
said,
Murph?
Tony, how's your weekend going? He goes, yeah, I tossed some cube this weekend.
Beer die.
You ever toss
Related
cube?
to beer pong, or what are we doing?
So it's a bit of a hybrid. It's
Okay.
the better of the two games, in my
So it's
opinion.
it's a drinking game.
It's
Yes.
a drinking game,
Okay,
yeah.
all right, Good.
You can look it up later.
So you played some drinking games.
We'll play during the break.
And then went to that Saturday amazing Giants game. Marlins beat the Giants on Saturday night.
Amazing.
How was that energy out there?
Yeah, it was not great.
Actually, I was surprised with the size of the crowd, both on Saturday and Sunday. Still out crowd.
I had the seats, our season seats. I had them. I did not know that my buddy was going to get married in a Scottish castle on September 1st when I made the draft. So I had the seats for Sunday, and my sister took little Rory and 2 of his buddies. She said, freaking sold out. They sold the joint out. How can this team playing the Marlins sell the joint out? She said it was mania, and then you couldn't get the Funko Pop. They couldn't get it. It was gone. They got there like an hour and a half early, gone.
Was that the reason why it was a sellout? The Funko Pop?
Yes. And they said that the Ghirardelli lines were literally the longest lines in the history of Oracle
It's a
Park.
bad sign when fans are showing up in September for the Funko Pop.
And the Ghirardelli Sunday.
Oh, the Sundays are always
Yeah, yeah. So how was it? A big crowd out there for you?
Not to mention the Logan Webb t-shirt giveaway, which is pretty much the only reason we wanted to go on Saturday.
Did you get your shirt?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. Good.
Great
man.
shirt.
Good man. And we'll discuss the golf later. And we already have a young Tony. I said that my buddy's wedding, I felt like I was in the movie The Princess Bride. You did not see that, Tony?
No, I've definitely heard of the film. I have not seen said film.
I'd recommend it. I would. I'd recommend it.
By the way, same for Braveheart. I've heard of Braveheart, great Mel Gibson movie. I've not seen the film.
Well, this is exciting now.
Yeah.
Young Tony's going to be really good at
John Joe Curley learned something today as well.
He's not seen Braveheart or Princess Bride?
I don't know about that. We talked about getting bipped.
Oh, he didn't know getting bipped.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Well, that happened to me. We'll get into that. What do we got today, buddy?
All right, well, we have a packed show for you guys. Hums and Bums is going to start us off at 6:50. Dwayne Kuiper at 7:30. The Big Hit at 7:50. Mike Krukow, after taking the day off yesterday, will join the show at 8 a.m. Cooler content at 8:15. We will talk to Tim Ryan for the first time this season at 8:50.
T-Rock. Whoa.
Tim Ryan is back, ladies and gentlemen.
This is huge news. Huge news. Oh, yes. Awesome. Bummer summer is over. Tim Ryan's back.
Absolutely.
I'm officially declaring the Bummers. Trent Williams is back. Tim Ryan's back.
The dog days are over.
There it is. There it is.
Absolutely. And then at 9:30 today, we will check in with St. John Barnes Smith. He broke the story. He had the exclusive interview with Sergeant Joelle Harrell. She was the first officer on scene to help Ricky Pearsall.
What a story.
And then following that at 9:50, Michael Nash to promote Sound Summit this weekend on September 7th, 11 to 7. We will get the latest on Sound Summit.
SoundSummit.net will be up there as always. Oh, it doesn't even matter who's playing. It's going to be a great time. Were you going Florence and the Machine on me there with the dog days are over?
Oh, I did that on Friday. I had Young Tony hit me with the Florence and the Machine.
Was Young Tony
the
learned?
dog days are
Did he not
over
know
for
it?
Brennan Ayuk.
And I do believe they're, to complete the circle, I believe they're Scottish.
Ooh.
I believe they're, let me make sure on that. But anyway, all right, on the other side, we can talk about Trent Williams, all the details, and Ricky Pearsall, all the details, next on the Sports Leader.
faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
It's been a long time coming, but we here, faithful. 4 more years. Let's get it. Let's get to it. Let's go.
I'm just happy that it's over, and I get Brandon Ayuk back on the football field, and I get to see his smiling face every single day in the locker room. That's what I'm looking forward to because he's such a good dude. I'm looking forward to, just starting this journey again with him. So let's get him out there catching football passes from Mr. Purdy.
Did you text him? Have you talked to him yet?
He's a little busy. I definitely shot him a text, just say congratulations. But he probably has a few hundred text messages going through his phone right now because he kind of had a life-changing moment. So we're all excited for him.
There it is. George Kittle on the Kay Adams podcast. She seems to get some pretty good guests. Good for her. And, of course, Brandon Ayuk in his signing room where they sign with the feather pen and all that. And Florence and the Machine, who is not Scottish. My bad. They're English. Maybe Scotland's on the brain for me after my whirlwind trip to my buddy's wedding in a frickin' castle. By the way, it was awesome. It's incredible. My buddy got married in a kilt. People say, why didn't you wear a kilt? I said, cuz. They're like, you could have. I'm like, yeah, but I'm not gonna.
Oh, I was really hoping that Murph would have been showing off his legs out in Scotland.
Well, you don't, because then you pull the knees, you pull the socks. You see very little skin because the socks go very high up to the knee, and then they flip over the sock, and then the kilt goes down. It's what's under the kilt, which is nothing.
Hey, now.
Yeah, hey, now.
Yeah, that's a part of Murph I do not want to see.
What's wrong with being sexy?
Nothing at all, Murph.
Anyway, so it's the English band Florence and the Machine. The dog days are over. And again, if you want to go 30,000 feet, man, I mean, we wasted months and months. Great text, though, amidst all the angry texts about Ricky Pearsall. And I'm not running for him. Sorry, guys. You can say whatever you want. We need to discuss, though, what happened there with Ricky Pearsall Saturday in Union Square. But in the middle of all the angry texts of people, you say this politically, you say that politically, he was a guy who said, I wish I could find it, but he said, you say you wasted 4 months on Ayuk? He said, bro, you wasted 4 months on the Giants.
Trust me, pal.
Very funny
a lot longer than 4 months.
Oh, man. So, we did waste 4 months on Brandon Ayuk. And that one, the only thing I'd say about it that made it worthwhile was what seemed to be the real possibility of a trade. And then I think which insider has broken it down since with all the details of the trade. I got to give the guy credit. It was NFL Network guy laid out all the trade possibilities of what New England was willing to send, what Cleveland was willing to send, what Pittsburgh was willing to send.
Yeah, there was even a report last Friday that came out after the deal was signed that the 49ers were looking to trade a third-round draft pick for Cortland Sutton to include it into a three-way trade with the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Somebody want to call Farhan, get a three-way going.
Hey, now.
You know what I mean? Not like that.
Hey, now. A little menage a trois.
No, let's get menage a Farhan to get him out of town or something. So
I don't want to be a part of that.
Anyway, the Ayuk is back, and he'll be playing on Monday. How far behind the curve will he be? But the other big news is that Trent Williams this morning, and literally I learned it from you guys, from the staff here, from the bullpen crew. Because I came in this morning, was delighted. By the way, I was delighted when I came in this morning that certain people were working overnight shift. Because I literally was walking in, I was like, "Don't give me this early in the morning. I don't want it." I had my backpack stolen in Scotland with my car keys. By the way, shout out Raul and Kenny from AAA. If you're from AAA, remember these guys saved my A at short-term parking in San Francisco. Had to come in and tow my car, then tow it out to a flatbed and drive it up to Marin Honda, where I'm going to get a new key fob made, which I understand those things are cheap, right?
Oh,
key
no,
fob?
not at all.
I should be okay, right?
Shout out to the 1%ers with their one key fobs.
How about me parking my car in this Scottish village out of the frickin' Princess Bride? It was like Princess Bride and Harry Potter had a baby, and it was Peebles, this village in Scotland. Dude, the Tweed River, it's gorgeous. It was like unbelievably beautiful. And we were exhausted from an overnight flight across the Atlantic. And we parked in this little tiny, everything's tiny and old, these old brick alleys and all stone and all castles and all this. So I'm driving on the wrong side of the street, and I finally find this one place. I said, where do we park? She said, we have a lovely parking spot for you behind the hotel. A lovely spot for you. I was like, okay. She's this really sweet lady. So I parked it in the lovely spot for you. And we're walking out with our bags, bleary-eyed and everything. Candace said, did you lock the car? I said, there's nothing in it. All I had to do was take your thumb and just hit the freaking key. And I was like, there's nothing in it. Let's wheel these bags up this brick alley, this stone alley, to go check into the hotel and get a nap. So we go back to get to the car later. There was something in it. My backpack was in it with my car keys.
Wow.
And some dude in this little idyllic village, this little beautiful freaking cinematic village said, yeah, I'm taking that backpack. That's it.
I mean, Murph, on a morning where we're talking about the negative perception of San Francisco, My boy Murph got bipped out in Scotland.
Not just Scotland. I mean, if it happened in Edinburgh, the main city, you'd be like, hey, man, it's a big city. It's rough. This was in this little village about 45 miles. It'd be like getting bipped in Carmel. Well, I guess Carmel would have some tourism. It'd be like getting bipped in, like, Tamales in West Marin. Just some gorgeous, like in Bolinas.
Oh, I'm sure it happens up there, too.
I guess.
Happens everywhere.
Yeah, happened in freaking Peebles.
Happened in Scotland.
What's that guy? You know that little brown backpack I have that Candace got me years ago? She loved it. It was like this fat, it looks like an old fish. It looks like something from a fisherman. And that's gone now. It's walking around Scotland. What's he going to do with my keys? I don't know.
Good luck.
I don't know what he's going to do with my keys.
Yeah,
and
maybe.
my old Warriors press pass was in there, too.
Yeah, maybe he'll pick up your car from SFO.
I can go to a Warriors game from last year. So anyway, Raul and Kenny from AAA saved my A. And then we got back home, tried to sort out everything. And I wake up this morning after getting an Uber ride into work today because Candace had to have the car, blah, blah, blah. And I walk into the guys and I say, so Pearsall, man, huh? And they go, you guys said to me, what do you mean Pearsall? Trent. I said, what do you mean Trent? And this has all gone on in the last hour and a half. Trent Williams, it all started with Trent Williams' brother. He posted an Instagram of Trent getting on a private plane, must be nice, with his dog. Look, he has a dog out. Maybe his dog might be taking a little leak out on the tarmac, too.
I mean, that dog has had more privileges on a tarmac than I will ever have in my entire life, Murph.
I mean, believe me, air travel is not glamorous. We got stuck in I got stuck at JFK for a long layover, but that's where I saw the Ayuk news. I was drinking like a $18 pint at JFK Airport.
Still cheaper than Oracle Park.
An $18 pint at Oracle Airport when they literally, at JFK Airport, and it literally said Ayuk signs breaking. I was like, you got to be incredible. So he's back. But Trent Williams is apparently either here or on his way, and it's all over. He's back. The 49ers, after all the bummer summer, have Trent Williams and Brandon Ayuk. Now, they do not have Ricky Pearsall for the first 4 games. And this is going to affect them, I think. I'm still concerned with their performance on Monday night, given Ayuk's rust, given Trent Williams' rust, and then no Pearsall. Although, was Pearsall going to play? Was he going to play on Monday night? If he didn't get shot.
He would have suited up, and he would have got a few snaps, but I still think it's hard for him to crack that wide receiver rotation when BA's back, when Debo is turning into your number 1 wide receiver this year, and then you have third and Juwan Jennings. It was going to be hard for Ricky to get snaps regardless, in my opinion.
Yeah. I don't know if that affects the game plan that dramatically, right? You're going to, but Ayuk, who knows? What's he going to do? I mean, listen, to be honest, I told you, as this game got closer and closer, it opened at 6.5? Do we know what it's at right now?
Went to 6.5, then it went down to 5.5. I was actually going to wait to see when the Trent Williams news became official this morning if that line would move or not, because to me, Trent Williams is definitely worth a point or two.
Oh, interesting. Okay, well, let's check. Have you checked? And What do you go by the way? What's your... Because the forecast...
I usually go by the best
reborn.
number that my bookie will give me, if we're being honest with you.
Okay.
But then, there's different sites. I like to use NFLodds.com because then it will give you 5 or 6 different websites, and I try to get the consensus line, especially when we're talking about it on air, because obviously people have different bookies and different ways to actually be out and gamble.
So what are we going to do for the forecast?
What did we usually do? ESPN odds for that one?
Let's go with ESPN's app. Why don't we just say it right now? And I have the Niners minus 4.5.
All right.
I mean...
So it hasn't moved, even with the Trent Williams news. Now, the signing is not official, even though we are reporting that Trent Williams' agent says that everything is headed towards the actual
didn't
signing.
Diana Rossini put out a quote saying she said he ended his holdout?
Yeah, she was saying that the holdout is coming to an end. Also, an update from about 45 minutes ago from Michael Garofolo from NFL Network with a text from Trent Williams' agent saying that there are still a few things to work out, but it's close enough to report that the deal will come today.
And I got one last one for you. Can you give me a little breaking news here from Adam Schefter? Adam Schefter says, Pro Bowl running back Christian McCaffrey, the NFL Offensive Player of the Year, who missed most of training camp with a strained calf, is expected to return to practice today, per a source. So the Niners are they're that team the bummer summer. Ayuk's going to hold out, Trent's going to hold out, McCaffrey's going to sit out, and now it's week 1?
Yeah.
We're all in.
Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey, a.k.a. Robin Big, back in the backfield on Monday night.
Okay, here we go. And we have our fantasy draft Thursday, too.
Thursday.
Can't wait. All right, Hums and Bums should be loaded after a crazy weekend. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Center.
from the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, Provident Credit Union is here, scoring big for your savings. Let's talk about pick term certificates from Provident Credit Union. How about this? Right now, you can earn an impressive 4.25% annual percentage yield on your savings. And you can choose a 3-month term. You can choose a 6-month term. It's a limited time offer, perfect for meeting your short-term savings goals. So imagine your money working as hard as you do. So if you're looking to grow your savings without tying up your money for too long, this is your chance to earn 4.25%. With rates like those, why would you wait? So visit providentcu.org or stop by your local branch today to get started. Don't miss out on this chance to maximize your savings. This rate is effective as of August 13th, 2024. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Learn more at providentcu.org.
time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT.
What do you want? The same as you, to remember.
Time now for Total Recall.
San Francisco!
A look back at the highs and lows of the weekend in sports.
Get ready for a surprise!
Sponsored by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers.
All right, great to be back. Had a little whirlwind trip to the Princess Bride Braveheart wedding in Scotland. Back to find Trent Williams on the way to Santa Clara. Brandon Ayuk signed. Ricky Pearsall, terrible story, says so much to get into. Maybe even the baseball team. But happy Tuesday, everybody. Happy post-Labor Day week. You got Brian Murphy. You got Marcus Boucher, Murph, and Marcus Young, Tony behind the glass, already learning stuff that we'll discuss at the end of the show. But it's kind of the tradition, right? The Tuesday after Labor Day is when S gets real. Used to be the first day of school for us old heads. Used to always be, like across the country, first day of school, day after Labor Day. Put on your tough skins, grab your lunch pail, go to work, go to school. It's like the whole world starts again today. So, hello, world, and hope everybody had a good summer. Now, Marcus Boucher is here to bum everybody out. He's got the bum babies this week. Well, part of the summer was a bummer, right? We've talked about that with the Niners. But specifically, since you signed off Friday at 10 a.m. with your boy DK Dieter Kurtenbach, till right now, Tuesday morning, 6:53. Wrap it up, Marcus. Who are my losers from the weekend?
Well, Murph, as you know, on this morning show, we like to start off with our winners and losers of the weekend. But every once in a while, there's a bum baby that goes beyond just the losers of the weekend. Whether it's a bum baby situation with a player being injured or a bum baby situation like we saw this Saturday with Ricky Pearsall, the San Francisco 49ers first-round draft pick, being shot in San Francisco in Union Square moments after attending an autograph ceremony for fans. There was an attempted robbery for Ricky Pearsall's Rolex. He ends up being shot in the chest.
Jesus.
Luckily, we had updates from his mom on Facebook saying that somehow, some way, the bullet was able to miss the vital organs in Ricky's chest. He stayed overnight at the hospital and was released on Sunday. Here is the update from San Francisco Police Chief William Scott on what happened with Ricky Pearsall and the attempted robbery on Saturday.
This afternoon, at about 3:37 p.m., Mr. Ricky Pearsall was in front of 77th Geary Street, about 20 yards from Grant Street in San Francisco. He was walking alone when a suspect approached him and attempted to commit an armed robbery using a gun. A struggle between Mr. Pearsall and the suspect ensued. Gunfire from the suspect's gun struck both Mr. Pearsall and the subject. Both were transported to San Francisco General Hospital. San Francisco police officers assigned to the Union Square detail and Central Station responded almost immediately and arrested the subject as he tried to run away eastbound from the crime scene. The suspect has been identified as a 17-year-old male who resides in Tracy, California. Thankfully, Mr. Pearsall is in stable condition.
Man.
Ricky Pearsall in stable condition has been released from the hospital, but the San Francisco 49ers have placed him on the non-football injury list, meaning that he will miss at least the first 4 games of the season. And obviously, Murph, this is bad news for Ricky Pearsall, bad news for the 49ers, a bad look for the city of San Francisco, but also good news that Ricky is alive and well.
So where were you when you got the news?
I was on Saturday at the Giants game when I got the news.
Just on a phone alert?
Yeah, I got the update and heading over to the ballpark.
Were you like, this doesn't make, like, made no sense,
well,
right?
I was shocked, especially being in the city. And Murph, I'm someone who moved up to a city a couple months ago, and I've heard everything about the dangers of living here, and luckily nothing like this has ever happened to me, but it's just kind of surreal being like a couple blocks away from where it all went down on Saturday.
Yeah, so I'm in freaking Scotland, dude. It couldn't be farther away, and it's like 1 a.m. And I get to, I couldn't, they could make no sense to me. I had trouble wrapping my brain around the whole thing, and then started to get these details, and you find out there's like, a Rolex. I don't know if there's a full investigation for this thing, but just so upsetting. As you mentioned, number one, incredible. Yeah. Incredible that this guy's already out of the hospital and seems to be walking around on his own power, and that it missed, according to his mom, missed all the vital organs. Deebo Samuel sent out that tweet shortly after saying he good with the praying emojis, and so all that. But listen, for the 49ers, he's gone for the first 4 games of the season. I mean, we'll talk about it just from a football perspective. Sounds callous, but you have to address it from a football perspective. I mean, this makes the team weaker, right? I mean, this is a guy that even if he wasn't going to be a dominant contributor, he was going to be a contributor on some level. And if he's going to be the guy who takes over for Deebo Samuel, if Deebo's gone after this year and all that, so this weakens the team. Who knows what he can do in 4 weeks, too?
I mean, especially when he was dealing with injuries throughout training camp and it finally felt like he was headed in the right direction to suit up and play Monday night. This is obviously news that nobody wanted to see coming, but the good news is that Ricky is doing all right this morning.
So, and in terms of San Francisco, guys, I mean, this is just, I got to imagine this entering the national dialogue. I could see your boy Trump using this, because Kamala Harris was the DA here in San Francisco. So there's a lot going on here in terms of, if you get into the weeds of the details, it's a terrible look for San Francisco. Obviously, it's like you couldn't craft a worse story for the nation to hear. Oh, San Francisco's a bad spot. San Francisco's a bad spot. Oh, their first-round draft pick got shot in Union Square in broad daylight. That's the other part, dude, is where and when it happened. Sure, things can happen late at night. You're in the wrong club. You front some dude in a club. Everybody's alcohol-fueled, all that stuff. That stuff like that, you're like, knucklehead behavior. This is the middle of the afternoon. Everybody's sober as a judge. He's walking from a autograph signing thing. So, people would say, well, what? The cops were there. There's both sides have their arguments where London Breed and that crew say, well, we have more police in Union Square than we've ever had, and that's why they were able to respond so fast, which is true. The other part is that there's a culture in San Francisco now where criminals kind of feel like they got free reign. Like they can do whatever they want. There's no fear of repercussion. There's no fear of penalty, for lack of a better word. And so that would be the critical part where you say you've created an environment in the city in the last 10 years that has kind of emboldened people like this. So obviously we can't solve it here during Hums and Bums, but we can talk about it later today and even tomorrow and the next day and the next day. But
yeah, and this is a topic that we've talked about before, even correlating to other sports, whether it's baseball players and teams traveling and staying in that same Union Square area. I think everybody from the Bay Area knows how bad the Tenderloin is, but people don't realize how close that is to Union Square.
Right there.
Look, every major city has problems, but now it's being amplified with this Ricky situation. But again, we shouldn't be talking politics. We shouldn't be talking football. We should be talking about the health of Ricky Pearsall and being thankful that he's still alive.
But certainly Bum Baby number one, and you are, by the way, listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media Station, easily the Bum Baby of the weekend.
Yeah,
sure.
Bum Baby number 2. We're going to get to the actual action on the field. And, of course, it starts with the San Francisco Giants losing back-to-back games this weekend to the Miami Marlins. So let's start with Saturday's L, Murph. Giants end up losing 4-3. Mason Black gets the call-up. Interesting to note that neither Marco Luciano or Luis Matos were a part of the September call-ups. Instead, it's Blake Sable and Mason Black who we saw on Saturday. But, Murph, there is one thing I wanted to focus on. The game-winning run, which ended up being, should I say, the game-winning one for the Miami Marlins, scored because of an interference call at second base. Patrick Bailey, with one of the best pop times in baseball, throws out a runner at second base, but it's overturned because Tyler Fitzgerald is blocking the bag. I don't know what the umpire was watching because I didn't see anybody blocking the bag. Here was the play-by-play of that big play on Saturday, and also Tyler Fitzgerald giving his thoughts after the game.
He has 15 steals, only been caught twice. He gets a huge jump. Pitch taken, throw, not in time. Wow. And they're going to call Fitzgerald for, now that is, man, I hate that. They're calling Fitzgerald for blocking Lopez off from the bag. Bailey made a terrific throw, and he was definitely out. Fitzgerald came in front of the bag and his one foot was there, but it didn't block Lopez. He had a clear path sliding straight into the base with his left hand, and the second base umpire, Ryan Blakeney, made the call anyway.
It's never really anything that they give to us. I'm not sure what they told Belmel, but I thought it was a terrible call. I mean, my foot was originally in front of the bag, but I pulled it back. I mean, maybe by rule it was obstruction, but in no way did I obstruct the runner. If you go back and watch the replay, he slid in and he was able to get to the bag, and I tried to move my foot so he was able to reach the bag, and I didn't think I was obstructing at all.
The call for obstruction was overturned at second. Otto Lopez is ruled safe. He ends up at third base and then ends up scoring the fourth run of the game, which ended up being the deciding run in that game, Murph. 4-3 Marlins win. Otto Lopez scores on that fielder's choice. And this obstruction rule is just terrible to begin with.
Yeah.
In baseball, let a guy block a bag. Yeah. Whether we're talking about home plate with Buster Posey or second base with Chase Utley, I don't care. It's part of the game, Murph.
I mean, obviously they're trying to increase offense and increase steals and all that, but this is a case where it just backfires gigantically with this stupid bureaucracy almost gets this rule done. Now, when you're going bad, this is the kind of thing that costs you a game.
Mm-hmm.
When you're going great, you win the game anyway. So this is just, I mean, it's like losing is a disease as contagious as the bubonic plague. Plays like this are as contagious as the bubonic plague. The Giants lose that game Saturday. That was depressing.
Yeah.
That was a depressing loss against a bad team, literally the worst team in the National League, but that's not all.
But wait, Murph, there is more because we go straight into home baby number 3, the San Francisco Giants. Excuse me,
yes.
Bum baby number 3. The San Francisco Giants losing the series to the Miami Marlins. Even with Logan Webb on the bump on Sunday, the Giants allowed one of the worst teams in baseball, the Miami Marlins, to score 7 runs. So we can point fingers at Bob Melvin. We can point fingers at Farhan Zaidi. We can point fingers at Logan Webb. The bottom line is this is a mediocre team with a mediocre record, 68-70. They're not really in the wild card mix.
No.
It's all a facade. And this is a team that deserves to be bum babies after losing a series to Gabe Kapler's Miami Marlins.
Now a swing, line drive, base hit, left center. And that is going to turn into a run, maybe more. The ball is overrun by Conforto. Backed up by the center fielder McCray, who then makes a wild throw toward home plate as the runner goes to second. Man, there's a comedy of errors there. So now Webb having to throw a lot of extra pitches here because of the inability to get that double play. And there's a drive out into deep right center field. Way back there, still going, and that ball is gone. It is turned into a 4-run catastrophe in the 5th inning. An inning that should have already been over.
I got exactly what I wanted to do. His first pitch, right back to me. Made a couple of those plays earlier this year. It's just a bad throw, and that leads to runs, and it's just I lost that game, and that was on me today. So, and it just sucks.
Logan Webb charged for 6 earned runs on Sunday. Giants lose back-to-back games in the series against the Miami Marlins. Murph, a famous philosopher once told me about the San Francisco Giants. This is some bad baseball, and it feels like it right now.
I'm looking at the guy who hit the home run, Kyle Stowers. Were you guys down with Kyle Stowers?
No.
He's a Stanford guy. So shout out Stanford. California kid, grew up down in the San Diego area, El Cajon. They got good baseball down there. He's drafted in the 2nd round by the Orioles. I mean, God bless him and all, but he ain't exactly a dude. This is his 3rd home run of the season. And it happened to be a 3-run jack off of Logan Webb. So when you're going bad, you get the obstruction call, and you get Kyle Stowers taking you deep. I mean, my sister was at the game with the kids, and they said it was sold freaking out. They sold the joint out. Baggerly wrote a piece in The Athletic about, actually, if management's going to look at Farhan in terms of the bottom line, he increased revenue this year.
Yep.
They're like plus 2,000 per game. And do you think that was all based on the Chapman and Snell signings?
I think it's a big part of it. Yeah. I talked about it a lot this offseason of just showing up to the ballpark and actually knowing who was on the bump instead of it being a bullpen game every single game. Not seeing your 3-hitter be platoon like we saw last year with Jock Peterson. I mean, just having a more viable team and a more interesting team on the field, it just hasn't correlated to it actually being a better team because here we are again talking about them being out of postseason contention at the beginning of September.
Blake Snell's going to walk, and they got nothing for him.
Absolutely, and there's a chance that Matt Chapman could walk away also, especially if fans are calling for the job of Bob Melvin.
Oh, boy. Is Melvin on the hot seat?
I've heard that thread be thrown out there,
Well,
but again, for everybody that wants to keep Matt Chapman, I'd think about keeping Bob Melvin.
If Farhan was removed at the end of the year, and this is something we're going to talk about in October, then Melvin could go with him, too.
Absolutely, because every new GM, president of baseball operation, wants to come in and start clean with their own slate, but Bo Mel's only been here for one season.
It's going to be a massive sell from Greg Johnson to keep Farhan and everything in place, man. They are, because he's going to have to say, no, we still see some promising signs. I mean,
he's going to have to send out personal emails with Bryce Eldridge highlight packages.
Speaking of which,
because he just hit another one. I believe he's got 22 bombs in the minors this year across 3 different levels. And yes, he just got promoted to Double-A Richmond.
You've been saying the last couple weeks, if he gets moved to Double-A, it's on.
He's on the verge, baby.
It's on.
He's on the verge.
I mean, I know it's Single-A baseball, but his highlights are ridiculous.
Dude, he is mashing.
It's insane. And he's 19. He's finally that guy. Like I said, where's my Larry Butler? The guy from the A's had another 3 bombs the other day. So where's my Larry Butler?
Lawrence. Law dog.
Yeah, I know it's Lawrence.
It's Uncle Larry.
We're working a bit here, buddy. All right?
It's Lawrence.
Like the Giants opening day catcher in Yankee Stadium, Bob Perez.
Yeah, Bobby
All right?
Perez.
Yeah,
what about him?
Come on, man.
Don't forget about him.
It's a takeoff on the old, in Hollywood, where we all say, oh, Martin Scorsese. And then you see De Niro in some interviews, like, well, working with Marty is, and you're like, wait, what? And then, we're like, oh, Robert De Niro. And then you hear Marty say, well, working with Bob is just
Tony.
incredible.
It's like last night was the first Niner Nightly with Larry Krueger, not Lawrence Krueger.
Yeah, there you go. But where's my Larry Butler? Where is my Larry Butler? I mean, hit 3. I mean, the A's, by the way, didn't Shea Langoliers walk it off yesterday for the A's?
I mean, the A's are playing an exciting brand of baseball with their young prospects. Meanwhile, here's Marco Luciano and Luis Matos, who cannot escape Sacramento.
Unbelievable.
Can somebody explain to me what the hell you're doing when you're out of postseason contention and you told Marco Luciano during the offseason, oh, you're going to be our everyday shortstop. And then you sent him down to the minor leagues. Then you get rid of Nick Ahmed and you're like, oh, yeah. We got rid of Nick Ahmed. We got rid of Jorge Soler. This is because we want to give more at-bats to Marco Luciano. Where the hell have the at-bats been?
Keep going, buddy.
Does anybody have an answer?
Keep going.
I mean, I'll take a Luis Matos. I'll take a Wade Meckler. Give me Marco Luciano at second base if you're trying to put Tyro Estrada on waivers. What is the plan here?
You know what the plan is? Mark Canha. Oh, that's the plan.
Great.
All right, I'm looking at the clock, and what we're going to do is you're going to take that rage of the bum babies. And by the way, people misunderstand the Ricky Pearsall shooting situation is the bummer.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, people are like, it's not a bum baby. Anyway,
No. As I tried to clarify, sometimes when a player gets injured, it's a bum baby situation. When something happens off the field, it can be a bum baby situation.
I'm coming to a conclusion that maybe doing the show without looking at the text line is the move. I think that cleared my head in that flight over the Atlantic.
People just hear what they want to hear.
Exactly, dude, exactly. Okay, on to something happy and bright. The hum, baby. We got winners, baby. We got positive things. That's right. We're going to take you down a negative road and then bring you back on a positive track, as a soundbite on the show used to say. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Hey, wear the Marlins hats.
All right, it's great to be traveling, but great to come back to the North Bay. World-class beauty is an understatement. How about world-class health care? Marin Health. It's not just the closest medical care, but the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. And Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All right, hum baby time. Great to be back. Great to be back in the Bay, but obviously a ton of news since we left. We heard the bum baby situation of Ricky Pearsall getting shot in Union Square. It's almost still impossible to say, right? But for every bum, there's a hum. For every loser, there's a winner. And I'm going to stay on the Ricky Pearsall shooting and shine a bright light, because believe me, you can look at it through any lens you want. And you can look at it through San Francisco as a dystopia and a hellhole where this goes down, and you have an argument on your side to talk about these things happening in broad daylight, to the 49ers first-round draft pick at Union Square. Like, you can't make this up. It's like out of a bad movie. But the other part where people say, what about the cops being on the scene? What about that? That's also true. So there's a lot of truths. There's a lot, as always with everything in life, there's a lot of gray area. And the truth of the matter is that San Francisco has indeed beefed up its police presence at Union Square, which resulted in hum baby number one, San Francisco Police Department Sergeant Joelle, and I believe it's Harrell is how she pronounces her last name, Harrell, a San Francisco police sergeant who was on the scene and heard the gunshots and was the first person to get to Ricky Pearsall within a minute. This is the positive part of the story, that they were actually able to arrest the suspect because they had so many police and because Sergeant Joelle Harrell got to his side as fast as possible. We only learned this, by the way, through the San Francisco Chronicle's reporting. Shout out Sinjin Barnard-Smith, who's going to join us at 9:30. Sinjin had the scoop interviewing Sergeant Harrell, who described her ability to calm Pearsall down, to stop his bleeding on his chest, or at least hold something, and ask him information about the shooter and talked him through some scary moments too. So real life heroes. Yes, it's her job. It's San Francisco's finest, but it reminds you when the cops are there for you, it's a very, very good thing. Hum baby for sure. Sergeant Joelle Harrell, San Francisco Police Department.
I'm holding him, and I was like, okay, just be calm. We're here. We're going to take care. Everything's okay. And I could see his breathing started getting faster. I could feel his body changing. I see him look down, and he looks at me. He goes, am I going to die? And I just like, no. I take off my hat because I wanted to make eye contact with him. I wanted him to hear me. And I said to him, listen, look at me. I know you don't know me, but I want you to trust me. It's not your time. God is here with us, okay? Please be calm and breathe. You're strong, okay? I want you to be strong like you are out in the field. Just breathe. And he looked at me and he listened. He did it, and that helped so much.
Man, that's powerful soundbite. Yeah. Wow. Very powerful soundbite. You can hear the emotion in her voice, too. Whew. That gives you the chills, man. Congratulations is not the right word. Thank goodness for San Francisco Police Department Sergeant Joelle Harrell. These are these little miracles in life, these little angels. Look at her saying, like, she's taking that's an incredible detail about her taking her hat off because the brim of the cop's hat kind of shields the eyes. And she wanted to make it became a human moment.
Yeah,
right?
And it's important to point this kind of stuff out because, of course, what we saw this weekend, once it was announced that Ricky was healthy and good to go, of course, it's turned into a political issue. And what's going on with the politics that this even happened in San Francisco. But we should also recognize the first responders who don't get thanked enough on a daily basis. But the fact that they were there, they were able to respond in time, whether it was the police, whether it was the first responders with the ambulance. Thank God someone was there to help Ricky in that situation.
Yeah, incredible. And the fact that he said, I'm going to die. And the fact that she calmed him down and stopped the bleeding. And like we said, also apprehended the shooter because of that, too. So really just an amazing story. And shout out again, St. John Barnard Smith of the Chronicle. He's the one who tracked her down for the interview. And then Good Morning America has gotten on it and everything. And listen, we know police is a electric topic for a lot of people. But right there, that's San Francisco's finest right there. So to call her a hum baby is an understatement, but definitely the part of the story that gives you heart about humanity and what people can do for each other in moments like that. So hum baby number one. It's kind of hard to go from that to just something in the football field, but it is going to be the football field because I found out just before the show, and maybe you're waking up right now and you don't know. You haven't checked your phone or you haven't gone to the right Twitter account yet, but guys, Trent Williams is back after all that. Kind of, to be honest, played out kind of the way you thought. I'm a 15-year vet. I ain't going to training camp. I'll see you week one. And here it is. There's actual footage on his brother's Instagram of Trent in the pre-dawn darkness with his dog, by the way. Dog on the tarmac. I think the dog might be taking a leak. Anyway, I'm riffing. But anyway, Trent, just big Trent walking up on a private plane. Must be nice. And the caption is, year 15, let's get it. Had the 2 emojis of the silverback gorilla, which is Trent's nickname, and then 4 money face emojis. So you're like, I can do hieroglyphics. He's coming back. Since then, all the reporters, Diana Rossini, Ian Rappaport, Adam Schefter, report that they are finalizing the contract, and he'll be back with the Niners for week one. So here was Adam Schefter on ESPN Radio this morning.
Good morning, guys. And I would say this, that a deal between Trent Williams and the 49ers is close. I don't think it's done yet, but according to his brother, Trent Williams flew back to the Bay Area last night, and his brother posted on Instagram, year 15, let's get it. So that would tell me that obviously they're close enough to a deal to make him think that they're going to get it done with him returning to the Bay Area. I know the two sides have been working on a deal. I know they're trying to get it done. It certainly seems like there's progress, and it doesn't seem like a stretch to think that those two sides could figure out a way to bridge their differences sometime, I would think today, to get Trent Williams back into the building and on the field for Monday night's game against the New York Jets.
There it is. So he'd be back on the field against the Jets, which we all thought kind of was the likelihood. There was an outside chance he would do the Chris Jones and take this into week one. Even further, Elite Loyalty Sports, which is his agency, sent out a tweet this morning saying Trent Williams is headed to San Francisco to finalize a new deal with the 49ers.
And we're still waiting on those contract details, but to be completely honest, Murph, I don't give a damn what those contract details are. You need Trent Williams if you're looking to win a Super Bowl this year. It's plain and simple, and it's good news that it's sounding like number 71 will be out there protecting Brock Purdy's blind side on Monday Night Football.
We have to talk about something in August, and the only thing on the TV is the preseason football, so we talked about how bad the O-line looked.
Oh, man.
Right? And we were like, who's more important, Trent Williams or Brandon Ayuk? We're like, Trent Williams is more important.
Yeah, without question.
And now he's back. It's great news. And again, now if you want to get into the weeds, Spot Track, which is one of those accounts that tracks the finances of all these MLB and, every professional team, MLB, NFL, NBA, NHL. According to this thing they sent out this morning, that the Niners are carrying a league-high $50 million of cap space into Week 1. They recently converted Malik Collins, the D tackle, some of his salary into a signing bonus to free up more cap space. So they got $50 million of space. What that means for Brock Purdy next year, I don't know. How's Brock Purdy's year going to be? I don't know.
That's the confusing part about all this is how now you can roll over cap space from year to year. And you're saying they have $50 million now this season, but I'm seeing that they're already over the cap next season. Again, that's why I'm not a professional pocket watcher.
I said this kind of the last hour and all this. Like, none of us got in. I don't think any of us got into sports for this. I hope we got into it for the Kurt Russell miracle speech, man. You guys got into it for whatever, fighting for that inch on any given Sunday. I don't know. You got into it because Travis Ishikawa hit a home run in 2014 or because Alex Smith had a bootleg against the Saints in 2011 or because Derek Jeter singled home Antoine Richardson in his last at-bat or whatever. That's why we're sports fans, right? Not for this stuff. And
you're telling me you didn't get into sports to talk about politics and contracts, Murph.
Oh, my God.
Boy.
It's gotten to the point where that's what we wind up talking about, and it's not pleasing to me.
Yeah, have you seen the rundown for today's show? Contracts and politics.
You know how I feel about me and John Joe have had some discussions about this. So, what's he going to do now that Trent Williams and Ayuk are back? Is he okay?
Uh-oh.
What are we going to do? Is he going to talk about? Are we allowed to talk about the game?
808 KNBR. Should the 49ers replace Brock Purdy next season?
All right, there it is.
Get the hot takes going early.
There it is. So anyway, hum baby number 2, and it's breaking news. Trent Williams is apparently back with the 49ers. Kind of what you thought all along, everybody, right? And then finally, we had other candidates. I always want to shout out my honorable mentions. Joey Chestnut knocking back 83 dogs on Netflix to beat Kobayashi. Did you see that?
The glizzy goat is back on top.
And he had his big moment. This is the guy who's been ducking him for years, right?
Kobayashi, who was the OG back in the day.
Yeah.
Shout out MTV's True Life, Life of a Professional Eater, where they used to follow around Kobayashi to tournaments.
Did you watch any of that?
Oh, I watched it all the time.
But I never did because he was not Joey Chestnut. So
no. He was the OG, triple OG.
He was, but he was like Babe Ruth, and then Joey Chestnut became Hank Aaron.
And then I remember Joey Chestnut walked into the arena out there on Coney Island, and I was like, who's this kid from San Jose that was out here throwing down Burrito Zillas over at Iguanas, and now he's taking down Kobayashi? It was life-changing news to me.
And so they finally met head-to-head yesterday, and Chestnut dusted him, 83-67.
Not even close, baby.
So that's an honorable mention.
USA! USA!
By the way, I was told about that chant by a lovely Danish server at a restaurant in Edinburgh that she said she generally likes Americans. And I said to her, no, you don't.
No.
Because let me tell you, bad news for you, by the way. Don't let anybody fool you. They do not like Americans. Even when they say, no, I like Americans. No, they don't.
Oh, everybody hates us.
No, they don't.
They hate us because they ain't us.
But she said, no, I really do. I'm just going to say, I was at the Olympics in Paris. By the way, they all speak perfect English. I was at the Olympics in Paris. She goes, I didn't like them there. They were way too loud, is what she was saying.
Surprise.
She's like, you guys need a different chant, is what she said.
You're telling me that the Americans were too loud?
Hey, I'm not surprised, motherfuckers.
You guys would be amazed when I go into Scottish and Irish pubs. I lower my voice so dramatic. I'm always like, because I walk in, I'm like, hey, what's up, Tony? What's up, young Tone? We dap it up. What's up, dog? Dude, I go into these Irish pubs and I'm always like, yeah, I'll just have a pint of Guinness, please.
Look at you. Way to adapt to the culture.
Oh, I've learned. Because one time I was talking, this guy goes, hey, John Wayne. He's like, F off, John Wayne. I was like, oh, really? One of my Irish buddies wanted to fight the guy.
Ooh.
Yeah, he grabbed him.
Wow.
He's like, he's like, you're done, man.
Yeah,
it's
like, trouble.
Done. Yeah. No, my buddy stepped up for me. Tig, rest in peace. We lost Tig. But he grabbed me. He's like, you're done, man. Don't say an effing word to my friend, man.
Murph.
Yeah, he was going to fight the guy. And the guy shut up. So
I got your back.
I was like, thank you. I didn't know what to do. Was I supposed to do that? Anyway, hum baby number 3. You know what this is? It's a theory, hum baby. It's a future hum baby.
Ooh.
It's that the NFL is back, baby. It's 2 days away. This is the first week of NFL football. And are you ready for the next 22 consecutive weeks? We have NFL football in our lives, and then we have 1 week off, and then we have another game, the Super Bowl. So 23 of the next 24 weeks. And I guess maybe the Pro Bowl if you want to count that. We have 22 straight weeks of weekend football, dude. Congratulations.
Let's blink and go.
Congratulations to you.
Baby,
congratulations to me. Congratulations to young Tony. Congratulations to America, even if the Danish server doesn't like our chant.
USA.
There it is.
USA.
So here's a hype video announcing that Thursday night, the Ravens play the Chiefs, and we're back, baby.
American football, Tony.
We're back, baby. Here it is. I'm baby number 3.
Time for round 6 of Lamar versus Mahomes. Patrick, the reigning champ in the bout, has emerged victorious against Jackson 4 of the 5 tries after last year's playoff face-off.
Every single play, and let's find a way to get a win.
It's not just Mahomes and Jackson either. John Harbaugh, he's an Andy Reid apprentice. Mr. Nuggies is up 6-2.
Yep. Keep right. Yeah. Right, just keep it. Yeah.
Well played, schedule guy. Kickoff 2024 with a modern-day classic. Baltimore-Kansas City has a rival feud feeling to it.
Let's go to the Octobox, ladies and gentlemen. 7 hours of commercial-free football start now.
Yeah, Tony, you're pumping your fist there. How's this going to affect your golf game, by the way, dude?
I'll still be able to catch it.
Okay, you think you'll be playing golf with, like, checking your phone or what?
I'll have to play Saturday.
Okay. Well, no college? Saturday? You're talking to Saturday
down
Murphy.
On college football.
Okay, we'll talk about that later.
I went to Cal Slow.
We'll talk about that later. Anyway, there it is. Hum, baby. You ready? 22 straight weeks?
Football is back, baby.
Thursday, man.
Let's
Cannot wait. You know what that means, too? Friday? Friday football forecast.
Welcome to the forecast.
Beautiful, baby. All right, there's your hum, baby. Sergeant, San Francisco Police Department Sergeant Joel Harrell. Fantastic behavior. Trent Williams returning to the 49ers. This morning, and the NFL back in our lives for the next 22 straight weeks.
Back.
All right, Dwayne Kuiper, next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Center. Welcome to the forecast. I said, it's going to bring you to your knees. All right, bright and early after a Labor Day weekend, Steve Moskowitz back at work on a Tuesday morning. Steve, you want to talk to us about what to do when you can't pay your taxes?
Call us. You know, most people enjoyed their holiday and they're starting to talk about it. But I'm thinking about your listeners that didn't, that were worried, sick over what are they going to do with their taxes, when's the IRS coming, maybe fighting with their spouse over it, maybe hiding it from their spouse. None of that has to be. A lot of times the IRS sends out wrong bills. If that happens to you, we can get it corrected. But suppose the bill isn't wrong. Suppose you really owe it. There's a lot of good ways out. For example, if you didn't file the return, just filing the return itself might fix the problem, because if you don't, the civil punishment is the government makes something up. And a lot of times they make something up way more than you really owe. Or we ask the government just let you pay part and forgive the rest, or forgive the penalties. That can save you a lot. Or leave you alone until you're back on your feet. The bottom line is there's so many good solutions. But whatever you do, don't stick your head in the sand, wait for one of these newly hired IRS agents to come knocking on your door. Instead, just call us. We have a free consultation. We'll explain everything for you. And then if you want us to, we'll just do everything for you. You won't have to deal with the IRS. The only thing you have to do is call up and say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
There it is. Give him a call. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why we all mimic his call. Time for Murph and Marcus to catch up with Kuiper on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, every Tuesday with Dwayne Kuiper. Giants at home against Arizona now. September is here. Dwayne's brought to you by NorCal Honda, your Northern California Honda dealer. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan fine savings on every model. First of all, good morning, Dwayne. Always great to talk to you. Second of all, what the hell with Rob Manfred in this? How do you not have baseball on Labor Day? That needs to be a constitutional amendment. 4th of July, Labor Day, Memorial Day. We need to be playing baseball, Dwayne.
Yeah, you need to be back home by then.
Well, I'm back. I am.
Did you get back yesterday?
I did. And I didn't have my car keys because my backpack got lifted out of my rental car and it had my car keys in it. So I had an adventure when I got back.
It got lifted like for good?
Yeah.
Yeah, in this little village that it was out of like it's like out of The Princess Bride. It was like this beautiful little village. I was like, oh no.
Come on.
And I left my backpack in the rental car and then somebody took it. They said that's mine now. Yeah, that's what they said.
You know what? That ticks me off. I mean, what I've done now for the last couple of years is I just take it wherever I go. I even take it into the grocery store.
You know, I mean,
if I have a backpack. So
no, you're right. And I normally always, it being sad to say, in San Francisco, you clean your car out. You're like, don't take anything. We were jet lagged and we were taking our bags up this little alley in Scotland, this little brick stone alley. And I was like, I'll come back for it. You know, next thing you know.
Yep.
So anyway, no car keys when we returned. Thanks to AAA, Raul and Kenny saved me, and I have to get a new key fob today. I'll be seeing you soon at Marin Honda. But anyway, that's not the story, Dwayne. Let's talk about no baseball on Monday and a bummer weekend for the Giants. What's going on?
Yeah, I mean, look, so the opponent they're going to play would have played if they play on Monday would have been the D-backs. Either that or you wrap around the series with the team that's in town, which was Miami. But Arizona played the Dodgers yesterday. Yeah, I do think I think every holiday during the baseball season, there should be a game. Just like every Sunday, every Friday night, every Saturday. But I don't know what the quirk in the schedule is. If, it could be the number of games you've played in a row. It could be a number of different reasons. But I agree with you. I don't like these holidays where you're probably going to get a great crowd. I mean, look. I mean, say what you want, and I don't think it was the Funko Pops. They had 41,000 on Sunday. And they're playing the Miami Marlins. And, all weekend the crowds were terrific. Now, I don't know what's going to happen the rest of the way when it comes to the crowds, but I do think in some way that our fan base is buying into some of these younger guys, and they want to see them. We're at the point now where, you're really not thinking about postseason anymore. You're thinking about finding out what's going to happen next year. And that can sometimes be a painful September, but it also can be a productive September as far as going forward and seeing what you've got in the organization and maybe what you can count on and what you can't count on before you start the season next year. So September is always interesting. You just don't quite know what you're going to get if you're not trying to get into postseason.
And Dwayne, of course, we saw the rosters expand at the start of September. The Giants announced that they activated Tristan Beck, who we saw on Saturday, and also Blake Sable as part of the expanded roster. What were your thoughts on those two guys being called up to the big leagues?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, you're going to, if you can, you want to call up one of those two. Has to be a catcher or someone that can catch, just to give the two guys that have been playing that position, just to give them a little insurance where if you can get them out of a game early or you need to use them as a pinch hitter. So that's why Blake Sable's here. And the other one is Beck, who has worked really hard to get back. I'm not a fan of of the new rule now where you can only call up 2. And I wasn't a fan of calling up as many as 15. You know, you could call up your whole 40-man roster at one point, and then it became a joke, right? Where, you know, when the rules were like that, they didn't have the reliever has to pitch to 3 hitters. I mean, we watched games in September that went 4 hours because managers would just go left, right, left, right, left, right, because they had, 15, 20 pitchers. So I wasn't a fan of that, and I'm not a fan of this. I wish there was a halfway point where you could call up 4 to 6 players, because it is a reward to get called up in September for having a really, really good year at AAA, or in some cases in AA. But now you can't give anybody a reward. You really do have to support your roster by its needs, as opposed to just giving a young player an opportunity to see what the big leagues is like and to have them learn. I mean, the September that I got called up in 1974 was probably the most interesting 1 month in my baseball career, because you learned everything that you could about the big leagues and how to act and how to go about your business. And for that reason and other reasons, I wish they would expand the rosters a little bit more in September, just to get more younger guys a shot to see what it's all about.
For sure. And since we are talking about September and what's going on, I mean, Marco Luciano did not get called up. Have you heard anything? Like, could you expect, I don't know, would you expect him to be up at some point this month?
Well, it depends upon what you're going to do with your roster as far as, are guys wearing down? Do you want, I mean, look, Fitzgerald's, he's playing and he's going to play. He's young. I guess his at-bats would come as a DH or maybe at second base, because I don't think he's played any other spots. I mean, I kind of feel bad for the kid because, he was pigeonholed as a shortstop, and that's where he got all of his at-bats. And then come to find out that, he's not the defensive player that you thought he would be. So now you got to find at-bats at other positions or the DH. And, I tell you what, the Encarnacion kid, I think I think he makes the team next year. I mean, his at-bats are really, really good, and they're especially good with runners in scoring position or a guy on third in less than 2 outs, where, the Giants' numbers are terrible this year in those situations. And he's one of those guys that will give you a really, really good at-bat. So my point is there's a guy that can DH and he can play, right field. So now where does Luciano's at-bats come from? Murph, I don't know. And unfortunately, I don't know at the end of this year whether the Giants can look at this was a successful year for Luciano or he took a step backward. I think he can hit, but, you got to find a spot for a guy. I guess the next thing you do is, throw him in the outfield and see if he can handle that.
And to your point, Tyler Fitzgerald was one of those players that took advantage of his opportunity this year at shortstop. And Cap, I actually had an inside baseball question I wanted to ask you about Fitz. On Saturday, Patrick Bailey throws out Otto Lopez at second base. The play is then overturned due to obstruction. Your thoughts on the play and overall just the whole entire idea that you're no longer allowed to block bases in baseball?
Well, I mean, I think, guys that were dropping their whole body in front of the bag, I think, there needed to be a rule to prevent that from happening. And guys didn't really drop their whole body, but they would take a leg. And, with more people sliding head first, because of the rules now about replay and, if you slide feet first, you're going to come off the bag probably. So now everybody slides head first. And if you block the bag, the guy that's blocking the bag, he doesn't get hurt. So there needed to be a rule. But there also needs to be, some language in there where, wait a minute, was Fitzgerald really blocking the bag? Or was his foot in front of the bag, but it wasn't running parallel with the bag? His foot was pointing to first base, and there was ample space for the base runner to get to the bag. So there has to be a common sense rule in there somewhere. And I think that's where the umpires dropped the ball. By the letter of the law, you can't put your foot in front of the bag. Well, then, yeah, I guess they got the call right. But common sense will tell you that he had plenty of space to get to the bag. And you know what, we all thought it was a bad call. And I think the umpires, when they looked at it, they were like, well, I can see why the other team would be upset. It did everything to lose the game for the Giants. So I guess that's a long-winded say is I get the letter of the law when it comes to what the rule is, but I think there has to be some common sense involved too.
Yeah, just like common sense of playing on Labor Day. That's what I want to just give me common sense. I want a ball game, So
common sense on taking your bag out of the car.
Oh, Kai. Oh, you're so right. Hey, believe me, I was pointing the double thumbs at myself on that one. I really was.
Kipe, he didn't even lock the doors.
Well, I was just, this village was like, Kipe, the idea that their crime committed in this village, probably the first crime since like 1500, like Robin Hood was in there or something. You know what I mean?
I know. I feel your pain, Murph.
It was
I'm
insane.
just busting your chops.
It was like the guy from The Princess Bride, the inconceivable guy, stole my backpack, So
it was probably a 12-year-old little girl. So, just look at it that way.
Well, she got a book and a pullover. One of my quarter zips, Curly. John Joe, one of my quarter zips was in there, too. Yes. Anyway.
One of those ones that Lee Hammer gave you 5 years ago.
Exactly.
It's going to look good there.
Lee Hammer felt the pain. He did. But no, it was a small price to pay for a life experience. So we're back. And, hey, on Wednesday, just personal, Brian Price is having our Little League All-Star team out. I want you guys, hopefully you guys can show him because it's his hometown, his Little League. Brian Price played Mill Valley Little League, and we won the district championship. We got to the section championship and lost to Napa American, and he's having us out Wednesday on the field. So you're going to see me with all my minions on the field Wednesday, Kipe.
So that's a night game. That's not the day game.
Yeah, we'll be there, but they're letting us in at 4:15. The parents can't come in until 5:15. So
the kids are allowed in early with the coaches.
Yeah, we'll be on the field. I'm Pat Burrell to come over and tell them a few,
what stories?
Fun stories.
Like? Yeah, great. How to be a big leaguer?
Well, maybe if you're down there, you can come over there and how to be a big leaguer. I heard you. How to be a big leaguer. So, if you're over there, you can come over and class up the joint, maybe. And
I'll make a note that to look for you when I walk on the field on Wednesday night. I mean, I get to make a road trip.
Oh, is it? I'm sorry, I don't have the schedule in front of me. Is it?
San Diego.
Oh, well, great. Well, geez, it's popping down there. My God, it is.
Apple TV is doing the game on Friday night, but Mike and I are doing the games on Saturday and Sunday.
Man, it is jumping down there. That place is alive. So you will be.
Well, they are, and plus they got Tatis back.
Yeah, right. They did this all without Tatis.
Yeah. I don't know if he played yesterday, but I know that he's ready to go now.
Oh, it's going to be popping down there. Maybe the Giants go down there and punch him around a little bit, but we'll see this weekend.
Well,
Giants,
they need to hit, Murph.
They need to hit. Mm-hmm. That's what it comes down to. They need to
hit, and
they can't hit.
And and like I said earlier about September, it's going to be interesting because they're going to start watching Harrison's innings. Birdsong, they're going to probably do the same. And if that's the case, then you're going to see a lot of Tristan Beck and, you need spots on the roster. If you're going to watch Harrison and Birdsong, and if you're going to watch their innings, you almost have to put them on the IL so you can replace them with people that are going to take those innings. So I think you're probably going to see some of that happening in September as well. Plus their schedules, they don't have any soft ones coming up.
No. Arizona, San Diego,
Look,
Milwaukee, yeah.
When you sign up for this job and you want to be a big leaguer, you have to understand that, there's going to be some points in your career where you're going to play games where it's not going to affect where you are in the standings. And you have to really realize that you take one game at a time, and it's your job to entertain the people that are in the stands and the people that are listening to the game on the radio and the people that are watching on TV. It's your job to entertain them, so that means you got to play hard and play to win. And, look, there are teams out there. I mean, White Sox have a horrible record. I mean, they're going to end up with one of the worst records in the history of baseball. But those guys on that team, they have to go out there every day, and they're getting paid. You got to play your tail off, and that's exactly how you have to do it in the month of September if you're out of it. So, I mean, plus you can also find out the guys that want to play and don't want to play, just by watching them.
That's right.
So, and you're going to see a good effort out of this bunch. I mean, they may have had a hard time, getting hits when you need to, but if you look at all the one-run games they've lost and all the games that they're in, they'll compete, but sometimes it's just not enough.
No, it's just been one lack of timely hit after another. Just hitting and
really
hitting and hitting. Runners in scoring positions been running. I call them runners in stranded position, Kuiper. RISP, runners in stranded position.
I know. I mean, there are times when Mike and I want to yell, "Oh no, we got a guy on third." And there's less than 2 outs.
Oh man! All right. Well, we'll have fun anyway. I can't wait to see you Wednesday. And then we'll look forward to your trip to San Diego this weekend, too. So we won't talk to you on the air until after that. So be good. Have a great week. Hope to see you tomorrow, Kuiper.
Yeah, thanks, Kuiper.
You bet.
Dwayne Kuiper every Tuesday, and we'll see where the Giants are at next Tuesday. He's brought to you by NorCal Honda, your Northern California Honda dealers. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan. Find savings on every model. And, of course, Brent Jones going to join Tolbert and Copes at 3:50 this afternoon as the football gets going. That's Kuiper's old neighbor out there in Danville, too. Okay, so clock, a little crazy. What's going to happen is the big hit is actually Mike Krukow making up for yesterday's miss. So Krukow's next, and then we'll get back, of course, to the 49ers. Trent Williams back in the fold, Ricky Pearsall shooting, all that crazy stuff going on. But Mike Krukow's coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We have a new contest. Stay locked into KNBR all day for your chance to win 2 weekend passes to the Aftershock Festival. The lineup includes Slayer, Slipknot, Iron Maiden, Motley Crue, and more. When you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR to win 2 weekend passes to the Aftershock Festival in Sacramento. We love our loyal KNBR listeners, and we want to reward you. So stay tuned. We're going to give these tickets away at 8:30 this morning. It is all furnished by Danny Whitner, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
Hey, everybody, let's talk about Bigelow Tea, the great number one tea in the Bay Area. Bigelow tea season. Football season, baseball season, Bigelow tea season. Because friends, just in Scotland, everybody's like, go tea this, tea that. I'm like, only if it's Bigelow. That's it. They're like, oh, we have some Scottish tea. I'm like, no, Bigelow tea. That's what I wanted. So fly that thing over to Scotland, all right? We get a mug every morning to get going. All the different flavor options are beautiful. Perfect for someone who makes their living behind a microphone like us. And, of course, great flavor, great tea right here in the Bay Area. Look no further than Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
Hold it now. This is the Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Good morning, guys. And I would say this, that a deal between Trent Williams and the 49ers is close. I don't think it's done yet, but according to his brother, Trent Williams flew back to the Bay Area last night, and his brother posted on Instagram, year 15, let's get it. So that would tell me that obviously they're close enough to a deal to make him think that they're going to get it done with him returning to the Bay Area. I know the two sides have been working on a deal. I know they're trying to get it done. It certainly seems like there's progress, and it doesn't seem like a stretch to think that those two sides could figure out a way to bridge their differences sometime, I would think today, to get Trent Williams back into the building and on the field for Monday night's game against the New York Jets.
Oh, look at that. Trent Williams back, baby. After all that, does it surprise you that a savvy veteran said after 15 years, I don't need summer training camp. I don't need the grind. I don't need the heat. I'm just going to show up. And you all know I'm one of the best players in the history of the NFL, so I'll get there on my own sweet schedule. And there he was last night on his brother's Instagram with his dog, by the way. Shout out the dog on a private plane. Kirk Herbstreit, by the way, got into a Twitter kerfluffle yesterday about his dog on a private plane, but I don't want to digress too much.
I was going to say, he usually travels with his dog, right?
Yeah, but then he posted something about it, and some people came at him, and he decided to engage. Always good to engage.
Always good to engage. Always a great strategy to take on social media.
They're like, I'm sick of your dog on a plane. And people are like, you're being mean to the dog. He should be out running around. He's like, stay off my dog.
You're being mean to the dog. The dog is flying on a PJ. Dog is flying first class, something that I will never do in my lifetime.
I don't know, but don't rule that out, buddy.
I don't know. I don't think they allow schlubs like me in first class.
Look how far you've gotten with that GPA you were rocking,
I mean,
buddy.
that's true. Me and Tony were just having cocktails on top of Salesforce the other day. Anything can happen.
Exactly. I am going to guarantee you that you will fly first class sometime in the next 5 to 10 years based on your job.
And I'm taking young Tony with me.
Yes, exactly. Don't even get me started, dude. Ryan Crawford, old sales guy here, he landed a deal with a private jet company. We did a Father's Day contest of a listener and their dad flying. We flew to Bandon Dunes, which is one of the most elite golf resorts in the world. We flew to Bandon Dunes on a private plane on a KNBR giveaway, bro.
Wow. How times have changed since... You know, me and Murph were traveling to Scottsdale last year for spring training, and Murph literally had the last seat on the plane.
Or KNBR went from flying me first class to telling you to stop eating. All right,
yeah, exactly. You need to cut down a little bit.
He's making money by starving himself.
Yeah,
now.
that's a great strategy, kids.
I was on the private jet, like when Jerry Seinfeld was in first class. More anything, more everything. Remember that? He had the beautiful supermodel next to him. Elaine had the guy in the bad toilet and back in the coach. Anyway, Trent Williams is back. I mean, it's not official from the Niners yet. Diana Rossini, Adam Schefter, Ian Rappaport, the Instagram, everything says, and it kind of played out the way you thought, that he would be back. Now, there was, as Marcus pointed out, there was always that chance of the Chris Jones, I'm taking this into week 1 to get even more money out of you, but Trent being Trent is doing it. And so now you have Brandon Ayuk back. You have Trent Williams back. The only thing you don't have is Ricky Pearsall, which we will discuss after we do our makeup hit right now with Mike Krukow, because obviously Labor Day off yesterday, so Mike is back. He's, of course, sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealer. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan fine savings on every model. And you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, Mike, we know Labor Day off yesterday, so no baseball Labor Day. I mean, we said this to Dwayne. We don't want to spend too much time on it, but it's got to be a rule where you're playing baseball on Labor Day, man. So good morning, Mike. How are you?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Yeah, good. It is pretty weird that Labor Day, you're not on the field. But, hey, a couple weeks ago they had a Friday night off, so go figure that. I mean, you just don't see it, but I'm not going to complain about the schedule. I like the new schedule. I like the fact that you see every team in the big leagues, which is, I think, wonderful. And every other year you're in every city. I mean, that's the deal with the new schedule, and I like every bit of it. But by the way, you got haggis on your breath. What is up with that?
Mike, I heard you were riffing on Friday, and then it turns out that Dieter himself had gotten married in Scotland, too. So there's no baseball, though, Mike. There's no baseball in Scotland. No. There was a lot of soccer and rugby.
What do you do there? You shoot grouse and drink scotch and fish.
You ready for this, Mike? So one of at the wedding, in a castle, by the way, in a frickin' 17th century castle. It was like right out of The Princess Bride. And one of the guests at the wedding is a Scotch. Of course, he's a Scotch maker. I was in Scotland. Of course, there was a guy there. And he did his massive tasting. He had all these bottles of Scotch laid out. He gave a big introduction, and we all just went at it, Mike. So I don't know if you like your Scotch. You should have been at the wedding.
I am a Scotch drinker, but I don't like peat on the Scotch.
Right?
You can have that.
Yeah,
stuff.
I agree with you. I agree. The true Scots, I think, like it, but I'm with you. My American taste buds, I draw the line on the peat.
Well, they eat haggis too. So haggis and peaty scotch, I guess they go together.
It's funny.
Did you have haggis?
I've had it before. I wrote about it for the Chronicle when I was covering the British Opens. I had to have it. It was okay, but
their cuisine is nasty. I mean, most of the stuff that they have, you eat only on a bet, and that's it.
The black pudding, where it's like blood pudding from the cow congealed into a little breakfast wafer. Yeah.
I mean, come on, man. See, that's why I could never live in Scotland. My whole criteria for growing up, you have to be able to live in a place where you can play catch every day, 365 days a year, and you can't do that in Scotland. So I have to cross it off the list.
Oh, the weather there. They call it we're in Edinburgh, as they say. Don't call it Edinburgh; they'll beat you up. But if you say Edinburgh, and we had a beautiful day one day. The next day, the low fog, the moist fog came in like Sherlock Holmes, and they could they call it the har. It's a great word for like the low, creepy fog, the Sherlock Holmes fog. The har is in, H-A-R. So like, all right, I'll rock with the har.
Well, so I mean, how long does it take to be in Scotland before you start talking like one?
Now, well, my buddy has lived there. The guy who got married, American guy who grew up with in Mill Valley. He's been there 15 years. Still talks like a Yank, which I'm very proud of him. I said, don't ever lose it, buddy, because he walks around talking like he's still in California. So I'm down with him.
Well, welcome back.
Yeah, good to be back. Well, I was following the Giants when I was over there, unfortunately, Mike. That was a tough series. What'd you think? What was your takeaway?
Well, I thought that the Marlins played better situational baseball. I mean, the one game that they lost, there was a walk, then there was a stolen base and a bad call from an umpire, and then all of a sudden, with nobody out, there were 2 ground balls to the second baseman, and they scored a run. And they were just beautiful situational at-bats. And that's the one thing that this team just doesn't do a very good job of, especially with runners in third and less than 2 outs. So I mean, it's hard to watch because you think in those at bats where you don't have to get a hit to score a run, that with an approach and cutting swing out, you can put the ball in play. I mean, bat control at bats are what this game is all about. I mean, and that's really what happens every year during the playoffs. Teams that live and die on the big home run, and they have the launch angle, the swing, and they're trying to do damage on every swing. And you get into the really good pitching of postseason, and you have teams, if they can't score, they can't play small ball. And those are teams that get eliminated. I mean, it happened with Baltimore last year. And it happens every year to a club. And I just think that baseball is a game that, a walk, a stolen base, a ground ball to the right side of the infield, and a medium fly ball is a beautiful thing. The Marlins, they bunted. They gave up outs. They executed the bunt. Can you imagine what that is like to watch that? And we don't do that. And I think that when you're not hitting, and they're not, when you get into these situational at-bats, I just think that they don't have an honest approach other than to try and do damage on every swing. And in one-run ball games, of which there's been a slew of this year, I think it puts them at a disadvantage. And that really was the difference in the series over the weekend.
Mike, it's always a bummer when the Giants lose on a Logan Webb start day. Yesterday, he allowed 6 earned runs in 6 innings. That's now 10 earned runs over the last 11 innings that he has pitched. Are you seeing anything different from Logan Webb in his last 2 starts?
No, I think he's throwing the ball great. I think the one play that really kind of blew things open was they had what was looking to be like a pretty easy inning. There was an out, and I think he may have walked the guy, or I forget even how he got on base. But then there was a comebacker to him, and he turned and he threw high. They only got 1 out at second, and then with the extra out, the Marlins put 4 on the board. It was just like bang, 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 4 runs, and it just happened so fast. And it's one of the difficult plays that you have as a pitcher when you have a runner at second base, or at first base rather, and it's a 4 situation, comebacker, you turn around, and as you take your stride, you're on the mound, and when you take your step towards second, you're planting it up a slope, the slope of the mound. And when you do that, oftentimes, you get underneath the ball and you throw high, which is what happened to Logan Webb. And because of that, they couldn't turn it. And I think some of his mind kind of stayed on the play. Because after that, there was some elevation in the next 3 hitters, and all of a sudden, there was 4 runs on the board. That's how fast it can happen. And every team in the big leagues, even one despite having the worst record in the National League, can come up and bite you. And that's what happened to Logan Webb. He got bit.
Man, oh, man.
But I think he's throwing the ball great.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there was, again, just these things that happen. And we talked with Dwayne about the Tyler Fitzgerald replay ruling on the foot and everything. Like, when you're having a tough season, those things go against you. Like, how did that replay? That's the second time a replay has just gone mind-bogglingly.
Well, it was obstruction. They're not even allowed to replay that call.
Okay.
Right, Mike?
I think sometimes umpires, they want to enforce a new rule, so they look for it. I think in this particular instance, when Fitzgerald got the ball, he cleared a path. More than, I would say, 3/4 of the bag was open. And if you look at the hand slide, the head first slide, there was nothing that was hindering his path to the bag. And he put the tag on, and he was out by an inch or two. I mean, it was really a bang-bang play. But the umpire, David Blakeney, he blew it. It was a bad call. And, when you're going good, those are the breaks you get and you take advantage of. When you're going bad, those are the breaks that go against you, and the other team takes advantage of it. So it wound up being a very frustrating day. And, you could see the frustration on Bob Melvin's face. Normally he's pretty stoic in the clubhouse, or in the dugout, rather. And, you saw him shaking his head. And it's those things you have to overcome if you're going to contend, and they couldn't do it over the weekend.
I'm just going to ask it math-wise. Obviously the math is tough, and the schedule's tough, and there's 24 games left. But is it like you got to win 10 in a row to, is that it? You got to win 9 in a row, 10 in a row? Is that it?
Well, I probably. And, if you look at the schedule, there's nobody easy on the rest of the schedule. It's all contending teams. So that's going against you. And plus they have a road trip where they have to go into Kansas City, Baltimore, and then Arizona. That's a rough ride. So I think, you're right there quietly starting to assume the role of the spoiler, which is what, if you're not a contending team, you're going to be a spoiling team. But then again, let's not lose sight. 1996. Do you remember that year? I think they lost 96 games.
Yeah.
Okay, what was the one good thing that came out of that year?
Was it Bill Miller?
That made it a good year. That's right, Bill Miller.
Billy Miller? Yeah.
Yeah, have we talked about this?
No,
that made it a good year.
Yeah.
They found a guy out of their system that became a great player. He's a lifetime 291 hitter. And in 1997, they wound up in the playoffs. So what happened this year when you had the debacle with the starting rotation, when Blake Snell wasn't ready, and he didn't have a spring training, and that whole thing went against him, and they didn't get Robbie Ray back, and Alex Cobb didn't come back, and then Jung-Hoo Lee went down. They had a lot of things that went against them, but what did they do? We didn't count on Ramos coming up and being a factor. We didn't count on Fitzgerald coming up being a factor. We didn't count on Ryan Walker becoming a closer. We didn't count on having 8 or 9 guys now on the pitching staff that came out of the minor league system. You didn't count on 2 guys coming into out of the minor league system that are 22 and 23 years old that you're pretty excited about as the future goes. And another guy, Keaton Wynn, who he got injured, but there's another guy out of the system that you're thinking, well, this guy's going to be a good player in the future. So what did they do this year? Well, they developed. How hard is it to develop and contend at the same time? It's almost impossible. So they made this season relevant all the way to, well, now they still are relevant. They'd have to have a 10-game win streak or whatever to get back into it. But I think the real priority of this year is that, they've developed, and I think because of that, the future's bright.
Well, definitely stuff we'll be talking about in the coming weeks for sure. So, Mike, if you have a chance tomorrow, I'm bringing our Little League All-Star team that won the district. Brian Price's hometown Little League, Mill Valley Little League, he invited us out. So we're Brian Price's guest pregame. So you'll see Coach Murph out there with the minions, the 12-year-old studs. And if you're down there, give a wave, and we'll all shout at you, all right?
Yeah, I will, but I will say that remember the advice that Jeff Kent gave the 6-year-old.
Yes, he needs to. Yes, which was?
Remember, the money lies in the RBIs, and you can add to that. Money lies in the RBIs, and eat as much haggis as you can.
Or drink the scotch, but no peat, Mike. You and I, we're going to do the non-peaty.
Yeah, no peat.
Yeah. I got you, buddy. I got you. We'll let the har come in, and then we'll have our non-peaty scotch. All right, Mike. It's always great. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Mike Kruko, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, make up Labor Day. So, Cooler Content is next. And Mike, of course, is brought to you by Northern California Honda dealers. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan. Find savings on every model. We got a lot of good stuff in the Cooler of Content. We got guys ripping Mac Jones. Dude, Gardner Minshew may have the greatest hype line I've heard in years. We got that. We got, of course, Niners. It's all coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Center.
I love scotch. I love scotch. Scotch is scotch.
All right, always fun to talk about Provident Credit Union. I have my mortgage with Provident Credit Union. There's a lot of good stuff going on that can help you financially. How about scoring big for your savings from Provident Credit Union? We're going to tell you about the Pick a Term certificate. And right now, you can earn an impressive 4.25% annual percentage yield on your savings. So whether you choose a 3-month term or a 6-month term, this limited time offer is perfect for meeting your short-term savings goals. Imagine your money working as hard as you do. So if you're looking to grow your savings without tying up your money for too long, this is your chance to earn 4.25%. With rates like these, why wait? So visit providentcu.org or stop by your local branch today to get started. Don't miss out on this chance to maximize your savings. This rate is effective as of August 13th, 2024. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Learn more at providentcu.org.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Stay locked into KNBR all day for your chance to win 2 weekend passes to the Aftershock Festival. The lineup includes Slayer, Slipknot, Iron Maiden, Motley Crue, and more. When you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR to win 2 weekend passes to the Aftershock Festival in Sacramento. Shout out to 916. We love our loyal KNBR listeners, and we want to reward you. So stay tuned. We are going to give these tickets away at 8:30 this morning. It is all furnished by Danny Whitner, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, great to be back from the big overseas trip where I was in like a extra in the Princess Bride at a Scottish castle wedding. It was amazing. Whirlwind trip, but we're back. Obviously, huge news we'll get into with Tim Ryan at 8:50. Trent Williams is apparently back with the Niners. Instagram post last night of him getting on a plane, year 15, let's get it, with the money signs, and his dog, by the way. And then, obviously, all the insiders, your Schefters, et cetera, Rossini, reporting that it's getting done, and Trent Williams will be back in the fold. And, of course, Ayuk. I'm at JFK Airport on a layover from San Francisco to JFK to Edinburgh. And there we are at a JFK sports bar, paying $18 for a beer. Shout out ballpark prices at the airport.
Yeah, $18 might be cheaper than the beers I'm buying at Oracle Park.
Tried like a local IPA there from the Bronx. I gave it the thumbs down. Didn't like it. Yeah. I know. I should have checked with, I don't know.
There's nothing worse than paying $18 for a beer that you don't like.
Well, I mean, it was okay. I wasn't going to send it back. I drank it.
Yeah, you're going to drink it. You're not going to waste the beer.
Anyway, I look up they had like 50 TVs because they're like, hey, it's a sports bar. And there it says, breaking, Brandon Ayuk. I just laughed, man. I laughed. I sent out a tweet. I was like, here I am. I said, can we just play the gosh darn football now?
Now, Murph, I know how much you love talking about Brandon Ayuk's contract situation every single day right here on The Sports Leader. So did you have a little bit of FOMO missing out on Friday morning, not being on the show, and not being able to break down the contract details of a Brandon Ayuk?
No. I had faux no. How's that?
Faux no.
I had faux no.
Fear of not missing out.
All
right, I'll take it.
I didn't. I had faux no. By the way, how'd Curly handle the news?
Oh, Curly went into his office and pulled out the finest champagne I think he had in his closet. Dude, he was popping champagne. It was a celebration.
Because then we can't talk about it. What did like JD and Dieter, when we were gone in August or whatever, late July, early August, didn't they do like 2 weeks on it?
Oh, 2 weeks straight.
Yeah. What did they accomplish?
Oh.
What did they accomplish? What did we accomplish?
It's a great question.
All right.
Do we ever accomplish
anything? Young Tony, do you have a thought there?
They stayed on the story of the day.
Was it really the story of the day? I think I'm going to go with the Tom Tolbert theory, which was pretty much just, you know what, everything will sort itself out. Can we talk about actual sports, actual things?
And look, at the end of the day, it looks like things are sorting themselves out, Murph.
And here he is with a feather in his hand, a little feather quill. I don't know, the Niners do this like feather quill thing, like they're signing the Declaration of Independence. So Brandon Ayuk, congrats to you. Cooler of content, you got the deal.
It's been a long time coming. But we here, faithful, 4 more years. Let's get it. Let's get to it. Let's go.
Okay. Fairly simple as hype videos go.
4 more years.
Hey.
4 more years.
We don't want to go down that road.
No, I don't.
Of anybody.
But I do want to be able to riff. And I got to say, getting paid $30 million per year, I believe he's now the 6th wide receiver to ever enter that stratosphere of guys who are paying $30 million a year. The most important thing we could take away from those contract details is he's going to be able to fill up his truck with premium gas.
We blessed to have life this morning. The grass green, the trees is bloom. You know what I'm saying? The pool water heated. All the trucks is filled up with gas. Premium.
Okay.
Premium, Murph.
You can afford it now, Brandon. How much guaranteed?
$76 million guaranteed.
Time to perform, buddy. Time to perform. And this, by the way, we'll need to talk about this as the days go on. This is the end of Debo, huh?
Yeah, it's something that we talked about a lot on Friday, and it was, what did young Tony learn today? I called it the Brandon Ayuk butterfly effect.
Yeah.
Because young Tony had never seen the movie Butterfly Effect, with Ashton Kutcher.
Okay.
But we talked about the ramifications and what this $30 million contract means, not only for Deebo Samuel, not only for Brock Purdy, but also for some of the other young guys like a Talanoa Hufanga or even a Demo Lenore with their paydays coming up.
Right. And the Niners have been able to pull it all off, except for Eric Armstead and DeForest Buckner. Those are the two they passed on. And now we'll see. They have 50, according to Spot Track, they have $50 million in cap space going into week one. I mean, I don't understand it all. All I know is that the Niners did have a party. What is this party with Rick Ross? What is this? Do you know what this is?
Well, I was trying to figure out why Ricky Rose from Florida was at a San Francisco 49er party.
Where was this and when was this?
It was apparently Saturday night. After the team had gotten news about Ricky Pearsall and that he was in stable condition, they decided to go on with the party because they had already booked Ricky Rose, a.k.a. Rick Ross, to be the big-time performer that Saturday night.
This is something my old pal Lowell Cohn wrote about on the weekend, about the Niners should not have had this party. We could discuss.
Yeah.
Well, they had the party, and Rick Ross was there. Now, I would confess to not being a student of the Rick Ross songbook.
Oh, boy. How much time do you have, Murph?
Do you enjoy him?
I would not say that I'm a Rick Ross fan.
Young Tony,
The
you a
boss,
Rick Ross guy?
Ricky Rose.
I mean, I've heard of him. I wouldn't listen to his music.
Okay, you don't listen to
Now,
his music.
Murph, you've heard me go on rants about that actor Aubrey, a.k.a. Drake, and how I don't give him a lot of respect because
You're in the minority.
He doesn't have a lot of credibility, and it all seems like an act to me. Well, we can go down that same road with Ricky Rose, a.k.a. Rick Ross, a.k.a. the former correctional officer that stole the identity of a drug pin down in Florida, basically took his life and turned it into a gangster lifestyle kind of rap life. And yeah, that's why Rick Rose doesn't have a lot of street cred.
But how are his beats? Are they bangers?
I mean, he's like got good features, I guess. Like, I don't know. I wouldn't call myself a Rick Ross guy.
Okay, but he was at the Niner party, and Kyle Shanahan wearing like what looked like a Great Gatsby suit, like a white suit, like an ivory suit.
I do think it was like a Roaring 20s theme,
my
like
God,
a
they
1920s
actually had a
party.
theme?
I believe so.
Well, here it is. The Niners are partying.
Born winners. Amazing party. Now you on your Oh, you ain't, you put the cane up.
I did put the cane up, man, but shit, I'm trying, man. Hey, the cane's back.
Yeah.
Here, Ricky Rose. Come on, man.
Y'all know what's happening.
Come on, bosses.
Heavyweight. You better believe
Yes,
it.
bosses.
We the biggest.
So who was with him at the end there? It was a couple players.
I believe it's Deebo Samuel and newly paid wide receiver Brandon Ayuk.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It is interesting they did that after Ricky got shot.
It costs to be the boss.
That is interesting. Oof. We could discuss that later.
Yeah.
By the way, I told you guys, okay, so we got the Niners sound in. We got the Rick Ross. We got the Brandon Ayuk signing. We got his thing. What are you doing there?
That's
What's
a
that
Rick
noise?
Ross grunt.
Okay.
It's like
all
his
right.
most famous ad-lib of all of his tracks. He just drops a, huh.
Well, it's got him to the party.
It's Ricky Rose, baby.
It got him to the Niner party. Hey, buddy, I've been skeptical on your guy Gardner Minshew.
Oh, this is my spirit animal.
I'm turning into a fan. I can't believe it. I've lived a long time. I've heard a lot of like one-liners and inspirational quotes in my day. I can't believe I've never heard this one. It's my leading candidate for quote of 2024. Gardner Minshew on people doubting him.
Van Gogh, people told him, you can't be a great painter. You only have one ear. You know what he said? I can't hear you.
Incredible line.
What a line.
Incredible line.
Dude.
Once again, rack this back. Vincent Van Gogh. Here we go. Yeah.
Van Gogh, people told him, you can't be a great painter. You only have one ear. You know what he said? I can't hear you.
I mean, I dropped the mic. Gardner Minshew, you win, buddy. You win. That's the greatest line I've ever heard in NFL hype circles.
I'm here for the Gardner Minshew vibes.
Do we need to get into Van Gogh's history on this show? 2010 World Cup pop culture showdown, Holland versus Spain. I found some incredible sound on Van Gogh contracting syphilis from a prostitute in Amsterdam and then getting so depressed because he fell in love with her that he chopped off his ear. And so we gave him the win. And we picked Holland to win the pop culture showdown. And Spain won, and that was the whole octopus. And
That's
all
when the
that.
octopus got turned into calamari.
That was 14 years ago. It still lives. And it's
Fried
funny, I
him
was
up.
on Twitter yesterday, and I was on the For You instead of the following, letting the algorithm do his thing.
Oh, that's dangerous.
Somebody have you ever seen this? Somebody painted a Van Gogh-style painting with Chris Farley in the van, and it says Van Gogh down by the river.
No, I have
It's
not seen
incredible.
that.
Let me show this
That's
to you,
good.
buddy. It's really funny, dude. You might get a laugh out of this.
Oh,
here,
now
buddy.
we might have to check in with Coast because 559 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line is saying that he's quoting The Office.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought, it makes sense to me. Dude, look at this.
A Van Gogh down by the river.
That makes sense to me. I don't think Minshew made it up.
No.
But I certainly haven't heard it anywhere.
It's still a great line.
It's a great line.
I want him to double down after week 1 and say, yeah, I saw a lot of haters out there about how I quoted The Office, but just like Stevie Wonder, I couldn't see him.
I would say this, that it sounds like something Steve Carell in The Office would say, which is great.
Yeah.
It's funny.
I'm here for the vibes.
You take the best
of
stuff and you move forward, dude.
That's my quarterback.
I was at he gets credit for tucking that one in his hip pocket and breaking it out.
Oh, we use lines all the time.
Yeah, of course, dude. So, speaking of which, on the flight back, I watched 3 different movies, one of which was Caddyshack.
Nice.
Aer Lingus featured Caddyshack. And I was laughing my A off. And you know what? I'm just going to make I got a hot take for you. 2 hot takes. Number 1, because you look at a movie 40 years later, how does history look back on it? I'll start negative. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to call him the weak link, but not as funny as people think he is. Just Chevy Chase. His lines aren't that good. I mean, it's okay. I'm not hating. Conversely, history treats this guy. Dude, Ted Knight's Judge Smales is off the frickin' charts 40 years later. Danny, you want a fresca? All the stuff. All the man worthwhile is a man who can smile when his pants are seat is too tight in his pants. Dude, Knight's Judge Smales soars 40 years later. He just like as rewatched 16 Candles, Anthony Michael Hall. So anyway, lines that live on, right? We were just saying that about Gardner Minshew. So do we have anything else here we want to get to on the cooler content?
We could wrap it up.
Scotland thing?
Oh, let's check in because on Friday
we're gonna blow the clock though to do it.
We talked to Mike Kruko about you being out in Scotland.
That was a riff?
And Mike had the question of who the hell gets married in Scotland. Mike, good morning. Murph is out in Scotland for a wedding, so we got Dieter Kurtenbach filling in this morning. How we doing today, Mike?
Who goes to Scotland for a wedding?
It's a great question.
I got married in Scotland, Mike.
Where?
Dundas Castle outside of Edinburgh. My wife is Scottish, though, so it was kind of baked into the deal.
Okay, well, that's a good reason. That's a good reason. That's legit. That's acceptable.
This other guy's he's on his 3rd marriage, so maybe he just has to be outside of the country in order for it to count or something.
3rd time's a charm, right, Mike?
Yeah, but how did Murph get wrapped up into that?
So it's his buddy.
Weddings usually just send like a Costco gift card, right?
Yeah, it's a crazy story. And he was telling us about how some of his buddies are not showing up because they're just going to wait for the 4th wedding, Mike. That's the key.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of on that same program myself.
We're doing my guy so dirty.
Dude.
Because the secret, it was her first, and we were kind of told, the veterans from that her family, don't bring it up.
Wow.
He said, quote, it's not their favorite subject.
Well, as I told young Tony when he got into radio, anything you say can and will be used against you on 50,000 watts.
If you guys want to see
fair game.
The great details, I put it on my Insta and Facebook. You can relive. And as I said, cheers to the happy couple.
And tell them that Mike Kruko had thoughts about their 3rd wedding.
Well, Mike and I are going to hit the scotch, but not the peat. Do you know about peat? P-E-A-T is mossy, it's like a mossy bog swamp. It's like the mud from that, and that's what the peat tastes like. Some people like that taste in their scotch.
What?
Mike and I do not.
No.
Some people do, though. It's like a really strong taste.
Never tried it.
You a scotch guy like Anchorman?
Oh, I'm down with some scotch,
Will
but
Ferrell?
more of a bourbon guy than scotch myself.
By the way, I urge you all to go back and watch Judge Smales and Caddyshack. All right, good cooler content. And whether or not he's quoting Steve Carell from The Office, that's cool. He gets credit for that. He gets points for that. All right, guys. Tim Ryan? Wow. And let's get into Ricky Pearsall on the other side. I mean, we're not going to avoid it. We're not going to run away from it. Let's talk about it next on The Sports Leader.
I love scotch. I love scotch. Scotch is got scotch.
Amici's East Coast Pizzeria and football season. What a marriage. Pizza and football. So, you can't make it to a game in person. I'll watch on TV, right? Whatever you're college or pro, why not treat yourself to your favorite Amici's thin crust pizzas, pastas, salads, flame roasted chicken wings while watching games on TV this weekend? Kind of a no-brainer, right, guys? You can pick up an order from any of Amici's 14 locations, including Hayward or Sacramento. You can order for delivery at Amici's.com, have your food delivered directly from the kitchen to your location, no stops along the way, no third-party delivery charges, or we just like to promo to the nearest Amici's, including the newest location on the top level of Pier 39 in San Francisco. That's pretty darn exciting. Catch a game on one of their big screen TVs. Go watch the Niners on a Monday night. So whether you prefer to order for delivery or pick up at Amici's.com or to meet up with family and friends at an Amici's restaurant to share your favorite pizzas and catch some football action this weekend, 2 words, baby, Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Mr. Ricky Pearsall was in front of 77th Geary Street, about 20 yards from Grant Street in San Francisco. He was walking alone when a suspect approached him and attempted to commit an armed robbery using a gun. A struggle between Mr. Pearsall and the suspect ensued. Gunfire from the suspect's gun struck both Mr. Pearsall and the subject. Both were transported to San Francisco General Hospital. San Francisco police officers assigned to the Union Square Detail and Central Station responded almost immediately and arrested the subject as he tried to run away eastbound from the crime scene. The subject has been identified as a 17-year-old male who resides in Tracy, California. Thankfully, Mr. Pearsall is in stable condition.
All right, that was San Francisco Police Chief Bill Scott with the story of the weekend. Yeah, Trent Williams signing is obviously huge, and that happened early this morning, late last night. So the Niners get their man back. I guess we haven't officially heard from the Niners, but kind of played out like you expected. I'm just going to skip summer. I'll see you week one, pretty much. Kind of like cramming for that test at the very end. Ooh. Oh, by the way, real quick, getting into Pearsall in just a minute, but we do give away, we continue to give away, this is usually the area we give away stuff, those 2 weekend passes to the Aftershock Festival, which is coming up October 10th through the 13th in Sacramento. Call now. Call number 10, 415-896-KNBR, 2 weekend passes to Aftershock Festival in Sacramento. Your Slayers, your Slipknots, your Maidens, your Crews, your Ministries, your Panteras, your Priests. Boy, it's kind of funny that Tim Ryan's coming up because he'd like to go see most of these bands probably. So anyway, call John Joe Curley right now. So there I am, Marcus, in Scotland at a wedding and something out of The Princess Bride. And I get a text from my kid saying Ricky Pearsall got shot in Union Square. I mean, I was like, you got to say that to me 10 more times. This makes no. What is going on? You're at a Giants game when this breaks?
I'm headed down to the ballpark. It happened before the Giants game on Saturday, and getting the alert and kind of having that surreal feeling, not to make it about myself or anything like that, but to being like, this is a couple blocks away from me.
Yeah.
Like, I'm in the same city. I'm walking to the Giants game. I can hit a left turn and be where Ricky Pearsall was at an autograph signing in 10 minutes.
Now, obviously, you're not wearing a $12,000 Rolex. That's what the Chronicle contacted a watch expert and said, what's that Rolex? They identified the make, and they said it's about $12,000. This is the case now. I think I read Rolexes are a target for a lot of these guys now, a lot of street criminals.
Yeah, it's true, but, like, I've had friends get robbed before for wearing Jordans. Like, this is why, like, I'm not a flashy dresser. I don't wear jewelry. I don't wear a lot of nice things, mostly because I can't afford it. But also, it's like a target on your back. But there shouldn't be a target like that.
Where did that happen with your friends geographically?
Down in San Jose.
In San Jose?
In neighborhoods that aren't the nicest neighborhood. I mean, just like San Francisco. There are good neighborhoods. There are bad neighborhoods. It's the same thing down in the South Bay. It's the same thing over in the East Bay.
Union Square at 2:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Or 3 in the afternoon, whatever it was, is shocking. Yeah. Like, absolutely shocking. And so all sorts of reactions. Number one, first and foremost, Ricky Pearsall's safety, right? And incredibly that a shot goes off through his chest. And his mom reports that it exited and entered without hitting a vital organ. So he's released from the hospital. I mean, you talk about miracles, man.
I mean, there's a video going around of him walking to the ambulance after being shot in the chest. I mean, the fact that he's even walking in general, and then he gets released from the hospital within 24 hours, of course, the corresponding news that the 49ers are going to put him on the non-football injury list, but that's a whole other story for another day.
Yeah, so this to me is like 3 layers. Number one, Ricky Pearsall's safety and health, and we start there and we say, thank whatever forces govern this universe that he escaped serious injury. Number 2 is he's going to miss the first 4 weeks. That's the football angle on this whole thing, and who knows how he comes back. Now, you mentioned Brian Robinson and Tank Dell, 2 recent NFL players who got shot in the leg.
Yeah.
Also not shot in, like, their city's most famous square in the middle of a Saturday afternoon. I mean, those things are totally different, where they got shot, when and where they got shot. Sometimes guys get shot at weird hours of the night in weird places, and you're not as shocked. Where this happened is absolutely stunning.
Yeah, and, like, that's the difference. Like, the Tank Dell situation that happened earlier this year. He was at a nightclub at 2, 3 in the morning, and there were multiple people that got shot. This wasn't like Ricky was out having a wild weekend. No, he was literally signing autographs for young 49er fans.
And he was also just trying to live his life. He has a couple dollars in his pocket. Congratulations to him. He worked for that. He wants to go enjoy the fruits of his labor. He's 23 years old, 24 years old. Yeah, he wants to get some jewelry that he likes. Good for him. He should be allowed to do that in life and not fear for his life because of it.
Absolutely.
So football-wise, he's out for the first 4 weeks. I don't know how he comes back from a shot to the chest. Unknown, unwritten, all that stuff. And then the third part is San Francisco and what this means for all of us who live here and love living here. In fact, I wanted to ask you, now that you live in San Francisco, so what's the worst thing you've seen on a street so far? You moved here in February, was it?
Yeah, I've been here since February, March.
What have you seen? Have you feared for your life?
No, not at all. And this is coming from somebody that walks a mile down to Oracle Park every single night. I've been to 70+ Giants games this season alone. So I'm always taking that walk home. Now, it's different for me walking the street versus somebody else because I'm a 6'3" man that weighs 215. I'm pretty intimidating walking down the street. Also, I live in a good neighborhood. I'm down in Potrero Hill. Everybody talked about, how my car is going to get bipped and broken into in the first week. I haven't seen one car get bipped in my neighborhood. Now, we can ask someone like John Joe Curley, who lives over in the Sunset. His car's been broken into 8 different times.
Cow Hollow. Now, here's the thing that's going on right now. And so, obviously, I'm not even going to look at the text line because we know where you're coming. We understand. Everybody's got their political agendas. But what we're talking about now is, will this literally affect like the 49ers and the Giants and the Warriors' ability to get free agents? We'll be like, no, man, I'm not going there because I'm going to get shot. You know what's incredible is that Scott Oster went to Union Square, credit to him for doing the work, and talked to shop owners and said, has stuff gotten better here? And believe me, I am not an apologist for London Breed and all those people. Believe me, I'm as mad as everybody else that what's happened to San Francisco. And I think I put out a tweet Saturday night saying, guys, this is, no matter what the details are of this, there's a symbolism here that matters. And frequently in life, it's just the symbolism and the message that means more than the actual reality. A lot of people get elected to office based on symbolism and message over reality. And so this is going to be a very difficult thing for the city of San Francisco to overcome symbolically and message-wise. But there is, to your point about no cars being broken into in Potrero Hill, there is data that shows those are trending downward. And so Union Square said, 6 months ago, if you interviewed me, it was bad. San Francisco did react, put more cops in Union Square. They say it's gotten better, which is why the cops were able to respond to him right away. I am not apologizing for London Breed or San Francisco. Do not get me wrong. I am as upset as anybody, and I think messaging needs to change. And I also think leadership needs to, quite frankly, change in some level. Whether it's the same leader doing something different or a new leader. Something's got to change. But this is the story about the cop being there. Sergeant Joelle Harrell is her name. Incredible. She was there within a minute. And she had this to report to, was this KGO TV, I think? Or anyway, she went on Good Morning America. This is the story she told about getting to Ricky Pearsall's side within a minute of the shooting.
I'm holding him, and I was like, okay, just be calm. We're here. We're going to take care. Everything's okay. And I could see his breathing started getting faster. I could feel his body changing. I see him look down, and he looks at me. He goes, am I going to die? And I just like, no. I take off my hat because I wanted to make eye contact with him. I wanted him to hear me. And I said to him, listen, look at me. I know you don't know me, but I want you to trust me. It's not your time. God is here with us, okay? Please be calm and breathe. You're strong, okay? I want you to be strong like you are out in the field. Just breathe. And he looked at me and he listened. He did it, and that helped so much.
Man, incredibly powerful soundbite. NBC Bay Area. Got to give them credit. NBC Bay Area. And she made our home baby list. I mean, I know that sounds frivolous, but the point is, San Francisco's finest on the spot.
Yeah, and that should be the spotlight and the focus of the story. First of all, that Ricky is doing fine and has been released from the hospital, but also to give a round of applause to those first responders, whether it's the police or the ambulance or anybody who showed up in that situation, to have that kind of urgency to respond and help save Ricky's life.
And apprehending the suspect, too.
Yes, correct.
Getting him. Yeah, so anyway, wanted to get all that out there, but we're out of time. Tim Ryan's next. And Timmy's going to want to talk about football. He's not going to want to talk too much about politics. We don't want him to talk about politics at all. We want to talk about football. With Trent Williams flying in last night and Ayuk signing last week, but now Ricky Pearsall out. This is our first Tim Ryan hit of the season, and we're going to have to cram about a year's worth of content into one segment. And then we'll get into the Niners and the Jets. Tim Ryan's back, baby. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus the Waterboy Boucher here. Glad to be back on a Tuesday morning and glad to be talking about the Abundant Life Weight Loss Program. If you've been searching for the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs or injections, the team at Abundant Life Weight Loss has the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Their weight loss program makes it easy to lose weight and get healthy naturally and safely. I started this program 5 weeks ago, and guess what? I've already dropped 20 pounds. I reached my goal this summer, but I'm going to continue dropping pounds and inches all summer long with the Abundant Life Weight Loss Program. So if you want to find out more about this program, schedule your free private weight loss consultation by calling 925-594-7110. That's 925-594-7110. Or you can visit online at abundantlifeweightloss.com. That's abundantlifeweightloss.com.
Baseball.
You need some syrup for that pancake.
Now here's 49ers color commentator Tim Ryan on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Oh, we are back, baby. We are freaking back, baby. Tim Ryan every week. Talking Niner football. Let's get going because in 6 days, the 49ers and the Jets kick it off. And, of course, Tim is sponsored by Dignity Health, the official healthcare partner of the San Francisco 49ers and Levi's Stadium. Timmy, I don't even know where to start, bro. We got about a million things to catch up with you, but it's your boy Murph, it's your boy Marcus, it's football season. We love you, dude. Good morning.
What's up, Tim?
It's been too long, boys.
Way too long.
Let's get this party started. The fun run for the Gold Ring. Let's go. It's going to be a great year. This team is obviously coming into form with getting Trent done, or in the process of getting done, with BA coming in ready to set this thing on fire, man. It should be a great year. It should be a great matchup on Monday night with Robert Saleh coming back to town with Aaron Rodgers and both of them with their ties here. I will say 22-5 against Robert Saleh on the golf course, so I'm feeling pretty good about it.
We can explore
now,
that.
He'll tell you, Murph, he did win 4 of the last 5, but it's 22-5.
Yeah, it is 22-5. Scoreboard, baby, scoreboard. And you're looking forward to the next one too. We'll do a different podcast on that. I'd love to hear the details of that. But let's start with Trent because it's the most recent. Your take on him missing all summer, sitting it out, and then just getting on a plane last night and coming in. I'd love to hear Timmy. Like, how ready can he be? What do you think he's been doing? And how do you read him?
Hopefully he's been working out. Hopefully he's been running with those dogs. That's a big ass dog he was getting on the plane with. It's good to have him here, man. And it's not just because he's such a good player. And I always was confident, and I think even Kyle said it once or twice to the media that he felt confident that it was going to get done. So I don't think there was a lot of trepidation that it wouldn't get done. But, coming in and really only having a few days of practice and going out there on Monday night, he's going to get gassed. And I think they all do anyway when it's real football, no matter how much you practice. But certainly a feather in your cap being able to practice all summer, finding your groove as an offensive lineman and as a football player, that takes time. Having said that, in year 14 or whatever for him, I think he's going to be fine. And you watch, though, if those first couple drives, if they get some, double-digit 10, 12, 14-play drives, hopefully they'll put the camera on him because he will be looking for the oxygen tank without question. But it's not just his level of play, and as good as he is, and pass pro, and will absolutely road grade you in the run game. I hope the first play is they run that little kick and get him outside and get him on the corner, the old 49er DJ Reed, and watch him make a business decision. But Trent's leadership and his presence makes everybody around him better. He's such a quality person, a quality leader, a great football player. So they got stronger in the last 24 hours with the opportunity to repeat in the NFC and go back and have another shot at it, which, as you guys know, in terms of the numbers, I think 3 teams in the history of the NFL have been able to cure the Super Bowl hangover loss and come back and win it the next year. So however they do it, when you look at the schedule, if they get to where they want to go, this 49er team, they're going to have to freaking earn it because it's a nasty first-place schedule, a lot of primetime games. The back end of the season is Murderer's Row. There's a little stretch that starts, I think, at the end of November. A little 6-game stretch at Chicago, at Green Bay, at Buffalo. Then I think Chicago here, then the Rams here, then at Miami, then the Lions. So it's going to be a tough slate, man. But I think the team's ready for it. I think Brock is going to be better. I'm calling him the AI throwbot this year because last year he was the next generation Intel chip, right? The way he processes, reads the coverage, delivers the mail accurately to the right address routinely. I think even this year with another season under his belt, with a full off season, all the details of playing the position. I mean, he's got handles. He's like a point guard. All the fakes and all that stuff is so important in the play action game and the play pass game. Obviously, he makes plays off schedule in terms of the scramble plays, and he's just such a quality decision maker. But I anticipate he'll be even better in the pocket this year. And last year was a record-setting year. But the way that he sees it like the coordinator, sees it like Kyle Shanahan, the play caller. And they're going to find holes versus any defense. As good as this Jets defense is, especially in the pass game, they will be able to find some holes. And the throwbot can process and deliver. So no chatbot, throwbot, AI, let's go Brock.
Brandon Ayuk is another player that finds himself in a similar situation to Trent Williams after missing all of training camp and all of their preseason games. Now, I'm curious, Tim, if there's a difference between getting in football shape as an offensive lineman versus a wide receiver, and ultimately, do you think this will affect BA's snap count on Monday night?
I can't assume that it will not. I mean, he hasn't been here. He hasn't been in a 49er uniform since the Super Bowl in Las Vegas and or practiced with the team. So I think he's going to end up having a very good year. I wouldn't be surprised if he's on a bit of a snap count. I think the other guys will be able to hold up their end of the bargain. But I think it's different for receivers than it is for linemen, and so much of being a lineman is, it's a cohesive unit, and it's playing with the guy next to you. And he and Aaron Banks have played a lot of football together, but haven't been out there for a while together, and that takes time and takes some synchronicity before it gets kind of locked in. It takes time to get it synced up. With BA, I mean, he's out there on an island a lot of times doing his thing. Where I worry about is just the split decision reactions in terms of when you've been doing it and you've been in the fire. It's like motocross. I ride dirt bikes, and it's like the supercross. You're not going to go ride the supercross track in competition if you haven't at least ridden it a couple of times before. You're going to pogo off that triple and get yourself hurt. So he's going to have to kind of find his rhythm, his timing. And I think he'll be able to do all that. He's a great route runner. He clearly looks to me like he's in tremendous condition. I've seen him in the weight room all summer, doing his thing. So I anticipate all that'll be good. It's just at the moment, like the Lions game, when that ball tipped up into the air, his reaction to go get it and come down with it on that ricochet reception, that huge play in the NFC Championship game. It's those little, snapshots of split seconds and how he reacts with that ball in the air. If that's going to be locked in like it's been locked in for the last year and a half.
Tim Ryan is the voice you hear. It's great to be talking about the 49ers. Monday night, finally we get going. And 17 weeks, 18 with a bye, and it's grueling, as he said. He laid it out at the start, man. The Super Bowl hangover, the tough schedule, everything. Trent and Ayuk, obviously, back in the fold is good, but may take a bit. So, obviously, then, Tim, we get to the big story from the weekend, man. Shocking, stunning, terrifying, ultimately incredibly lucky news that Ricky Pearsall escaped any tragic injury, that he walked out of the hospital or got out of the hospital on Sunday. Love to hear your reaction. He's on the non-football injury list for 4 weeks, so he'll miss the first 4 games. That's a loss for the team on the foot. So there's like ways to look at it on a human level, and there's ways to look at it on a football level. If you could do both for us.
Yeah, well, I'll start with the human level and divine intervention and for Ricky, and thank God it didn't end up being tragic, because if the angle of when that shot was fired is off or different just a little bit, it's probably tragic and a different result. So unbelievable, man. And I talked to him yesterday. He was actually in the weight room yesterday, and he laid the whole story down for me and what happened. And it's really, thank God it's not worse than it was, and he was able to react the way that he did in that split second. So on a human level, again, I mean, thank God it's not worse than it is. It's shocking. It's unfortunate. We can get into the bigger picture of how these things happen, but wrong place, wrong time. I think anticipated what was going to happen when he finally caught eye contact with the guy and was able to get himself out of it, again, by the grace of God, without it being tragic. From a football standpoint, haven't seen him all summer really with his injuries. He started with a hamstring, then he came back from that. In those practices that he was back, you could see why. They went with that selection at the end of the first round. His route running, his hands, his desire to go get the football. He had a little shake route in one of the practices down in the red zone. It was like, whoa. I mean, he can create separation. And then came down with the shoulder injury. So without practicing where his shoulder was, and I know he had been cleared, I don't, hard to really anticipate him making a lot of noise early in the season. But again, I think bigger picture, it's the moral of the story is it's going to end up being a good thing when it's all said and done, and because it could have been much worse. So fired up for him, fired up for his future, and mostly fired up that he's still around and he's with us.
And Tim, I don't want to pry too much into your private conversations with Ricky Pearsall, but if you could provide any details of what that conversation was like, or just tell us about how Ricky was kind of reacting emotionally, spiritually, and also what the reaction of the team was.
Well, I think everyone's in shock when it happened. I mean, are you kidding? And, again, you read about these stories every day in the news, but you don't anticipate it being you or one of your teammates or family members or close to home. I won't get into all the personal details. I do know that I would think that he understands that there was a higher power at work when you kind of look at how everything went down and then how it turned out. I think he realizes that, and I think he's just grateful and grateful that the hand of God was on him. I think that's pretty simple. So, what he told me in terms of the personal details will remain between me and him. And he told a few of us. He told a few of the guys, but I already know this. His street cred has gone up tremendously around here. And he had it before, but to go through that and to come out of it on the other side and to have a story to tell, it's pretty awesome.
Man, what just absolutely stunning. Where it happened, when it happened, who it happened to, all that, and then the fact that he was in the weight room yesterday. So, wow, incredible. Getting back to the football part of it, Tim, with Ayuk, as we mentioned now, who knows his conditioning and all that. And then with Pearsall being out, and it was a mystery anyway, how are you looking at the receiver core going into this now, given the Ayuk situation and given Pearsall's absence?
Well, I think Deebo Samuel is ready for another monster season like the one he had a couple of years ago. His training camp, and that to me is the one silver lining of BA not being here with how deep, and I think he was going to practice hard anyway where he is contract year, but all the things that he can provide, not just as a receiver, but when he gets in that wide back position and does what he does. I saw his leadership take a few steps forward this summer in training camp. The guy, he may have had one veteran day, maybe, working his ass off, running deep routes, blocking. Deebo on an in cut you can't cover him. I mean, and I don't even care if he's getting separation in man coverage. That guy creates separation when he drives back to the football to capture it. He's not waiting on anything. He drives at everything, and that's where he gets his separation. And then he's a bowling ball. You're not tackling him after he catches it because of his horsepower and his willpower. When you combine those two, that's why he's such a tremendous football player. So I can anticipate the all-pro season he had in 2022 with what I've seen this summer. Great camp. George Kittle, great camp. He'll be a big part of the run and pass game, obviously. I think when you play against the Jets, you look at their defense, and I've watched a lot of them from last year, and they were a damn good defense, especially in the pass game. But you could run at them. You could run at their edges. You could run it and get the ball to the outside. And as good as Sauce Gardner is, and he is a lockdown man corner, and has unbelievable movement skills at his length. And, I mean, he is one of the top corners in the league without question. You can check his tackling, though, and getting out there on the perimeter and running at him. So I think when you look at the rest of the receivers, another thing I worry about BA a little bit is great of a blocker as he is, so much of that takes timing. When he's stalk blocking out there and digging out guys and linebackers, DN, safeties, it's not that takes practice and repetition in terms of the timing and what you're seeing and how your eyes and your body can react to what you're seeing. So that's got to be a big part of the game. Obviously, Dewan has been a little bit nicked with an oblique through training camp, but when he was out there, he's doing a great job. He's Dewan Jennings, who he is. He's not going to have a whole bunch of catches, but the ones that he has are going to be, meaningful plays, and that's why they call him chains and third and Dewan and all that stuff. So, and then McCaffrey. We haven't even talked about what I think is the best football player in the pro game. When you think of his, I think 34 touchdowns in 30 games as a 49er obviously speaks for itself. Another guy that I'm not worried about in terms of not practicing. Where's the timing going to be with the O-line in front of him? Maybe a challenge. We'll have to wait and see how the game unfolds. And I don't think there's any question. Now we haven't seen him in practice, but I anticipate that he'll be there on Monday night, and he'll be a major matchup problem. And Solid just doesn't sit in cover 3. That's his foundation with his 3 deep and the 4 guys underneath, and counting on that 4-man rush to get home. But there's matchup problems that McCaffrey can take advantage of without question in the pass game. So, I think it'll be fine. I think the guy delivering the mail is going to be fine. And Brock Purdy, it was good to see him get a few reps with a few of his stars, and you could see they went right at him in the Las Vegas game against the Raiders. So I'll tell you what, man, this season, Murph, is going to present a lot of challenges, as they all do. There's going to be a lot of obstacles to get over, ones that we don't even foresee. I mean, we couldn't even foresee, obviously, the Pearsall story and the way that thing went down. Things are going to happen. On paper, you could have the best players, and the 49ers are right up there at the top. But there is going to be some challenges and some adversity, as there always is. They're going to have to create some luck. They're going to have to get some luck if they're going to end up, getting where they want to go. But I think the best thing about this team is the mindset and the mentality, and that starts with the leadership up top and down to the locker room with Fred and Trent and Kittle and McCaffrey and Bosa and all these cats, man, that they understand the mentality. And when you're in 4 of the last 5 years in the championship game and a couple of Super Bowls, and most of these guys were around for that, they understand the mindset that works, and that's a day at a time and a game at a time, and will not look past the Jets whatsoever in Monday night. What a way to open it. I don't think, for the faithful, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the last home opener was the COVID year. No fans were here. And then the home opener before that, I think, was in Kyle's first year, 2017, which obviously wasn't a great year in the way it started 0-9. So to have a home opener, final game of week 1, Monday Night Football, Robert Saleh, Aaron Rodgers coming into Levi's. Bro, this place is going to be freaking lit, and I can't wait.
And, Tim, it actually leads to my last question about what this 49er defense is going to look like against Aaron Rodgers on Monday Night Football, because this offseason we saw a lot of changes on the defensive line, but maybe the biggest change of them all was moving on from Steve Wilkes at defensive coordinator, bringing in Nick Sorensen and also Brandon Staley. So what are your expectations for the Stanley and Sorensen offense Monday night against the Jets?
Well, I'll say this. I think the defense needed to be somewhat overhauled up front, and no indictment on Big Eric Armstead, who was obviously a stud here for 9 or 10 years and will be missed, but his availability because of his health was a challenge. Malik was a good player last year, and getting him in here. Drake Jackson, the first game, what he was able to do, but getting Leonard Floyd, getting Malik Collins up front, and then you factor in Etor Gross-Matos from Carolina, Jordan Elliott. They put a lot of jack into kind of overhauling and beefing up and reloading this defensive line. If you're going to get to where you want to go in pro football, and I'll always say this in the pro game, you need one of two things. You need a great quarterback or a great defensive line. And if you have both, now you got a real shot, and we've seen that with this 49er team. But these new additions, and then you factor in, Isaac Yiadom on the back end and what he brings to the table. And Diamador Lenore is an ascending player and continuing to get better and getting in there in the nickel. The rookie Renardo Green, who had a good camp, and I think is everything that they thought he was when they drafted him in round 2. Rock Yassin, who brings depth and leadership and durability and toughness to the back end. They're going to have a chance now, and this was the challenge with Wilkes last year. And to his defense, it wasn't his defense. He had to come in and learn all the terminology. This defense with, those 3 sticks of dynamite they uploaded up front, and the best stable of corners I've seen in a long time since I've been here, and this is year number 11 in terms of the whole group. That's not even talking Fred Warner and Devondre. I think it's going to be a very good player, former All-Pro. He'll be able to do more than survive out there for Greenlaw. I expect him to play well. This defense has a chance to be really special, and I think where it was a challenge for Wilkes was learning it all, was to really get in there. Look, the first half of the season, and there was times that this defense was dominant last year, and I think they ended up number 3 total, or number 8 total. But there was certainly some issues in the back half of the season, stopping the run, getting off the field on 3rd down, somehow, some way getting all that fan protection and chip protection and all the double teams on Bosa off of his back, which that never happened. as the year finished up. This defense was, I hate to admit it, a little bend but don't break in the last 4 or 5 games and into the playoffs. I think when you look at Nick Sorensen and being in this system for a long time, the foundation of this system back to Seattle with Pete Carroll and Robert Saleh and Nick being around it, him being here in his 3rd year, knowing the personnel, and then you add Staley into the mix, I think they'll have a chance to show some different looks and be a little more versatile. But I think the biggest thing is in what Nick is going to be able to do is link the coverage and the rush together. Quick game, tight coverage. There's nothing more frustrating or having a pressure and you got a corner that's 8 yards off and a back pedal. Well, where do you think they're going to go on a 3rd and 3 or 3rd and 4? They've got to find ways to, and this will be the whole Jets game, especially early when you watch the Jets, is the quick game. You got to dominate the quick game, get them into the 3rd and longs. You got to stop the run. Breece Hall is a major challenge, almost 1,600 total yards. Earn the right to rush the passer on 3rd and 6+, and then get the coverage linked up with the rushers. And give them the 3 seconds, 2.5 seconds it takes to get home if you don't win right away. And Bosa's eventually going to win, I promise you. Floyd is good to go and has found his slot in training camp. Malik Collins on the inside is going to be a huge upgrade. And we haven't mentioned the Gravedigger and what he's capable of doing. But all the rush stunts, all the twist games, these things are they're timed up right now better than I've seen them with Cassera coaching. And a big part of it is Malik Collins and how he knows how to operate and be the setup guy and the tight wrap guy. It's really going to take a lot of pressure off Nick Bosa. So I expect Bosa to be up near the 20 mark this year in terms of sacks. His hand-eye coordination, his swipes, all that process, his spin move in training camp, his full arsenal is ready to be unloaded starting Monday night. So I think to answer your question long-windedly, Marcus, is this defense has a chance to be dominant and really special when you look at the personnel. And I think Nick will be able to achieve what he's looking for to get those things linked up, play together and be dominant in big situations.
And thank God for this weekend and the next 22. We have NFL football in our lives, so cannot wait.
We got a lot of ball ahead of us, boys.
Yeah,
a lot
buddy,
of ball.
as you like to say, get the party started. But I ain't going to let the party get started until you explain what pogoing off the triple is in motocross, dude.
Well, I'd finally get my bike reshocked for my 280 pounds, bro. It wasn't, when you bottom out, when you hit the top of that last jump, when you don't clear it, you hit up on the apex of it. When you get on a pogo stick and you just pogo right straight up in the air, feet come off the pegs, feet off the handlebars. You better have some spatial awareness and get ready to hit the hard pan.
Dude, that's
good. What I'm talking about.
I love it, man. We got to get deeper into that. Do you do it competitively?
No, hell no. I just do it foolishly, Murph.
Okay.
Foolishly.
I didn't know if there's
I've had my buddies that have ridden their whole lives. See, I grew up not being able to have a dirt bike. My dad wouldn't let us have a dirt bike because of sports.
Yeah.
And we'd sneak and ride and get in trouble or whatever. Who doesn't want a freaking dirt bike? So as soon as my son turned 5 years old, I'm getting him a dirt bike, man. We're going to have a good time. So he's been riding his whole life. I started riding quite a bit then. And I'd have guys I was riding with. We'd be at Club Moto or whatever. They'd be like, dude, can you not try that triple again, please? Like, you're going to get hurt. And I'm like, one more shot at it. And then my son's like, Dad, when you fall, it seems like you fall way harder than everybody else. I'm like, it's called gravity, son.
It's called
285.
Oh,
it's
man.
hitting the ground hard and fast.
That you are here and telling us stories about it. Awesome, man. So good. The party's going to get started. We'll both be down there Monday night. Can't wait. So be good. Can't wait for your next hit on KNBR. Can't wait for your next one with us. Welcome back, buddy.
Yeah, thanks, Tim.
Thanks, bro. It's going to be a great year. Love all your listeners. Love listening to you guys. Let's go.
Let's go. Tim Ryan on the UMA guest line. And he is brought to you by the Contra County, the Contra Costa County Office of the Sheriff. Apply for your new career in law enforcement at cocosheriff.org today. Also, you want more Niner talk? Here's the little asterisk on the Niners nightly debut with Larry Krueger. YouTube tonight. It's YouTube tonight because we have Giants pregame going at 5:45. So Larry at 6 o'clock on YouTube, which is kind of his home away from home anyway, but Niners nightly KNBR style on the YouTube stream at 6 o'clock tonight.
And shout out to Murph for not going off that mid-segment read.
Dude.
Or maybe you did.
How about that Tim Ryan breakdown on the moto?
Unreal.
Hitting the hard pan, bro. So
285 going down hard.
So good. All right, man. Very high on the defense, too, among other things. And then
big on the
Ricky in the weight
defense.
room, too. All stuff to get into. So speaking of which, St. John Bernard Smith, who wrote for the Chronicle and got the interview with the San Francisco Police Sergeant Joel Harrell, who was the first at Ricky's side, will join us at 9:30. That's coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Let's get this party started. The fun run for the gold ring.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Eric Miller and Blake Sable both joined Bill Lasky on Extra Innings over the weekend to give their perspective on the impact of spending time in the minor leagues to better prepare themselves for the big leagues. You can hear both interviews on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This is KNBR, and this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Yeah, well, I'll start with the human level and divine intervention, and for Ricky, and thank God it didn't end up being tragic, because if the angle of when that shot was fired is off or different just a little bit, it's probably tragic and a different result. So. Unbelievable, man. I talked to him yesterday. He was actually in the weight room yesterday, and he laid the whole story down for me and what happened. And it's really, thank God it's not worse than it was, and he was able to react the way that he did in that split second. Thank God it's not worse than it is. It's shocking. It's unfortunate. We can get into the bigger picture of how these things happen, but wrong place, wrong time. I think anticipated what was going to happen when he finally caught eye contact with the guy and was able to get himself out of it, again, by the grace of God, without it being tragic.
Man, good detail from Tim Ryan, who was face-to-face with Ricky Pearsall in the weight room yesterday at the 49ers training facility, and giving us the full breakdown about, and again, not sharing all the private details of it, but certainly, Ricky told him the story. He mentioned the eye contact, and just incredible that the bullet entered and exited without hitting a vital organ. Man, oh man. But he's out for 4 weeks, won't be on the non-football injury. It's funny, Tim said, I couldn't give you a true total read because he didn't practice much this summer. Yeah. So the Niner receiving core going in, Brandon Ayuk with no practice, no Pearsall. It's time for my guy, Chris Conley, to make a contribution, I should say.
Plenty of reps for Conley and Jawan Jennings.
I'm okay with that. Boy, Tim very high on Brock Purdy, too, and McCaffrey, who is back at practice, and, of course, the big news, Trent Williams, which broke this morning when I got to work. I was like, these boys, I hadn't seen my social yet, and I was like, so what are we doing, boys? They're like, Trent's in now. I'm like, what do you mean? And you guys had to turn me on to this Instagram post of him with his big dog getting on a private plane, a PJ.
Let the big dogs eat,
as you guys call it. And also, we want to tell you guys, this morning we made an error in promoting tonight's Niners Nightly with Larry Krueger. You can catch Niners Nightly, that's the good news, on the YouTube stream only tonight at 6 p.m., but that's all right. You guys do that now. You kids do that. Tonight's Giants series opening game at Oracle Park against the Diamondbacks will begin as scheduled at 5:45 p.m. on KNBR 680 AM and 104.5 FM. So Niners Nightly on YouTube. So, listen, Tim's, of course, not going to be negative on the team, although he did famously say that one time, we're just not that good, man. Remember? But, his take on the Niners defense, which hasn't gotten much run at all.
No.
We focused heavily on Ayuk and Trent and Ricky Pearsall, and just let Nick Sorensen and Brandon Staley do their thing kind of out of eyesight.
I mean, if Trent Williams and Brandon Ayuk don't hold out this summer, the number one storyline for the San Francisco 49ers is there are two new defensive coordinators, Nick Sorensen, Brandon Staley, who's calling the plays, and what that new defensive line looks like. Because there were questions about this defense, and more in particular, that defensive line, after being gashed for 3 touchdowns in that game against the Detroit Lions in the first half alone, when Chase Young was quitting on plays, running and jogging downfield. Like, this defensive line is an issue, and without all the off-the-field distractions, to me, it's the number one concern going into the season.
Well, Malik Collins is the new guy. Javon Hargrave is back. Nick Bosa. Leonard Floyd, who's talked to Adam Schefter on his podcast and said his knee is fine. He said that was overhyped. He actually said it was overhyped.
Now, let me take that back. Let me take back that statement. I'm not overly concerned about the defensive line. I'm intrigued to see what it's looked like. To me, the offensive line is still a bigger issue depth-wise in your defensive line.
Forget the D-line. How about the linebackers without Dre Greenlaw?
Yeah, huge factor.
That's the real one.
That's another storyline that's been skipped
the real
over
one.
the
I mean,
summer.
Devondre Campbell, they thought maybe he was, a little tread on his tires in Green Bay. And, of course, beyond that, the depth is Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see how Nick Sorensen and Brandon Staley deploy him, if he's going to be a 3-down linebacker like Dre Greenlaw was, or if he's just an early down linebacker, first and second down, and then maybe they get creative. Maybe they put a guy like Mustafa into that nickel linebacker role. I mean, he's got that versatility to move around. I'm intrigued to see how they're going to use him on defense this season.
And what do the Jets provide? What kind of challenge? I mean, Breece Hall is everybody's fantasy darling. Everybody thinks he's going to be a top 1 or 2 fantasy guy.
Also, real quick, just to throw the Jets out there, we talk all offseason long about the holdouts of Ayuk and Trent Williams. Guess who's still holding out with the New York Jets?
Yeah.
Hassan Reddick.
Right.
We talk about McCaffrey and Trent Williams and all these guys not getting any reps in preseason. Guess who was out in Egypt skipping OTAs? Yeah. Aaron Rodgers, who's going to be starting Monday night without taking a single snap after tearing his Achilles.
Right, and some of those Mike Sando quotes about saying looking a little older, looking a little fragile, they're not all Tom Brady. I mean, Peyton Manning and Drew Brees, it ended in a hurry.
Yeah.
So, it's going to be awesome. It's going to be fantastic. Monday night, 5:15 kickoff on KNBR. We'll look forward to that very, very much. Okay, on the other side, the incredible story of Ricky Pearsall's shooting and the San Francisco police sergeant who was the first on the scene. Her name is Joelle Harrell, and the Chronicle reporter who got an exclusive with her is St. Bernard Smith, and he's going to tell us about the interview and the Ricky Pearsall story next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All right, a couple things. One, we are proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. And, of course, Marcus Thompson going to join Papa in London at 11:30 this morning. But right now, man, what a story. It was a story all weekend. Where were you when you got the alert that Ricky Pearsall, the 49ers' first-round draft pick, had been shot in Union Square in broad daylight in the middle of Saturday afternoon? Wow. And it was hard to piece together all the details, so thank God we had ace reporters on the scene, like our next guest, St. John Barnard-Smith of the San Francisco Chronicle, who's been here since 2022, previously covered law enforcement at the Houston Chronicle, and he landed the interview with the hero, and that is Sergeant Joelle Harrell, I think I'm saying her name correctly, who was the first on the scene with Ricky Pearsall and had that incredible audio where she said Ricky asked if he was going to die, and she calmed him down. So, St. John, we want to welcome you to the Murph and Marcus Show. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher. We usually talk about the 49ers on the field. This one, quite obviously, off the field. So thanks for hopping on. And tell us, St. John, about how you found Joelle Harrell and kind of tracked her down.
Yeah, sure. Sometimes as a reporter, you just get lucky. And I have to be honest, this was one of those times. I had flown back from the East Coast the day before and got a call early in the morning when I'm totally jet lagged that my editor wanted me to work. So I headed down to Union Square. I was trying to just initially just get react from people around there about the whole thing. And while I was there, I started talking to a police officer who, frankly, it turned out to be Joelle's husband. And so he's like, well, hey, I have this great story. You should go talk to my wife. And so I did. I walk over and say, hey, your husband sent me. I hear you have a story to tell. And at first, I mean, rank and file officers often are not willing to talk to reporters because they need to get sign off from their bosses. They don't want to get in trouble. So I talked to Joelle for a minute or two, and I finally said, okay, all right, I'm going to go call the PIO, the public information officer. I talked to him, convinced him to let me do the interview on the record, chatted with her, and then dashed over to our newsroom and typed it up.
That's classic reporting, man. On the scene. You got to get on the scene. So this is kind of amazing. Husband and wife both are foot patrol at Union Square?
And they had been working there the day before. That's sort of what really shocked me is, if I had been in that sort of situation, going back to work the next day after, having to, try to keep a guy from bleeding out. But in Union Square, so Officer Joelle typically is in the chief's office, but she and her husband are members of these Safe Shopper initiative that the mayor put in place to try to have the bigger foot presence around Union Square. And I guess really for situations kind of like this, right? And so they had been there that day, and then they were there the next day. And if you're ever out there, right, there's a big mobile command. There's, the sergeant is going around in an ATV, and there are numerous other officers out there.
Have you, St. John, is that one of your beats? I don't know.
No, so I covered law enforcement in Houston for 8 years, but here I cover City Hall. So sometimes I'll write about police issues. Last year, for example, if you remember the Bob Lee shooting, I was quite involved in that for a little while, and some other police stories. But it's a little bit of a wider focus than just the law enforcement reporting I was doing in Houston.
Yeah, thank goodness you were on the scene to talk. So tell us about interviewing her and what, we can read the story. Everybody should go to the SF.
Yeah. No, of course. Well, I think, like I said, there's often this dynamic with reporters and law enforcement. And, if you're a reporter, it's totally normal for an officer to be a little standoffish. But, I just would, try to chat with her and with her husband and kind of get a sense of things. And, it seemed very straightforward and also very dramatic, right? I mean, can you imagine you hear these two guns? So what she described initially was hearing these two cracks, right, down about a block away. But often they're skateboarders in the streets nearby who are hanging out, and when they're doing tricks, they're pretty loud. So, the first thought going through her mind was, is that? I don't think so. That sounds louder than that. So she goes into motion and is running down the street. And then, shoppers along some of those high-end stores at first didn't even realize what was happening. And then they see her sprinting down the street, and then they sort of scatter. She darts around this minibus, and then she sees Pearsall kind of crouched down with blood on his chest and on his head. And that's when she kind of goes into action.
And it's my understanding from his story that Sergeant Joel did not know Ricky Pearsall, or even the fact that he was a San Francisco 49er.
Nope. I think like if you're, in that first moment, it would take a second anyways to sort of figure out who someone was. But I don't think she had any idea whatsoever. And then as he's sort of in that moment of realizing, crap, I've been shot in the chest, and what's going to happen to me? And he was sort of talking about. I think he was just talking sort of stream of consciousness, and that's when he said he was on the 49ers, and but I think initially she had no clue who he was.
Wow. And she shared you the details. It was very intimate right away. Like the two of them, I don't know, how long they were together? Like about a minute or two? But they kind of got right into it.
I think from what it sounded like, she was at his side within about under a minute, I think, from the time the actual shooting happened, or within about a minute. And then, there's this other flood of law enforcement and the ambulance that got there, and that was within a few more minutes. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure how long it actually took before they got him on the gurney. But it was obviously quite quick. I think it was probably just a few minutes where, she's in that mode where she's just trying to say, stay calm, right? She was talking to me. One thing she noticed in that moment is he was starting to get really tense or amped up, right? Which I would certainly be as well if I was in that situation, right? Wondering what was going to happen to me. And so she was really focused on just trying to keep him calm and still, so that she could try to keep that wound as compressed as possible and keep pressure on it and try to keep him safe as possible.
And she says, and we're talking to St. John Bernard Smith, San Francisco Chronicle reporter who was on the scene and interviewed San Francisco Police Sergeant Joel Harrell, who was the first on the scene with Ricky Pearsall Saturday at Union Square. She said, quite frankly, there's a lot of blood, huh?
Yeah. So she said, she comes up to him, and one of the weird things is that she said at that point he didn't have his shirt on. I don't know. I assume it must have been he probably took it off to try to see the wound and figure out what's going on. But he had blood on his head and his chest. I wonder if he was trying to stop the bleeding with his hand and put it on his head or something like that. I don't know. But that was one of the things that stood out. And then when you're a reporter and you're in these situations, there are these little details that sort of stick with you. And one thing that for me, when I was talking to her, is she talked about taking off her cap. She had one of those baseball caps that are part of the uniform, and then using that on his back as she was trying to sort of put pressure on the wound and slow the bleeding. So she had her hat on his back and then his shirt pressed up against his chest.
Wow. What a detail. Incredible. The other detail that stuck out is the sandals or the slides or whatever that were.
Slides, yeah. So she says, hey, whose slides are those? There was a pair of black and white, sort of like flip-flops for if you have listeners who don't know what slides are. Yeah. And so they're just some slides on the street next to him, and she said, "Whose are those? Are those the shoot? Those are shooters." And so I have no idea about the state of mind of the shooter or the attempted robber, right? But it did stick out to me. If you're going to try to rob someone, I would think you would use a better footwear. I know, because so when cops caught the person they said did the shooting, just down the block, right? I mean, if you map it out on Google Maps, it's about 200 feet away. And so they had found in the minutes afterwards, they found a gun at 28 Geary. She was at about 77 Geary, 200 feet away. That's 28 Geary, and then the suspected shooter, I guess, was trying to go across the street when an officer saw him, and so they go back to her and have her. They ask her to go look at the shooter, and there's this shoeless man just down the street. I guess he also had he also had a wound, and it's unclear if he shot himself while he was running away or if there was during the altercation, maybe Pearsall got the gun and somehow, or if during the scuffle, maybe he got shot in the arm. But yeah, slides on the street.
Man, oh man.
Yeah, and that was actually my last follow-up question. I know you said there's not too many details about how the suspect also was shot in the arm. That just goes back to them tussling over the gun, or like you said, just no details at this point.
Right. We're still working on the story. I can only imagine it would have been maybe during the scuffle, or the other very real possibility as he's running away that maybe he accidentally shot himself.
Man, oh man. Wow. Well, St. John, great job being on the scene, man. That's what it's all about. Getting down there and being boots on the ground. And you landed this story. Now she's like on Good Morning America and everything is all spinning off.
Really? I'm so pleased to hear that. Yeah. No, she was so nice. It was it's always a treat when you can tell a good story. And
oh, yeah. And talk about, I know it's her job to do this, but it's still to be the first one on the scene is, that's like San Francisco's finest. There she was. And the fact, this is like way too big of a question to ask at the very end because we only have 60 seconds left. But you say you work in City Hall, and I don't want to, by mentioning this, it'll divide the room immediately. But there is an increased police presence in Union Square. That's just a fact that Mayor Breed did do that. You said safe shopping or what you called it, or was it?
The Safe Shopper Initiative. I got here in 2022. I believe that sort of started. I believe there's already a pretty heavy police presence in that part of downtown anyways. But do you remember those retail takedowns during
definitely. Yes.
COVID?
Yeah.
I believe the department kind of ramped it up even further after those incidents. That was what Joelle's husband told me.
Okay, great reporting. St. John Bernard Smith, it's why, and I'm an old Chronicle reporter myself, so I'll give you the secret handshake when I meet you. So it's great to have your outstanding reporting on the scene. It really illuminated everything and brought that story to everyone's attention. So thank you, St. John, for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much.
All right.
Have a great day.
Yeah, St. John Bernard Smith. Wow. Right? Boots on the ground, and this woman, Sergeant Joelle Harris, and she and her husband are both working Union Square. Incredible. SF's finest, man. Wow. SF's finest. They listen. We got a lot of SFPD listeners. We love you guys, man. We do.
Yeah. Thank you to all the first responders.
I know, right? Exactly. And then clearly, and again, I know they're going to divide the room and blow up the room and everybody gets nuts, but and I got my own opinions too, which aren't all, I'm not all sweetness and light too. I'm as upset as everybody else about San Francisco. And I tweeted that out saying this is so symbolic that there has to be some sort of change, whether it's leadership change or how the leaders lead. But the fact is that there has been an increase in police there because of those COVID robberies, which led to her being that close to Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah.
And then the cops being that close to arrest the guy.
Exactly. That's the part of the narrative and perception that now is being left out of the conversation.
Yeah.
Everybody should know that Ricky is fine. He was back at the 49ers facility yesterday in the weight room. But we should also recognize the first responders and the police officers and everybody else who helped the situation instead of making this a political issue and talk about what went wrong in the first place.
Beautiful. All right. Hey, this Saturday, I'm going to be on top of Mount Tam at Sound Summit. It's going to be awesome. Marcus is a veteran. Mike Nash is going to tell us why I'm going to see you up there on Saturday. What did young Tony learn? Giant Sutter Health next on the Sports Leader. All right, let's talk Bigelow tea, baby. I was just in Scotland. It was like, you want tea? You want tea? I'm like, only if it's Bigelow. They're like, well, that's in the Bay Area. I'm like, yeah, well, you better get over here to Scotland. Bigelow tea, the number one tea in the Bay Area. We got mugs of it all over the workplace. I like English breakfast. I do like it all. I like all of Bigelow's different flavor options. Perfect for someone who makes their living behind the microphone. Keeps me going. I got a mug right here, baby. You know what it says on the mug? On the mug, it says Bigelow tea. Tea proudly. So everybody, grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, that's cool. That's Courtney Barnett, her tune Avant-Gardner. Get it? And that means Sound Summit is going down Saturday night on Mount Tam. A tradition. We're always affiliated with Sound Summit. I'll be up there on Saturday on top of Mount Tam. The outstanding man who executive produces the whole gosh darn thing is Michael Nash. We always have Michael on to give us a little hit, a little preview this Saturday up on the mountain. Michael, it's Sound Summit week. Congratulations, brother. Welcome back to KNBR. How are you, man?
Hey, morning, Michael.
Thanks for having me. I'm doing good. I'm still above water.
Well, let's go. Why are we coming up the mountain Saturday, Michael?
Why?
Yeah,
well, honestly, I don't think there's anywhere in the Bay Area like this space to experience live music. It's off the hook. It's 2,000 feet above San Francisco Bay. It has absolutely breathtaking views. It's in an historic stone amphitheater, and it's just like you feel like you've really been somewhere. So, combination of that with a great soundtrack, it's something not to miss.
It's a great summer. You feel like you've been somewhere. It's truly like one of those things you like to experience. It is so unique. SoundSummit.net. I'll be up there for sure. Now, Courtney Barnett, Kurt Vile and the Violators, California Honey Drops, Grace Bowers and the Hodgepodge, Skyway Man. Give us a pitch, Michael, on this year's lineup.
Yeah, we try to mix it up every year and make it something for everyone. We have a couple of indie rock icons co-headlining, and Courtney and Kurt, and we're excited about that. They're also great pals. They've made an album together, so it wouldn't surprise me if they decide to sit in on one another's sets. We'll see. California Honey Drops going to bring a lot of retro funk, soul, R&B vibe, a lot of horns. We love that. Grace Bowers, incredible story. 18-year-old, just turned 18. Remarkable guitar player. She's from Danville originally. They moved to Nashville when she was young, Danville to Nashville. She's a swiftly rising star. Everybody is embracing her, all these iconic guitarists and other musicians. She's someone to see, so I'd get her there early for her. And then Skyway Man is a local Oakland resident who is a fascinating, eclectic musician, also worth getting there early to see. Hard to describe, but definitely worth seeing.
Man, nailed it. I love it. I'm fired up on Grace Bowers because, I'll be up there early. We're there all day. So just the last would be logistics. Tickets at SoundSummit.net. Transportation up the mountain, Michael?
Yeah, tickets at SoundSummit.net. Our parking is sold out. We have limited parking. But, you can go online and get bus tickets. We have a fleet of buses going up and down the mountain from Mill Valley. If you are a biker, you can also bicycle up. We have bike parking, courtesy of Marin County Bicycle Coalition. And if you're a hiker, you can also hike to the venue. And if you're tired after the show, we'll give you a free bus ride down.
Well, listen, I've done it every year. It's the best. And I'll see you on Saturday. We'll see a lot of old friends on Saturday. SoundSummit.net. Can't wait, Michael. We'll see you Saturday.
You're very kind. I'm looking forward to seeing you. Thanks for having me on the show today.
Oh, you're the best. SoundSummit.net. I'll mention it a few more times during the week. And you've been up Faye Webster. That's your gal.
Murph, that's where I saw my girl Faye Webster. And truly, this is an exclusive opportunity because they don't put on too many concerts at the top of Mount Tam.
Ever. Like, he brought it back from 50 years ago. And by the way, our opening music at 6 a.m. is a tribute to the night, the day Marcus and I spent on the mountain seeing the very cool War on Drugs.
That's right.
Under the Pressure.
People have asked all the time, why do you start the show with War on Drugs, a Philly band? It's because me, you, and Paulie Mack all saw him on top of Mount Tam.
And we had a ball. So that's why. That's our history. We decided that was our little tie-in to connect the old show to the new show.
That might have been what a young Tony learned today. He might have not known that.
Sutter Health, buddy?
Yeah, I got to put on the doctor's coat real quick, Tony.
I feel like I'm a doctor in baseball.
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
All right, we'll make this quick. It is September, which means rosters have expanded, and the Giants announced this weekend that they are adding Tristan Beck and Blake Sable to the Major League roster. Not Marco Luciano or Luis Matos or even a Wade Meckler, but hey, maybe they'll make an appearance down the final 24 games of the season, and that is our Giants Sutter Health Report, sponsored from the 1,800 primary care doctors and 30 urgent care centers to over 1 million video visits. Sutter is dedicated to helping make patients' lives easier. Learn more at sutterhealth.org.
Last one, a reminder, you can catch Niners Nightly with Larry Krueger on the YouTube stream only tonight at 6 p.m. Tonight's Giants series opening game at Oracle Park against the Diamondbacks will begin as scheduled at 5:45 p.m. The pregame will. The first pitch is at 6:45 on KNBR 680 AM and 104.5 FM. Finally, young Tony, we're back, baby. Let's do it.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now.
Okay, well, I went to Scotland and told everybody, God, I was in this wedding in a castle. I said, I felt like I was in Braveheart or The Princess Bride. And Tony's like, no, have not seen it. Even young Jack Loader, Sound Summit, Princess Bride guy. So let's go with The Princess Bride. Great scene. Andre the Giant, Mandy Patinkin, and that little guy, Inconceivable, talking about rhyming, too much rhyming. Andre the Giant liked to rhyme everything. It was kind of funny. Take a listen here. Yes.
Probably he means no harm.
He's very, very short on charm.
You have a great gift for rhyme.
Yes. Some of the time.
Enough of that. Fezzik, are there rocks ahead?
If there are, we all be dead.
No more rhymes now, I mean it.
Anybody want to feel it?
Yeah!
There it is. Come on, man. Jack Loader told a cute story that there's a funny line where they go, have fun storming the castle, because there's a big, and he said his mom would say that to him when he went to school every morning. Have fun storming the castle. Cute story.
I might have to watch it just for Andre the Giant.
It's a classic, man. It's a classic. Peter Falk, etc. Anyway, on and on and on. Young Tony. So there's Scotland for you. You been to Scotland, Young Tony?
No.
Okay, all right. The other one was from Braveheart, of course. We had Mel Gibson. They could never take our freedom. You seen Braveheart, kid?
I've not. I've heard about
that
it.
one might be worth your while there, buddy.
Add it to the list,
That one might be worth your while.
Add it to the list.
Get your blood pumping
That's
there,
a
buddy.
long list that Tony has to watch.
All right. Well, wow. Big day with the Ricky Pearsall stuff and Tim Ryan and all that. And so we'll come back tomorrow and getting one day closer to the NFL, man. One day closer. Here's the deal. That whole segment with Young Tony was sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. And now it's time for a change. Papa and Lund, sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up and smog experts. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Van Gogh, people told him, you can't be a great painter, you only have one ear. You know what he said? I can't hear you.
Born winners, amazing party. Oh, you put the cane up.
I did put the cane up, man, but shit, I'm trying, man.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Good morning, guys. And I would say this, that a deal between Trent Williams and the 49ers is close. I don't think it's done yet, but according to his brother, Trent Williams flew back to the Bay Area last night, and his brother posted on Instagram, year 15, let's get it. So that would tell me that obviously they're close enough to a deal to make him think that they're going to get it done with him returning to the Bay Area. I know the two sides have been working on a deal. I know they're trying to get it done. It certainly seems like there's progress, and it doesn't seem like a stretch to think that those two sides could figure out a way to bridge their differences sometime, I would think today, to get Trent Williams back into the building and on the field for Monday night's game against the New York Jets.
Never a doubt Trent Williams is back. We know that because of his brother and a photograph of him getting onto an airplane. So we'll talk about Trent Williams today. Tons on Ricky Pearsall. We'll get to that at 10:15. So just be a little bit patient, and we'll get into that crazy scene over the weekend. But he is stable. He's out of the hospital. Even Tim Ryan said this morning he was actually in the weight room of the 49ers. So whatever power you believe in, that is great news on Ricky Pearsall. We'll get into that conversation. Lots of NFL college football over the weekend, which was glorious in the long weekend. So hopefully you are back. You are happy. Everything is good. I don't see Pop on the screen. Oh, there he is.
I'm here.
All right, I see him.
I'm here.
All good.
Getting a little problem with the stream, but I think Michael's
we'll figure
figuring it out now. Good morning, John.
Good morning, my
How was
friend.
your long weekend?
Oh, it was glorious. I got to be honest with you, man. I know we have a lot to get into today, but just beautiful weather. College football was back, which was phenomenal. And just lots. You know, I did because this is what happens to us. We love doing it 6 days a week, and you're going to be traveling, and it's just the busy time. And so I did I bought a chainsaw over the weekend, which I had never bought before. I bought a chainsaw. Yeah, I cut down trees. That was dangerous.
Did you watch the Texas Chainsaw Massacre Saturday night?
Yeah, watch that. I watched
That's a
football
harsh movie.
From like 9 a.m. to, I don't
9
know,
a.m. on
or
Saturday
something.
with big noon kickoff with Gus.
Just had a great time.
They didn't have great weather in Morgantown. They had to wait through a 2-hour weather delay, which Gus kind of dropped in. Oh, by the way, we're in a delay here. But yeah, I watched a lot of college football. Spent most of my weekend. You can't see my stream yet, but I had the Out of the Darkness, The Mystery of Aaron Rodgers book, which I have devoured. Actually went to a restaurant called Ayahuasca in Nevada. So I am in full gangrene. Aaron Rodgers is coming in a week from today. We're going to be analyzing that football game on Monday night. But what a weekend it was for the Niners, getting Brandon Ayuk signed on Thursday or agreed to it, and then, actually signing it on Friday to the event. So what went on in Union Square on Saturday, and I happened to run into Bob Sargent in Lynn on Saturday in Sausalito, and we're having cocktails with them when the whole thing broke down, and we were getting reports from the front office, obviously, and people that were there with them at the autograph signing, and then what happened, later at Union Square was just amazing. And then Kyle had his birthday party. Rick Ross showed up at his birthday, not his birthday party, but his team party as the Saturday Labor Day weekend every year. And it was just the Ricky Pearsall situation just put it all into perspective. And we actually talked about him last week, John. I thought the way he was trending with the shoulder, they'd have to, harness that up, that he would have played against the Jets and been a real factor. Even with Ayuk back. But now, obviously, putting him on the non-football injury list. And who cares about football right now, though Tim did see him in the weight room over the weekend, and it's good news there. I actually thought, first you're thinking about the guy's life. The bullet went in his chest and out his back. I mean, my God, he was inches away. And he lost a lot of blood, obviously, as well. And then I wondered if they would go in there and maybe, secure that shoulder a little bit, since he's not going to play. How long is he going to be out? At least 4 weeks to start the year. Maybe they could tighten that up so it wouldn't pop out of the shoulder and partially dislocate. But that was just numbing, just for a young man ready to begin his career. Really special young player, maybe the best pure route runner as a rookie they've had here. Ayuk was really good, but this guy is just special. And then to go through what he went through on Saturday and be able to bounce back, and the toughness that he exhibited. So that was numbing. And then we got the news that the Silverback is in town. Trent Williams rolled in, on his plane last night. He's in the facility now. They're going to take the field any minute here to begin a practice, which is kind of a bonus practice. It's not exactly installation day. That'll be Thursday. But it's good to have him out there and to get Ayuk out there and to get Christian McCaffrey out there. So a hell of a weekend, John. You asked me when we were in Vegas a couple of Fridays ago, between Ayuk, Trent, and Pearsall, which one do you think will play on Monday Night Football against the Jets? I thought Trent for sure, Ayuk for sure. Ricky with the shoulder was the major question mark last week. I thought he's playing for sure. And he may take that 3 wide receiver package slots away from Jawan Jennings. Let's see if Jawan practices today. And now we're just saying prayers for Ricky. It looks like he's going to be okay. But wow, the 49er news cycle on Thursday, Saturday, and this morning was spinning.
Yeah, it was crazy. We'll get more into it and give you a timeline if you're not caught up. Also, we have a cut that just shows you how crazy this whole situation was from Sergeant Joelle Harrell. She spoke right after. She was one of the first people to speak to Ricky after this incident happened, Ricky Pearsall. So I'll play that for you coming up next. But as the 49ers counted on it all along, they get Trent in, they get Brandon Ayuk in. The question now is, as they start to prepare for the Jets, is how much can these guys play? Can they play a normal workload, or how that is that going to work out as well? Plus, like you said, the book on Aaron Rodgers, Silver did a piece in the Chronicle on Aaron Rodgers, and the title is misleading a little bit because the title kind of suggests that it's all about going back to that draft in 2005. It's nearly been 20 years, but there's a lot more on the table. He went back to New York and talked to Aaron Rodgers, his Cal Bear alum, and we'll get into what Silver wrote as well. But we got a ton to get to with the 49ers, getting you ready for football. It is officially football season because we had a great weekend of college football as well, so we'll get you caught up on everything. By the way, wide open, Golden State Lumber and Builder Materials text line and call-in line is the same. Put this in your phone at 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Looking forward to a glorious football season. I can believe it's here, but then again, I cannot because it's September, and all of a sudden it was like, had a couple of cool nights, nice days, cool nights, and it's September. Like, it's time. It's time to go, man.
February 11th to September the 9th.
I'm glad it's here because, I'd had enough.
What is that, 7 months?
Yeah.
Football season is so short.
It is, man.
Even when you go to the Super Bowl every year, it's only 5 months.
It's crazy going back there and all that kind of stuff. So anyway, we'll get into all of it coming up next, and we'll play some sound and give you the timeline of Ricky Pearsall and where it is now, including, as you said, Tim Ryan said this morning with the morning show that he even saw Ricky hanging around the weight room. So that is some good news, plus what his mom said. And Debo was really the first to tweet it all out, so we'll take you through all of it, what it means, and there is a football element, a small element, but we're just happy that Ricky Pearsall looks like he's going to be okay. So we'll get into all that coming up next. Thank you so much for joining us on this Tuesday. Did I say Monday? It's Tuesday. I probably already
Day
screwed
after
it up.
Labor Day feels like
Tuesday.
a Monday.
Yeah, so we got to get it all.
In fact, it feels like 3 Mondays.
It really does.
Should we go to a 4-day work week and
No
a 3-day
question.
weekend? Should we do that?
Yeah, I've always thought that.
People kind of do that anyway.
Yeah,
with
they do.
Half days on Friday.
Not us, of course.
Well, my
we get
weekends are
by.
gone.
Yeah.
They are gone.
Yeah, they
anyway,
are now.
It was nice. 3-day weekends. By that third day, you kind of need it, don't you?
Yeah, you're kind of finally relaxed, or maybe like every other week or something. I mean, I don't know. I don't know who is there someone credited with saying we're going to work 5 days a week? Because
Gregorian calendar had nothing to do with that.
It
So
should
don't
be
blame it
4.
on Pope Gregory.
But it should be
In
4.
Europe, they go 4-day work week.
Yeah, this 4 would be perfect.
And they take like 4-hour lunch breaks.
Yeah,
So.
that's what I would like. But I mean, if you think about it, when they were just sitting around saying, should it be 5 or 4? It's like, who was the guy who stood up and goes, it'll be 5 days a week? It's like, no, by the third day, you can finally relax. Like the first day, you need to drink on a Friday. Saturday, you're kind of like, groggy. Sunday, you're like, damn, I got to get back. Like that middle day, like Sunday felt so good because you're just
So
like.
then what do we do with all of our holiday Mondays? We lose them all.
It's all right.
We lose Labor Day. We lose Memorial Day, which used to be May the 30th. We use President's Day, MLK Day. We lose all those days.
When are we getting that?
We have those on Tuesdays?
Yeah.
And have a 4-day weekend?
Now you're talking. Yeah, that's
3 on, 4 off?
Yeah, do that. And then when do we get? Is it the 18th game that we'll get the Monday off after the Super Bowl? Do we have to wait for 18 games on that one?
When they go 18.
Yeah, when they go 18, then we'll
That'll
get
be
that
a few
Monday
years.
off.
I think that's 2027.
All right. We'll get to all of it coming up. Thanks for hanging out. Tuesday, Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Jim Ryan, bro. Join Murph and Marcus this morning to preview the 2024 Niners season. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Nothing wrong with that groin.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Thanks for hanging out. Bob and Lund on a Tuesday. Big story of the weekend. I know Trent Williams is a huge one, and we will get into that. There's a lot of NFL to discuss, but the huge story of the weekend around here was Ricky Pearsall gets shot in the chest, which is even amazing to say, and we'll give you a quick rundown of it, and then we'll let you hear from Sergeant Joelle Harrell. She was the first one to speak to Ricky, and we get this from NBC Bay Area. Play that for you in just a second. But what we know so far, he was signing autographs at the Cow Palace late on Saturday morning. He went up to San Francisco later in the day by himself. He was in Union Square just off Geary. Around 3:30 p.m. was approached by a 17-year-old from Tracy to give up his Rolex watch. A struggle ensued. The gun went off, hitting both parties, hitting Ricky in the chest and exiting, according to his mom, who put up a social media post later, out his shoulder. He was initially listed in serious but stable condition. He was released from the hospital less than 24 hours later. The 49ers placed him on the non-football injury list, so he's going to have to miss at least 4 games. And Tim Ryan said this morning with the morning show that he actually saw him around the facility in the weight room. So that's what happened as far as Ricky Pearsall being shot over the weekend. Lucky doesn't even begin because they did not hit any vital organs, again, according to his mom's post. Here is Sergeant Joelle Harrell speaking on what she said to him, and she was the first to speak to Ricky as he was put into an ambulance.
I'm holding him, and I was like, okay, just be calm. We're here. We're going to take care. Everything's okay. And I could see his breathing started getting faster. I could feel his body changing. I see him look down, and he looks at me. He goes, am I going to die? And I just like, no. I take off my hat because I wanted to make eye contact with him. I wanted him to hear me. And I said to him, listen, look at me. I know you don't know me, but I want you to trust me. It's not your time. God is here with us, okay? Please be calm and breathe. You're strong, okay? I want you to be strong like you are out in the field. Just breathe. And he looked at me and he listened. He did it, and that helped so much.
That's Sergeant Joelle Harrell, San Francisco Police Department. First words out of Ricky's mouth were, am I going to die? Man, and when you hear that, Pop, I mean, we didn't get a lot early. We just heard that Ricky got shot in the chest. And the minute you hear that, when I heard that on Saturday afternoon, I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Like, in the chest?
Yeah, I mean, as I say, I ran into Sarge in Sausalito on Saturday, and we were getting reports, from social media, but also people that were with him earlier in the day at the card signing, and so it was all happening fast, and to have it happen in Union Square, and just the political climate we have in our city and the country, certainly in a big election, mayoral election and a presidential election, it takes on more. I don't know if Ricky really understands what he's in the middle of, but he knew what he was there and defended himself over a Rolex, and that's a tough debate, how you would handle that. And, my dad, this Rolex was off my dad as he was dying. You'd pick on someone like me, not Ricky Pearsall, to take a Rolex off someone. But that's my dad there. So there's it's more than just the value. I'm not sure what that watch means to Ricky, and the value of it. It doesn't matter, though. He that's his instincts, was to fight back. And we're going to find out the real story about, the kid, the 17-year-old from Tracy, got shot as well. So by the same gun. So how did that happen? So, I mean, the first thing you think of is he got shot in the chest. How many people get shot in the chest and don't suffer major life-threatening injuries? Arteries are there. You got a heart there. You got lungs there. I mean, for it to pierce his chest and go out the backside of his back and basically get out clean is amazing. That something didn't get nicked along the way. So is it more his shoulder, John, or right in the back, which brings up, and at some point we'll talk football. He does have a left shoulder injury that's been dislocated now 3 times, partially dislocated. It's not where it pops out and you have to put it back in. It's a little bit different. But I don't know how close it came to the actual shoulder socket. I wondered about them going in there and fixing it all. He lost a lot of blood, so that probably wouldn't have happened right away. That's not their, first goal is to try to fix the shoulder. But if the wound went somewhere near there, maybe that'll be addressed in the coming days, or already will be. But it's just amazing. This is way beyond football when you hear about this. I remember the Washington Commanders had a running back rookie a couple of years ago, Brian Robinson. They tried to carjack him, and he got shot, and the 49ers wound up playing him later in the year. And that guy's a big, strong, tough running back. He got shot twice in his right leg during an attempted robbery and carjacking, and he was hospitalized, for a night like Ricky, and came back out. So it does happen, whatever the motivation was. He did survive it. The 49ers are going to practice today, and there's going to be an open locker room after the practice, John. So we have not heard from Brandon Ayuk yet. I'm not sure Trent's going to practice today. They're working out the details in the contract, but I don't know if they'd make Ricky available in the locker room in that kind of setting. But there's going to be teammates telling stories. If Tim was there hearing the story in the weight room, his teammates have certainly heard the story. So it's been pretty undercover, as it should be for now, in the privacy of Ricky and his family and the sanctity of the locker room and the players that are closest to him. But I think today, probably in about an hour and a half, when they open up the locker room, the media goes in there to ask questions. And it's amazing how we've been talking nonstop about Brandon Ayuk's deal and Trent's deal, and now it's just money and football players. You're looking at a young guy who hasn't even taken a snap in the NFL and faced a very precarious, life-threatening situation on Saturday right in the middle of our city, which is amazing. But that area is safe. I'm down there a lot. I've been down there a lot. You don't feel, certainly at 3:30 in the afternoon, even at night. I mean, it could be 3:30 in the morning. And there's going to be a lot said about Union Square in that area, but crime is down there. It's not what it used to be 10 or 15 years ago, but it's not what it was, 15 months ago. But in any event, John, horrific story. Just thank God the guy, was able to live. And now I think, in an hour and a half's time, we're going to start to get more stories, whether it's from Ricky or himself, but teammates that Ricky has told exactly what happened to him on Saturday.
Yeah. The Robinson thing, by the way, I was looking at this up today. That's almost 2 years to the day. That was on August 28th. And again, by young people, a 17 and a 15. This kid was 17 from Tracy. The two kids that shot Brian Robinson were 17 and 15. He was out 6 weeks, but like I said, that was 2 shots to the leg. So I have no idea. People have tweeted at me and texted at me, well, how long do you think he's going to be out? How long do you think he's going to be out? I don't know what a chest wound or a shoulder or what. I have no idea. The first thought was, again, Saturday afternoon, you're getting a little bit of information through social media. When I heard shot in the chest and then, serious but stable, like you just have no idea. And then the news got better and better. Debo, I think, was the first one to tweet something out basically saying, thank God he's going to be okay. And then we heard, I think Tolbert Pepper sent something out that he was going to be okay. Then his mom finally put a post up that said, it entered through the chest, exited out, which was good news. But for it to not, I don't know what the percentage is, but for it to not hit any arteries or all, like you said, all the important things that are there, eventually it's going to come out via a doctor or something exactly how they did this forensically, how this kind of happened and how close it came. But it's one thing. I mean, you don't want to be shot in the leg, but I mean, given the choice, thinking about Brian Robinson shot in the leg versus shot in the chest. I mean, the first inclination I had was shot in the chest. Like, hopefully he just lives. And now this short a period to hear that he was released from the hospital and to even have a conversation about, what his football future is, which I don't even know. But I think you put him on the non-football injury list for 4 weeks to say, okay, let's just reevaluate. Because I don't know how long a bullet wound takes to heal. I have no idea. It's crazy.
Well, when it first happened, and it was happening in real time, and Sarge, we were talking to people in the front office, all we had heard was he was shot. We didn't know what body part. And I was speculating, what body part would you like it to be hit? I mean, he's a wide receiver in the NFL. Pick me a body part where you feel safe if he gets shot. And honestly, I went earlobe. That would be the one spot. If he got hit in the earlobe, we're probably good. We can patch that up. But other than that, and then you're thinking leg, toe, arm, shoulder, anything. When you hear chest, now it's not body part, it's heart, it's lung.
Right. It's like live. Now you just worry about
that's your life. That is the epicenter of your body. So I don't know. And then how much did he bleed? I assume it was advantageous that the bullet went right through his chest and out the backside and didn't lodge in there and they had to go in and get it out. I don't know. But it's behind him. He's fine. He's back around his teammates. He's had a hell of a first year in the NFL, and he hasn't taken a snap yet. I mean, from the shoulder dislocation during the OTAs to the hamstring injury when he went away to the shoulder dislocation again when he came back on August 6th. And that wasn't, it's not like Jung-Hoo Lee where it's out and it's dangling down. It's not that kind. It's a partial subluxation. So they don't have to put it back in. But anyway, he's been through so much. And then just watching him on the field, John, and he is so tough. His feet are so sweet. You were talking about who's going to play in September the 9th against the Jets. Is it going to be Ayuk? Is it going to be Trent? Is it going to be Ricky? And I thought all of them. For a while, I thought, he's got a bad shoulder. It's harnessed up. I don't know. But he's tough. And he will scrapple back. And, there'll be a point where it really opens up about what happened to him Saturday afternoon and why, he chose to do what he did. But he was in fear of his life. He probably was in fear of his life many times. And then after he got shot after that. So it's just an amazing story. Obviously being a wide receiver chosen in this drama involving Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel. You got to go in there and win your locker room over. One thing is for sure, Ricky Pearsall with the tenacity. And I was there for the very first practice he had when the rookies came back like a couple of weeks after being drafted. He just had a way about him where he is tough and people question his upper body strength and could he get off press. If you don't jam him at the line of scrimmage, he's getting behind you and his feet will lead the way because he's got great feet and he shows a lot of toughness. And for all this to happen, we'll see. You don't want anything like this to ever happen to anybody in their entire lives, but I think Ricky Pearsall just became a favorite of the faithful right away after what happened on Saturday afternoon. They love this guy now.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Thank God or whoever you adhere to a higher power. I mean, for it to come out at least on the surface right now, what it looks like it's going to be that he got extremely lucky. And again, if you just joined us, Tim Ryan said that he was hanging around the locker room. Not saying he was working out or anything, but Tim said on the morning show this morning as we get ready for football. And so Tim's back in with us saying that Ricky Pearsall was hanging around. And there's some stories about the whole thing. But like you said, hopefully this maybe can galvanize him as well. I mean, you heard, Deebo come out. A bunch of guys have come out with those kind of things. So good stuff. And then not trying to get political, but then the last part of it, and this is the part where I get really sad too, is, like I said, it was right in Union Square on a Saturday. And it's just going to continue to get those things forward as far as the city of San Francisco. And like you said, I've been in that area exactly where he's talking about. He was going up to some high-end retailers. I know, not that I would go into those high-end retailers, but I know exactly where he was. And it's just crazy. I mean, just crazy.
He's right by the Four Seasons Hotel.
Exactly right.
That's where, if you're going to pull a gun out on somebody and take jewelry off of them, that's where you're going to get it. And he came out, with bags. So you're somewhat vulnerable. But, we've all been to Union Square, whether it's around Christmas time or any time of the year. It's not any different than any other city. This could have happened in any city in America. And it happens in our city like, it happens in Oakland. It happens in San Jose. It happens all around the country. So we'll deal with the fallout of that. Right now, you guys got to make sure the wide receivers go doing well.
Yeah, so there you go. Give us some thoughts. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627, the Gold State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Ricky Pearsall looks like he's going to be okay in terms of the football side of things. We shall see, but he's at least going to miss the first 4 weeks of the season. All right, Trent Williams is back in the fold. What does that mean for the 49ers? How effective can he be against the Jets? We'll get into that conversation, give you the details next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here, and I got great news for homeowners. Mortgage rates are tanking currently, and my friends at Loan Pronto have rates that start with a 4. This is the best rate in years. If your current rate is over 6%, you could dump it and lower your house payment big time. Loan Pronto was locked in, folks, recently at 4.99% APR. Whether you got your loan last week, last month, or last year, it's time to call Loan Pronto. If you're in the process with another lender, stop now and call Loan Pronto. Ask about their zero-cost rate reduction home loan. You can lock in a lower rate with no closing costs in a matter of days with almost no paperwork and usually no appraisal. And if you act now, you can even skip your next 2 house payments. So call now. Loan Pronto can give you a rate quote in minutes with no hard credit pull and no upfront fees like those other guys. Call 415-808-5721, loanpronto.com, 415-808-5721.
Faithful, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
Hello, friends. Thanks for joining us. Papa and Lund back on the football field. It is not done. Dotting I's and crossing T's is what it sounds like. But Trent Williams' brother sent out a picture of Trent getting on a plane. And he's in town. Not going to be practicing today, but looks like we're going to have the full squad. So Brandon Ayuk last Thursday signs. Trent Williams is going to sign today, presumably. And both, I would imagine, going to play a certain amount of snaps against the Jets. So, yeah. It gave us a lot of content.
Silverback's playing 100% of the snaps. He's fine.
It gave us a certain amount of content to discuss, but these guys are going to be playing. So let me ask the question that you already answered. So Brandon Ayuk, how much does he play? Trent Williams, how much does he play?
We're going to find out today with Ayuk. I mean, he agreed to the contract Thursday, signed it on Friday. I don't know if he was out there working with Brock. Brock had a barbecue over the weekend with the offensive linemen and quarterbacks, and he's doing ads for Applebee's, so Brock is very busy. But I'm sure he and Ayuk have been out working, and they're going on the practice field this morning. And today's an extra day. It's a bonus day. We'll see if Trent can get his deal done, but that doesn't look like he can get it done in time to practice today. But today, on the bonus day, they've been in meetings. They're already out there. Special teams are actually having a walkthrough, and then offense and defense actually just started their walkthrough right now. And then they're going to stretch and have practice at 10:55, and it's not going to be a long practice. They'll go a little over an hour. So, and then you may see, after practice, I'm sure, Ayuk working on routes and doing it all the way through. So it's just, where's Ayuk at cardio-wise? I think he's going to start at X wide receiver, obviously. And, now with the Ricky Pearsall news over the weekend, what the configuration are going to be. I do want to see Jawan Jennings. He has not taken part in training camp very much. He's had a lot of different injuries. So is Juwan going to be back to full full go? Debo's been great. Jacob Cowing is going to be a factor right away. We'll see about Garendo. I think Jacob Cowing will run back, definitely punts on Monday, September the 9th against the Jets, but he may run back kickoffs as well from Greg the Leg Zerline if Garendo can't get over the groin injury. And then obviously you've got Ronnie Bell. You've other got Chris Conley can he'd be the first one to come in at X if Ayuk needs plays off. But I think Brandon will play a lot of snaps. That'll be dependent on where he's at cardio wise. And with Trent, honestly, there's certain guys that don't need a lot of work. He would have liked to have had some individual one-on-ones against Nick Bosa and Leonard Floyd. There's no doubt, and he can still get some of those in. But he doesn't, like Thursday's installation day, where they begin to get ready for the other team by installing what they're going to do. Trent does not practice that day. He goes the next day, which is typically Thursday, which this week will be Friday. So he does not need a lot of time. We'll see where he's at. He's in great shape. He's got a gym in Houston he works out at. He owns it. So I think his cardio will be fine. Offensive linemen don't have to run as far. I mean, if Ayuk runs a 9 route, ordinarily he'd come right back in the huddle and go at it on the next play. He may need to take a play off, and then Conley would come in. But they got these guys. Last year we used the line when they signed Bosa in a nick of time. I mean, that was a nick of time to get Bosa in. They were flying to Pittsburgh the next day. I don't think he went through a full practice. Friday's more of a red zone shortened workout. And then he went and played, and they had so many 3-and-outs early in that game in the first half that he played almost every snap of meaning until the Niners opened it up on him in the third quarter. It was already pretty wide at halftime, but they took him apart in that first. There was a great block by Ayuk and Trent Williams on that. So, and the other news is that Christian McCaffrey is going to practice today. So I think now, John, where Bosa was a nick of time, I think they got these guys signed in time, in plenty of time, for Brandon Ayuk to get over a week of practice with his team and get ready to roll and not miss any of Jets week. And if Trent misses today and gets in by Thursday, that's fine, and be ready to roll really on Friday. So I think they're ready to roll. Full squad here. We'll see about the Jets and Hassan Reddick. But I think they're good to go now.
Yeah, and I just hope that, like you said, with Trent Williams, linemen don't rotate out. So even with Nick coming back, if he needed a blow against the Steelers or whatever, he could come out. You got a second unit. He doesn't have to play all the plays, although he plays on his career averages about 75% of the snaps. Trent's going to have to go. We're not hearing anything about Hassan Reddick. I'm not assuming he's not going to play, but we haven't heard anything out of New York. I was flipping New York radio stations this morning, sports stations, to hear if anything is going on in Hassan Reddick, and they didn't mention anything, so that would help the 49ers. I just hope there's no injuries. I mean, I think that's the thing, is you come back, and NFL training camps mean something, so I understand that Trent is 36 and Trent is all-world and all those kind of things, but you need it for something, and I just hope neither of them get hurt. I mean, that would be my main concern, is if Trent's banged up, are you going to use Jalen Moore a little bit just to make sure, if Ayuk's not going to play as many snaps, where do those snaps go? Pearsall's gone for a while, so what do you do in that situation? Is he going to need a little bit of time? Because I got to imagine not only is it a physical thing of playing football on a field, but also just making sure that they're not hurt. And that's where the trainers come in, right? Like, how much can they play?
And they're the best at it. Dustin Little and Dustin Perry and the performance staff, and they're experts. They have catapult system, the GPS tracking on them and all, and they'll give Trent a conditioning test, and they've already done it with Ayuk because he passed a physical. When the whole thing with Ricky Pearsall went down over the weekend and they put him on the 9 football injury list, they brought Brandon Parker back, the Niners, who can be a swing tackle. He can play right tackle or left tackle, former Raider, made a lot of starts in this league. So if Trent just cannot go every snap and you have to sub, then not only do you have Jalen Moore, assuming it's Trent at left tackle, Colton McKivitz at right tackle, then you'd have a backup on each side. Now, would both be up on game night? I don't know. Jalen Moore and Brandon Parker. You do get an extra roster spot if you had an 8th offensive lineman up, but you also want a guy that can play center and also play both guard spots. So typically you don't bring 2 tackles into it. But we'll see. And we'll get a gauge. We'll be there Thursday and Friday and Saturday. We'll get a gauge for you on Thursday and Friday on what Trent is doing. It's just Reddick just sounds like it. He was never a Jet. He was there one day when they introduced him after the trade from Philly. It was April 1st, ironically, April Fool's Day. he shows up for a press conference. It's more of a Zoom conference. He meets the owner and the GM and the head coach, and then he disappears. And they haven't talked to him in a long time. And where Trent Williams is a Niner, he's a leader. He's the captain of this team in so many ways. And Ayuk, these guys have been around. He doesn't know anybody there. So and if he does come in, he's a good edge setter. But I think it would be a special package where he'd come in and just rush the quarterback on third down. So he's either going to have a limited role or no role. And I could see him carrying this out. Somebody said something to somebody to get him in there when they traded for him. And then I don't know if he said he would work under the contract or not, but they've had no communication. So if I had to guess right now, Hassan Reddick is a major question mark on whether he's going to be available. They have some other guys, John, though. Jermaine Johnson, number 11, and he will line up in a 2-point stance over Trent a lot in this game. He will be over at right defensive end over the left tackle. And that guy, he's got a 360 spin move and a Dwight Freeney spin that Nick Bosa's been working on that's really good. And then this young guy, Will McDonald. They have a couple of inside guys, Leonard Taylor III, obviously. And then Quinnen Williams is just a monster. And he can move out a little bit to end. He's not quite like Aaron Donald, but he can slide around. The center's going to have to pick him up. And the other spot on the line, with Trent being back now, is Aaron Banks going to get over the broken pinky and be able to play at left guard, because Quinnen Williams does line up over the left guard a lot. So even if they don't have Hassan Reddick, the former Eagle who got Brock's elbow and tore the UCL in the championship game a couple of years ago, Robert Saleh's got a lot of guys that can rush the quarterback, even though they lost a lot in the offseason. Jermaine Johnson, just a young guy, John, but he is really good technique-wise.
Yeah, he was a Florida State. I remember him at Florida State, and he was a first-round pick. Bryce Huff, their leading sack guy last year, 10 sacks. He went to the Eagles. Quentin Jefferson, the former Seahawk, was third in sacks with 6. He's with the Cleveland Browns. And then Quinnen Williams had 5.5 sacks. So, look, and then Solomon Thomas, by the way, had a nice year last year. He had 5 sacks for him, so the former Niners. So, missing Hassan Reddick, which for other reasons other than that he basically tore up our guy. I like that they're missing some guys on that line, but Saleh knows this team, and we'll get more into it as the week goes on. But it doesn't look like there's going to be Hassan Reddick.
We may get Bob Saleh on the show tomorrow, John.
I've heard that. That'd be great. He joined us one
time.
You
like him better
off-season?
with the beard or without the beard? His beard last year. If I could grow a beard like his, he had about the perfect man beard, didn't he?
It was and it's jet black. Problem is,
it just looked great. The way it was cropped, the way it looked on his face. He looks good without it, and clean shaven, with the head's all clean shaven. But that beard on him was strong.
It is strong. It's nice. Yeah, he has some guys, man. They can just have that perfectly, done beard. I don't like the ones that are like gruff and like Grizzly
mine.
Adams, the old ones.
Like mine.
Yeah, but I mean, if you groom it down, it looks nice. I mean, a lot of guys, you groom it down, it looks nice. It's just the ones that are out of control. Just come in like salt and pepper or more.
Right now it's itchy.
Yeah.
Saleh may want to grow that beard back and put on dark glasses if they don't get off to a good start.
Yeah, I know.
Sure. After the Niner game, they have a chance to get off to a good start. But there is so much pressure on Robert Saleh, the owner there, Woody Johnson, is
I think
not
he's number
happy
one
with the way it's gone.
In fact, I was writing down storylines for the season that we'll get to at some point during the week, and obviously the head coaches on the hot seat are always a discussion point. I think he's probably number one, don't you think? If Aaron Rodgers stays healthy and it's like no more excuses and you're in New York, I think that Robert Saleh is probably number one on the list. So
he may be the Niners' defensive coordinator at some point this season. Nick Sorensen's doing a great job. But he gets fired middle of the year. You may want to bring him back.
Yeah, we couldn't have enough of him. He did a fairly good job, and he was here. So, anyway, that's the latest on Trent Williams. Good to have Trent back in. Good to have Brandon Ayuk in. We'll get a little bit more, like you said, when they open up the locker room, and we'll see what the plan is for both of those guys for Monday night. By the way, we normally we mentioned Tim Ryan. We normally have Tim, and we do the football hour and everything. I guess we're doing that Friday, is what Walter told me. So Friday.
Friday is Thursday.
Right? Yeah, we got that all done.
Sunday is Monday.
Yeah.
Next week.
When are you going?
Bang, baby.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Bang, baby.
I was driving in and it was like, man, we got Tim Ryan on now. Like football's really back because he's
back, John. It's Jets week. It's Jets week.
Because he goes into hibernation. Like some guys in the off season, you might talk to him once or twice. dude's in a cabin in Idaho.
He leaves the state.
Yeah, he's
done.
gone.
He's done.
So when he's back on the air,
He's
it's
been
good.
around.
Yeah.
He's been around since late July. He's been here.
He dislocated my shoulder in Las Vegas. I didn't even know he was coming up from behind me. And all he's like, bro, and I just feel this like heel of a hand on my shoulder, knocked it right out of place. I was like, good to see you again, bro. And then he was gone, like in a vapor, like gone. Broke my shoulder, gone. It was nice to see him though.
You're funny. He did not.
Oh wait, well, okay. He didn't break my shoulder, but you know what I mean. You know how that goes. Does he hit you in the chest and the shoulder and stuff? Or is that
we don't have to do that anymore. We just give each other winks. I think if he hasn't seen you in a while, he has to embrace you.
Yeah.
No, we just do the head.
I got to get past that point with him. I thought we were past that point, but we're not. Especially on game day. Does he still do the smelling salts, by the way, for the fourth quarter? Man.
Yeah, they're more than just smelling salts. There's something in there.
The thing is, you don't need them.
I did it one time.
Yeah, I do it every time.
And then I don't, because it causes the nasal drip.
Yeah.
Which I hate, and then it drips into my throat. And the whole game, I'm like, why the hell did I do that?
He does that before the fourth quarter.
I caved to peer pressure because he and Babs do it before kickoff.
Yeah.
Not a fan of that.
Yeah, I know. You're smart. You like move down away from
the smelling salts don't matter. It's not like I need to be jacked anymore.
I know, that's what I'm saying. You don't need them.
But then it just causes the nasal drip right in ears, nose, and throat, right into my nose.
God.
And I got like that drip in my throat the entire game. It's like, this sucks.
Give us your thoughts. By the way, the national pundits have weighed in on the 49ers now that Trent is back. We'll give you some of the thoughts of what they're thinking. Very highly rated. They're feeling good about the 49ers.
Are they?
Oh, yeah.
Good morning,
Stuff
football.
I saw.
No one picked the Niners to win their division.
That's good
This year, except Jamie Erdahl did.
You think the Rams are going to win this division?
The Rams?
No.
Arizona? Seattle?
No.
They're all going to make the playoffs, and the Niners are not.
No, I don't buy
Why?
that.
Because Brandon and Trent held out in August? Is that why?
Yeah. Is that what they were saying this morning? I didn't hear them this morning.
Jamie Erdahl was the only one who picked the Niners to win their division.
We'll talk about
Pretty
that.
amazing, right?
Because I think that they're equating like what happened, like it was an eventful offseason. That once the ball's kicked off, does that matter? I don't think it does.
We're all good. Let's go.
Yeah. All right, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. That is your Golden State Lumber and Build Materials text line and call-in line. Let's talk some Niners. It's Pop and Lund on the Esports Leader.
Let's go! Football is back and Gold Bar Whiskey is back. Gold Bar Whiskey proudly presents the Joe Montana Whiskey Collection, a whiskey that celebrates the iconic 49er quarterback and a four-time Super Bowl champion, Joe Montana. Gold Bar is the perfect whiskey to enjoy with friends and family and to celebrate like a champion. It's crafted right here in the heart of the Bay Area. Each bottle of the limited edition Joe Montana whiskey embodies the spirit of greatness. It is aged to perfection and finished in cognac barrels. It delivers a unique taste that is as smooth as Joe's legendary passes. You can find the Joe Montana collection at local retailers, online at goldbarwhiskey.com or at the Gold Bar Whiskey Distillery located on Treasure Island. It is a great spot. Stop by for delicious food, refreshing cocktails. Get the Golden Joe there. Actually, Joe's Cocktail and the best views that San Francisco has to offer. For more details, including location and hours, visit goldbarwhiskey.com.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
You know what they love to say in the NFL? Pressure bust pipes.
Is that Tim Ryan?
I can't wait, man. I just can't wait. I mean, like, the thing that's so great is I wonder what things like, by the way, can we play the Tim Ryan sounder just to get this out of our system one more time? Because I wonder what Tim and you are going to say, you know.
Nothing wrong with that groin.
That is no longer a sounder for tickets to every Niners game. So you played that as a drop, and I don't want to lose the drop because it's such a great drop. You can't win any tickets anymore because of it. So, like, we played that once before, and the phone lines went bananas. People went crazy. We did that. If you didn't win, I apologize. But, we got to be able to play that. We got to be able to play Cox in your face. We got to be able to play all that stuff. What is going to be said this year? What is going to go down in history?
Did Fletcher Cox retire? We're not playing.
Yeah, that's such a bummer. That is a bummer.
They're very excited about going to Brazil.
Oh, my God, they are.
They are. Now,
not
we got a
happy.
game on Friday. Not only we got Ravens and Chiefs in an AFC championship game rematch,
NFL
but we got
dominating.
Friday. And this is a huge game for the Niners because right away it starts supremacy in the NFC West and try to be the number one seed, in Green Bay and Philadelphia are going to be two top teams in the NFC. We'll be watching that, but that's a good matchup on Friday. But I know they're not happy.
No, not both teams.
Brazil.
Darius Slay is like, I don't want to go. It's like, I don't blame you and everything, but the NFL, this is part of the deal. You know, they want worldwide supremacy. They're not satisfied with just taking over America. They want the whole world. They're trying. We were talking about how people are perceiving the 49ers. First and foremost, as we were talking about when we were down in Las Vegas, the Chiefs are the favorites. The 49ers are second at 6-1. I do a bunch of props and bets and everything. I usually use that last weekend to go to Reno, but since I was in Vegas, I did a bunch of different stuff and, Brock's MVP and did all that stuff. I didn't bet the 49ers because 6-1 is just not good enough odds. I mean, they're, to me,
not?
Nah, it's okay, but I'd rather go with maybe a little bit
Or
of
the Chiefs,
undershot.
11-2, so 5.5 to 1.
Yeah, they're 5.5, and the Niners are 6. So that's what matters to me is when people put their money down. We got to get Cynthia Freeland on the show because I was looking over stuff today.
She picked the Lions.
Well, you know what?
She loves her Lions.
Her, because she does thousands and thousands of fake stuff, right? Her computers
Simulations,
and all that
it's
stuff.
called,
Simulations.
Fake
stuff. Chevy guy and stuff.
You're a Fugazi. It's not fake. It's a simulation.
So here's how she does it. Okay, so she has a ceiling and a floor, and then she gets
For
the
a win
average.
total?
Yeah, for win total. So get this.
Hers are always low. She's always got everybody around the middle, 10, 11 wins. She have any team in football winning 12?
No, but I respect her so much because she almost nailed the Super Bowl. What was it?
She
26-22. She nailed that thing. So here's how she has the NFC. She has the Eagles at 11.2, which is the most wins, like you said.
Really?
A ceiling of 13.1, a floor of 8.9, and the over-under on the Eagles this year is 10.5. So she has them barely 11.2 above the 49ers at 11, but the 49ers have a higher ceiling at 13.9. So let's just call that 14 and a floor of 9. Imagine
14 and 3 would be nice.
Yeah, it would be.
That would be number one seed.
Yeah. So she's got Niners 2 in her win totals. This is the one that's interesting to me. This is the team to watch. The Lions, a ceiling of 13, a floor of 9, and a 10.7 average. So her top 3 are Eagles, 49ers, Lions, then Falcons at a 10.1 win total.
They had a great offseason.
They did.
Atlanta.
And then the Packers at a 10 win total and the Cowboys at a 9 win total. And the Rams at a 9 win total. How about that?
So why is it everybody on Good Morning Football today picked, well, I shouldn't say everybody, but they picked the Niners to make the playoffs, but a number of them were as a wild card entry. Everybody was picking the Rams, Arizona to make it, Seattle. Somebody picked Seattle to win the
really?
West.
I don't see that.
Well, Kyle Brandt's been on it. Arizona's going to be better. Arizona was better last year, and it's their coaching staff and their mentality to how they play. They're going to play more like the Niners have been playing. The Rams are playing that way. Seattle has completely changed, going to Mike McDonald at head coach over Pete, obviously. But I mean, it's just amazing to me, maybe because of the August anxiety, the agita with the Ayuk holdout and Trent, that people don't think the Niners are the best team in the NFC West. I mean, who have they lost? Who have the Niners lost on offense? They've lost nobody. 0. At right guard, Burford's on the team. He's just coming back from injury.
Pooney's better.
And then Feliciano's on the team. Well, Pooney hasn't taken a snap yet, but I think he would beat those guys out anyway. Other than that, they got everybody back from the starting team last year. That was the second highest scoring team in the history of the Niner franchise. They played an extra game, but they were third in the NFL in scoring points, and they had that 3-game drought where they only scored 17. They lost, obviously Eric Armstead on defense and a few other players, John, but really, and Drake Greenlaw's hurt, Talanoa Hufanga's hurt. He's not on PUP, but he won't play right away. I mean, when the Niners won 12 games last year, who have they lost? They are completely reloaded. They brought back the same team, and I think they're a better team than they were the Niners. We all saw them win the NFC West last year and the year before. What is your thinking that would not pick the Niners to win the NFC West again because of the Super Bowl hangover and they can't bounce back from that nonsense?
I would say that as far as the other teams are concerned, Arizona is on the upswing, but they're nowhere near a playoff team. Seattle's going to take a while to embrace this Mike Macdonald scheme. It's fairly complicated, and Geno Smith is still their quarterback, who I don't completely buy in, but I think they'll be a little bit better. And then the Rams, I'm not counting the Rams out, but they caught lightning in a bottle with a bunch of rookies last year. I think they're really good, but they could be up for a fall. They did a nice job. I mean, look, they're playing the Lions first, so we'll see the Lions. They lost a guy named Aaron Donald. I wonder if people remember him. He's not going to be there.
Yeah, but the young guys, Kobe Turner's a player. Bobby
not Aaron
Brown,
Donald.
His prerogative as a player. The two young guys they got, the Florida State teammates, and the rookies don't even play in the preseason for Sean McVay. It's amazing. But Jared Verse and Brandon Fisk, very different players. They look like pretty good players. And Matthew Stafford is completely healthy. Cooper Kupp is healthy. Last year he was not, and obviously the emergence of Puka Nacua. The tight end's out for a little bit to start the year, but they brought in Colby Parkinson. I think the Rams are a playoff team, and I think they are the Niners' number one competition. I think Arizona's going to be solid and a near 500 team. Is it enough to sneak in as a wild card? And then Seattle, I want to see where that defense is because it gave the Niners a lot of problems last year. But are people just kind of tired? It's kind of like, giving Michael the MVP every year or LeBron. Why would you say the Niners are not the best team in the NFC West when I can make the argument they're the best team in the NFC and they're the best team in the NFL? If you just look at the rosters, and I'm not necessarily going to go 53 or 48 up on game day deep. I think 1 to 28, though, they're as deep as any team or star-studded as any team. When you get, a little bit, do you have enough backups at offensive line? There are a couple of position safety you do worry about. But I think as far as your starting group and, your sub-packages, both on offense, whether you're going double tights or two wides or three receivers or in your nickel or your base or your dime on defense, I think those groups are the strongest in the NFL, but you just cannot afford to have any injury come along the way because the area of depth, I think, maybe spot 30 to 48 to 53 are somewhat debatable whether they're as strong as other teams, but are they not the most star-studded team in football from 1 to 28, 1 to 30?
I as you were talking, I'm writing down my theories here. I think you're right as far as the getting old, like they've gotten close and they've gotten so many accolades and they haven't won it. I think that's it. I think a lot of people are putting too much on a national level, are putting too much emphasis on what happened in the offseason. Trent is here. Brandon Ayuk is here. We'll see how well they can play early in the season. I think it will affect the way those guys play. But like you said, they got a bunch of guys to make up for it. I think that a lot of it has to do with, I've heard a ton of this, the stat of the team who loses in the Super Bowl doesn't come back. The last time in 2019, they went 6-10. They also had a ton of injuries on that team, from Nick Bosa to Solomon Thomas to Jimmy Garoppolo. They got unlucky as far as injuries are concerned. Maybe that's part of the whole thing. But I think the biggest thing is the offseason and this belief that there is unrest. And maybe the latest thing with Ricky Pearsall. Oh, my God, you have these holdouts, and you had this Ricky Pearsall incident, you had this, and you had that. And I think it's all these people on the outside trying to look in to say, look at the 49ers are starting to fall apart, or this whole, last dance kind of a thing, which I don't believe in. Because as long as you have Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan, you're going to score points. And defensively, look at all the talent they have at every level. And I think that people are overestimating because, like you said, they lost Armstead, they lost Kinlaw, and they'll lose Greenlaw early in the season. Does that mean they're not going to be a good defensive team? Well, if Leonard Floyd is healthy, and it looks like he is, then they have a better bookend that they've had since D. Ford was here. They have one of the best secondaries in the league. There's no question about it. And last time I checked, they still have Fred Warner. So I think they'll be fine defensively. In fact, I think they'll be better defensively than they were at the end of the year where they were showing leaks.
Well, their run defense was not good at the end of the year. Somehow they still finished with a top 2 or 3 run defense last year, and they were 3 overall in points allowed, but it was not the same defense. And you're going to have to stop Breece Hall on opening night. That guy's a special running back, and he has a lot of the same skills that CMC has. Honestly, when I look around the NFC, these other teams I think are going to be solid in the NFC West, but it's the Lions that are the team. And their offense, I mean, if you wanted to make a point, I think Brock is better than Jared Goff, but the combination of David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs, the tight end Laporta, their offensive line, the wide receiving room, and I think, the young guy that was Jamison Williams, so we saw early in the championship game last year, is going to be better this year. After being in the system more, remember he had an ACL tear at the end of his run at Alabama, then Amon-Ra. And then they just had to shore up their secondary in Detroit, and they did with Terrion Arnold and Rakestraw. And they went out, and brought in guys that can play on the corners. Amik Robertson from the Raiders. Whatever happened with our guy Emmanuel Mosley? John, is he on the Lions roster? I'm looking on there too deep right now. I don't see him.
He's hurt again. I know
he's
that.
back on IR?
Yeah, he got hurt.
Did he ever come off IR?
I don't think so. I think he re-injured himself.
Year, but I thought he was in training camp. He's on IR right now.
Yeah, he got hurt again. I can't remember what it was.
I wondered if it'd even make the team because they've really upgraded their corner. Carlton Davis they brought in from
and they drafted 2 guys
Tampa
in the first
Bay.
2 rounds.
Yeah, Terrion Arnold and Ennis Rakestraw they got early in the draft. Arnold was a tremendous player at Alabama, can play in the slot. Kendall Vildor, who BA had the BA ricochet against, he's not even a starter for them at corner. They're starting the young guy Arnold and Amik Robertson, the former Raider, good player inside the nickel, and then Arnold can go in there and Carlton Davis. So when I look at just pure roster and how you piece it together as a football team, probably the Lions would be the one team, and then nobody's talking about Green Bay getting Josh Jacobs in the offseason. My God, that guy was a special player last year. It all went sideways for him in Vegas with the Raiders, but a couple of years ago when he led the NFL in rushing and broke Marcus Allen's single-season record, that guy is a load. What a great running back. And Dillon, the young guy's out the year. But can you imagine Green Bay with those young wide receivers, Jordan Love? They had a Josh Jacobs as their go-to back. He may lead the league in rushing this year if he stays healthy.
Well, their defense is underrated. I think that there are challengers to the 49ers throne. There's no question about it. And I think a lot of teams have passed the Cowboys. I think the Lions are number 1 on the list. Like you said, I think Green Bay is up there. I respect the Rams. There's no doubt. But to say just because they're getting tired of talking about it or they had a turbulent offseason or however you want to term it, they've done this before, though. A year ago, Nick Bosa barely about the same time Trent got in, right? He got in about the week of. So, that's happened to this team before. The Brennan Ayuk thing was so overblown and so discussed. Maybe that's just part of it. I think that is part of the whole thing. And then I think it's a ridiculous notion that Kyle Shanahan can't win the big one. I think that he could be more aggressive at times in these type of games. But there was a list that was put together by GMs and so forth, and it said the number 1 offensive mind in the game, and Kyle was over Andy Reid. I mean, regardless of what you think of Kyle Shanahan, is a great offensive mind, and they're going to get things done defensively because I even think, when you and I have discussed this, I think they're going to be better inside. I love Eric Armstead, but he was getting older. He was hurt a lot, and I think the guys they brought in are the right guys, and if you add a healthy Leonard Floyd, I think it's going to be fun to watch.
I mean, and the list you're looking at, Kyle actually outvoted Andy Reid. And, Andy for years, decades, had a problem. He could not win the big game. He couldn't win the NFC Championship game. They went to 4 in a row in Philadelphia, won 1, then lost the Super Bowl. And Andy was not a good game manager. He had to figure out how to, manage games. And now look at him. He's won back-to-back Super Bowls and 3 of the last 5. I do wonder, and one thing the day after, the NFL Network again is replaying. It must be on a loop this weekend. That's all I've seen is a replay of February the 11th and Super Bowl 58. I've seen this game over and over and over again. Christian McCaffrey just fumbled, by the way. Anyway, I remember you after the
Stop
Super
watching
Bowl,
that.
you brought up Kyle being more aggressive on fourth down.
Third down.
And
I wanted to be aggressive on third down to set up fourth
and also
down.
to go for it on fourth down.
Yeah.
Well, third down, I mean, if it's fourth down, you want to go for it on fourth down or not? Ron Rivera was talking, I think it was on Good Morning Football, one of the shows over the weekend, and before he was Riverboat Ron, he had a very low, what do you got there?
It was Ayuk.
Oh, at practice?
Hold on, yeah.
Is he wearing number 11?
Yeah, there you go. Oh, jeez, man.
So they're
Just
on the
trust
field.
me.
They've been on the field for a while. Anyway, yeah, I wonder when they're going to make Brandon available to talk to the media. He'll be in
There
the.
he is. There you go.
Yeah, that's
That's
I've
him.
seen him.
There you
Yeah,
go.
that's him. He's not doing a whole lot. He's walking by my guy Isaac Yadam. How's Yadam moving? Anyway, Rivera said he lost close games, and he thought a big problem was he was too conservative. Well, John Madden, he went to see John in Pleasanton, went to visit him, Cal guy, and they know each other well. And John said, "Why did you lose all those close games? Go back and study it." So he wrote like a 20-page report. And he brought it back to Coach Madden. And again, John said, "What are you giving it to me for? It's for you. I don't care why you lost close games. Figure out." And what Rivera deduced was he was too conservative on fourth down, that he should have been more aggressive. And that's where Riverboat Ron was born. I do wonder, Evan, Brandon Staley around. And I think Staley's going to make a lot of changes subtly to the Niners, certainly on defense and their fronts and their back end and all of it. He'll also help Kyle when you go up against team to play the Vic Fangio cover 4 kind of defense, and there's so many of those teams. But also, he didn't invent going forward on fourth down, but as a head coach, and he's a smart guy, he was really aggressive with it. Now, some of it was reckless, and it didn't work out well, and he got fired. But I do wonder, just having Staley in the building, if Kyle will be a little more aggressive to go forward on fourth down.
Yeah, I was thinking that same thing. It's funny you say that. I was talking with a friend about that over the weekend. And the only thing I've ever said about Kyle is he is so brilliant offensively that the short yardage, a lot of times we're talking 4th 1, 4th 2, maybe 4th 3, depending on where you are on the field. It's nothing that's outrageous or egregious. He's so good that I think he would have the advantage in those kind of situations. I was just going back to the Super Bowl where I thought maybe at the end you had to score a touchdown instead of the field goal. We don't have to do this over and over again, but set up your third down so that you can set up a fourth down. But, maybe, like you said, maybe with Staley in the building, they'll do a little more of that. But I just think he has an advantage because he's so good offensively that I think in those short yardage situations that whatever the percentage is, I'd even up it more because Kyle's so good. So we shall see. By the way, Pop and Lunch sponsored by our good friends at Redwood Credit Union, offering auto loans with competitive rates and personalized service because your journey matters. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love. How you feeling about the Niners? The turbulent offseason. What are the other reasons that some people are disrespecting the 49ers to start? 415-808 KNBR, 415-808-5627, Gold State Lumber's and Building Materials text line and call-in line. By the way, about an hour until Dante Whitner. Dante is going to join us at 12:30, as he will every week. And then Susan Schlesinger, the 1 o'clock hour on the Giants. I didn't watch any Giants this weekend. I'm not going to lie to you. There's too much college
You didn't
football.
watch it at all?
Nah.
You didn't watch Chapman's 3-run double in the gap on Friday, the obstruction on Tyler Fitzgerald,
I
and
heard about it.
Logan Webb could not deal with a comeback. It's odd. He could not deal with the one at first, but he made a brilliant play on the comebacker and the throw to Chapman at third. It was not a great weekend.
There was too much college football. And
the drone
stuff.
show was great, by the way.
Oh, yeah, I want to hear about that. That's the one thing I did.
I was there.
It was great?
I was there.
Drone show was
good?
good?
It was okay. It was short. It was delayed.
You said it was
the
great,
time
and
to
you
final
said
pitch.
it's
I
okay.
thought it would go longer, like a fireworks. I'd never seen a drone show. But I was there with Gilby and Doc and Jay Bird from the Niners. They really run football ops there. And there is pictures of Trent Williams.
Yeah, there you go. In the facility?
Now? That's him in the facility.
Man, he's wearing the...
Trent Williams
Wow,
is
look at
there.
that.
He's putting the gear on. Is he... they've already taken the practice field.
Well, maybe he's going to go hit with
there?
Bosa or something. You got to go hit some linemen. Go do something, right?
Go start at left tackle. Is he out there with his teammates?
I don't know. Guess we'll find out. When are they talking? We got a lot to talk about with those guys, from Ricky to Brandon's first practice to Trent being back. Yeah, they'll never win anything.
There's Trent Williams coming out of the performance.
Let me see that
weight room.
Is that him?
That's Trent.
Look at
Williams,
that.
bro.
Yeah, he is.
Where's the electric rolls?
He's got
electric rolls is here.
Yeah, that's all I want to see. Can somebody do that? Can somebody go out to the lot?
He's with Dustin Perry. So he just got here.
I'm going down there to.
So he must have
down?
signed the contract. Is the contract signed?
He's going out on the field. That's probably a pretty good sign of it. Yeah, what day are we going down there? Because I got to take a
I'll be
video
down
of the
there
rolls.
Thursday. We have a Giants day game, so I'm going to spend all day there.
Thursday?
The schedule did not work to go today because they'll be off the field by noon today. But Thursday and Friday I'll be there all day. I'm
going to see the rolls.
They're going to open locker room at 11:55, and that's going to be interesting. Whether Ayuk talks then, if it's something more formal, or they actually bring him to a podium, or it's the silverback, or if Ricky Pearsall's in there.
Right.
He's got a lot to tell.
Do we have boots on the ground?
How was your Labor Day weekend, Rick?
Yeah, man. Oof. We have is JD down there or something like that? We got to figure it out because maybe
JD is there. We're going to get
a report
back
or something like that.
About 12:15, we'll get it back.
All right. Dante at 12:30, Susan Susser at 1:30. Happy Tuesday. It's Papa and Lund. We'll review the weekend only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants reliever Eric Miller, he hopped on extra innings with our good friend Bill Lasky over the weekend to break down his season, not Lasky's, Eric Miller's. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR Social.
seam heads, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
1-2. A lot of movement on that changeup. The sack. Soriano pitches. Swing and a liner into the gap. Left center field. It gets down to the wall. 1 run in. 2 runs in. Ramos racing around third. They all score. A double for Chapman. 3 runs are home. 3-1 Giants.
Hello, friends. Happy Tuesday. Hope you had a great long weekend. It's your friends Papa and Lund with you. Back to some Niners talk. We'll reset the Ricky Pearsall situation. If you have not heard the latest, good news. Tim Ryan saying that Ricky was hanging out. The facility was in the weight room, and so that is good news. But we'll reset that for you. But a little palate cleanser. Disappointing for the Giants over the weekend, and I think the only thing now is young players kind of shifting to the spoiler role. That series of games we said were going to be very, very tough start tonight against the Diamondbacks, who remain red hot. It's a combination of the Giants never getting on a roll and the Diamondbacks and the Padres never slowing down. And then Atlanta, you had that one chance against Atlanta, did not take advantage of it. They stumbled for a minute, but they're kind of back on track now. So that is the story of the Giants season as we now look and see what young players can do and who can sustain what they've done already so far.
And not a good weekend against the Miami Marlins, who have the worst record by far of anybody in the National League. You got the White Sox historically bad in the American League, but Miami came in ripe for the picking. And the one highlight from the weekend, you just heard the Matt Chapman 3-run double in the bottom of the 8th inning. They were being shut out on Friday night, just had nothing going on at all. And Chapman, the pitch, the previous to that, he swung at just to defend himself. The pitch was going to hit his body. He got all twisted around. It was an ugly swing. It's like, what was that? And on the next pitch, he got a big breaking ball right in the middle, and he put it in the gap to give him 3 runs. And they the light show is back, by the way. I was there Friday night for the drone show, but they got a light show for Tyler Rogers coming out of the bullpen, which is wild. And Ryan Walker said he didn't want one, but they gave him one. And that guy strikes everybody out. It's just hard getting to him. So they won the game on Friday, and then Saturday, the obstruction call on Tyler Fitzgerald. I mean, it's a 1-run game. They lost 4-3, but that was not a great call. It was confusing how it went down, even when they went back to New York to look at it, and it looked like Tyler gave him a lane there. So that was just hard to understand. They just lose too many 1-run games. And then yesterday, they scored early. They got ahead. They had Logan Webb throwing the ball really well, John. Or not yesterday. It was Sunday. They were off on Labor Day, which is odd on a holiday Monday like that. But and then Logan just gave it up. He just that 5th inning. And it all was because of a comebacker that he sailed to Tyler. Tyler Fitzgerald made a great play to get 1 out on, and it opened it up, and he wound up giving up a 3-run homer. He went back out after they tied the game at 4, and he gave up more runs in the 6th. And comebacker came to him, and he made a great play at third to Chapman to get the lead runner, so he couldn't make the comebacker to start a 1-6-3 double play in the 5th inning, but he started the 1-5 force out in the 6th. So right now, they're just playing well enough to lose. They finally had they scored 5 runs yesterday. They only had 6 hits, but they had 5 runs yesterday. Scored in the bottom of the 1st, scored again in the 3rd off the other team's starter, which they never do. And then Logan Webb just gave it up. So after an off day yesterday, they're going to go back at it against Arizona. It's just playing different level baseball. The Dodgers jumped them a couple of games, but Corbin Carroll had an amazing inside the park home run. They won big yesterday. San Diego and they got Tatis Jr. back yesterday. Those teams in the NL West, the Dodgers are back and they're solidifying, and they got a big start from Walker Buehler tonight as they go to Anaheim. Shohei returns to Orange County. But the Giants, it's just hard. They're 2 games under 500. Everybody else that you were trying to run down in the wild card are way. The Mets are 10 games over 500.
Cubs are red
10.
Hot.
The Cubs, they're not going to make it, but they're 4 over. St. Louis is at 500. The Mets, when the Giants went there Memorial Day weekend and they came right after, they looked so lost. It's a long season. But the Mets are right behind Atlanta. They're 1 extra loss. They have the same amount, so that 3rd spot is up for grabs. Atlanta stabilized. They have a hard schedule, though. They're always playing the Phillies. But, I mean, the Mets are 10 games over 500, and the Giants are 2 under. I mean, how does that happen all year?
I think the way to look at it just as a whole, it's massively disappointing for all the money that they put in and for all the resources that they used, and everybody got really excited. I did with Blake Snell and Jorge Soler and all the different names, and Chapman's come through really well. There's no other way to put it. It's massively disappointing, and the only thing that is left for them now is to play spoiler. And I hate to be the bearer of bad news. I don't think Farhan is getting fired. I don't think that he's going to be gone. I think that what probably saved him is the front office likes a lot of these young players, and I think that's where they are. Is you got to find out. Does Luciano have a position or not, or is he going to be traded? Can Casey Schmidt hit enough or not? They need to find out more about what they have. They need to make massive differences, and the teams that we're talking about here, again, in this division with the Padres and the Diamondbacks, they're athletic teams, and they've got to figure this thing out. They got to get Chapman re-signed. They got to re-sign Blake Snell so they have him for an entire season. I still don't trust the 4 and 5s. Harrison's had an okay season. Birdsong shows flashes, but still, you need to have those top 3 guys. You got to get Chapman re-signed, and you still got to find a way to be more athletic. I don't know what McRae is. There's so many question marks to some of these young guys who have flashed potential this year, but then they can't sustain it. So you need to know going into next year who you going to keep, who are you going to build around, who are you going to trade, how are you going to get more athletic, those kind of things. And you have 2 guys right away that I would call Scott Boras right now and say, let's get going. Let's not wait. I don't even want these guys to get to free agency. You have to shift your mode into what they're going to be because, like you said, the Dodgers aren't going anywhere. The Diamondbacks are young and athletic. The Padres aren't going anywhere. It starts within your own division, and you're only ahead of the Rockies. That's the stark reality of it.
Yeah, and I Friday night when I was there, Blake Snell did pitch, and he pitched. And he was completely different. He went to a straight changeup aggressively. I don't know what he was thinking in that start against Miami, but he didn't throw his fastball or his curveball as much. It was just a changeup, and it's a different kind of changeup that he threw in San Diego when that was in dirt, chase changeup. So that guy, and he knows his value right now. He's going to make a lot of money in the offseason. There's no doubt. He likes it here. He likes Bomel. He likes Brian Price. He likes it here. So, but it's going to cost you. With Matt Chapman, I love the guy. He's Dave Fleming said he's the best defensive third baseman he's ever seen. He's up there. Greg Nettles was so underrated. There's been a lot. Brooks Robinson, obviously. We saw Arenado, Machado. There's been some great ones. There's like Eric Chavez won 6 Gold Gloves. He doesn't have his range or his ability to play deep like that. So defensively, he's a revelation. And I do think, with Kyle Harrison, I think Kyle's had a very good year this year. He's trying to manage going from pitching once a week at AAA to being in the rotation all year. He just turned the ankle one time in the weight room, but otherwise he's pitched well. He's lost a little velocity, but I don't know if he's tired or just mechanically. Anyway, and then you got Robbie Ray, and if you bring Blake back, so the left-handed pitching, third base is an important position. If those guys aren't striking guys out, they're getting ground balls to third. And he's that good of a defender. But offensively, he's a .248 hitter. He's got 21 home runs, which is a good amount. He'll probably wind up with 25. I just think he's pitchable. And he just strikes out so many times. He struck out 138 times this year. He had a year after he hurt his hip in the pandemic 2020. He struck out 202 times in 2021. And it's amazing to me, some of these teams strike out more than the Giants. To me, their inability to put the ball in play, and you got to hit the ball and hit the ball in play scenario. So I like Matt Chapman. They love him in the clubhouse. He plays every single day. So they'll make an effort, and he wants to be here. I'm not saying don't sign him. But offensively, John, he is really like Yastrzemski. They're going to run into one every once in a while. But they are pitchable. They can't handle high fastballs. They take strike threes. I mean, he's going to strike out 150, 160 times this year, Chapman.
I think I like him, and I know what you're saying. I think the whole league's like that. I think what's the league on average hitting now? Like 230, 229 in that range. Everybody strikes out a ton. I'm not saying that Chapman's perfect, but what I am saying is that if you put him in the proper position in the order, which is not third or fourth, which they have to hit him, I think if, again, I'm advocating spending money that isn't mine, but Adames at shortstop, somebody, look, Lamont Wade, nice knowing you. You got to get a power hitting first baseman, maybe in the temporary space between now and Bryce Eldridge. I mean, if Chapman's your 7 hitter, like sometimes he was in Oakland, your 6 or 7 hitter, I can live with those kind of things that he does because he's so good defensively. He's so smart. He's such a leader. He's so good on the bases. But the problem with him is because of the lineup they had that doesn't score runs, doesn't have good at-bats in key times, they've got him in a position in the batting order a lot of nights where he just shouldn't be.
So ideally he's a 6 hitter?
Probably.
So who are your 3, 4, and 5 hitters next year?
I don't know that they're on the roster.
You're gonna go buy a whole new lineup.
No, but
again?
I think you could, with excess pitching, which I believe they have excess young pitching on this team. You can go out and get a first baseman temporarily, and I think you have to look at Adames. I mean, I know Ha-Seong Kim is going to be the one because of Jung-Hoo Lee's relationship with him, but go look at his numbers.
And Bob
They're not
Melvin.
great.
Bob Mel loves him.
I mean, he doesn't have great numbers. He's a typical Giants hitter. He strikes out a lot. He had really good. He was the last couple of years. He's had good power. This year he was okay. I mean, I don't love him. He's a good defensive shortstop. I don't think he's one of the best. And Adames has his holes, but he's going to hit 25 for you. Not in this park, he's not going to hit 30 like he's doing in Milwaukee. But he's a 25 home run guy. They've got to find those guys because, to be honest, I know what the assessment is going to be the rest of the year. But from what I've seen, Schmidt can't play. Schmidt can't hit. He's a great defensive player. You put him somewhere. I got to know if Luciano can Luciano play second or first? Can he play somewhere? I don't want a 22-year-old DH. If so, then I'm going to trade him.
They think of Luciano. He's just not able to play.
Well, then they're going to trade him. I don't know what his value is.
I'm sure they had him on the market, and I wonder what they were offered back. So they're kind of caught with him. Casey Schmidt is a great defender who has uncommon bat speed. His bat speed and BP is lightning quick.
During the game, it's just swinging fast through nothing.
He's not a smart hitter, exactly. And I'm being kind.
He still chases.
He's not a smart player. He doesn't have instincts for a lot of things. As skilled as he is, he will figure it out. I think that guy's capable in 20. He's got 18, I think, combined AAA in the majors this year. He's got great bat speed. But sometimes you got to think the game a little bit. I don't know. Put Will Clark on the bench and just have Will talk to him. So who could talk to him on the bench just to teach him? I don't know. Sometimes you're born with it or you're not. I don't know how you learn it. But he just needs to be a smarter hitter and a smarter player.
I just think that I don't know how much time he has left. If I think Farhan went all in this year because he knew time was running out, and I think that he'll probably get another year because the front office likes a lot of these young players that have come up. But other than I'm thinking Ramos, Birdsong, Harrison, Fitzgerald, but Fitzgerald hasn't been great as of late, so I'm kind of waning a little bit on him.
None of these guys have proved.
But that's what I'm saying.
Ramos.
Beyond that,
Ramos has got some holes in his swing. He is pitchable.
I mean,
he's not a center
I think all
fielder.
of baseball does.
Well, that's baseball. You can be great one year and fall apart the next year. It happens all the time. There's no giving. And once they figure you out a little bit, they pitch to your weaknesses. So I don't think anybody on this team. I mean, Matt Chapman is because we know who he is now, and he strikes out a lot. But he's a great defender. So, but other than that, the young guys. I mean, Tyler defensively. He bobbles the ball a lot. I'm not sure, if he plays shortstop every day. Adames, to me, commits a lot of errors, and he's not quick. But I don't know. If it was Ha-Seong Kim, you'd move Fitzgerald to second. What has happened to Tyro Estrada? They wanted him off the roster. I thought they just put him on waivers to get someone to take a set. No one claimed him.
Yeah,
why? Why is he done?
Obviously, within the organization,
he's had a bad year. Is he a bad player? These judgments on these guys are happening too quick, and they last forever. Estrada's a good player. He was a good player last year.
I think that they, at some point, though, they can't come back with the same roster because there's so many ifs. They have to start winning, and the division, let alone the whole National League, is getting away from them because the Diamondbacks aren't going anywhere. That team's young. The Padres aren't going anywhere. That team's young. Even in the Juan Soto trade, they got players back. Jackson Merrill is really, really good. I mean, I didn't even know who the hell that kid was before the season. He could be Rookie of the Year. So those two teams are on the ascend, and the Dodgers are the Dodgers. And you're sitting around going, okay, do something. Like I saw some A's stuff over the weekend. They got like 4 guys who've hit 20 home runs.
They hit 177 home runs.
The A's are more fun to watch than the Giants.
Home runs.
Right.
They hit more home runs in July than the Giants hit all year.
Yeah.
Corbin
Their lineup's
Carroll,
better.
Corbin Carroll, the first 3 months of the year was awful. He could not hit a high fastball. Now he's back to being Corbin Carroll. What I want to know is who is making all these quick decisions on players? Is that Farhan making these calls? Does he have baseball people around him say, all right, the guy's not having a good year? Baseball players sometimes don't have a good couple of months. They're not bad players. They're just in a bad way right now. Are you telling me Thairo Estrada just can't play anymore?
It looks like it.
Have you not seen? Fire up his video of 22 and 23. He was a good player. Whether he's been hurt this year with the thumb and the hand, I don't know, the wrist, something's wrong with him.
Well, clearly they've soured on him, though. I mean, that's that's where you don't run a baseball team that way. You don't make quick decisions on people. It's not football. You have to let it go a little while. Who tells him, who advises him? The one major complaint I have, he makes quick judgments on players. You can't bring him to the big leagues and play him a week, and then they go over, you just send him down and you DFA him. He does juggle the roster beautifully, geniusly, but he just makes too many quick decisions. Thairo Estrada will be a major leaguer again, and he'll be a good one. But why they just think he does not have any ability anymore? Who's advising him on that? Well, I think this is the whole season, right? Because I think, again, he's panicking because of his job. And so he shuffled through players all season long. That's all he did. Matos is hot, bring him up. He's cold, send him down. I mean, the whole year was...
He did that during the 107-win team.
Not as much as this. I mean, it was just...
Oh, he brought... You kidding me?
Sacramento
when he was
back and forth?
The COVID list? He would do it. He's a genius in changing his roster every day.
I can't call him a genius. He had one good year.
In that regard, he is really smart. He sets his team up to play that night and that series against those pitchers and that team.
They're a 500
really
team.
Remarkable.
But
it's just the judgments
team.
he makes on. All of a sudden, Taylor Rogers can't pitch anymore. You're trying to get rid of him. I mean, he just gave the guy. He's making like $10 million a year. You thought he was good an hour ago. Now you don't think he's any good anymore.
I think he's going to survive one more year, but this is it. But I thought he has been the GM of a guy who's going to be fired. That's what the way he's acting, because they spent all this money, they went all in. He was shuffling the bus from Sacramento back and forth as much as I've ever seen any general manager do. Even if a guy was a little bit hot, he's coming up. He's a little bit cold, he's going down. Let's pick another guy. I've never seen somebody pick as fast, up and down, up and down, up and down, with as many different players as he's done.
He's acting like he's the general manager of the Oakland A's. You're not. You're the general manager of the San Francisco Giants. There's a big difference. Check the payroll.
Yeah. No, I wouldn't agree. I would not disagree with that. But don't you think he's acting as a guy who's going to lose his job? That's what it seems like to me.
I think that's the way he evaluates. I'd like to know who gives him the evaluation. How many people did Bob say Thairo Estrada can't play anymore? He's just done, or is he hurt and having a bad? I mean, and he may not be done, but they sent him down to the minor leagues, and then they sent Duvall down.
But what did the rest of the league tell you when they didn't pick him up?
I thought they would. I was surprised nobody picked him up. They didn't want to take his salary. They thought he has an amazing way of getting guys back into the system, and he sends them back down to AAA. But he just makes quick, rash decisions on baseball players. I don't know how you do that. I mean, do we know Ramos is even an all-star caliber player? He looks good. He had a great half year. But, we'll see what he's going to be ultimately. Guys are hot and cold. And I mean, look at Corbin Carroll, one of the best players in baseball all of last year. What did he finish in the MVP last year, third or fourth? And then this year, he was awful the first 3 months of the year. Now he's back to being Corbin Carroll. That's baseball.
All right, give us your thoughts. 4 and 5, 808 KNBR. Farhan is always a fun topic. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call-in line the same at 4 and 5, 808 KNBR. Let's get you back to the main story of the weekend. Crazy story about Ricky Pearsall. We'll give you the latest, including Tim Ryan added something this morning that is encouraging. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. In the NFL, there is no margin for error. One mistake can change the outcome of a game, and don't we know it? They're replaying Super Bowl 58 from Las Vegas right now. That's why 8 out of 10 NFL players have a Sleep Number smart bed as the official sleep and wellness partner of the National Football League. Sleep Number is proud to help players unlock their full potential through the power of quality sleep. Do you have a Sleep Number bed yourself? If not, take advantage of Sleep Number's biggest sale of the year, and you can save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, plus you get special financing. But the sale does end this Sunday when the NFL begins in earnest on Sunday, September the 8th. This is available to you only at Sleep Number stores or at sleepnumber.com, official sleep and wellness partner of the NFL. See store for details.
Yes. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area, and some are not even based in the entire state? That's silly. But Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they're based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for nearly 30 years. They're award-winning personal and injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. If you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now remember, beautiful weather means motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. So please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place. And feel confident you're in great hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. And they've secured more than $1 billion. Yes, thank you, Dr. $1 billion in verdicts and settlements for their clients, but you paid nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Bubba and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hello, friends. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate you hanging out with us on a Tuesday. Pop and Lund will update you on Ricky Pearsall in just a second. Dante Whitner is going to join us at 12:30, so make an appointment for that. The latest, I just saw Trent Williams engulf someone in his full 71 year. Nick Wagner, our friend from ESPN, first saying Trent Williams was not on the practice field during the very brief portion of practice. Then he updated it. Williams actually was on the side as we departed practice just now. Unclear how much he'll participate. I know he was in gear, though, because he literally did make a man disappear. Yeah.
He's back. So Kawakami texted me that he was back in the weight room for most of practice when the media was there, and this is they were kicking the media out. Trent came out, which is it's going to be a very short practice today, so we'll see what he actually does. So does this mean Trent Williams has signed his contract for him to take the field and go through a practice? Where are we at as far as the restructuring of his deal, John? Any news on that?
Have not heard. Been trying to follow all the insiders to see if it is absolutely done. But like you said, he's in gear. He's on the field. So I would imagine that unless they are still dotting I's, crossing T's, but through this holdout, and he had the holdout, Brandon had the hold in, you would think that he wouldn't get on the field until everything was done, right? Like dotting I's, crossing T's, everything.
Yeah, it must be, and he flew in last night. They agreed to it, and his agency and Vincent Taylor, Elite Sports, did say that they were working on it. So McCaffrey's back at practice, full go. We got video of him going through it. So, I mean, when you think about it now, you got Run CMC back. We haven't seen him back on the practice field. He's been there working out on the side. But to actually take part in the practice with the calf strain, this is Brandon Ayuk's first practice this year. We haven't seen him since the Super Bowl, and obviously Trent Williams was there for the last day of the mini camps, but he stood on the side and didn't do anything. So it is go time. It is Jets week, a bonus practice day today, and they've got McCaffrey, who led the league in rushing last year, and they've got the ex-wide receiver, and they got the all-pro left tackle. So just run the pin and the pull play over and over and over again. A toss to McCaffrey going left, have Brandon Ayuk come down from X and pin on the defensive end and get Trent out in space, and again get Juszczyk and Kittle involved. That's the signature of the Niner running game, that pin and pull with Ayuk and Trent on. And the one thing about the Jets, and we'll tell you a lot about how good their defense was last year and has been really since Robert Saleh's been the head coach there, they don't stop the run. They have been vulnerable against the run. They were towards the bottom of the league. And if you can't stop the run, you can't stop Christian McCaffrey and Ayuk and Trent and Kittle and Juszczyk in this running game. So just great to have those guys back in practice, and that is really the signature of the Niner offense, the running game.
And before we get to Ricky Pearsall and give people the update if they haven't heard about it, and Tim Ryan had some things to say on the morning show, which we'll play in just a second. How do you feel in terms of just, I think the biggest question now is, great, those guys are in, and Brandon signed on Thursday. He's back at practice. Trent Williams just this morning, he's going to be doing some stuff on the side, it looks like. Can they play full games? Trent Williams, normally a tackle, doesn't rotate out. Brandon Ayuk, how many can he play? We had the same conversation about Nick Bosa. How do you feel like they'll play, or how much they'll play Monday night?
I don't know. I'm not around it today because they're practicing during our show, but we'll be there. Thursday's really installation day and the first day of practice, and we'll be there to watch all of it. And likewise on Friday, and then the weekend, Saturday and Sunday walkthrough, we'll have an idea before Monday, and we got to do our show, all day Monday from Levi's to get ready for Monday Night Football. So I think that's what they're figuring out now. Kyle doesn't know, but I think, Trent Williams showed up and signed his contract in the time that he did on Labor Day Monday to get here and be involved in this practice today, whatever level he is. So I think he's going to start at left tackle. He'll play as many snaps as he can. If not, you can rotate Jalen Moore and you can go jumbo and bring Jalen Moore over to that side if you wanted to give him a bit of a long corner. But I've seen Trent play on really bad ankles, and he should not be out there in championship games. So he'll find a way to get through this, obviously. And then for Ayuk, you've got Chris Conley behind him. I know one thing. They're all going to start. I mean, Ayuk will start at ex-wide receiver, and Trent will start at left tackle, and then they just have to manage the cardio. How many snaps do you have on offense? How's that first drive of the season on Monday Night Football. I think it'll help being a night game. We were there for the Player for a Purpose on Wednesday last week, and that was right when the kickoff of the game would have been. And it's amazing, John, how different the visitor sideline is with the sun in their face and how they melt, even for a 5:15 Monday Night Football kick, and how cool it is on the Niners sideline. So that'll be a part of it. All the factor will be, but they didn't sign these contracts, just by happenstance last Thursday and last night or this morning. They knew what the date was. This is a big week to get ready to play. So I think we all expect they're going to play in this game and play a lot, if not the entire game.
All right, so that's the latest on Trent Williams out on the field. We'll see how much we'll let you hear, because we got boots on the ground. JD, John Dickinson is down there, and others. So we'll get you some sound to tell you how much Trent worked out, what Brandon Ayuk's day was like, all that kind of stuff on the field. Off the field, shocking over the weekend on Saturday, especially when news was kind of sketchy at the beginning. Ricky Pearsall, first-round pick of the 49ers, gets shot in the chest. The bullet exits out his shoulder, according to his mom's post. But essentially, this is how his day went on Saturday. He signed autographs at the Cow Palace late Saturday morning, went up to San Francisco later in the day by himself. He was in Union Square right off Geary. Around 3:30 p.m. was approached by a 17-year-old, I wrote man, but kid from Tracy. A struggle ensued. He had a Rolex, and the gun went off, hitting both parties. Pearsall was struck by a bullet in his chest. As I said, his mom said the bullet entered his chest, exited out the shoulder, and no vital organs hit, pretty much a miracle there. Was initially listed in serious but stable condition, released from the hospital less than 24 hours later. The 49ers placed him on the non-football injury list, which means he must miss a minimum of 4 games. And this morning, Tim Ryan, your partner, came on and said that he actually saw him at the facility over the weekend.
Well, I think everyone's in shock when it happened. I mean, are you kidding? And, again, you read about these stories every day in the news, but you don't anticipate it being you or one of your teammates or family members or close to home. I won't get into all the personal details. I do know that I would think that he understands that there was a higher power at work when you kind of look at how everything went down and then how it turned out. I think he realizes that, and I think he's just grateful and grateful that the hand of God was on him. I think that's pretty simple. What he told me in terms of the personal details will remain between me and him. And he told a few of us. He told a few of the guys, but I already know this. His street cred has gone up tremendously around here. And he had it before, but to go through that and to come out of it on the other side and to have a story to tell, it's pretty awesome.
All right, so there he is. Tim saw him in the weight room area over the weekend. So it all sounds good. It sounds like a miracle. It sounds really lucky, because you and I have discussed this. When it first came out and you hear bullet wound to the chest and very little else on Saturday afternoon, you were scared for Ricky Pearsall's life.
Well, I mean, the first thing, a bullet wound to the chest, you're thinking heart, major artery, lung. How did that bullet go in through his chest and go out with not hitting anything that could have taken his life or severely injured him? Irreparably, possibly. So for it to go back out, and I heard it went out the back, so now you're saying left shoulder. That's where his dislocated shoulder was. So how close was it to the left shoulder? Again, that's a football injury. This is different. But once we knew he was fine, as Saturday turned to Sunday and he was being released, my thought was, could they use this time that he's going to be out at least 4 weeks to go in there and do something surgically to strengthen the shoulder so it won't partially dislocate repeatedly? There was talk about doing that anyway. So maybe this is something that could be advantageous to him, but he was scared. I mean, could you imagine just going to San Francisco to do some shopping and having a Rolex on your wrist, and, this happens, and we'll find out more when Ricky talks. And again, the locker room is open right now. I think they're a little bit late coming off the practice field, but the 11:55 is when open locker room is going to be open. So I don't know if Ricky's going to be in there or not, if he's going to want to use that, space to tell his story, or if they want to do it more formally at the podium, or are they going to make Brandon Ayuk available, or Trent? I mean, those guys are going to come off the practice field, and today's a bonus day, so no one's going to the podium to talk, but they will do it in the locker room possibly, unless the guys hide out in the back. So just thank God and just thank everything that he was able to we was worried. The officer you ran the audio from earlier, John, she said that Ricky thought, am I going to die? You get shot in the chest. I mean, you have no idea. They didn't know the bullet was still in his body or if it went back out the back, or they didn't know anything. How much blood he left and how scared he was, and just an incredible hours for him. And as Tim said, he's learned a lot of street cred in the locker room, but I think throughout the Bay Area, people are loving Ricky Pearsall, and he's not even played. We haven't seen him at all in the preseason. And all the video fans are seeing if they were at training camp a little bit when those 6 practices that he worked out before he shut it down, and then going back to the OTAs and the blue jersey. So we haven't seen a lot of him. But he's a young man who was looking forward, and I think he would have played in this game on Monday. I think he had a chance to return punts and be a wide receiver up on game night. His birthday, by the way, is September the 9th. He's going to turn 24 years of age on that night. So right now he's just thinking, thank God I'm alive. But as this week unfolds, man, I was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Otherwise, I'd be playing on Monday Night Football against the Jets. And he never missed a game in college. 3 years at Arizona State, 2 years at Florida. He made all 55 games. He did not miss one. So for him to miss his first game in the NFL, and these are obviously extenuating circumstances, but, to have the hamstring injury in the offseason, the shoulder dislocation a couple of different times, it's been a hard offseason before this guy takes the field. And on top of it, being a first-round pick at wide receiver in the year of the Ayuk and the Debo drama with contract extensions and trade overtures. So it's been hard, but he's here, and we'll see what he wants to tell the media. Possibly right now he's being made available to the media in a whole different set of circumstances that any of his teammates have been.
You see that? Right, see that gathering right there? The 49ers announced there was going to be some kind of an announcement in there. See angry Tim Kawakami there sitting on something there. So they've got the A-list. You see Silver in the background there. You see our KNBR guys in the front. So somebody just sent out a picture. So they have announced some sort of a gathering. So whether that's going to be Trent, Ayuk, both, I don't know. But it says we've just been huddled for some sort of pending team announcement. So there's going to be something. So.
Well, I think they could announce that Trent Williams has a contract extension, right?
Well, what's funny is they could announce a bunch of different things, couldn't they? I mean, my gosh. So.
Oh, that would be the one. Yeah. I mean, they announced Ayuk last week, and Ricky, they've been sending out written statements whether they make Ricky available, but the announcement they're talking about is a formal restructuring or extension of some kind, however they categorize it, an alteration in Trent Williams' contract.
Yeah, so that's the latest as far as what's going on down there. And then as far as Ricky, it's multi-layered. I feel bad for the city of San Francisco. We've all walked by that area. If you've lived or been down here a lot, it's not a high crime area where Ricky was. Bad timing, whatever you want to call it. I'm not going to criticize Ricky because I don't know the nature of it. I don't know how it went down. All we know is they said a Rolex was involved that Ricky had on. What are you going to tell the kid? Don't wear your Rolex walking in San Francisco? I mean, yeah, I guess. I don't know if the struggle was that Ricky wouldn't give up the watch. I don't know that. I mean, they said a struggle ensued. You're kind of thinking, okay, he wouldn't give him the Rolex. I don't know that for a fact. And he was near some high-end stores. But again, you said this before. I mean, it's right by the Four Seasons. It's right up there. There's people walking around. I'm not going to say it shocks me because nothing shocks me anymore, but in that well-traveled of an area, to have that kind of a situation happen on a Saturday and then everybody
Saturday at 3:30.
I mean, that's amazing.
And John Lynch went there right away to the hospital, and members of the 49ers medical department, medical staff, the doctors, the security team went there. And what the reporters are huddled around is John Lynch is going to speak to the media today, and I think it's about Ricky Pearsall in particular. I'm not sure if Trent Williams will come up or not, but John is going to be talking shortly about what happened with Ricky Pearsall over the weekend.
Okay, so we'll record that, or we've got our guys down there, so we'll get that to you shortly, and so we can hear what he has to say. But like you said, John went directly to the hospital. I know that they said that Kyle had spoken to Ricky Pearsall, that there was members of the team that were FaceTiming with him as well, and then as you just heard, Tim Ryan said that he was actually at the facility. I mean, for him to be out of the great news was when you heard that he was out of the hospital less than 24 hours after the incident occurred. Debo put out a tweet that said he was going to be okay very early, right after the incident happened, which was great. His mom put out a social media post that said exactly what had happened, how it had exited out, entered and exited. And it is, as Tim said too, it's just a miracle of some belief that it wouldn't hit anything. But he is going to be out 4 weeks. That's good news. I don't claim to know. I'm certainly not a doctor, as anyone who listens to this show on the regular knows. I don't know how long it takes a bullet wound to heal. We do know Brian Robinson 2 years ago, almost to the day of the Commanders, got shot in the leg twice by 15 and 17-year-old assailants. This kid was 17 from Tracy. I don't know. I don't know how long it's going to take. Your focus kind of shifts as a fan right away. Like, okay, he's okay. When's he going to come back? Honestly, we've talked about knee injuries and Achilles and just about every other injury you can have and concussions over and over again. I don't know. I don't know what a bullet wound takes.
Well, I mean, it is, the fact that he was discharged rapidly, the blood loss would be a major concern. So we don't know, but I'm sure John Lynch has been told, and doctors don't even know. Time has to pass. But John has been told everything and briefed on it, obviously, as the head of football operations. John is going to speak in just moments, and he's going to do it in the media workroom where that picture was. So he's not going into the auditorium where we could take the audio. So hopefully we can grab that. But John Lynch is going to be speaking in moments in the media workroom about what's going on, what went on this weekend with Ricky Pearsall and where he's at right now.
All right, so we'll do that. I did see our guy Austin in there. I know JD's down there, so we'll get you audio and exactly what's going on as fast as we possibly can. One quick note here on a Giants note, Bryce Eldridge continues his movement. He's going to Double-A Richmond.
Nice.
Fast. So I wonder if
their season does last a little longer than Eugene's in high age. And I heard Dave Fleming talking about that last week. He's not going to be there long, maybe a couple of weeks, but he's just... How many home runs does he got now?
22, I think.
He is long. I saw him when Blake Snell was pitching down there on Mom's Day. I went down there, but I was obviously Blake Snell had the immaculate inning. But I was more impressed with the first baseman, the size, and he's a decent, rangy first baseman type of player. But yeah, I just watch him now at Double-A, which means probably next year he starts at Double-A, and then if you get him up to Sacramento at some point next year, it's possible the following year he's your starting first baseman, or maybe you bring him up in September in 2025. But he has had an amazing season. Blake Snell, August National League Pitcher of the Month honors.
Yeah, I just saw that. So there you go. I just know this: if Bryce Eldridge is already up to Double-A, I'm not saying he's going to make the team out of spring training, but it's not against the realm of possibility.
Next year?
I mean, if you're at Double-A, you can come up.
They would like him to start the year probably next year at Double-A and then get him up to Triple-A. But we'll see. Let's see how he does.
I just know they need a first baseman. I like Lamont Wade,
they've
nice
got
guy,
6
but
months.
that's enough.
I agree. It's time for late night to close his shop.
I like the guy.
And I love late night.
Man.
It's just he's fallen off.
Yeah.
He's not the same player he was, and so likewise for Wilmer.
All right, that's the latest on Ricky Pearsall, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Pretty much a miracle that he is fairly, I'm not going to say unscathed because a bullet wound, it's not my bullet wound in the chest. That's not unscathed. But to have him on the road to recovery this quickly and out of the hospital is absolutely great. And as Tim Ryan said, he was already down at the facility, so that is great news on Ricky Pearsall. We will have some sound from our guys down there at the 49ers facility when John Lynch, in moments, apparently, will address this whole situation. We'll get some stuff on that. We'll give you the latest on Trent Williams and on Brandon Ayuk. We were talking a little early about some national outlets hating on the 49ers. We'll get into that conversation as well. And in about 20 minutes, we'll talk to our good friend Dante Whitner, who we spoke to late last week, and start actually looking at the Jets from a defensive perspective and what to expect from Aaron Rodgers. So we'll get into that with Dante in about 20. It's Pop and Lund on your Tuesday. Welcome back. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Football is finally back. Let us know your thoughts and predictions for the 49ers this season. Hit us up on our socials at KNBR.
Bang, baby!
It is always great to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz, especially after a long weekend. He has the answers to all your tax issues, including a big one, Steve. If you can't pay your taxes, what do people do?
They should call us. Now, I hope your listeners really enjoyed the Labor Day weekend, but you know what? I know there's some that didn't. I know there's some that were worried. Is today the day the IRS agent going to get them and maybe fighting with their spouse over it, or maybe hiding it from the spouse and worried about getting caught? Whatever you do, folks, don't stick your head in the sand and wait for one of these newly hired IRS agents to come and get you. Instead, talk to us. You have so many good options. First of all, the fact that they sent you a bill doesn't mean you owe that amount of money. A lot of those bills are wrong. If they are, we can get it corrected. If you didn't file tax returns, a punishment is the IRS makes up a return, oftentimes way more than you really owe. Just filing the return might solve your problem. But suppose you really do owe the money. No problem. We want to make a deal, whether it's just pay part and they forgive the rest, or get the penalties forgiven, or pay in monthly installments that you can afford, not what some IRS agent says you can afford, or let you take some time to get back on your feet financially. The bottom line is, whatever it is, we'll explain everything to you, and then we want to do everything for you. The only thing you have to do is call us for your free consultation and say, hey, Steve, get me out of this mess.
Oh, I like that one. Steve, get me out of this mess. It's very simple. All you have to do is call 888-TAX-DEAL. Say that. Steve, get me out of this mess. And be like, okay, I got you. 888-TAX-DEAL or MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcast. You're tuned in to Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund. It is back. Football is officially back. We were just talking about this in the bullpen. Thursday night. It's Tuesday. Thursday night, we got Ravens-Chiefs. And by the way, this better be the last time the NFL Network plays this damn Super Bowl. That's it.
10-3 Niners at halftime. The Chiefs are going to get the second half kickoff.
Wonder what happens.
And I think he's going to throw an interception to Jair Brown.
Yeah, I felt good at that point.
Right away. And Daniel Bullock's brace for it. Don't tear your Achilles when that happens.
Yeah. I walked out there during one of our commercial breaks and saw Dre fall down on the ground, and I was like, ugh. I remember that with all of us in the booth. Like, what the hell just happened? What happened here? A sniper in the building? Oh, my gosh. And we're like,
soft fields
down,
at UNLV,
man.
John, but we're moving
Fell
on.
down.
Anyway.
Yeah, anyway, this better be the last time.
Afternoon
Okay?
delight.
Better be the last time.
So the locker room is open now. John Lynch is going to talk after the open locker room because all the members of the media can't be in two places at once.
Yeah, because they're all standing in this
corner. So the locker room's
corner.
open. They got to go in there and get the and maybe they'll see Ricky Pearsall or Trent or Ayuk. Who knows? And then after that, John Lynch will talk in the media workroom.
Okay. It was. There's Kyle. There's Trent walking on the field. He stopped and said a joke, and then Trent laughed, and as he was putting on his pads. So he's got pads and everything. So we'll get everything from John Lynch after everybody goes in the locker room. We will have that stuff, I'm sure, after Dante at 12:30 at the bottom of the hour. Then we will, I'm sure by that point, have some guys in the locker room and some sound, and we'll shoot it back to you. So hopefully by at least the foreplay, if not before, we'll have some John Lynch and some players and reaction from a lot of things, from Brandon Eaton being back on the field, from Trent Williams. I don't know how much he's going to work on the field, but we see him in uniform. And then, of course, the Ricky Pearsall situation. So we'll get the latest on all those things. Keep it right here, and we'll have all these sound for you. But, yeah, I'm just – it's getting exciting because you got the Chiefs and the Ravens. You got, obviously, the Niners and the Jets. You got a great game between the Rams and the Lions. Like, I'm starting to, it's really here. Like, we're 6 days away from this thing, and we actually start talking about it. It's not speculation. It's not this and that. It's not weeks or months away. Man, we're 6 days away from this thing, and it's getting
Labor Day is behind us.
Yeah.
It's Labor Day weekend,
That's it.
Tuesday. We're back. We got a game in a few hours here. 53 hours, whatever the hell it is. Coming up on Thursday night, and then we got a game in Brazil on Friday. So get your Peacock streaming. Watch college football on Saturday. It's on Peacock, and then Sunday will be a whole day and night of football. And then we got the Rams and Lions going on Sunday Night Football. So a busy weekend for Tirico and Collinsworth as they got Thursday and Sunday. We get to watch it all, and we also get to take notes exactly how this dynamic kickoff rule is going to go down in the preseason. They didn't show a lot. I think the key is going to be Jake Moody and kicking the ball, a dirty ball, and putting it on the ground. But we'll see. Read a big story today about teams may just touch it back. We thought the owners may vote to put it on the 35 and a touchback, the old school touchback, and not the 30. It was the 25 before, but they didn't do that, so it's on the 30. So we'll see. So, yeah, it'll be great to watch Kansas City and see what they've done with their new toys on offense. Obviously, Hollywood Brown won't play in the game, but they've added some pieces that they've had there before. Juju Smith-Schuster, and we kind of thought Rashee Rice would face some form of punishment in the offseason, but not at all. And he said he's had a great camp, and he's really picking it up in his second year. And when you watch this Super Bowl back, and I've watched it a few times this weekend because it's right there, a lot of big plays. The 4th and 1, boy, watch that over and over again if you're Nick Bosa. You're dying on that play. The way he took the fake down the line, they never blocked him on the play. Andy Reid's theory with Nick is just don't block him. We can't block him, so we won't block him. And we'll take him where we want him to go, and then we move right around him. So he pulled it out on the 4th and 1, and Mahomes got out. He had Kelsey, but he ran because that whole side was vacated because Nick just went flat and chased it from the front side there. But the 3rd and 6 to Rashee Rice was such a big play. And Deommodore Lenoir, I think he's going to be much better than he was last year, John. And last year he was really good, but now he's confident. And he was talking about how he wanted to play inside in the Super Bowl more. He told him he was inside on that play. And it's a hard cover. You try to cover Rashee Rice on an over route like that, a shallow cross, that's a hard cover. But those plays, the 4th and 1, obviously, and the big one to Rice on 3rd down, the one to Travis Kelce against Fred down to the goal line when Jair Brown got hurt, and that's why you took the ball in overtime. So, in any event, I'm not watching this game. I'm moving on.
Yeah, stop it.
It's a new
Don't watch
season,
the punt return. That was the
and
one
it's starting
that
on Thursday.
The
Well,
ball
was
that
just
hit.
unfortunate.
Yeah, but that changed the whole game. That was the momentum changer.
Started it.
By the way, this is good news. Leonard Floyd on the Adam Schefter podcast about his knee injury, quote, "It was nothing. They overhyped it. I'm fine," unquote. So that's good.
Sorry, I did it on TV. I saw it get hyperextended bad. That thing planted and bent back the other way his right knee. I thought, whoa, that's not good. You know what? Leonard Floyd, we call George Kittle the rubber band man. Hand me down my walking stick, hand me down my cane. This guy is a rubber band man. He is Gumby. He just is. The first day of training camp, he went down and people thought he was hurt. I saw him a couple of times go down in camp, and I thought I got to cart him off, and he's fine. He comes right back in. So glad to hear it. He is elastic. He does not miss games. And a big part of it on that same podcast, Adam Schefter talked to him about. He's the one that sacked Aaron Rodgers last year, 4 snaps into the year, and Aaron wasn't as lucky. He tore his Achilles on that play. But essentially, Leonard Floyd said he received death threats right after that for being the one that tackled Aaron Rodgers and knocked him out 4 snaps into the year. People really going to take it that seriously? Wow.
Like he meant to do it. It's just so ridiculous.
That's the world we live in now.
Yeah, it totally is. All right, again, we'll get any information that John Lynch provides, and that's going to be after the players talk in the locker room, and that's going to be about as spirit as it gets with Brandon Ayuk being back, with Trent Williams being back, with the Pearsall situation shooting over the weekend. So those guys will talk, and then we'll hear from John Lynch. We'll do that for you coming up at the, at least, like I said, we have Dante coming up at the bottom of the hour, but we'll have some of that right after Dante. I'm sure our guys will send it up because we got some guys from the KNBR crew down there, including John Dickinson and some other camera guys that I saw in the picture that they sent as everybody was kind of hovering around everything. So we'll keep you updated on everything. But let's get to Dante Whitner and actually talk some football. How are the 49ers going to defend Aaron Rodgers? Breece Hall, like you said, the running game, what does he expect out of a Robert Saleh defense? He knows. Dante Whitner is going to tell us and tell you next, only here on The Sports Leader.
Football is back and Gold Bar Whiskey is back. Gold Bar Whiskey proudly presents the Joe Montana Whiskey Collection, a whiskey that celebrates the iconic 49er quarterback and a 4-time Super Bowl champion, Joe Montana. Gold Bar is the perfect whiskey to enjoy with friends and family and to celebrate like a champion. It's crafted right here in the heart of the Bay Area. Each bottle of the limited edition Joe Montana whiskey embodies the spirit of greatness. It is aged to perfection and finished in cognac barrels It delivers a unique taste that is as smooth as Joe's legendary passes. You can find the Joe Montana collection at local retailers, online at goldbarwhiskey.com, or at the Gold Bar Whiskey Distillery located on Treasure Island. It is a great spot. Stop by for delicious food, refreshing cocktails. Get the Golden Joe there. Actually, Joe's Cocktail and the best views that San Francisco has to offer. For more details, including location and hours, visit goldbarwhiskey.com.
McCaffrey runs around Purdy, pressured, Purdy throws. Caught by Brandon Ayuk. Touchdown! San Francisco! Ayuk is on fire! Just in time!
And what a great move to snag and just throw Cam Sutton off of him and get a release to the inside, and Brock right on time, slamming it.
All right, we're still waiting on Dante. Sorry, I was busy. I'm watching the new Brock Purdy Applebee's
commercial.
Yeah, we're gonna have to play this at 1:30 and
Is he
talk
good
more.
in the neighborhood?
Talk more about his acting skills. They are promoting boneless
Cole?
wings. Cole? So I don't know.
That's an old one.
I think he's better.
How's the one for Applebee's?
I think it's better. He's coming along. Boy, did he love when we played his? We played like a.
He
a
killed,
bunch of them.
canned it.
He gave us a big eye
His eyes
roll.
rolled right away.
He's like, how long do we have to listen to this? We put together like 3 or 4 best of Brock's commercials, and yeah, he was painful.
It was
for him.
easy to do it. It was right there.
It was painful for
So
him.
so we know Travis Kelce has the most commercials nationally, like 179 of them, whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
Who's going to have the most among Niners? Brock, George,
Kittle,
or CMC?
Seems he doesn't love doing it. Kittle
He's
is like
everywhere.
Kittle is already doing the direct TV stuff, which by the way is a direct TV problem. But man, I'm gonna go Kittle. Although Brock's probably got some more, but he and Saquon Barkley and Dan Campbell are doing the Applebee's stuff. So just
I saw
the
Dan
one.
Campbell's.
Yeah,
Where he walks up to the table with the menu and he has the headsets on. He takes the order.
yeah, and he's got like
And he references to, it's fourth down, we're going for it.
I think he's not. He's trying to get away from that. By the way, before we got Dante on, we are getting a few things out of there. Matt Mayoka, our good friend, 49ers insider. From the hospital, Ricky Pearsall got on a FaceTime call with the 49ers teammates at the team party on Saturday night.
Nice.
So that's pretty cool. So
was Rick Ross?
Was
he on the call as well?
Call.
Why was Rick Ross there? It's kind of wild.
It is kind of wild. Let's see if I've got anything else. So, yeah, we'll keep you up to date on stuff. That's the main thing coming out of it is in the hospital, they were on a FaceTime call with Ricky, that's good news. So, by the way, we're hooking up Dante, and it's taking a minute because we're going to have as many of our guests as possible on the video stream as well. So if you're on YouTube and Twitch, you will see Dante, who was built for the stream. Oh, I see him now. I don't know if he's ready to go, but there he is. Dante is definitely has a face for TV. So just having it on radio or however you're listening is not good enough. So we're going to have him in just a second. I see them putting the screen up now, and he's putting on a little lip balm, so he'll be ready for us. So just hang on 1 second. We'll get his opinion on everything that's going on. Is he there? By the way, Dante is brought to us by our good friends at Dignity Health, the official healthcare partner of the San Francisco 49ers and Levi's Stadium. Dante Whitner joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line, and you can see him on YouTube and Twitch.
We did this a lot during the pandemic.
You look
Everything
good.
we did was Zoom that year.
Yeah, he looks good.
We never were in the same rooms.
No, it's good, man. And he,
is it
like
okay
I
for
said,
me to pull my shirt up, guys?
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, you need to do this thing shirtless.
You're looking ripped.
We would probably get more YouTube viewers if you went shirtless.
You know,
but
thanks to the 49ers for all the swag pack. You know,
You
I got
got
all
it.
the
I like
49ers
that,
gear.
man.
J-Dog
All
took
the
care
new
of you.
49ers gear.
Look at that stuff, man. I like it.
You look
Man.
good.
Yeah, but it's
All right,
incredible.
I don't even know where to start. I guess let's.
Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah,
We
let's
gotta
start with Ricky.
Just have you been, and you've been in the league a long time, and Brian Robinson in Washington a couple of years ago in a carjacking attempt got it in the leg, and I remember Plaxico Burress coming out of a nightclub in New York when he had the handgun in his waistband that went off. Were you around teammates and gunfire like this? Just how do you handle this internally in the locker room, Dante?
Well, I actually had a situation when I was a young Jet in Buffalo, similar to this situation where I was playing a game against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Some guys broke into my home and robbed my entire place of everything, jewelry, clothes, shoes, everything. And I just can imagine what would have happened if I had family members there and they weren't all at the game. It's pretty ironic that I was actually with Ricky before this happened. We did an autograph signing Saturday afternoon together, and we just exchanged numbers. We exchanged Instagrams. We talked about the season. I went my way, went to the airport. He went his way to, try to do some shopping. And unfortunately, there was a young man there that wanted to take a Rolex from him. For a lot of the young players in the NFL, we have to be more aware. You have to be aware of your circumstances. You have to be aware of the circumstances of the people around you and the economic circumstances. So I'm not saying that Ricky did anything wrong, but we just have to be more aware when we're wearing these type of things in public, when we don't know who's around us. It's, God was on his side that day. For a bullet to go through his chest, not hit any major organs, was just incredible. God was looking out for him. Hopefully he can get healed up. His family is at peace now, and he can get back to what he does best, and that's play football.
Let me go back to this thing because I didn't know. So you were at the card signing with them down there at the Cow Palace. You went to the airport. He went back up, and then that's, of course, where he was shot. Again, I'm with you. I'm not going to say he did anything wrong. You should be able to be safe, especially in Union Square in San Francisco. But, I mean, they do have symposiums, right, where they talk about this, and they do warn you with these kind of things. Don't they do that? And I know they do it more prevalently than they even used to.
They do, but at the same time, what makes you a great NFL player, that alpha energy, will actually be to your detriment when you're out in public and you're around other individuals who feel the same that you feel about wanting to take what you have. So I'm not saying that he was wrong. I agree with you. But sometimes we have to be more aware and understand that there's somebody out there that's bigger and badder and willing to risk it all to take what we have, and we just can't put ourselves in those circumstances.
And your story about my hometown of Buffalo is chilling. When you were a Bill, people knew you were playing a game, so your home is vulnerable there. And Debo was kind of talking about this on social media, where if you tell people you see Debo having dinner at a restaurant and then you tell people he's there, well, then ipso facto he's not home. And I worried about that when my kids were young. When I'd be doing a game in Cleveland or something, they know I'm not home. So the family could be vulnerable. So how do you handle a situation like that? When it happened as a rookie,
they broke in during a Bills game. You're playing that day, and they know you're not there, so they can take advantage of you. As a professional athlete, how do you protect yourself in situations when people know where you are and where you're not?
Well, you have to become ultra secretive. You have to have a close circle around you, and you have to be careful of how you handle social media. That's the primary thing. When you're posting in live time, oh, I'm at a restaurant, oh, I'm out of the country, oh, I'm in this state, I'm in that state, that's when you become a target. When you post anything about your personal residence or your kids' schooling, you have to make sure that nobody can identify where these exact locations are. So it's really, a rough and a tough situation to be in. But when you become a professional athlete, when you're in the public eye, you have to take extra precautions to protect yourself and your family.
The great Dante Whitner is joining us, of course, former San Francisco 49er. You're going to see him before and after all 49ers games. We love having him on, and we will all week long. In addition, not only can you hear Dante if you're listening on any of our platforms, but if you're on YouTube and Twitch, you can check Dante out as well. He'll be joining us via video when he can as well. Just when you were talking to Ricky, I haven't met him, I haven't talked to him. What kind of a guy is he?
He's a stand-up guy, straightforward guy, a little flashy at times, right? Had 2 nice diamond necklaces on, like we've seen all the 49ers wear, right? It's just that he was the guy in that circumstance, in that situation. He's a lot bigger than what I thought he was. He looks like a running back almost. He's a lot taller than what I thought he was, but we've known all of these things. But as an individual, he was humble. He was taking in all the information that I was actually giving him about being a professional, showing up early, leaving late. That was the conversation that we was having. We was having another conversation about developing passive income to prepare himself for, when his career is over. So it's just very unfortunate. And when I received that call 25 minutes later, I really had the goosebumps, because I could have, in that moment, even though I don't put things on myself, I could have said, maybe you should tuck those in a little bit, or maybe you should take the watch off if you're going to be wandering through the city of San Francisco, where, I was there the other day, and it's just so many homeless people on the streets, to where I don't know how any normal functioning human being could operate right now.
It's amazing. You were there the fateful hours before Ricky Pearsall got shot on Saturday. Last time we had you on, Dante, you told us about a meeting you were going to have with Malik Mustafa, where that very night you were going to go watch some tape of him for about an hour and break down his game. Did you have it, and how did it go?
We had it. We had another last night. And it's not more so about what the offense is doing. It's not about what everybody else is doing. It's about the small, intricate details that will take his game to another level. For example, where's the middle of the formation? Not the middle of the field, the formation. We talked about his knee bend, his middle of the field breaks, how he was rounding a lot of them off. We talked about the extra effort that he has to give on a play where he turned it down and a ball carrier escaped when he perceived that somebody else was going to make the tackle, reading through the front side triangle. So we're just going through the basics. And I tell him, like I tell a lot of the other guys, I work with Rashawn Jenkins, that's with the Seattle Seahawks, Daniel Thomas, that's with the Jacksonville Jaguars, Kendall Williamson with the Buffalo Bills, probably 15 other safeties around the National Football League. We jump on Zoom, and I hold them accountable like Tom Brady's coach held him accountable. Like Kobe Bryant had another coach outside of his coaches that held him accountable when it came to fundamentals. Michael Jordan had the same. If you really want to be a pro, you have to seek counsel of people that have actually done it, and then you have to take notes and implement a plan before and after practice to work on your weaknesses. So that's what me and Malik Mustafa is working on right now. We jumped on last night, had a great session. Hopefully once this game is over, we'll jump back on.
That's great stuff, man. Dante Whitner is joining us both on the line and on YouTube and Twitch, so make sure that you check it out, as we're talking about a lot of different things. Was with Ricky Pearsall at their card show right before he went up to San Francisco and ran into that incident where he got shot. As far as back on the field, great to see Trent Williams back, and I think we asked you this about Brandon Ayuk last week, but how quickly can, now that he's in town, they're dotting I's and crossing T's, and it looks like he's at least working out on the field, how quickly can Trent Williams be himself?
Instantly. Trent Williams is a 15-year veteran, probably 13-year All-Pro, Pro Bowler. He keeps himself in phenomenal shape. Even if he was to fall off 5 to 10%, he's still better than every left tackle in the National Football League. So I think instantly there'll be some hiccups there when it comes to communication and being able to refer back to the playbook and line stunts and how they're going to protect. But instantly he makes the other players around him better. He makes Purdy better. The offensive weapons that the 49ers have, he instantly makes everybody better. And it's not just his presence on the field, it's his presence in the locker room. When you have a veteran leader like Trent Williams, who puts it all on the line, who performs exceptionally well each and every game, the other guys can only rise to that level. So instantly, Trent Williams can make an impact.
We are going to have you on, I believe, Monday, the day of the Monday night opener against the Jets. So we'll spend almost the entire show breaking down the Jets. But have you watched them at all and their offense a little bit before? And to me, Aaron Rodgers is obviously Aaron Rodgers, but they got two special players. This running back, Preassall, and I look at the stats and I see how good he is, but I didn't really know he was this good till I started watching him. I think Fred Warner matching up with him on those Texas routes out of the backfield, if he goes out wide, is going to be a real matchup. So your thoughts on him. And then Garrett Wilson. Wow, what a smooth route runner he is. He's just so beautiful. Do you think Charvarius Ward, the Mooney man, follows him around in this game and goes wherever he goes in certain situations? So tell me about Aaron's main weapons. They got Mike Williams, the big receiver, but we'll see how much he's able to play off the ACL. The guys you got to deal with are number 20, Preassall, and number 5 now, Garrett Wilson.
The New York Jets have two main playmakers, and you just named them, Preassall and Garrett Wilson from the Ohio State University.
I knew that was coming. I knew it.
And from under the tutelage of Brian Hartline, one of my ex-teammates, right? Brian Hartline has those guys on fire out there. Did you see that freshman, that true freshman?
Oh, man.
Last week for the Buckeyes?
That number 4. He's a big boy.
Putting them out, right? Yeah.
You are. You're a wide receiver factory.
He is a big boy.
Absolutely. It's a factory, but yeah, they're going to be a problem. But the 49ers have a revamped defensive line. They went out and they strategically brought in guys that were plug stuffers, that were guys that were going to take two, that were going to keep the linebackers free. They went out and got defensive ends that are going to do their jobs, set the edge with strength, get off of blocks, make tackles. And they went out and got Leonard Floyd, who's going to be on the opposite side of Bosa, and we're expecting a phenomenal tandem. Bosa, who looks stronger, who looks faster, who looks more phenomenal, is probably going to be somewhere in the mix for Defensive Player of the Year. So I think when it comes to Breece Hall, just like every week, you have to stop the running game first and foremost, and that's an attitude. And I'm fully expecting the 49ers to be able to deal with that. As far as when Breece Hall breaks the formation and gets out in the pass pattern, we've seen Fred Warner cover the best receiving backs in the National Football League. Yes, they're going to be missing Dre Greenlaw, but they're going to have things with Jair Brown and Odom lurking in the middle to be able to help some of the linebackers. I think that when it's zone coverage, the corners and the safeties will identify exactly where Aaron Rodgers wants to go with the football, and they'll get there in a hurry. We've seen the speed of this defense in training camp, and I think that this is the strongest that the 49ers secondary has been since I've been covering the team. They have tons of length. Diamador Lenoir was the best player on the defensive side of the ball in training camp, and we saw what Charvarius Ward did on the opposite side, making it to his first All-Pro last year. I'm expecting phenomenal things from the corners. So this is going to come down to Aaron Rodgers' offense because he brought it over with him from Green Bay. It's going to be a lot of quick game. There's going to be a lot of RPO. There's going to be a lot of trying to improvise, escape the pocket, and put pressure on the secondary. So if they can get to Aaron Rodgers early and often and tackle well, don't turn the football over, I don't see a problem why the 49ers shouldn't win big on Monday night.
It's great to have Dante Whitner every single week. This has been a big media thing, bouncing back from a Super Bowl loss. Is there anything to that, or is it just it's a new season and we're moving on, it's easy? Anything mentally to that?
There's always something to that. And to go through any NFL season, it takes so much mental, physical, and emotional fortitude to not only do everything that you're supposed to do, show up early, leave late, extra lifts, keep a diet, stay healthy, communicate at a high level, have some luck, continue to get deep and deep into the playoffs, it takes every individual in that locker room to look themselves in the mirror and say, am I dedicated? Well, not am I dedicated. Was I dedicated this past offseason? Did I really put in the work that it's going to take to be able to play 18, 17, 18 games and then a deep, transition into the playoffs? So I think that the work has already been put in. From my observation in training camp, this looks like a team who's extra motivated, who has lost 2 Super Bowls, and who understands that they were right there up 10 points probably midway through the fourth quarter. And they almost achieved the ultimate in bringing the Lombardi back to the Bay Area. So I think that the hard work has already been put in from my observation in training camp. Now they just have to go out there, implement it, and execute on Sundays. But I don't think they'll have an issue getting over that hurdle.
Getting back to the Jets and now over to their defense. We know Saleh, obviously, and he loves the cover 3. So you see a lot of bail technique with the corners, and DJ Reed, the former Niner, plays that really well. But I want to ask you about Sauce. Do they let him man up a little bit more? Because he's so long, he's so good mirroring guys. And just what do you see overall from him? He's a great cover guy. Can he tackle, though? I wonder if the Niners will just run right at number 1.
I'm not sure if they'll run right at him, but I've always felt like a guy like Sauce, from playing in the market that he played in, a lot of the hype with Aaron Rodgers first coming in, where he was drafted, I've always felt like he was a little overrated. Yes, he's a really good press man guy, but when it comes to just overall defense, plan, leverage, where you're supposed to be, communicating, tackling, I think that he took a step back last year. And I wish and hope that Brandon Ayuk was in training camp for the entirety of it. I think this would have been a good matchup where you see a true route runner versus a guy who they deem as number 1 in the National Football League. And I really feel like Brandon Ayuk would have gotten the best of him with a full month of training camp. Not to say that they're not going to attack him now. It's just like his cardiovascular endurance is not to the level it should be to go out there and give him 8 to 10 targets. So I think the Sauce, he can be very dangerous, but in the grand scheme of things, there's really no cover lockdown corners now when everybody can be exposed, and especially when you're facing a Kyle Shanahan type offense. So we'll see what they have cooked up for Sauce Gardner.
All right, before we let you go, how are you feeling about the season with them just approaching it just as a whole? I'm not asking you for a prediction or Super Bowl win or anything, but just how you feeling in general as we come kind of off of a crazy off season into the regular season for the Niners.
Well, the pundits and scribes would say that there's too much adversity surrounding the 49ers for them to go out and have success and do the ultimate and win the Lombardi. And I say that that's total BS. I'd say that a lot of times adversity and a lot of these things that you go through with injuries and players not being available, it makes you stronger. So I think that this will be a year where the 49ers have to get it done. They're coming up on a time where they're going to have to pay their quarterback, and there's going to be some guys that are going to be leaving and some guys that are going to be developed. So I would say that the time is now, and the moves that they made, the way that they stay healthy during training camp, how they could progressively gotten better and better each and every day. I think that if they start the season fast and go out and make a statement on Monday night and have some luck by staying healthy, this is where the 49ers can actually get it done this year. They say that third time's a charm, right, Pop?
Yeah.
Hoping.
Yeah,
hoping.
Absolutely.
Yeah, third
Not
time's
going back
a charm,
to that damn
baby.
Super Bowl to lose it again, are we?
No,
and you know
I
where it
can't
is
take
this
that
year,
again.
Dante?
Oh, yeah.
Back
New
to
Orleans.
Nolans.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, he's not too happy about that. It's like when we went back to Vegas last week. I was like, oh, geez, this place again.
Vegas was bad enough. We got to go back to that dome.
They haven't even fixed that thing yet. That's the same as when the
We will
lights went out.
gladly go back in that dome again.
Man.
That's where it's being played.
If you
We
can
gotta
come
go
out,
there.
if you can come out with the Lombardi, it'll be excellent.
Yeah, it would be good, man. All right, we won't ask you about that anymore. All right, bro.
Please don't.
Yeah, I know. I don't want to talk about it.
What college game you got this weekend?
Well, I don't have another this week.
Oh, you're off
the
again?
following week. Yeah, I'm off again. Yeah, I start the following week. Yeah,
So you can
and then we'll
study
be
the
on the
Jets for the
road.
week. Good.
Yeah. I'm actually studying them right now.
Very nice, man.
I know.
What do Ohio State play? Akron? That new quarterback looked good, but like you said, man, they just pump him out. That kid's
I
a
think
freshman.
We paid him what? Almost $2 million to come take that
$2
beat down?
million. That kid's playing quarterback at Ohio State.
He's making double.
Best beat down they ever took. Yeah, that's the best beat down they ever took, Pop.
Man. He's lucky for that freshman. That kid's big, too. He's like 6'4", 220 or something like that.
He has a lot of pressure.
Jeez.
You know, I don't know if he ever played in front of 111,000.
Oh, my God. I know.
Speaking of which, how about Texas, Michigan next week?
Ooh, that's going to be big.
Yeah, it's be big. But guess what? Michigan is having quarterback problems.
Yeah.
It's not the same without Harbaugh.
No.
None of the organizations or the teams are the same.
Alabama's not the same.
No.
That's why I have it penciled in, guys. I have Harbaugh and the LA Chargers in the AFC Championship.
Whoa,
I said it
really?
earlier. I truly believe it. He has Justin Herbert and his quarterback and his defensive ends and a running game.
And half
they're
your
gonna be
teammates on his
fundamentally
coaching
sound.
staff.
Yeah, and they're going to be fundamentally sound. They're going to have that dog in them. And, you know, I'm just expecting them to do big things. He always has.
Why was the other side? Chiefs, Chargers?
No, they got to go through the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Right? They have to go through the
Go Harbaugh. I don't want to see the Chiefs again.
So you're saying Kansas City's not going to the Super Bowl this year?
No, not this year. I think that it's a new sheriff in town. I'm a Harbaugh believer.
You're the best, man. Hey, thanks for making the time as always. Love seeing you on the video. We're looking forward to it. We'll talk to you on Friday.
I like this video, man. We got to get some film breakdown, Pop.
Oh,
we got to
we
get
can
really
do
into
that.
it.
We have a segment on the show called
Yeah.
Papa's Playbook.
Man, every
you just gave
week
us a
we
great
can
get you involved in that,
idea.
bro.
When you
I'll
come
jump
in, we'll
on.
pull out the All-22.
Yeah,
Whitner's whiteboard. You do that on
3
TV,
to 5
right? Whitner's
plays that
whiteboard?
really affected the game.
Oh, that's what we're doing. What a
Yep,
great
let's
idea.
do it.
That's a
Done.
good call.
Done. Whitner's whiteboard.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Thanks, Dante. We'll talk to you later
All
this
right,
week, man.
Dante.
Talk to you guys next week.
Yeah, let's
Thank
get
you.
that.
All right, man.
Thank you, man.
How good is that?
Dude, let's get that together.
What day is he coming on? Tuesday, Wednesday? Whitner's Whiteboard Wednesday.
Well,
How good would that be?
I'll just take that segment off. I'll have a cold one, and you guys can break it down,
No,
man.
that'd be so
that would be really good.
So
Actually.
good.
The
I'll take it off, too.
whiteboard and
Let
pop it
Dante
off.
go. Let Dante go.
Damn, I was just trying to get a little time
Was
off.
he saying Sauce Gardner's a little overrated? Did he say that?
Kind of. That's kind of what he did.
Can he tackle?
And he just took
got some
Harbaugh to
spindly
the AFC Championship game.
I don't know about all that.
Man, can you imagine?
Who's he got besides the quarterback and Joe Alt? Who's he got?
I don't know, but man, I would love the Chargers and Niners for 2 weeks. Oh man, that would be good stuff.
Back to
right
New
there.
Orleans,
Oh.
the scene of the 1st and 5.
I almost asked him what he did when the lights went out, but I saw Dante's face. He did not want to talk about New Orleans anymore. He was like, "No, don't ask me that."
We're not going back there.
No. All right. We do have some quotes coming out of 49erville, so we'll give you that. John Lynch has spoken. Also, we got a couple of pieces of audio that we'll turn around quickly for you and get that into the foreplay. We'll do that at the top of the hour. It's Pop and Lone on the Sports Leader.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
This has been a test of the emergency alert system. We now return to our regular programming.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Jim Ryan. Bro. Join Murph and Marcus this morning to preview the 2024 Niners season. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Hello, friends. Pop and Lund on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. We have exclusive audio from the 49ers, including Tim Ryan talking about his conversation with Ricky Pearsall, the sergeant who spoke to Ricky Pearsall right after the shooting. Also, Aaron Banks spoke about Ricky Pearsall contacting the team on Saturday night, and we'll give you a little Brandon Ayuk for the first time to the podium this year, Brandon Ayuk. And then here's what we'll do. At 1:15, don't miss it, we will play an extended cut of John Lynch because he talked about a lot of things, Ricky Pearsall. So rather than just having one cut, 1:15, we'll play an extended long version of what John Lynch had to say about Ricky Pearsall's situation, 1:15. And it sounds like some pretty good news. So stay for that. Yeah.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. All right, here is the sergeant, Joelle Harrell, on what she said to Ricky Pearsall right after the shooting occurred. She was the first one to speak to Ricky. Here's what she had to say.
I'm holding him, and I was like, okay, just be calm. We're here. We're going to take care. Everything's okay. And I could see his breathing started getting faster. I could feel his body changing. I see him look down, and he looks at me. He goes, am I going to die? And I just like, no. I take off my hat because I wanted to make eye contact with him. I wanted him to hear me. And I said to him, listen, look at me. I know you don't know me, but I want you to trust me. It's not your time. God is here with us, okay? Please be calm and breathe. You're strong, okay? I want you to be strong like you are out in the field. Just breathe. And he looked at me and he listened. He did it, and that helped so much.
Wow, that's pretty powerful stuff. First thing he says to her, am I going to die?
Wow. John Lynch mentioned her by name, actually spoke to her husband, I believe is what he said. So we'll hear from John coming up. But Joelle's a heroine. There's no doubt. She was there to guide him through those precious moments to keep his spirits up and save his life.
Amazing. Comfort him, just kind of settle him down in those moments. Here is Aaron Banks, guard of the 49ers, who, by the way, good news, he was out of practice again, so that is good for Monday night against the Jets. But this is now going around that at Kyle Shanahan's party to kick off the season on Saturday night, Ricky Pearsall had everybody in good spirits as he FaceTimed with the team. Here's what Aaron Banks had to say.
He's in high spirits, but you could tell he's still, something like that will shake you up. So you could tell he's still working through it, but it was great to see him and, for him to be around the team.
How soon after finding out that he had been shot did you guys find out that, okay, maybe it's not life-threatening? How long was the duration where you just didn't know what was going on?
I think by the time I had heard the news, I saw that he was in a stable condition. But I feel like you never really know, even with that, how serious it is. So, by the time I found out he was in stable condition.
I mean, it's a miracle from, as Aaron Banks just said right there, to the time that you hear that he's shot in the chest to on that very night he is FaceTime with his teammates, and by Sunday he's out of the hospital.
So he got shot right around 3:30. Kyle's party started at 6 o'clock, and Kyle has that every Saturday of Labor Day weekend because the roster is set by then. The 53 is set, 16 or 17 person practice squad is set. That's the team that they're going to come back after Labor Day Monday and go to work with, or on Labor Day Monday if you're playing on Sunday. So that was like 6 o'clock the party started. I'm sure they were all wondering about Ricky Pearsall, and that's really powerful stuff from the left guard. And good news that he is back to practice, and hopefully he'll be able to go, because that is the spot. Left guard is where Quinnen Williams, and he lines up a number of spots on their front, but predominantly he'll be over the left guard, and he's going to need help, whether it's Trent from the other side or Jake Brendel from center. Quinnen Williams, he was in the same draft as Nick Bosa. He is a great player.
He is. He's a bad man. So that's the latest there. We will hear from Brandon Ayuk. We got a final cut from Brandon. It's his first time at the podium. And if you're waiting, John Lynch, we're going to do an extended cut at 1:15 as he addressed the Ricky Pearsall situation just a little bit ago. But here's our very own Tim Ryan, your radio partner this morning. It's great to have Tim Ryan back on KNBR. He was at the Morning Guys this morning, and actually he spoke with Ricky Pearsall from the weight room, of course. Here's what he had to say.
Well, I think everyone's in shock when it happened. I mean, are you kidding? And, again, you read about these stories every day in the news, but you don't anticipate it being you or one of your teammates or family members or close to home. I won't get into all the personal details. I do know that I would think that he understands that there was a higher power at work when you kind of look at how everything went down and then how it turned out. I think he realizes that, and I think he's just grateful and grateful that the hand of God was on him. I think that's pretty simple. So, what he told me in terms of the personal details will remain between me and him. And he told a few of us. He told a few of the guys, but I already know this: his street cred has gone up tremendously around here. And he had it before, but to go through that and to come out of it on the other side and to have a story to tell, it's pretty awesome.
Amazing. He's already hanging around the facility. Cool.
Yeah, I mean, once he got cleared from, and the 49ers, John Lynch, is going to hear from him in a minute. John went there Saturday afternoon to see him, and they brought security staff people there and also medical people. I mean, once he was discharged from the hospital, you want the Niner medical people to take over now and nurture him. And we'll see, more in the coming days about if it came out near the left shoulder, which has already been dislocated twice, whether or not they want to secure that while he's going to be on the list that's going to take him off the field. It's a non-football injury, but it's severe. So what an offseason this guy's been through. From dislocating the shoulder in the OTAs, going away, tweaking a hamstring. When training camp started, he was limited. And then he jumped in, and then August the 6th, he re-aggravates the shoulder. It pops out partially again. He didn't play in any preseason games at all. And to do it in this Ayuk drama, the Debo drama, the offseason, will win those guys over in the locker room. And at T-Rock's point, there's no doubt he won the guys over. Just the way he's been as a teammate, he's just smart. He's just on it. Play any position. His skill set is real, his quick feet, and then to show his toughness to his teammates in a non-football way by taking a bullet right through his chest and out the backside and coming out the next day. It's pretty amazing what he's been through this rookie year.
Gosh, I can't even believe it. From the time it happened, it was just shocking to hear. And then you go to social media, and it's all anything that he could talk about, and then we didn't get information for a while. And man, and like you said, to be out the next day, to be doing FaceTime with his teammates, that's pretty.
I think we got a new
unbelievable.
nickname for him. He was Slick Rick, and I'm not sure he liked that one. He's the natural. He is the natural. To take a bullet wound like that and come back and play, and his skill set is kind of a natural skill set. Ricky Pearsall's the natural.
Yeah, it's amazing, that whole situation. So, again, he's been put on the non-football injury list. He's going to miss at least 4 weeks. We'll see where it goes from here. And, again, we'll play more with John Lynch at 1:15, an extended cut with John Lynch, who addressed the media just a little while back. Finally, one from Brandon Ayuk, his first time on the podium, obviously, after signing his new contract. And he said he wanted to get paid because that's the kind of player he is.
Obviously, yes. But, that was the reason why I wanted to get paid in such a manner, because that's the type of player I believe I am, and that's the player I want to continue to be, and that's the player that I strive to be. So I think it's more so putting that pressure on myself and 4 pockets full.
So there he is. By the way, another quote out of there that I just saw Matt Mayoko post. I'm not going to lie. I made it a little more difficult than it needed to be at the end. That is Brandon Ayuk.
It's okay.
It's good to hear his voice.
Let's not go through this drama next year with Brock Purdy, because that's going to be whatever Ayuk was and Trent. I mean, it's double each guy. I don't know how they do the Purdy one, John, but let's try to get that done in April and May and not have it go into July, August, and September, because Ayuk gave us all agita. There's no doubt. Good, that's over.
Yeah, that is it. So there is a few cuts, a couple on Ricky Pearsall, which sounds to be all good news, and what we've heard from the quotes from John Lynch before we're playing for you, even more encouraging. So we'll let you hear John Lynch on that one. There's Brandon Ayuk for the first time at the podium, and there's Tim Ryan talking about it. So again, all good stuff from Ricky Pearsall, because when you got first word of what happened, getting struck in the chest, man, that was a serious situation. But let's have John Lynch explain it all to you. He also expects Ricky Pearsall to play this season. So we'll give you that. John Lynch just speaking to the media a few minutes ago on the Ricky Pearsall situation, and it's next only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants reliever Eric Miller, he hopped on extra innings with our good friend Bill Lasky over the weekend to break down his season, not Lasky's, Eric Miller's. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR Social.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund, on a Tuesday. Have to keep reminding myself that today's Tuesday. Well, it's nice having a 3-day weekend, though, we'll say. But that third day...
It's going to be harder during the week with the Niners playing on a Monday.
Well, that's going to be a long day.
Thursday is Wednesday. Friday is Thursday. Saturday is Friday. This is one of those days, John, we don't know what the hell day of the week it is.
Yeah, I'll do this all week. Because Thursday is going to be Friday, because there's different rules when you get down to the 49ers. So Tim's not joining us Thursday. We're going to be
Thursday's
down
Wednesday.
Yeah.
Friday is Thursday.
Yeah, that's I'm going to struggle with that all year. But this
at
week,
least this week.
Yeah,
otherwise
at least this week.
We'll be fine.
Yeah. No, I'm looking forward to it. Plus, I love Mondays because we start our show. This will be the fun. They get it down after a minute. But when we go down there at 10 a.m., I'm going to probably get down there at 9 a.m. because they're going to be like, well, the game doesn't start. Yeah, we have a show at 10 a.m. I got to get in the stadium. They're going to be like, why are you here so early?
By the way, we're going to have more on transportation later in the week. It's going to be a hellhole trying to get into that stadium on Monday. So, and the game kicks at 5:15.
Yeah.
School's
5:15.
back. All the schools are back in session.
That is going to
so
be
let's not have it kick off to a half-empty stadium. So it's going to be a traffic snarl to get here on Monday. So plan ahead, and we'll have some advice for you later in the week.
Yeah. I'll be there early, probably 9 a.m. Probably before they even shut. Well, they shut the streets down, I think, the night before. But we'll be there. We'll be fine.
You always say that, but when we're on the air at 10 o'clock in the morning on a Monday night game, you like walking the booth at 9:59.
I know, but I get there really early.
You Radnich.
I do.
Because you're like it a lot, like 4 miles
crazy.
away.
Well, they changed our lot, which I'm very excited about. Won't have to get as many steps in this year, but we'll see. It's early season for everybody, and we'll see. One year I had to do like 4-wheel drive over on the grass because they're like, no, you can't go this way, sir. And they were like waving at me.
Does your pregame start at 1 o'clock on Monday?
Yeah, absolutely.
So we only do 10 to 1 on
Yeah, we do 10 to 1.
Oh, wow.
And then I think I'll probably stay in the same studio, I guess. We're not doing it from up. Are we doing it from upstairs? No, we're doing it from downstairs, right? Or upstairs? I don't know.
Upstairs, the booth.
Oh yeah, okay. So then the booth,
the
and then
Lon
I'll
Simmons
walk down.
broadcast booth. Mike Bader.
Yeah, that's what we'll do.
Sunday night.
Oh, he's going to hate us. But what's great about that is then because the pregame starts at 1, then the guys will be like, and I'll be like, I'll be down in a while. It's all, I'll kind of mosey my way down. So take a little time. So take a little break. All right, let's get to this. Here's John Lynch. He spoke just a few minutes ago with the media, the latest on Ricky Pearsall and his situation. First, here is the general manager of the 49ers talking about the incident itself.
By the grace of God, Ricky Pearsall is here with the team and doing really well. And just wanted to address that situation from a team perspective. We just all feel incredibly blessed. Was able to be down at the hospital, and if I heard it from one person, I heard it from so many down there. It was nothing short of miraculous that he came out of this as good as he did. On behalf of Ricky and his family, I talked with Ricky this morning. He just wants to express, and the team wants to express, our gratitude to a variety of people. Number one, the San Francisco Police Department. They were incredible in their response. They were incredible at the hospital. I want to, in particular, recognize Joelle Harrell. I've met Joelle. I met her husband, Frank, who happened to be in charge of everything at the hospital at San Francisco General, but his wife was the first on the scene, and I think we've all seen the measures she went to make Ricky comfortable, and she was there for him in a real rough time, and I know how appreciative Ricky is of that. We're appreciative to the entire police department. They just were tremendous from the police chief, Bill Scott, on down. The folks at San Francisco General, the care that they gave Ricky and his family, the respect, the way they handled things was just was unbelievable, and we're eternally grateful for that.
So again, Joelle Harrell, she was the way we've played the audio a couple of times. She was the sergeant on the scene that calmed Ricky down, and when he asked, the first question was, "Am I going to die?" And she calmed him down, and we've played that for you, but. So there's John Lynch on the incident itself. Any thoughts on that, what he said there?
Yeah, I mean, that's just John and, the quality of his heart. So it was obviously scrambled moments there at 3:30, and John went right there. John went from the South Bay right to the hospital along with 49er medical people, doctors and such, and also security. And then I think he's going to explain. So Kyle's party was at 6 o'clock. And Ricky got shot at 3:30 in the afternoon on Saturday, so you may wonder, why would they still have a party when one of their teammates got shot? They're going to explain now. Ricky Pearsall insisted that his teammates could go through with Kyle's party just a few hours after he was shot.
Wow, incredible. Here is more on John Lynch. What is Ricky Pearsall's health update now?
Yeah, he's doing remarkably well. It's kind of uncharted territory. It's not every day you deal with something like this, but we just felt ultimately, probably if it was just this scenario, he hadn't had the other shoulder and all that. It was just a lot for him to work through. If you just were looking at it physically, I thought too much to ask, and I relied on our medical experts. They felt too much to ask to come back within the next 4 weeks, but so we made that decision to at least give him that time. But he's doing remarkably. He's so much better today than he was yesterday. Really, really miraculous. Didn't touch organs. Feels like all the nerve stuff is good. I mean, it's pretty remarkable.
I know we keep saying this, but to hear him say that, no nerves, no vital organs, again, this thing entered the chest, went out the back, and this kid doesn't have any lingering effects other than that.
What was the size of the bullet?
That's a good question.
I mean, what are the odds that a gunshot wound, a bullet would enter the body where it did and go all the way through and not touch arteries, not touch the heart or anywhere around the heart, lungs, anything? Didn't hit the central nervous system, anything. I mean, what are the odds? When he says, it's a miracle that the bullet didn't cause more damage or kill him. So, I mean, what are the odds that someone gets hit where he got hit and really is able to be discharged the next day from the hospital? It is the magic bullet, is what it is.
Well, and if you hear John Lynch saying there that they just wanted to make sure they took their time, so they put him on the non-football injury list, which is 4 weeks. But it sounds like, and again, I don't know how a bullet wound heals. I'm sure there's a bunch of Twitter doctors out there that'll tell you, but it sounds like what John Lynch is saying is they wanted to be sure. They didn't think that it could be done in 4 weeks, but he's going to play this year.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt.
That's crazy. All right, so there you go. There's the latest on John Lynch, giving you a little information on what's going on. Again, a miracle, as you said, that Ricky Pearsall and the incident happened the way he did. He went straight to the hospital, did FaceTime with his team on Saturday night, wanted Kyle to go along with the party as planned. Brandon Ayuk, his first practice today as well, and we have audio from Trent Williams. We do have a caboose pistol for you, so we get you some caboose. But we'll also get this, probably the quote of the day is from Trent. He was asked about the fine money he was losing. Quote, "I tried not to think about it. I tried not to think about it," is what Trent Williams said. That's amazing.
Yeah, 5 million times he starts.
And he's laughing and smiling. So, I mean, his new deal must be good.
Do we know what the new deal? Did he get more than Ayuk, average annual value?
I don't know. He hasn't said. But if you lose like $4 million and you're laughing, it must be a decent deal. My God, man.
More than 4. Is he? Is this deal done?
I don't know.
All restructured? What's the deal there?
Don't know.
Practice today.
Yeah, he was out there.
So that's good news.
Yeah. All right. Susan Sluss was going to join us. We will talk a little bit of Giants. We'll get you that Trent Williams audio. We still got a bunch to do before 2 o'clock when you hear from Tolbert and Copes, only here on the Sports Hater.
Quite simply, Susan Slusser knows baseball. That's why she's the Chronicle Senior MLB beat reporter. And that's why she joins Papa and Lund on KNBR. Now.
Webb has had 9 ground balls for outs in this game. Runner at second, the pitch. That's a base hit, right center field. That's into the alleyway. Hustling over to cut it off, McRae. McRae does not immediately make that throw to second. He took a beat and then, after spinning around, made the throw. It's a double. Sanchez scores, and immediately the Marlins have tied the game.
Another disappointing series for the Giants. Moving into a spoiler phase. We'll get into all that conversation. We love talking to Susan Slusser every week, sponsored by our good friends at River Islands and Lathrop. Discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. And she joins us courtesy of the UMA Guest Line. How are you?
I'm great. How are you guys?
We are great, too. It's a beautiful long weekend. You know, weather is good again. We don't have any complaints.
Fantastic.
The Giants, on the other hand, not as fantastic. Another disappointing one. I mean, they were hanging by a thread anyway, but to lose 2 or 3 to the Fish, not good.
Yeah, no, that is, look, just in general, this last 3-4 weeks even, with a mostly lighter schedule, with an exception here or there, has been just a really big disappointment for a team that needed to win series. They're not even getting that. Like, what they really most need is a big, long, extended winning streak. But if they're not doing that, they need to win series, and they're just not. Too many close games slipping away. The starting pitching performance has left something to be desired, and that's what this team is built around. So, yeah, it's been kind of a disaster.
Yeah, Logan Webb was not very good yesterday, and the obstruction call on Saturday after they won behind Blake Snell and Matt Chapman's 3-run double on Friday. But it even started before the game on Friday, Suze, and we knew that Thairo Estrada was placed through waivers, but that's just what gets out there. Just almost everybody in baseball is put on waivers, and then if somebody gets claimed, then it gets interesting. So that's not shocking. But nobody claimed him, which is interesting. And then Farhan and the executives react when he's not claimed by sending him down, outwriting him to AAA. So what's going on with Thairo Estrada? Is he done here? His contract is out there for the rest of the year, for next year. I don't think he's a bad player at all. In fact, I think he's a good player, but he's having a bad year, a really bad year. Is it because he's been injured? Just what happened to Thairo Estrada in 1 year's time here?
Yeah, the injury certainly didn't help. He seems like he's banged up more often than not, but this is a good player. He was very reliably good there for a couple of years. He's still young. I suspect he is going to be an excellent bounce-back candidate next year. Clear that it is not going to be in San Francisco. I think this is all a lot less to do with Estrada than it is to do with next year's roster, which I think is ever more looking as if they're probably going to go pretty strong after Ha-Seong Kim. That's Lee's best friend. Bob Melvin loved managing him in San Diego. Gives you an up-the-middle, however you divide it up, with Kim and probably Tyler Fitzgerald. I'd like to see if you're going to send out Estrada, and I really don't understand really why you do that necessarily. I mean, it's obviously a signal that they're not planning on offering him arbitration at all, which means he won't be tendered a contract. But if you are going to do that, why isn't Luciano up getting, major time? We keep hearing Luciano. That's why Soler ostensibly got traded, and we really didn't see him then either. So I'm a little confused. That leads me more to suspect that they're already kind of plugging Ha-Seong Kim probably into one of those spots.
Susan Slusser is joining us talking Giants. They lose 2 of 3 to the Fish. Now they've got Arizona, and that's kind of leading me to where I was going to ask you. They've already kind of made this shift to let's see what guys can do, but really at this point, certainly they're that way. Is there going to be more? Is there going to be a Luciano? Is there going to be other guys coming up and even more younger players and seeing what we got here, Matos or anybody like that?
You know what? I don't know why you wouldn't, except for a little bit of roster. It's not like the old days where September call-ups where basically you could bring up everybody you wanted. And they're not going to supplant somebody like Yaz. I think they really want to keep getting a look at Grant McCrae as much as possible. I think if Matos comes up, and I do think he will at some point, I don't think he's going to get extended at bats unless there's an injury. I think they're still going to be fielding what they feel is their best team right now. But clearly most of the moves they are doing right now are for next year. The Soler thing, was presented as we're getting more at bats for Luciano. Clearly that really saves money the next 2 years. You can apply that in free agency. Moreover, a DH spot, if it's basically open, is very easy to find. Basically, that means you can sign anybody and put them at DH if you wind up wanting, some sort of match to give you a big boost of offense, which clearly the Giants have to address the offense first and foremost.
And when they traded Soler, the first thing Farhan said was to give those DH at-bats to Marco Luciano. At age 22, you're like, do you want him to DH? But they wanted the bat. And he actually swung the bat well. He's got a good opposite field approach. I think he has the highest batting average on the team, but he didn't have very many plate appearances, 48. But where is he at now? I know he's at AAA Sacramento. They're playing him at second base. If they do sign Hassan Kim or Willie Adames, and Fitzgerald goes to second or some form, where is Marco's future in this organization? We've heard about the outfield. We've heard some speculation playing him at first base. I'm going to ask you, I guess, the Joey Bart question. We asked you for years. Would they move Marco in the offseason? Where is he with this organization?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they moved him. I think they can't quite figure out what to do with him. I like the bat. I think everybody really likes this bat a lot. Just doesn't seem quite a fit anywhere. I haven't seen enough of him at second. I would presume he can play second pretty well since he was an okay shortstop. We've seen him some in the outfield. I think that would take a lot more work. First base maybe, but we just don't really know. So yeah, maybe this is another thing like Bart where, hey, fresh start somewhere else might be the best thing actually for the player. But when you look at the Bart thing, I'm still going to argue maybe that was not the best decision. I'm still unclear why they signed Tom Murphy. I think that would have been a very nice duo with Bailey and Bart, and perhaps would have taken a little less, taken a little more off of Bailey's plate because he's clearly worn down in the second half again. So, we can do the 2020 hindsight thing all we want, but you do have to be careful when you're just kind of giving up on young players to make sure there really is nothing there.
Susan Slusser is joining us as she does every Monday, talking Giants as they get ready for the Diamondbacks. Inevitably, this question is going to be asked, and Farhan went all in, and they spent a bunch of money, and it didn't work out. Is he on the hot seat this offseason?
I mean, that's going to be the big question. I'm not 100% convinced that's the case. Every time I've talked to Greg Johnson, he's been very glowing about Farhan. Certainly he's under more pressure now that this is a lost season. We've had 3 in a row that essentially were lost seasons. But, I liked what they did last off season. Once you don't get Shohei, that's obviously the big loss. But it was pretty apparent they were never going to. And I think that, getting Snell on a very favorable contract, Chapman same, even Soler, I would argue, that was a pretty good offseason. It didn't work out, but I'm not sure that's necessarily something where you can go, the GM made a bunch of bad moves. Those weren't bad moves. They were good moves that didn't work. So I'm not quite sure how ownership's viewing it, or if they feel like Zaidi's had enough time and has had one winning year in that time, and maybe they go a different direction.
Well, they have slid 2 games under 500, so that's not good when the Mets are 10 over now. So those numbers aren't good, but something ownership would look at. And I was there on Friday night. There was a good crowd there. They had a drone show after. They had 41,000 on Sunday, which was pretty amazing. They had a couple of giveaways, but the attendance is up over 2,400 people a game. So they're up over 33,000, which is back to where they were pre-pandemic in 2019. The fans, and whenever we talk to them, it's always anti-Farhan. But do they like this baseball team more? Can you sense more of an energy from the Giant fan base towards the team? Why are they drawing better, do you think, this year?
Well, I think, you've got to look at a zillion different reasons, including, a little bit of more people going back to work downtown. That's definitely a little bit more tourism. All those things, I think, factor along with the team and its performance. That the Giants have a very good pitching staff. There's probably some to that. Like Snow, why wouldn't you go out and watch that guy pitch if you've got the opportunity? I think that there is a lot. A lot, it might be strong. I think there is some excitement around some of the younger players. When you talk about the great Giants teams, the 10, 12, 14 teams, so much of that talent was homegrown, and the Giants are starting to show some of that. And some of that has been on the current front office's time. Some of it was the previous administration. But they're starting to hit on some decent players here. And I think there's some excitement. And back to, kind of what a lot of the fans were complaining about the previous years was there's so much churn. You don't get to really watch a player from year to year because there's so much roster churn. They're trying to get a little bit away from that. I don't think they've quite gotten there, but that's maybe helped a little bit too.
You also posted that Bryce Eldridge, he's going to join his third level now, San Jose, Eugene, and now he's going up to Double-A. He's only 19 years old, but 22 home runs. He really played well at Eugene, at an OPS over 1,000. So what is the long-term plan? Because I like Lamont Wade Jr. He's obviously, first half was really good, then he struggled, some injuries, the leg injuries, those kind of things. But what is the track for Bryce Eldridge?
I don't know if he would be supplanting Lamont, say, next year, but he certainly put himself in a position where he would be considered. He obviously would be at big league camp, getting a long look there. And if there's an injury, I would think that if he's at Sacramento, start next year, or maybe even in the second month of the season, third month of the season, he's somebody who would get a look at some point next year when there's a need. So, goodness, if he's doing at Richmond anything like what he was doing at Eugene, it could be quicker than that. But Lamont Wade has meant so much to this team. The one thing we just know is the injury track record at this point is so established. He's probably going to miss some time at some point. And when Bryce Eldridge comes up, I think he's the guy who is going to stick. I don't think he's going to be a yo-yo guy. I think they will want a spot to be ready for him, and they will leave him there. That's, I think, what I would do. Still, 19, 20, awfully young for that.
Yeah, he's got 21 bombs in San Jose and Eugene, and we'll see what he does now going to Double-A Richmond. So John asked you about, the right side of the infield and what do they do with Estrada, and you got Hassan Kim, and you can move Fitzgerald over. In light of Bryce being at least a year away, probably, what do you think they do at first base? Wilmer Flores probably moves on. You mentioned late night Lamont. He's just not been the same player. What is he? He does not have his legs, so he's just not the same player. You think they would be in the market, maybe a Reese Hoskins or somebody, on a 1, maybe 2-year deal, one of an option, until Eldridge is ready to play first base next year?
Oh, I absolutely think that. And I can tell you, I was chatting with Reese the other day in Milwaukee, and he really had strong interest in going to San Francisco this past offseason. So it's certainly a spot. He grew up a Giants fan. He's from the Sacramento area. He would love it. So that is somebody like that potentially could be a stopgap. But I think that they probably would want to do something, either bigger or find an internal possibility. And that seems like it could be Bryce. So maybe they just hope for the best with Lamont and have sort of a plan B in place also.
Great stuff. Susan, thank you so much. It's always great catching up with you on Monday, and we'll talk to you next week.
Fantastic. Thanks, guys.
You got it.
Thank you, Susan.
Make sure you follow her at Susan Susser. Read all her great stuff in the Chronicle as well. Good stuff from Dante today, Susan Susser. By the way, Tolbert and Copes today, Brent Jones at 3:50. Football's back. Matt Mayoko at 4:50, and Extra Bags to talk Giants at 5:15. We got some remnants, including Trent Williams. It's been a busy day down in Santa Clara. We'll explain more next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. In the NFL, there is no margin for error. One mistake can change the outcome of a game, and don't we know it? They're replaying Super Bowl 58 from Las Vegas right now. That's why 8 out of 10 NFL players have a Sleep Number smart bed as the official sleep and wellness partner of the National Football League. Sleep Number is proud to help players unlock their full potential through the power of quality sleep. Do you have a Sleep Number bed yourself? If not, take advantage of Sleep Number's biggest sale of the year, and you can save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, plus you get special financing. But the sale does end this Sunday when the NFL begins in earnest on Sunday, September the 8th. This is available to you only at Sleep Number stores or at sleepnumber.com, official sleep and wellness partner of the NFL. See store for details.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Football is finally back. Let us know your thoughts and predictions for the 49ers this season. Hit us up on our socials at KNBR.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Were you adding up the fines ever in your head?
Nah. Nah, I ain't trying not to think about it. You know, it's one of the things where you kind of know you're going to leverage, it's what, you know, for lack of a better word, it's kind of war. Both sides going to lose a little blood, but, you know, wave the white flag at the end. We both signed a little peace treaty and we good.
Of course, Silver asked him if he thinks about his fines. Here are the numbers. 49ers and Trent Williams agreed to a restructure, 3-year, $82.66, $48 million at signing, and $25.69 is a signing bonus. So he can pay those fines. 82.66, 48, 25.69.
Did they bump his number this year?
Don't know
that. They gave him a
that.
signing bonus of what? $28 million?
28 is a signing. 48. They're saying 48 of it is a guaranteed. So we'll see.
So there's 28 right there. So he bumped his salary from 20 up to 28 this year.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's what it looks like. So we've heard from Brandon Ayuk. He looks good. We heard from Trent Williams. He looks good. And great stuff from John Lynch on Ricky Pearsall. He FaceTimed the team on Saturday night, was out of the hospital by Sunday, and so things looking good. They put him on the non-football injury list, which is 4 games. So John Lynch speaking. So, man, what an eventful day in Santa Clara today,
What
man.
an eventful 4 days. Going back down there after the player for a purpose on Wednesday. They got Ayuk signed the next day, and then he came in and signed officially on Friday, and then the Ricky Pearsall. And John did say, and you alluded to this, he's doing remarkably well. Our medical experts, they felt it was too much to ask to come back within the next 4 weeks, but he's so much better today than he was yesterday. But they do plan on him being on this team. And Trent Williams also said that when he heard about the Ricky Pearsall shooting, he wanted to come in and be a part of this team. It's unbelievable. I mean, Trent's been around and playing in Washington and being in the league so long, but he said that he was moved by Ricky Pearsall shooting. He's never been involved in anything like this in the NFL, and that was a driving force in him coming back and being with his teammates. So it was powerful what happened on Saturday.
Yeah, and go back to Dante, too. I had no idea that Dante Whitner, who joined us, and of course will join us again this year, which is going to be great, was with him at that card signing. And then just hours later was the shooting. So Dante was sitting with him and talking to him. And this is the great thing about Dante. He mentors all these young guys. We were talking about Malik Mustafa, and he watches tape with him. But anybody he talks to, even he told me in Las Vegas when he was getting ready to do the pregame show right before the game, as I was finishing up, he was talking about how, he was talking to Brandon Ayuk on the sideline one time, and he said, get your money, but you got to get in. And, he just naturally is that kind of a leader. And so he was talking to Ricky about the very things that were happening to make, here's how you are as a rookie and watch yourself and all those kind of things. And then that thing goes up and happens to Ricky Pearsall. And, we told us we're not blaming Ricky for anything, but, Dante is aware of that. And Dante was telling us how he got robbed when he was in Buffalo. His whole place got robbed. So, man, these guys, they're targets. They got to watch it. It's crazy. Man.
Yeah, I mean, they respect Dante, and he's there a lot. During training camp, I see him there just about every day. And then he'll show up once in a while, and, obviously not having a college game this weekend. But he's kind of the OG there. He was around this team, and I think it's great that he's watching video, and he did it last week. He did it again last night with Malik Mustafa. Dante's a smart player. And they're similar players, the undersized, being under 6 feet tall, more of a box than a free safety. But one thing about Malik, he has learned how to play in center field in the post. So he's just working TV with him and watching his work ethic. Dante Whitner is a quality guy in every single form. And he was talking about, his money, and Dante's moved into the financial world well after his career is over. So he can mentor these guys on a lot of things, how to handle themselves as young players coming into the NBA and the NFL, having some swag but not being too flashy and making a target, how to actually watch tape and apply it individually and then team. And then, you're not going to play forever. What are you going to do with your money while you're playing to set up, financial security for you and your family? So Dante has hit every single box. He is a quality guy.
Yeah, he is. By the way, one thing I wanted to mention today that is good in our final thoughts here, our remnants, number changes. number changes. Renardo Green goes from 31 in the preseason to 0 because Samuel Womack has gone to the Indianapolis Colts. So 31, he's going to be 0. Renardo Green. Malik Mustafa, who wore 43, is going to wear now number 6. Danny
42
Gray
is not available.
Yeah, not available.
Ronnie Lott's number.
So from 43
he took
to
Danny
6.
Green's number?
Danny Green's 6, Mustafa.
Cold.
Cowing, of course, wore 83. This is the third time that 19 will have been worn, so it goes from 83.
What's Trent Taylor going to wear?
Well, once he got released, he stole his number. So 83
on the practice squad.
Went to 19, but once you're released, that's it. So he snagged it.
I know.
And then he's going to be 81. So he moves from 19 to 81.
Debo was the original 19, right?
Yeah.
Very confusing.
And then he's at 1. And then Isaac Orwendo, who wore 49, which a lot of guys have worn, he's going to wear 31. So Renardo Green's 31 is now Isaac Guarendo's 31. So, got it? That's how it
Guarendo
goes.
practiced today?
Don't know.
He's got a growing problem. I think you
I
may
have a
see
growing
Jacob
problem, too.
Cowing, who will wear number 19, apparently, according to John Lund. He's got to run back punts on Monday night. He may run back kickoffs as well.
Nothing wrong with that groin.
Don't call contest is over. You have to be able to use that concept.
But we like to hear Tim say that.
We do.
And that was Charvarius Ward.
Yeah.
Who changed his number last year to number 7.
7.
Very confusing.
By the way, Dominic Pooney, speaking of 7, will still wear the double 7. He's going to stay at 77. Tatum Bethune will stay with 48. But everybody else pretty much changed.
And Trent Williams had lavish praise for Dominic Pooney. Said, watching that rookie right guard? I haven't seen a guy like that as a rookie right away. So he may get a little Quinnen Williams. He may get a little Javon Kinlaw on Monday night.
I'm not worried about that. Talking about being on skates. Thought he was on skates half the time he was here. Wait till Trent Williams gets a hold of that dude.
Well, you got a double team. He won't get Trent. He's inside.
Yeah, I'm just
Or
saying.
Pooney.
Like, if ever. It's going to be crazy. Again, Trent Williams deal 3 years, 82.66, 48, and 25.69 signing bonus. It'd be nice to go to work, even if you got a $4 or $5 million sign, to get one for nearly $26 million. Here you go, Trent. Now give us 5 of that back.
Not the Niners. That goes to the league.
What do they do with it?
I don't know. What do they do?
I would really like to know that. You know, if I was the Niners, I'd like to know. Hey, we're handing you $5 million. What are you going to do with it? Anything?
Well, one thing I wanted to know is all the money the Warriors used to play in the salary cap. You know, they pay hundreds of millions of dollars. Where'd that go? To all the other owners? What the hell are they doing with that money?
The Robin Hood money?
It's
Yeah, that's a good
ridiculous
question.
amount of money they would have to pay.
Well, doesn't baseball do that? Doesn't baseball, like, they take the money and then they
Kangaroo
distribute it?
court?
Well, yeah,
Well, it's
like the
kangaroo
A's used to
court.
get that money and then they take it away because they were
I
being
think
jackasses.
that's gone away over time a little bit.
Yeah, from them
That's
it
why
has.
the A's are moving to Vegas. All right?
Yeah, because they don't get any more free money. They're like, damn, what do we do? Man, that is crazy, by the way.
Speaking of which, both teams are home tonight. The A's
That's
and
odd.
the Giants. Isn't that weird?
Are you going to go to one
The
more
A's were
before it's
home.
over?
Oh, I'm
One
definitely
more?
going. I wanted to go yesterday. That 4:07 first pitch on a Labor Day Monday was kind of weird.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to definitely go. I got to figure out what day to go. But they're both starting. The A's and Mariners start at 6:40, and the Giants and D-backs with Kyle Harrison from Dela on the mound start at 6:45. Both Bay Area baseball teams are home tonight.
That's odd. Is it not? Yeah.
Well, it's going to be never again shortly. Is this
Yeah.
going to be the last time that this actually happens this week? Giants have a day game on Thursday. When are the A's playing? A's are playing tomorrow night. Are they both home in the day on Thursday? They are.
I don't know.
They
Haven't
both
checked the
have
A's
day
schedule in a
games.
while.
3 night games and a day game. And then it could be forevermore, never again. Sad.
Pop and Len brought to us by our good friends at Redwood Credit Union, offering auto loans with competitive rates and personalized service because your journey matters. Even yours, Danny. Redwood Credit Union for all that you love. Thanks to Danny. Thanks to Walter. Tremendous job as always. Dante Whitner, not only audio, video of Dante. And we might get Whitner's whiteboard. He wants to do more.
How about that?
Thinking about that.
Can we do it on a Wednesday to make it pure alliteration?
That would be cool, man.
Whitner's Whiteboard Wednesday.
I would like that. So we're going to work on that. Thanks to Susan Slusser as well. She is the greatest. Give us some good insight into the Giants as well. The boys are coming up next. Thanks to, I already thanked Danny and Walter, so I'm not doing it again. Bob, we'll see you tomorrow at 10. Wednesday already tomorrow. Wednesday. I'll try to keep it straight. They're next.
But it feels like a Tuesday, John.
And then Thursday's going to be Friday down there, and it's very confusing.
Very confusing.
Anyway, busy day in Santa Clara. The boys will come up and recap it next. Tolbert and Copes on KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station.
The NBA brought him to the Bay, while his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you here on a warm Tuesday afternoon. We're going to have Brent Jones join us today. We'll talk a little Niners. Matt Mayoko, do the same. Bags, maybe still talk Niners. And we got a lot to get into today. We got college football to get into, a full weekend of college football. And I think you can draw some conclusions from that weekend. We got signings. We got the first week of the NFL. Giants fading away. And the shocking news of the weekend, Ricky Pearsall getting shot down in Union Square, which is just all the other stuff you expect on your plate when it comes to weekend sports. That is not one you expect to ever come across your feed. And that was just, that was, man, I don't even know what to say. You just don't expect stuff like that. And just out of randomness, the bullet misses everything, goes through, goes out, and thank goodness he's okay. So, what's up, Copes?
What's up, dude? Yeah, we'll get into all that stuff and the Ricky Pearsall stuff in just a couple of minutes. But in general, just a review of the college football weekend before we get into some Niner stuff.
Oh, man. I mean, there'll be a lot to get into at some point during the day. But, I mean, just initial reaction is Georgia is still Georgia. Clemson is not what Clemson used to be, but I'm not gonna. It's hard to judge them against Georgia. But look, Georgia is what Clemson used to be, right? Clemson used to be that team. Clemson's still solid, I think, but they're no longer that team. They're not that team that they used to be, which is now Georgia. They're too good for them. Absolutely too good for them. A&M, Notre Dame, really good game. I think Notre Dame has a schedule to get to the playoffs. We'll see if Riley Leonard's that guy. I think he's a leader. I think he's tough. But I don't know. The defense is really good, and maybe. But it's certainly the schedule lays out right for him. USC, wow, USC has a defense. That surprised me. That was something I didn't expect to say coming into this year. USC has a defense.
It's fun getting a Sunday tilt, by the way.
What's that?
It was fun getting a Sunday game.
Yeah, it really was. Good game, too.
Yeah,
maybe the best game of the weekend. And I was impressed with USC's defense. So if they play defense like that with Lincoln Riley and Miller Moss and those weapons, that number 1 kid is electric. And they had 2 catches, 2 in that game that were just absolutely insane catches. So, USC always has a skill position players. So if the offensive line holds up and the D holds up, they're going to be really good. And, I mean, there's so much to get into, but Florida State, DJU should have stayed at Oregon State, or at the very least not gone back to the ACC. He went back to the ACC. It's like that's the dude I remember at Clemson.
So funny for all those guys who left the ACC and in a transfer portal a couple of years ago. Their conference in the Pac-12 just disbanded and moved back. A handful of them.
Yeah, it was. It just sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, Florida State, Boston College, big loss. I think Chip Kelly.
That was brutal, and they got bullied in both games. That was the thing. They got bullied in both games. So
what was the first one? Ireland? Is that where they went to lose that first game?
Yeah, that was the Georgia Tech game. That was the Georgia Tech game.
Tough deal to go to Ireland just to lose.
That seems like forever ago that they went there. So, yeah, I mean, I watched a ton of games this weekend. Those were the main ones. But, I mean, USC, not that the polls mean a whole heck of a lot, but USC moves up 10 spots in the pecking order. Texas looked really good. I'm going to be there to watch them in person when they take on Michigan, who didn't look great, but that's kind of old school Michigan. Just grind it out, play defense, try to get the running game going a little bit, just make sure that you don't give up too many points. And they didn't give up too many points. So, I mean, Oregon scuffled with Idaho, but they put up monster amounts of yards. I didn't see that game. I would love to watch that game, just how they didn't score. Like, they literally didn't score with the amount of yards they went for. So I wouldn't read a ton into that one quite yet, just because of the yards they put up. But it'll be interesting. I mean, they got Ohio State coming on deck. They got Boise State, who played, I think it was Georgia Southern this week, which just, I thought Genty was going to die. He was just ripping off 40 yards a run. I think he ended with 270, 6 touchdowns, 4 of those in the first half. He had a monster performance, but that was a 100 points scored in that game almost, and then 100 points on the dot scored in the beautiful Arizona to Mexico game. Defense may need to pick it up a little bit, but I don't know if you were watching that game. My guy T-Mac, I think it's Teteroa McMillan.
I didn't see
that. For Arizona. 304 yards receiving. It was just, I mean, yeah. The Lobos defense leaves just a little bit to be desired.
Yeah,
he had 200 yards in the first half. I think he had 10 catches for 304 yards, 4 touchdowns, averaged 30 yards a reception. So he was absolutely.
So they bottled him in the second half then.
Yeah, they bottled him up in the second half, no doubt about it. So, I mean, that was just like a ping pong match. But, yeah, I mean, it was fun to have college football back. It was good to kind of dig into the games and some really good ones. But the one I was most impressed with was USC, because USC, that was the best defensive game they've played maybe since Lincoln Riley has been there. And again, if they play defense like that and the offensive line holds up, and they held up pretty well against LSU, they're going to be okay. They're going to be okay this year, because Miller Moss, he's not Caleb Williams, but he's pretty good.
I just want to see what's his name hit the counter again. Who's the LSU coach? I'm looking at this. Brian Kelly.
Kelly, yeah.
Brian Kelly. You see him in the post game and pounded the table, dude?
He was. Didn't that seem like a setup?
Yes.
It's in the script. It said, "Okay, pound table now." And then move on. It almost seemed like he's got. I'm gonna pound the table. When should I pound it? Right here for maximum impact.
Okay, I'm gonna pound family, it right, everything like that does.
Yeah,
it seems fraudulent.
The whole thing. Yeah, just didn't seem like. I was like, I don't know. He's just good coach, no doubt about it.
My family.
We'll play that sound for you. The Brian Kelly LSU sound for you a little bit later. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon, a warm Tuesday, as Tom said, following the holiday weekend. Brent Jones started starts his weekly conversations with us today at 3:50. Matt Mayoko, 4:50. Bags, 5:15. Steve Kerr, his usual time, and then Giants pregame at 5:45, featuring, of course, award-winning Diamond Notes. We have a lot to get into today. You mentioned the college football slate. Lots of Niner stuff to talk about. Trent Williams is back. He's got a new contract. We got to talk about the Ricky Williams situation from over the weekend. He's now been placed. When I say Ricky Williams, dude, Ricky Pearsall situation. All over the place. Ricky Pearsall situation. We'll do that when we come on back. It's Tolbert and Copes. It's a Tuesday afternoon on the Sports Leader. Christian McCaffrey, Brandon Ayuk, and Trent Williams were all back at practice today. Trent Williams is on the verge. Actually, he's locked it up, restructured his deal, $48 million in guarantees. We'll talk more about that, and there's details available. KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Tolbert and Copes. Now continue. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 and 6.8, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. Trent Williams back with the 49ers after agreeing on a new restructured deal worth $48 million in guarantees. He's going to get $25 million in bonuses at signing. We'll talk more about that momentarily. But you mentioned it, Tom, of all the stuff you could have expected this weekend, the Ricky Pearsall news at Union Square, where he was shot, and thank God went through. Apparently the sergeant who was there did a great job in applying pressure. There's a whole story about that available on the Chronicle, or in the Chronicle, and on the Chronicle's website. Everybody should check that out. But all signs pointed to him being ready to go for his first 49ers opener, despite battling the hamstring and shoulder injuries throughout training camp. So Saturday afternoon, he's at Union Square. I think most people have heard the story now, and he was purchasing something and was leaving, and while he was walking to his car, ended up being robbed and was ultimately shot. Bullet went through his chest and exited his back. He was released from the hospital. His mom put out a statement yesterday, on Sunday. He was released from the hospital. Tim Ryan said, by the way, that this morning he was on with Murph and Marcus. Tim Ryan said he saw him in the weight room yesterday at the 49ers training facility. Ricky Williams, yeah, he's back in the weight room, bro. That's the guy I want to go to battle with, man. I keep saying Ricky Williams. I'm thinking Trent Williams. I don't know why I keep saying that. I keep thinking Trent Williams. I want to get into the contract stuff with Trent and just get the details out, and I just keep saying it.
That's your Leonard Floyd.
Dude, that's my Leonard Floyd. I just keep saying Ricky Williams. Floyd. I also love Ricky Williams, too. And we had Ricky Williams sound last week, I think, didn't we? With George Kittle, fawning over him. Anyway, many are going to debate San Francisco is a safe place to be. That was immediately where it went, was the safety of San Francisco. But the main thing is that he's alive and well. 49ers today, by the way, put him on the non-football injury list, which is going to keep him out for the first 4 games. So his first game of eligibility, if he is healthy and able to go, would be October 6th against the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah, again, it's just... And look, if anybody wants to get into that debate, go somewhere else. I just not going to do it.
I'm not here for that.
Just, you want to do it at a bar somewhere with someone that wants to do it. I just don't have the time, nor, to be perfectly frank, all the facts that I would need to have a reasonable discussion on that. So I'm just not going to do it. All I know is some people are way too hard on it, usually don't live here, and some people are way too easy on it because, like any city, has its problems. They need to address them. There's no doubt about it. But just go have that somewhere else. I couldn't believe when I saw the video. It was like walking toward the ambulance. I'm like, because I first thought, I go, he got shot in the chest? I go, what the hell is he doing walking?
You hear that report, and John Lynch said it. We'll play some sound from him a little bit later. But, he said that you hear that news, and you're like, well, usually the results of that don't end well.
You think chest. You think you think like a movie scene where a guy gets shot in the chest, gets blown back, and that's it. Again, you call it whatever you want to. I call it randomness. I always think that there's a certain, I don't even know if it's a finite number of things that can happen, but it could have gone anywhere. It really could have. His hand could have been cocked differently. Just anything could have happened that made this turn out way different than it did. And all things considered, my goodness, the guy is walking to the ambulance and then he's out of the hospital within 24 hours. That's That's the literal definition of dodge the bullet.
I was going to say,
he
gives new
didn't actually
meaning.
dodge it,
Right.
but the internal organs, the ones that matter, they dodged it, and that's just wow. Like, just wow. So hopefully he continues on with his recovery, no setbacks, feeling good, and when he gets back, he gets back. Like, that's just all there is to it. When he's back and he's ready to go and he's healthy and feeling good, that's when he'll be back. But I was just, again, it's just one of those things you're trying to wrap your head around because they got shot in the chest. Like, I remember when Brian Robertson Jr. got shot in Washington a couple years ago. It was like a carjacking. And he got shot, and it was in the leg. And you thought, okay, it's in the leg. I mean, I hope it's not bad, but leg. Or if it's in the arm. But chest, you're thinking, well, that's not good. Is it ever good in the chest? And this time, I'm not going to say it was good, but it was if you're going to get shot in the chest, that's as good as you could possibly hope. So just that's great. Incredible job by the police officer to calm him down, talk him through it.
It's pretty harrowing if you read the story in the Chronicle. I mean, like
I read the story.
She goes through their back and forth interaction where she says that I guess she used his shirt to apply pressure immediately on the front wound, and then she used her hat to apply pressure on the wound on his back. And he asked her if he was going to die.
Yeah.
And she said, no, you're not going to die. Remain calm. Just keep focusing on your breathing. And then she said that's what happened. He calmed down. She started praying, she said. And then ultimately they were able to get him up and walk him to the ambulance. But to your point about him being out within a day of going in, it's unbelievable.
It's insane.
And that's the thing.
Walking to the ambulance was insane.
There's an exit wound like that. It's a positive thing a lot of the time.
Like walking to the yeah. I mean, it's unfortunate that things like that happen, and it's just. I don't know if there was anything much else to be said about it. That he that was a good roll of the dice right there.
Can I give some levity, just a little bit?
Yeah, please.
I was thinking, because I mean, everybody talked about and football is secondary, of course. Obviously, it's like when the DeMar Hamlin thing went down. It was like, dude, who cares about the quality of the game? And anybody who wanted to talk about the fairness of the football that was being played and whether or not that they were going to play the same number of games, all that stuff was nonsensical to me. But I did immediately think, like, if there's a way to if there's an immediate football thought after, I just thought, who's the one guy who could bring you some levity? It's our guy Krug. Started Niners Nightly last night on KNBR every night 6 to 7. Yeah, Terrence Marshall's a receiver that could slot in there in that receiver room. I was like, dude, is he going to go that way? He didn't do that, but thought it'd be funny.
Dude, people are just
because he's loving Terrence Marshall.
Yeah. I remember after the DeMar Hamlin thing happened, we're just sitting there. It was like an hour. We're just sitting there waiting, and we didn't know it at the time.
Were we on the air when it happened? No,
we were at home.
We were at home
because I remember sitting here just watching it, and then growing more and more concerned as the longer it took, and when the players look
New Year's Day,
concerned,
by the way,
that's when it's time to be concerned. Like when the players look concerned, that's when it's like, oh crap. And then you find out actually how serious it was, and it was just like you get goosebumps thinking about that. And sure enough, without fail, because people are the worst, when they cancel the game, oh man, how's this going to affect my fantasy team? What are we going to do? What are they going to do about that? Are they going to make up this game? You kidding me? I got Stephon Diggs. It's like, what? Like, what? Seriously. Like that, you actually decided, like, I'm going to actually boop, 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 boop. I'm going to put that in Twitter. I'm going to put the boop, boop, boop. I'm going to read it. You probably didn't read it, but you're going to text it, or not text it, whatever it is, tweet it, and then hit send and go, yeah, I'm going to send that. That'll be good. I mean, some people are just unbelievable. Unbelievable. It just, no, let me take that back. Very believable. Very believable.
The cesspool that is social media.
It's unbelievable. No, it is believable. Why do I keep saying unbelievable? I'd say unbelievable because it's kind of like I'm programmed to go unbelievable, but in reality, it's
unbelievable,
ridiculously believable. Oh, believable. That's when I have to start saying believable. Believable.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. We'll get into some of the Trent Williams stuff. We are going to get to your calls as well at 808 KNBR. Trent Williams is back. Brenton Ayuk is back. All is right in the world, or in 49er world, as we get ready to start the season in less than a week. And we'll have it for you, by the way. Niners and the Jets, Monday Night Football right here on the Sports Leader. We are 2 days away from the start of the NFL season. We got a Thursday game. We got a Friday game in freaking Brazil, dude.
Brazil, baby.
It's bizarre, dude. A game in Brazil on Friday, Saturday, the college football slate, and then Sunday, an NFL slate before the Niners kick off their season on Monday. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627, Niner fans. How confident are you now in the Niners going back to a Super Bowl? We'll get to your calls, and we'll talk about this Trent Williams reworking of a new contract deal, plus McCaffrey back at practice as well. That's a positive thing. That's all next. Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader.
Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned in to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Trent Williams has agreed to a new contract with the 49ers worth $48 million in guarantees. By the way, the note on that is it's going to push him in his time as a 49er to over $103 million in guaranteed money since he joined the 49ers. Was it 6 years ago, 5 years ago now, going into this season? So his update compensation entirely is that it's going to equate to $48 million guarantees, including the addition of $7.6 million this season. He has 3 years remaining on his contract. He's going to make $27.65 million in cash this season, the most of any offensive lineman in football. It was posted on social media, video of him returning to San Francisco yesterday to sign the agreement, and he's back in the building today. And Christian McCaffrey also back at practice today. This is as good of outside of the Ricky Pearsall news, which to this point has a positive ending and result to it because he's okay and out of the hospital and seemingly has avoided all I don't want to say major injury. He was shot in the chest, but in terms of how serious it could have been, it's obviously a positive result in terms of how it went down just a couple of days ago. But Trent Williams and Brandon Ayuk each in the last week and a half now back with the Niners. Everybody's got to be feeling much better about the season than they were a week ago.
Boys are back in town. No,
come on, Tim, play it.
Tim shut me down quick.
No.
Yeah, it's a boys are back in town.
Cow.
It's a boys are back in town Tuesday.
No Manfred man ever.
Come on.
Oh my god.
Rob Manfred man.
That's not Manfred man. Let's go, Tim. It's Thin Lizzy.
So how about this though? Also, the Trent Williams holdout's over. I mentioned Brandon Ayuk re-signed. He's back at practice as well, by the way, after getting his deal done last Thursday.
Yeah, that's old school stuff. Wait till the end of camp and then sign. I felt like that was more of a Williams thing than anything.
Yeah, well, yeah, for sure.
Let me wait till camps. I don't feel like going to camp anyway. And let's see for my hassle. Let's see if I can get a couple extra $1 million guaranteed for me. It's funny when you say that, like $105 million guaranteed. I'm like, dang, that'd put him like, I don't know, probably 7th man on an NBA roster. Like Trent Williams be coming off the bench.
Yeah.
Making that kind of dough.
So it's 103 guarantees since joining the Niners in 2021. And in his career, over $250 million in guaranteed money.
So it's like 4 years, 1, 2, 3, 4 years. It'll be like, like 20 million. Okay, he's a 4th man then. He's like he's not one of your main guys. That's crazy to think about. No, look, that guy deserves it. He's still playing. He's still at a high level. And the fact that the last couple years weren't guaranteed, yeah, I could see where he's like, look, if I wasn't as good, I get it, but I am. And I'm still one of the top. If I'm not the top, I'm right there among the handful that can consider themselves the top. I don't have many. It'll be interesting to see how he plays early in the season. I don't think it should be too much of a drop-off because he's such a vet. And I can't imagine he didn't keep himself in great shape. There's always going to be a little rust just because there is. Ayuk's the one I do wonder about because that's more of a timing thing. And there's not just timing on routes and timing with Purdy. There's timing on blocks. There's all kinds of stuff that you got to have timing for. So I'm wondering how long that takes to kind of get him into mid-season form. Like, wouldn't surprise me early if Debo got a lion's share of the workload.
I was kind of thinking the same thing.
Yeah, early on. I wouldn't, Kittle, maybe a little bit more as well.
Guys who have been there, guys who've been in the offense, and McCaffrey's going to get the lion's share, so you're okay there. I mean, I guess the bigger thought, because now, I mean, again, this is year 5 of him in this offense since he showed up, and to your point about his ability and his knowledge of the game, it may be the best. I mean, he's now the highest paid lineman in the NFL in 2024. I think, I think it's probably quicker for him, to your point. The rest probably isn't as big or is not as big, serious of an issue or won't weigh him down as much. But also, if Purdy were like a more mobile quarterback, if he were like we talked about Trey Lance when he was here, if he were somebody you thought was going to be running more or scrambling more, I think that timing is maybe more crucial. But because he, for the most part, is a pocket quarterback and they run the ball so frequently, and second most in the league at just around a 50% clip, I can't imagine it's as serious of an issue as it would be for other style quarterbacks as it will be with Purdy.
Yeah. And, just going back to the receiver for a minute in Ayuk, that's the one thing the Niners have that not a lot of other teams have that luxury, is they don't count on one guy.
Yeah.
Like, they have so many guys they can go to, and sometimes it's your turn, sometimes it's his turn, sometimes it's a couple guys' turns. That's just the way it is. So I think they don't have to force feed him the ball, right? Like if it's Minnesota, Justin Jefferson, or even if it's Jamar Chase, I'm wondering how that thing is going to play out.
He's still not at practice, right?
I don't think so.
It wasn't yesterday.
That one's going to be a real interesting one. Well, look, I'm all for guys getting their money, and I'm all for, look, they can cut you whenever, so get your money when you can. But my goodness, you got 2 years left. You don't have 1 year left on your contract. You get 2 years left on your contract. And it's not like, look, not like the Bengals are in the habit of just handing out money either. And so that one's going to be interesting. That will be interesting to see how that works itself out, if it does work itself out. But with the Niners, yeah, I saw I'll have to look. I thought the line went back up to 4.5 after Williams signed. Maybe it was after both of them signed.
To that point, I mean, what was your level? I mean, again, I think we're still not jury's out on the defense of the Jets. That's supposed to be one of the more formidable defenses in the NFL this year, and defensive lines. Hassan Reddick's still not showing up. They still have contract issues with him. And I even wonder, like, at this point, you're under a week away. I guess if he signed today, you're probably going to play him. An edge rusher, we talked about this with Bosa last year, just putting him in a plug and play, and this guy's a vet. He knows how to get ready and knows what to do. I think the funnier thing is Robert Saleh said Hassan Reddick, if he shows up, it's going to be like finding change in the couch. At this point, he's like, we're not expecting it. Well, if he gets here, it's found money. In terms of how, your level of confidence in the Niners O-line versus that D-line, had Trent not been there, I mean, I still don't feel great about it. Because they're still, I mean, Aaron Banks, I guess, is back out there after the finger surgery. You're still missing a couple of guys. Burford was injured. Feliciano had a knee surgery. He's still out and starts on the IR with a designation to return. But my level of confidence in the Niners O-line with Trent, better, but still, we talked about it with Steve Young last week. If they were with Trent, how good is the offensive line? Where does it rank in the league? Without him, it's going to drop you near the bottom. So with him, I'm still not excited about it.
I would say with him, I mean, look, this is a complete wild guess. This would be one where I would actually look and just see what, like, Pro Football Focus or somebody like that has. Like, the top, like the Lions. Lions have one of the best offensive lines in the game. You watch them play, you go, okay, that looks like a top offensive line. With the Niners, my guess would be with Trent Williams, probably in the 12 to 15 range. That would just be my guess coming off last year. Like, I don't think it's a top 10 offensive line even with Trent Williams. But without him, it'd probably be in the 20s. Like, probably closer to 25, I would think. So it's just such a huge relief to have somebody on the left side you don't have to help. Like, he's got it. Don't worry about him. We're not going to chip. We don't got to double. He's got it. And then you can help, other guys can help each other out. You can help chip on one side. You can get double teams in the middle, stuff like that. But when you have a guy on the outside that you can just you rest your mind. I guess I should say your mind's at ease. Like, okay, don't worry. You got to worry about that. Like, we don't have to game plan over there because Trent's got it. So that's a huge deal, and a huge deal for Purdy and his safety, and a huge deal for his security when he drops back. Just like knowing that feeling that Trent's over there.
It's a thing where it's like, I mean, I guess if I were to equate it in basketball, it's Steph and Draymond knowing where each other are. It's not quite the same thing in terms of like knowing where a guy's going to be on every given play, but your sense of security being there changes the way you play. It's a confidence thing.
Well, it's like if I drive left side of the court and I'm looking out toward the top of the key, like I'm dribbling on this side and I'm coming up top of the key, and I just whip one toward the corner. I know the guy is going to be there.
Right.
Like I know Clay's going to be there.
Because he moved in the way I know he's going to move. Right.
Yeah, I'm secure in the fact. I'm confident that I can make that pass because I know he's going to be there. With, I mean, this is more like an injury safety type thing. Like, I can drop back and I don't have to worry about getting creamed because Trent's back. That doesn't mean he doesn't get beat occasionally. He does, but that doesn't really enter your mind. You're just like, okay, drop back, got Trent over there, we're good over there. Let me worry about what's going on up here. And look, I mean, if you're not secure in the pocket, if you don't feel safe in the pocket or comfortable, I guess I should say, in the pocket, then it's a whole different ball game trying to throw footballs when you're feeling like, God, I'm just going to get wrecked here any second. But when you're feeling secure and confident, then you can go ahead and deliver the ball like he delivers the ball. So, no, I mean, it's huge that they got both those back. You feel like, okay, they're kind of starting now. It was tumultuous. It was kind of rough. And we'll see. I mean, we're going to find out Monday, right? They show up Monday and get whacked by 10. Then it's going to be like, off-season caught up to them. So much stuff going on. That'll be the narrative. Or if they win, then, we have a good September. It'll be like, look, these guys are veterans. They've been there before. They know what they're doing. They got it. They got the depth. They got the talent. Talent overcomes all, coaching and all that. So it's either going to go one way or the other. They're going to be, these guys are vets. I knew it wasn't going to be a big deal. Or it's going to be like, oh, yeah. Noisy offseason finally caught up to them, and the Super Bowl hangover and all that stuff will be a narrative as well. So we'll see how they start off because, look, they have been known not to have great Septembers. They've also had really good Septembers. They had a good one last year. But they've had good Septembers. Their other Super Bowl they went to, good September. The other ones, they had to fight toward the end of the season. They just got hot at the right time and just wouldn't lose at that point. I mean, at like the final 10 games of the season, a couple of seasons in a row, they just rolled. But it took them digging out of a little bit of a hole. I'm sure they do not want to repeat that.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. 415-808-KNBR, 808-5627. Going to get to your calls next. 49er fans, how confident are you? I was on a Kansas City radio station this morning, and they were talking to me about the start of the season. And they were asking my level of confidence in the Niners going back to the Super Bowl relative to that of the Chiefs, going back to a third straight and looking to win a third. And I said, you have to feel almost eternally confident with Patrick Mahomes because they know, sort of like the Warriors did in their 72-win or 73-win season, that when they didn't win the Super Bowl, the numbers weren't as important. They know what they have to do to get to the playoffs. Their division is a winnable division. For the Niners, I said a little bit different because they're trying to get over the hump, and because they haven't won it, the hangover from it seems like it could be a bigger cloud over the season, plus the offseason they had. With everybody back at practice, 808 KNBR, your level of confidence, 1 to 10, in the Niners returning to the Super Bowl this year. 415-808-5627, the number to call and to text. We'll get to your thoughts next, only here on the Sports Leader. '49ers rookie first-rounder Ricky Pearsall has been placed on the reserve and non-football injury list after being shot on Saturday. He's going to miss at least the first 4 weeks of the season. For all 49er news, keep it locked in your home for 49ers football for the last 20 seasons. KNBR, the sports leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes with you Tuesday afternoon. Boys are back in town. Trent Williams, Christian McCaffrey, Brandon Ayuk, all returning to practice for the 49ers. Trent Williams agrees to a 3-year, $82 million contract with $48 million guaranteed at signing, $25 million in bonuses. It'll be more cash than any offensive lineman has ever made in one season in NFL history. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Has your level of confidence in the last 2 weeks about the 49ers going back to the Super Bowl change, not about a successful season? I think we've talked about what that means to us. I've said to you all offseason, I think, Tom, or when we've talked Niners and Super Bowl expectations, my level of confidence is low. Just because in general as a sports fan, my level of confidence in getting to the championship round, unless you're the 17, 18, or 19, 20, whatever it was, 16, 17, 15, 16 Warriors.
Yep.
Like outside of those teams where they were the most dominant like we'd ever seen, like I have no problem in saying the Niners are the most talented team on paper, that they have the best roster, that they have the most talent. Like, I don't think that's an even remotely outlandish thing to say. But my level of confidence was probably revving at like a 4.5, a 4, just because of what history shows you with Super Bowl losers and how hard it is to go back to a Super Bowl after you lose one. Like, when you get that opportunity, it's a magical opportunity. It's why when you lose it, it hurts so bad. Now, baseball, same sort of thing. Basketball, same thing. Long seasons, a lot of games, a lot of rounds of playoffs to get through. The Niners, like, everything will tell you, I think that they're a team that should be close to that or will be one of the top-seeded playoff teams out of the NFC. But last year just felt like the perfect combination to get to the Super Bowl. And you just to have to repeat that is tough. You need a different combination. You need different levels of success. You need some luck. You need some injury luck, and last year they had a lot of that. They just weren't as good on the defensive side of the ball. So if prior to, like, I don't know that I ever thought Trent wouldn't be here, so I don't know if that changes my level of confidence all that much in a Super Bowl run. But prior to Ayuk signing and the back and forth of whether or not he'd be traded and everything still being on the table right before he signed was what we were told and what was reported. I think I was probably, without Ayuk, at like a 3.5, 4. I think with Ayuk, I'm still at like a 4, 4.5. I think 5 is a cop-out, but I think 4, 4.5 is probably where I'm at. Just because it's
your confidence going to the Super Bowl?
I'm not confident, not because of any realistic factor other than how hard it is to go back and do it a second time. they'd be doing something that we haven't seen really many teams do. And, I mean, we'd have to look. Has somebody lost a Super Bowl and got back and won the next year?
Did the Patriots do it?
If somebody did, it'd be them.
Yeah, just guess the Patriots. It's like when somebody says any scoring record in the NBA, you just go, Wilt? Wilt Chamberlain? And if you're wrong, then just really try to think about it after that.
I got it. Ready?
Go ahead.
71 Cowboys.
Okay.
After losing at 70. 72 Dolphins. After losing at 71 of the Cowboys. So it happened back-to-back years.
Yep.
And then it didn't happen again until the 18 Patriots.
Okay.
So there you go. I mean, it hasn't been – it's Tom Brady and company. And prior to that, it hadn't happened since the early 70s.
Yeah, there's just something about it. I'm not sure what it is. I mean, look.
It's an emotional drain.
Everybody's aiming for you. Everybody's gunning for you, which they have been for the Niners, so that's not a huge deal. The number one schedule doesn't help. I mean, the schedule you're playing is a lot tougher. I mean, everyone gets that. Well, unless you go to the Super Bowl and like you were a second-place team, then I guess you don't get that. But they weren't, so they are going to get that. So it's just a lot of things. And then the grind of doing it, where you got to keep things. I couldn't even begin to explain why that is, but you could see where it's tough. Everybody that wins a championship says how tough it is. Like, it's tough to get there. It's tough to battle your way through and get to the finals, get to the World Series, get to the Super Bowl, which is, I mean, I know the Bills don't get any credit because they didn't win, but my goodness gracious. I mean, no one should get to use resiliency more than that team gets to use resiliency. Because, I mean, getting kicked in the nads that many times and then coming back over and over and over. Oh, and getting thumped and thumped and thumped over and over and over. But I still marvel at the Warriors going to 5 straight championships. Like, I mean, incredible to play 82 games and then probably 20-plus games in the playoffs and then do it again the next year and then do it again the next year. I mean, the level of excellence it takes and the mental fortitude it takes is just tough. And the NFL shows you got 3 teams, 2 of them in the early 70s, and then the Patriots. That's it. So it's really, really hard. I'm not as confident as I was last year. This year, my confidence level would probably be, I am going to use your cop-out, but I'm going to go to 5. Somewhere between 5 and 6.
I was thinking 6, but 6 was too high for me, and then I was like, I think I got to dip right below it because I'm like, it's so hard to get there once. I was more.
But even if I put them at a 5, I'm putting everyone else below them. It's just one of those things like when every once in a while you see a horse race and there's like a 1 to 5 shot to win, and like that one's a monster favorite. 1-1, monster favorite. Like, I thought they were a pretty decent favorite to get there last year. I thought they would have a great chance to get there last year. Like, this year, they'd be the favorite to me, but it'd be one of those races where they're like 4-1. And, like, another horse is 9-2. And then another horse is 9-2. And then another horse is 5-1. Like, there's 4 or 5 horses that are all bunched up right there that, like, anyone could get there. Like, it's all, like, no one that is the favorite to get there. Like, if you took all the other teams against that team, they're going to be favored to beat that team, one of those teams. But individually, the Niners, I still think, like, I can't make a case right now. Even though I can make a great case for the Lions, I can make a case for the Eagles. I can make a case for the Packers. I mean, there are teams in the NFC. You can certainly make a case. Who?
Would you make a case for the Rams?
Ooh, that's
I think they're maybe a step below.
A little bit. Like, if things break just right for them, and their young defenders exceed expectations early, then maybe, possibly, because they got a quarterback and a coach. So they're and 2 incredible receivers. So I mean, and a good running back. So I mean, they got a really good team. So I would put them a notch below, though. I think the top tier would be Packers, just right below, maybe just above the Rams, or right there. But the first 3 is Detroit, Eagles, and Niners, and I can make a case for all those. I'd still put the Niners above them, but you look at the Lions, and the Lions were every bit the equal of the 49ers. And I'm sure Lions would say, hey, if it wasn't for that fluky-ass play that Ayuk got, we would have won that game. If our coach didn't make a decision, although he makes those decisions, so you can't really use that one.
Call it the butterfly catch.
Yeah.
Johnny.
Exactly. So, I mean, they could have won that game. And this year, what do? They played 3 games on grass.
Yeah.
Every other game's in a dome. Like, every game, like that couldn't have set up more perfect
for the Lions.
For that team. Now, their division got harder. No doubt about it. I mean, the Bears are better and the Packers are really good. So it's tougher this year. Like, getting to the playoffs is good. Last year was tough enough. Like, they had home field advantage and they narrowly got to the Super Bowl. Like, the last time they had home field advantage is like smack, let's go to the bowl. This year is like, woohoo, hang on, what do we got going here? Oh, man, how'd we get by that game? Oh, my gosh, we're going to get beat by this. Oh, we barely got by that team. And then, I mean, ironically, they go to the Super Bowl, and they were the ones that were winning, and then they lose. So everything flipped around. So I'd still put them as favorites. I just don't think they're that much better than the Lions.
Yeah.
I thought they were better than the Lions last year.
They were far and away the number one
Packers.
team in the NFC last year, and this year, you're right, they're still the best team, I think, in the NFC, but I think teams have closed the gap. I mean,
the Eagles have closed the gap. Remember last year we thought the Eagles and the Niners were the 2 teams.
Yeah.
And then once the Niners beat the Eagles, it was over.
Eagles were sort of fraudulent after
that.
that.
They were done.
Right, yeah.
They were absolutely done.
Shout out Big Dom. Remember that?
Big Dom.
How long ago does that seem? Wasn't that long ago.
Big Dom.
So,
yeah, they're still the favorite, just not as sizable. Like, the gap between them, and not just them and the Eagles, like them and a bunch of teams, or at least 3 teams, have closed. So it's gonna be a really fun season because, as John Lynch said, and he's absolutely right. Like, it's not just because you went to a Super Bowl last year, you're going to go to one this year. Every season's a new season. Every team's a different team. Every season has a life of its own. There are just different things that happen during a season that you can't possibly even you can't count on. You can't account for. So I'm looking forward to this season, and it's a great game on Monday night. I mean, anytime Aaron Rodgers comes back home and playing for the Jets and Salah, so I'm looking forward to that. But there are going to be a bunch of marquee games. Like, there's a bunch of Niner games this year. We watch them all anyway, of course. But there's a bunch of Niner games this year that, like, even nationally, like, I want to watch that one. That one's going to get me to a TV so I can watch that one because I do not want to miss this game.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon, 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. What's your level of confidence in the Niners returning to a Super Bowl? That's the other thing is, like, not many teams have lost 2 Super Bowls in a row, have gone to 2 in a row and lost. Like, it's hard to do that. That's why
How many have? Just one?
Is it just the Bills? That might be.
Boy.
We need to get we need Raph in the KNBR information department to stats and info to get on top of that. 808 KNBR 415. Derek's on it. 808-5627. 415-808-5627. The number to call on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. One more time, Derek. Pop on. Who is it?
Elway and the Broncos lost multiple.
No, not lost multiple. Lost back to back. Went to 2 in a row and lost them both.
Yeah, Elway lost in 86 and 87.
Okay. So the Broncos did it with Elway. Bummer. The Golden State Lumber Building Materials text line 707 checks in, says confidence 1 to 10, 9 out of 10 is what they say. Injuries and Kyle's ability to manage leads are the question. Same thing for you, Tom? Is managing leads part of the equation here?
No, I mean, look, he gets a little, I think, sometimes a little conservative, but I mean, we're nitpicking here, I think. Because it was going into last year, and all through last year, it was he doesn't come back, Niners don't come back, and then they came back twice, in 2 of the most critical, like, high pressured situations. And I don't care what people say when they say he can't win the big one, or they don't just say that about Kyle. They say it about coaches that can't win the last game. I mean, the NFC Championship game's a pretty big game. Right? Playoffs are big. They get bigger as you move forward. Of course they do. But if you're just going to tell me, like, well, we can't count the NFC Championship game as a big game, why not? Why isn't the NFC Championship game a big game? I mean, you're 1 game removed from the Super Bowl. You're one of the last 4 teams in the league playing. And if you win that game, we just discount it like it's a regular season game? I mean, it's not the biggest game. If you want to say he can't win the biggest one, well, then he hasn't won the biggest one. So yeah, you'd be right. He's 0-2 in the biggest one. I'm not sure what is he in the NFC Championship game. Is he 2? And is it 2-1 or 2-2? Was the Eagle game? Yeah, that was the NFC Championship. 2-2.
19, 21, 23, 22 and 23. Yeah, 2-2.
2-2.
Before.
Yeah. So I mean, it's look. I get it. I understand it. Every coach. I'm sure there were Patriot fans that were upset with Belichick from time to time about some of the stuff he does. Why is Andy Reid doing this? Why they just. You're not going to find the perfect coach. You're not going to find everyone that does everything that everyone thinks he should do. But yeah, there are times where I look and go, you know what, maybe you could open it up a little bit more. Maybe you're up 28 to 10. Let's go 35-10. But I'm sure he wants to. He tries to. But they're a running team. That's the one thing about this offense. I mean, he wants to get the ball in McCaffrey's hands. He wants to run. But, he's got weapons, so he uses those too. So I don't know. I mean, I feel it when people say that. I kind of feel it a little bit like, But, I mean, come on. We're just going to nitpick. I mean, this guy's been, the best coach. I guess you could argue with Harbaugh, but he's done it for longer than Harbaugh did it.
Harbaugh was potent.
Yeah. I mean, he was really good too, but I'll take Shanahan for the sustained level of success that he's had. I mean, I don't know. You probably got to go back 30, 40 years to find anybody as good. Trust me, I'm not going to name all the coaches, but you could have those if you're tired of them. I mean, those guys are a dime a dozen.
Again, if you got rid of Shanahan, he'd be hired tomorrow.
That's exactly right.
He'd be the number one guy in the market, top guy.
That's exactly the barometer you should use. If you want to fire your guy, how quickly is he going to be hired?
Yesterday, right.
that should tell you something. If every other organization that has a job opening would say, please, what do you need? What do you want? We'll back up the truck for you. Come here. Then you should think, oh, wow. Huh. If they really want him, maybe we should keep him. So, trust me. He may not be perfect. Nobody is. He may do things that make you shake your head. They all do. But he's one of the best out there.
So teams who have gone to a Super Bowl and won, it's only happened 3 times after losing the year before. It was the 71 Cowboys, 72 Dolphins, and then 2018 Patriots. Only teams, and multiple people on the text line have checked in with this, 415, 707, and 510. So the Vikings also lost 2 in a row. They lost Super Bowls 8 and 9 in 71 and 74 and 75.
Raiders and Dolphins, I guess, maybe? Sounds about right.
That is correct. There you go. So it's, by the way, so in the modern era, it just hasn't happened since 1987 that anybody's even gone to another Super Bowl and lost. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call. Level of confidence in the Niners returning to a Super Bowl 1 through 10. Let's go out to Joel. Joel's in El Dorado Hills. Joel, what's your level of confidence on the sports leader?
Hey, guys. I got to say it's a 9, and I've got some good points to back it up. The first being, and the kicker is the return of Dre Greenlaw. When that happens and what kind of play we can get from him, I say I'm technically not really a Niner fan. I just respect the team so much, the way they're built. And that's the kicker. I mean, Brock is not a sophomore slump into year 3. He proved it last year. This team was built in the trenches, a defensive front 7. Most of those guys are still around and still very good. But now the skills players are taking over, and most of them are in their prime. You got McCaffrey in his prime, Ayuk and Debo in their prime. Kittle nearing the end of his prime, but I'd argue still there. And on the Shanahan front, it's time for him to get over the hump. It takes some guys a little longer sometimes. You have your mistakes here and there, but this guy is a darn good coach, and if he has a veteran coach in his ear that can help him when he gets those leads in those big games, I think that's something there. I mean, this roster is so stacked, and if you think about Super Bowl or bust, I mean, there's only one other team in the NFL that talks about the Super Bowl all the time, in Dallas, and their roster is not nearly as good with a much more horrible coach. And as it relates to the rest of the NFC, the Lions are better, but it's still Jared Goff. What did we think about Jared Goff the last time expectations from him were high? if you recall the NFC Championship game, the Lions, I believe, went up from a few busted runs in the beginning of the game. The Eagles are better with Saquon Barkley, but if Nick Sirianni fix those issues that are there, and that's going to be, can Jalen Hurts bring the leadership that we see from guys in San Francisco? Is he going to be able to match it? I just don't see it happening. It's got to be a 9. This team's stacked.
Appreciate the call, Joe.
I love when people call up and say, and I'm going to back it up with some good points. You've already told us.
I'll be the judge.
Look, my points are good, okay? Just listen up here.
I'm making some good points here. Yeah. Tom, you listen, I'm making some good ones. I hear him. I mean, for the case
some of them are valid. I don't know Shanahan needs to get over the hump. I'm not sure if that's a valid point. Just because you need to get over the hump doesn't mean you're going to win a Super Bowl. Some of those, they're okay. I don't know. I just enjoyed the fact that he just set it up. I'm going to make some good points. Okay, go ahead.
I was like, lay him out. Go for it. Solid call. Got to his points. Didn't ramble. Got right into it.
He did.
And some of them, like the Drake Greenlaw one, is an interesting one. But again, you just don't know what level of play he's going to bring you. Can you sustain enough? I mean, like getting the number 1 seed and being the team who gets home field advantage and having the bye week was massive for them last year. Are they good enough to be that again in an NFC that we agree is stronger than it was last year? And again, I'm not so out on Jared Goff. Like I think he's a quarter. He's been to a Super Bowl. I think if he's got the right tools and weapons around him, the question is how they respond to a first place schedule, which is different than they played last year. But to the point we were making, and they are going to come here. They play 2 or 3 games I was telling you about that they're outside of a dome this season. And Jared Goff I'm trying to pull his numbers up on dome play, but he's much better in a dome than he is outside of one.
Well, look, I certainly wouldn't make the mistake of discounting how good Jared Goff is. Don't think he's the guy that came over, who just thrown in the Stafford trade, and everyone thought, going to Detroit, lose track of him, and maybe be out of the league, he'll be a backup, or just be one of those random quarterbacks in the league. Because you know what? This guy has a fantastic offensive line in front of him. And the one thing we know, if Jared Goff gets a clean pocket, he will pick you apart. He is really good. Like, he can chuck it. He's got a big arm. He's got touch, and he's got weapons. So I don't make the mistake and go, but Jared Goff. No, whatever Jared Goff you're thinking of, I don't think that's the Jared Goff I'm thinking of, because I know if you give that guy time, he'd kill you. But if you don't, then of course, he's not a guy. You get him off his spot, then he really struggles, no doubt about it. But he just that one I don't buy, because I look at him totally different than maybe I looked at him a couple years ago.
310 on the text line says he's not great. Goff is not great. He needs time. Yep, but they've got one of the best offensive lines in football, don't they?
Yeah, no, I mean, look,
they're good.
He's not great. I'm not saying he's great. I don't think anybody's saying he's great. I mean, there's a couple great ones out there, and he's not one of them, right? If you wanted to rank the quarterbacks, he'd probably be 10-ish, give or take, depending on what you like in your quarterback. So I don't think any of us are saying, oh, he's Mahomes, he's Allen, he's Burrow, no, he's not. But he does what they need him to do. Maybe he's a system quarterback. Who knows? All I know is when that guy gets time, he'll kill you. And like you said, like we've said, they got a really good offensive line. So most of the time, he gets time. So you can start picking guys apart if you want to. And you go ahead and do it. I try to look at. Here's where I think I differ from a lot of sports fans, and I do it. I do this too, where you look at their negatives and go, well, he can't do this, he can't do that, he can't do this. What you really need to look at is what he can do. Okay, what he can do, and is he allowed to do that in the system he's in?
Yeah, but he's a quarterback. We want to say what he can't do.
I know.
He's not capable.
We want to do that with that. We want to do it with all athletes.
Coaches, athletes,
Well, it's funny because that's the way. I mean, for the most part, and I get it. That's the way sports talk is. People talk about what people can't do, and when teams lose, they want to talk about why teams lose instead of why the other team won. That's just the nature of the beast, right? That's the nature of being a fan. Nobody else gets credit. Nobody else gets paid. Nobody else makes money. Nobody else is any good. We suck. How did we blow this game? Well, I don't know. Those guys get paid too. No, they don't. Oh, they don't? Okay, cool. Okay, well, they suck then. And again, okay, I'm with you now. How do we lose? These guys that don't get paid, these hobos on the other side. How do we lose these guys? But it's
hobos.
it's not. It's just not that way. So that I do. I try sometimes even force myself to. Okay, if I'm saying this guy stinks, and when I say stinks, I mean stinks is a relative term, and like he's still better than just about anybody on the planet, but relative to the NFL or NBA, whatever you're talking about. Okay. So back up, what is this guy really good at? Like, what does he do well? What are they seeing him? How are they using him? Look, Jared Goff is really good at a few things, and that's how they use him. And that's why he was really good last year. So you don't ask guys to do things they can't do. They didn't ask Tom Brady to run the read option. Here, Tom, if you ran the read option, you'd be like, this guy sucks, man.
He's terrible.
What's he doing
this guy?
out
Yeah.
there?
Why are they doing
this? Guy's awful. Oh, wait a minute. He's really good at this. Let's use him that way. Oh, my God. He's one of the greatest quarterbacks. Maybe
We'd
he's
be like,
the
oh, they
greatest
drafted a baseball catcher to play quarterback. What are they running the read option for?
Exactly.
Tolbert and Copes. You know what, Tom? You're making some good points, and we'll keep them going. Tolbert and
Thank
Copes.
you. I appreciate it. I thought I made good points there.
Well, 775 says probably no worse feeling than making a call to KNBR, feeling like you made some good points, than immediately hearing Tom talking ass about your points. Tolbert and Copes, 808 KNBR. Maybe Tom will talk ass about you. 49er fans, 1 to 10. How confident are you in getting back to the Super Bowl? I'm not even talking winning it. I'm just saying teams to go back after losing it, there are only like, what are we talking? 5 of them, 6 of them in NFL history.
And how many of them post salary cap?
And how many of them are the Bills? We'll talk more about it next on the Sports Leader. Trent Williams and the 49ers have agreed on a new restructured contract that's going to pay him $48 million in full guarantees and $25 million at signing. 49er fans, how we feeling with the season starting in under a week? Let us know at 415-808-KNBR.
They're Tolbert and Copes, and they're back on The Sports Leader. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680.
Tolbert and Copes with you Tuesday afternoon, 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627 is the number to call. What is your level of confidence, 1 through 10, on the Niners returning to the Super Bowl? Tom says he's at like a 5-6. I'm revving at like a 4.5, just because of how hard it is to go back and just how long last season felt and how long this offseason has felt. By the way, Tolbert and Copes is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union offers auto loans with competitive rates and personalized service because your journey matters. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love. Brent Jones joins us in about a half an hour at 3:50 to start his weekly conversations, talking 49er football. I imagine he's going to be fired up today about the boys being back in town. We'll need some Thin Lizzy for Brent. No Mr. Jones and me. Let's go back out to the phone lines at 808 KNBR. Let's go to Chris in Sebastopol. Chris has been waiting for a while. Chris, what's your level of confidence in the Niners getting back to the bowl? You're on the Sports Leader.
I think you nailed it. 4 or so. You guys talking about Ayuk and Trent Williams and all that missing time. The question marks for me are the defense. They looked leaky last year at the end of the year, all through the playoffs. No Eric Armstead this year. They were only good against the run when he was playing, 8 games, 10 games he only got into. Secondary's question marks right now, especially the safety position. And no Dre Greenlaw, yada, yada, yada. You guys can fill in the gaps, but the question is, can the Niners really fill in the gaps? So I always believe the first 2-3 games of the year is the real preseason anyways. So I'm really anticipating seeing that, seeing how they come out, and new play caller too for the defense. That's where my question marks come from. Really,
is there a
I think
bomb ticking in the background?
Yeah, what's that ticking sound? Is that your blinker, or is that are you setting up a bomb?
That's my blinker.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
God dang.
Deliveries right now.
I didn't want to hear a boom. I was like, geez. This guy's like diffusing bombs, calling KNBR.
He's on the bomb squad. He's like, no, I'm putting one.
We got players getting shot. We don't need fans getting blown up.
There we go.
We don't need any more violence.
Well, not when Chris in Sebastopol's on the job. He's diffusing everything.
No, we don't need him being part of the hurt locker.
I appreciate you, Chris. Thanks for the call.
You know how we diffuse it out here in Sebastopol, man. Don't worry about that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah, a lot of Hall of Fame diffusers.
The bomb diffusing capital of the U.S. Yeah, right. Yeah, Sebastopol, California.
I thought it was more like users.
Quiz, hot shot. There's a bomb on a bus. Once the bus goes 50 miles an hour, the bomb is armed. If it drops below 50, it blows up. What do?
Well, you go 50.
The hell, that's not really a pop quiz.
Yeah. What do you do?
What do you do? Well, you keep it above 50 is what you do.
I hope I'm never in that situation, first and foremost.
No, not really, dude. I'm bailing. I'm gonna go to 60.
What do you do?
And then I figure between 60 and 50, it's gonna hurt, but I could jump out. And look, everyone else just figure it out. I'm out.
Yeah, 209 says, I'm glad I wasn't alone, Tom, in the ticking of the bomb there from Chris in Sebastopol. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627, the number to call and to text. 408 said, I thought the dude was riding a horse. Click, 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 click. Let's go out to Don, and here's another good Derek Bay Area name. I guess Don's in Hillsburg. Let's go to Don in Hillsburg. Don, what's your level of confidence in the Niners getting back to the bowl this year?
Well, in disagreement with the prior caller, I think we've gotten better. I think Purdy's going to be better. Obviously, as you mature, you get better. He's healthy. I think he'll do better. I think we've brought in some more speed. I think our defensive backfield is going to be better. We've got some good, young, strong safeties. Not strong safety, but healthy safeties. And I think that the cornerbacks are better. So in that sense, I think we're better, and we're not the weaknesses we had last year, at least in the defensive backfield. I'm hopeful that we're going to be good. So to answer your question, I'm going 8 out of 10, depending upon injuries, because that's, to me, obviously the key. As long as our people can stay healthy and play, and we do have some good backups, but like Pooney. Who would have known that he turned out to be that good to be a starter? And the last thing I'll mention is, hey, Tom, your voice sounds a lot younger than you look like, so I just want to give you a compliment.
Yeah, backhand compliment. Thanks, Don. Your voice makes you sound younger than you look, so I wanted to give you a compliment.
I appreciate that.
That's like a backhand compliment.
Let's go. The Tombstone beard and mustache.
You're not as old as I thought you were, dude. Yeah.
Yeah. Man, you sounded like at least in your early 50s. Oh, my God.
Well, it's like, dude, I have so many gray hairs now and so much gray in my beard that when people find out how old I am, when I'm talking to them in person, they go, how old are you? And I go, 35. They go, oh. I go, well, Jesus. You thought I was older? Okay.
Hey, look.
You're getting there, though.
I know I know I probably look about my age, maybe. Feel good, but my skin is much worse in my my face. Trust me on that. I went to the dermatologist today. It's always fun when you go to the dermatologist and you get introduced to the cauterizer. That's always fun because there's nothing like
and they zap you?
nothing like burnt flesh in a small confined room.
Smells good.
Oh yeah. I wanted an omelet right after. I don't know why. I just thought an omelet sounded good. Yeah, that was. They were zapping everything. I just asked her. I go, seriously. I go, is there such a thing as a skin transfusion? Can you do that? Because I can pick out wallpaper and just put it on my arm. Like I don't got to go through the process of getting a tattoo. I can just get like a ready-made tattoo sleeve and just peel this stuff off. My skin sucks.
Like a snake?
My God, anything. Yeah, I would like to molt. If I could molt, in fact, that'd be my superpower. Not flying, just molting. They just like get rid of all this skin and just leave it behind. Yes, that would be amazing to be able to do that. By the way, have you seen those people that not only tattoo their heads to look like snakes, like they get scales and everything on their heads?
We're going tongue split.
Tongue, and then they get the contacts that are like snake eyes and like split tongue. It's like, bro, what happened? Like at what point did this go off the rails? Like literally, at what point did you go, I want to be a snake? I'm surprised they don't put a little rattle in their tailbone. Like instead of having a coccyx, that's in the back, by the way, they put a rattle there. And they could like shake it a little bit.
I'll do the snake eye contacts and all that stuff too. Yeah.
Although wasn't Snake Eyes a Nicolas Cage vehicle, I believe. I don't know. Keep going. I just that was.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. Moving on. I was like, not a good dismount from this burning skin story.
I'm here to snake your drain.
530 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line says, Copes, a lot of gray for 35. What'd you hit puberty at 12? Don't most people? 707 says, yeah. Oh, that's a good line from this guy. I just won't read it. My mistake. 209 says here, I think Niners are going undefeated, winning the Super Bowl. That broke my back. It's spinal. That's what they followed up. It's why he's calling for a soundbite. 408 says, Tom's skin doesn't need a doctor. Wash it, dry it, move on.
Please. I need a grater. I do. I need a cheese grater to wash my skin. That's what I need.
209 says, one Derma omelet, please.
Derma omelet. Oh, yeah. It'd be, you know what you'd put in it? Like the smoking a pancake.
Bong and a blitz,
get
pipe
the
and a
little
crack.
skin flakes. Yeah,
It's disgusting.
Oh, that's a keeper.
He peels it off his head. That's what Tom's doing. Tom's like gold member peeling skin off of his body. Oh. 510 checks in says, Copes, when you're 75, though, you're going to look 45. Black men age well. It's kind of my hope. I'm just going to look 35 for the next, 20 years. That's the thought.
Let's get some skin flake omelets.
916 on the Niners says, I'm revving at a 4 at best. Only one key injury away from mediocrity. All teams are. Well, it's true. It depends on the injury.
Yes.
But yes, I don't know about mediocrity for the Niners. That's the thing, is they have so much talent. I don't know that they would fall into mediocrity. I just think that they are an injury away from not being the team they were last year. And to see what guys like McCaffrey were capable of last season, what Brock did in a record-setting franchise passing season, things like that are you only get so many opportunities and chances. It seems so hard to get back to that level. 209 says, sorry, we're getting a few deeper texts here on the cowboy and the walker and the bomb taking. I like that. He's riding a horse in Sebastopol. Chris in Sebastopol. 707 says, can you imagine the sigh of relief Purdy let out this morning when he heard the Trent Williams news? I'd imagine there was a big one. We will hear, by the way, from John Lynch on the Ricky Pearsall situation, Ayuk and Trent on their contract situations. And I should tell you this, the Niners now, after that Trent Williams contract, he's going to make more in cash this year than any offensive lineman. They have, in terms of top 10 highest paid at their position, even top 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 guys who are in the top 5 paid at their position, and they've got 9 guys in the top 15. Purdy's down there at 79th when it comes to quarterback pay. We'll talk more about this. We'll hear from John Lynch on Pearsall, Ayuk and Trent on the contracts. That's next. Tolbert and Copes only here on the Sports Leader.
Spinal.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. It's the best place for fantasy football, and it's what you should be doing as early as this Thursday when the season kicks off. We got Ravens, we got the Chiefs in a Thursday night AFC matchup. You can get in on the action like many people did across 33 states. I say many, over 1 million people last year for the NFL season got in on the game by making picks on Underdog. You can win up to 1,000 times your money just by choosing higher or lower on some of your favorite player stats. That's touchdowns, passing yards, and more. Aaron Rodgers, a guy you could be looking at for Monday Night Football for the 49ers, but I would say get in on some of that action earlier. You got Thursday night game, you got Mahomes, you've got receiving core, guys like Rashee Rice, maybe looking at receiving yards higher than the total out there on Underdog Fantasy. You can make many picks, Lamar Jackson rushing plus passing yards, all stuff you're going to want to play with. Early in the season here, Derrick Henry makes his debut on Thursday night. So you've got a game on Thursday, you got a game on Friday. You can do the college on Underdog on Saturday, then back into some NFL on Sunday, plus the Niners on Monday. You got 5 days of football coming up, starting day after tomorrow, to get in on the game with Underdog Fantasy. And it's easy to sign up. All you got to do is go to their app or to UnderdogFantasy.com. And when you do sign up, use promo code KNBR. And they're going to, Underdog is going to give you a free pick to use on your first cash pick'em entry, plus up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make that first deposit. Again, Underdog Fantasy is the app or website. Promo code KNBR to claim your new customer special of that free pick plus that deposit offer. Only stipulation is you must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concern with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes Tuesday afternoon. 49er football starts in less than a week, 6 days away. And I was just talking about there on the Underdog read, dude, 5 days of football this year, or this week. We got Thursday night, we got Friday night, you've got Saturday college, you've got Sunday NFL, and then you've got a Monday 49er game. We'll have the Niner game, by the way, for you right here on KNBR, the Flamethrower, on 680 and on 104.5. You can hear the entirety of that game. What's that, Tim? Yeah, pregame starts at 1 o'clock. You can hear the entirety of that game and pregame starting at 1 o'clock that day right here on The Sports Leaders. The Giants are off. One of our texters said, I love all the Super Bowl talk in September, but can we get into the Giants playoff odds? To which I thought, what playoff odds? Let's get into some of the sound as it relates to the 49ers from over the weekend and today. So Ricky Pearsall, we talked about it a little while ago. And by the way, Matt Mayoko is going to join us at 4:50. I last saw Matt in the SF General Hospital parking garage doing a video on his phone on Saturday talking about the Pearsall situation and giving updates. He was all over this. And we'll talk to him about how that all went down and then look ahead to next Monday's game. But Brent Jones at 3:50. Ricky Pearsall was shot in the chest at Union Square during an apparent robbery on Saturday afternoon. John Lynch, who was there at the hospital on Saturday evening with him, Pearsall was released from the hospital yesterday, placed on the non-football injury list today, so he's out for at least the first 4 weeks. Here's what John Lynch had to say to the media today in talking about what was a crazy weekend for the Niners. Everybody's happy Pearsall's okay, but here's what he had to say on the situation.
You know, by the grace of God, Ricky Pearsall is here with the team and doing really well. And just wanted to address that situation from a team perspective. We just all feel incredibly blessed. Was able to be down at the hospital, and if I heard it from one person, I heard it from so many down there. It's nothing short of miraculous that he came out of this as good as he did. On behalf of Ricky and his family, I talked with Ricky this morning. He just wants to express, and the team wants to express, our gratitude. You never love to get any call with regards to your players where they're in danger or peril, and man, the earliest calls that I received were extremely scary. Hey, we believe Ricky's been shot in the chest, and that outcome's not usually a good one. So that was a tough Saturday. It was a tough ride down to San Francisco General. Some of his earliest concerns is when he could play. He's asking me, he's asking the sides. I don't know, but the surgeon was there and helping him through those type of thoughts. But, Ricky takes a lot of pride in being available. And, one continues to point out that I promise you I'm not injury prone, Ricky. This is not being injury prone. Like something out of your control happened, and Ricky's going to be great. He's going to be a fantastic player.
Man, I can't even imagine from John Lynch's perspective. Getting to know this kid and then getting ready to make his debut next Monday Night Football, hasn't played or practiced, and that's his first thought is to say, I promise I'm not injury prone. Like, dude, don't worry. We watched you walk to the ambulance after having a bullet go through your chest and out your back. I think everybody's number one concern is his health and well-being in that situation. But after that, I'm like, don't worry. Everybody knows what a badass you are, dude. We want you on the field when you can be on the field.
Yeah, John should have asked the surgeon. Monday too soon?
Questionable?
You think?
Where are we going?
Yeah.
Questionable?
What, doubtful?
Yeah.
Questionable? How do you... I got to list him like on Friday. Where should I go with this?
Where should we go with this? Yeah. I'll put it out there.
Oh my gosh, that's incredible! But that is kind of the mindset of an athlete, right? You're through the shock of it. Your adrenaline's probably still pumping. You're sore, but you're feeling like, oh man, I got lucky. I got lucky. But that's whew. Okay, yeah, I still feel like God. I feel pretty good. You think is there a chance? I mean, it's kind of how you think, which is just weird. But I can't even imagine what you're going through, like mentally at that time, with all the adrenaline pumping and just I don't even know how long it takes to. You got to process. You just got shot in the chest. Like, no one's expecting that, and you just get shot in the chest, and I don't even know how long that takes to even process. Like I can't even imagine. Like, I know I'd probably be waking up in the middle of the night, like, seeing that dude for a while. Because when you really think about it, like it's really scary. But after it's over with and you feel like, okay, I'm good, then you start thinking about, okay, we want to, and especially when you're a young guy, right? You want to play, you want to impress, you don't want to be a guy that misses games. And like John said, like, okay, this one's not a twisted knee or you're in the tub or the ankle no, this is obviously a totally different situation. But that's kind of the mindset of athletes. Like, when can I play? When can I go out there and play? Because we're always conditioned to think if we're not playing, somebody's going to play. And if they play and the coach says, okay, yeah, we don't need you, that guy's fine. Like, you don't. So when you get a chance to play, you want to play as much as possible. And I totally get that mindset. But, you know, hopefully recovery go well. Mentally, he'll be good. And then, you know, hopefully, fingers crossed, maybe in 4 weeks even sounds soon, but who knows? They have no idea what the ramifications physically and mentally are, but God, that would be incredible. Man, can you imagine the ovation that guy's going to get?
Oh, it's going to be unbelievable.
Smoke.
When he steps on the field, it's going to be incredible when he runs out at Levi Stadium for the first time. And again, the non-football injury list means that he's ineligible for the first 4 weeks of the season, making him not eligible to play. And again, this is all health permitting and whatever it takes to get back. Everybody's just kind of like, I don't know. So John Lynch said, I don't know what this isn't like you hurt your knee or you sprained your shoulder or something like that. This is
no protocol here.
No, there's no protocol here. So we'll just have to see what happens and how he heals. But the fact that he's already out of the hospital with the bullet exited his body, I mean, that bodes well for him potentially at some point this season. But the first game he's eligible to play would be October 6th against Arizona. Moving on to Brandon Ayuk, who met with the media today, talked about his contract situation. He gets all of his money last week. He got what did he get? A 4-year extension worth $120 million guaranteed, making it a 5-year deal. He's going to get a bunch of it up front. Here's Ayuk on his contract negotiations.
You know, that was the reason why I wanted to get paid in such a manner, because that's the type of player I believe I am, and that's the player I want to continue to be, and that's the player that I strive to be. So I think it's more so putting that pressure on myself and 4 pockets full. I'm not going to lie, I made it a little bit more difficult than it needed to at the end. But yeah, it was like that from I'm not gonna say the whole entire time, but for about the past month, I think we were pretty good.
4 pockets full.
Well, you just having fun? Made it more difficult, and you
I probably made it more difficult than it had to be. Yeah, I'm just saying.
And I know you said it, but I don't think it's not $120 million guaranteed.
No,
right?
sorry, I messed up. It's 120 was the contract. 76 guaranteed is the number.
And 4 pockets full.
I made that mistake last week, Coach. It's okay.
I've been like, why? Why? Well, why'd you make it more difficult then?
He's like, you saw the contract? That's why.
Well, I mean, you're just having a good time? Like, yo, man, I'm going to really put him through it here.
Only have 3 pockets.
Just sign the damn contract, okay? Oh, my gosh. But, you know, it's over, and now it'll be like it didn't happen. Because guys go through this. They just do. And you go out there and perform. And the organization's like, okay, we're good. We're moving on. And Trent Williams, same thing. We're good. We're moving on. Like, the only time it'll be revisited is when it's like 2 years from now. And you're like, if you ever get to a point where you're like, oh, okay, now we got to really kind of, you know, figure out some stuff. But they've done a really good job with that. And the whole, like, everybody talks about cap hell. The last time I heard cap hell was Dennis Erickson's Niners and Terry Donahue's Niners. Like, that was cap. They were cap hell. And that was coming out of the, you know, non-salary cap era, where current policy is like, get him. I don't care what it costs. Eddie D, I don't care. Get him. We got him good. How much does he want? Give him double. I don't even care if we have to. We're the Niners. That's why we do things. We're going to have 3 nose tackles that can make a Pro Bowl. Get them. I mean, they were just stacked. And then all of a sudden the salary cap comes into play. We're like, oh, okay. Yeah, we got a little finagling to do here. That was a little tougher because you're coming from a roster that was just loaded, absolutely loaded to, okay, you got to be under this, by this. Oops. Now teams can figure it out. Teams figure it out. They're just, especially when you can pay up front what they can pay. And, like, they have so much cash over there. They're printing cash over there. So I don't even know if it'll ever be an issue for them. Are they going to have to make decisions? Of course. Every team has to make decisions. But if you want to win, you pay what it takes to you draft guys and they become all-pro type players. Those are the guys you keep. You get rid of them. If you're going to make a habit of doing that, then you're not a very good organization. You're not a very good team. You find a way to keep those guys. They have found a way to keep Debo. They found a way to keep Kittle, to keep Warner. They didn't draft Trent, but they traded for him. Good player, kept him. Drafted Ayuk, kept him. Signed him. Traded for McCaffrey, great player, signed him. So that's just, that's what they do. And of course you have to make decisions at some point, but maybe someone can tell me this, because it's not coming to me right off the top of my head. Under the Lynch Shanahan regime, when's the last time they signed someone or didn't sign someone that they drafted that was really good?
DeForest Buckner.
Did they draft
They
Buckner?
didn't draft him. He's saying that they drafted.
Yeah, that they drafted.
They did not draft Buckner. No, I think it was Chip Kelly drafted.
I'm trying to think somebody that they drafted that was really good that they didn't re-sign.
Azeez Al-Shire, was he undrafted, though? He might have been
I think he was undrafted.
Free agent
I think he was undrafted. Because I think he was undrafted. Warner was third, and what was Greenlaw, fifth?
To be fair, we're just kind of getting to that window, though. I mean, Fred Warner was one. George Kittle was one. Like we haven't gotten to. We've gotten to. A lot of those guys became the number one guys at their position.
Yeah.
In contract, or top 5 at their position. So yeah, they paid to keep them around, but they also weren't paying big quarterback money in the way that they are looking for now.
No, you're absolutely right, and that's where we might start. But look, so they're going to sign Purdy to a huge contract. His cap number is going to go down, initially. It'll probably be a couple years after he signs until the number spikes. Well, by that time, who knows if they'll have Debo. They'll have Ayuk in a position where they don't have to re-sign him if they didn't want to, because most of the guaranteed money will be his, and it'll be like at a point in the contract where it won't be that prohibitive to get out of that contract. Kittle will be 2 years more down the line. Trent Williams will be 2 more years down the line. So, look, you can't start thinking about this. Isn't basketball and baseball, where you sign guys in basketball, and if they're really good, like Clay, Steph, and Draymond, you expect to keep them 8 years. So when you sign them to massive contracts, maybe even more than 8, then you're counting on that money being counted against you every single year. Like $40 million, that's going against us. $30 million, that's going against us. $30 million, that's good. So $100 million right off the top, boom, every year. It's not going down. There's no point in their contracts where you can cut it and go, okay, now we can get out from under that. You can't. It's guaranteed for 8 years, 6 years, 4 years, 5, whatever it is guaranteed for, it's guaranteed. Football doesn't work that way. And the contract's lifespan is about half, maybe half of what it would seem, what it would appear to be, especially if you can pay a lot of those signing bonuses up front. So a lot of this stuff is just turning over. It would be really hard, and I think you'd have to really mismanage your team to get yourself back in salary cap hell, because everybody knows, this is what we have to deal with every single year. Oh, and the cap usually goes up as well. It's different when you're coming out of the salary cap, non-salary cap era.
Right.
Then it's crap. Now you're sticking us with this now. Well, dang, thanks. But I don't see it being a huge problem. Again, they're going to have to make decisions. But a lot of times those decisions are made for you. Guys retire. Guys move on after their first contract. You sign them and then get one contract. Maybe they don't get the second contract. But I'm specifically talking about guys they've wanted to keep, that they've drafted, and that have turned out for them. And they go, nah, that's too expensive. We're going to let them go. To the best of my knowledge, they haven't done it.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. Trent Williams back on a 3-year, $82 million contract, 48 fully guaranteed at signing, $25 million in bonuses. Brandon Ayuk is back. You got Christian McCaffrey back at practice, and Brent Jones is back on our show, 3:50 each and every Monday, I think normally. Maybe it is Tuesday when we do it with him. As Tuesday afternoons throughout the football season. Brent Jones is going to join us next on the Sports Leader. Trent Williams and the 49ers have agreed on a new restructured contract that's going to pay him $48 million in full guarantees and $25 million at signing. 49er fans, how we feeling with the season starting in under a week? Let us know at 415-808-KNBR.
Before there was 85.
Yeah, no fear from Kittle.
There was 84.
Brent Jones, who Jerry Rice says has the best hands on the team.
Now time for 49ers legendary tight end Brent Jones with Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
My guys.
He is back.
My guys.
Baby, it's football season. That means it's time to talk to Brent Jones weekly, one of our favorite segments of the entire year, and we get to do it starting in football season, so we are here. Brent, what the hell is up?
Tommy, I have the biggest grin on my face. I love when football season starts, but I get my guys back weekly. I get to talk to my boys.
My guys.
It's almost unfair that this is a semi-job because this is amazing.
Semi in terms of you have to do something. The not part is getting paid for it, which is usually part of some sort. But you don't get those messy tax stubs or anything, so you don't even have to worry about that, which is a good thing. So you got that going for you, which is nice.
I would pay money. Don't tell Cumulus, but I would pay money to be on with you guys. This is
they're listening right now going, can we work that into the budget? That'd be incredible.
We'll take his money. That's good, yeah.
And by the way, I never brought this up because it just didn't dawn on me, but I heard it again, and I heard it every week last year when I think it was Joe Starkey that said Jerry Rice said he has the best hands on the team. I mean, come on, Jerry was lying when he said that, right? He didn't believe that.
No, he absolutely believed that. Come on, bro. You guys know.
Bro, he believed he had the best hands on the team.
Huh?
He believed he had the best hands on the team. Jerry wasn't giving you that.
He had the most catches and the most touchdowns. He had to say something.
He meant nicest hands. He's like, he's got a good grip. I like when we shake. It's moisturizes.
Good call, Copes. Good call.
I think what he said was they left it out when he said he's got the best white hands on the team.
I'm telling you, we practiced my last year. The combo celebration wasn't always a big thing, but we practiced the white guy handshake all the time. And
how'd that go?
Pulled it off. We never pulled it off live. It looked so awesome and white. It was amazing. It looked so goofy. It would have been perfect.
I love it. Well, you have to show it to me one day.
I will show it. My grandkids are teaching me the gritty. I can actually do it pretty good right now. But,
Oh no! Can we get you on TikTok?
It's come a long way from the white handshake.
Brent doing the gritty. Holy smokes! Look at you. I think I'd pull a couple vertebrae if I tried that thing.
Oh, you got it. It looks better if you get lower, and that's the challenge.
Yeah, that's a problem for me getting lower.
Yeah, that is a challenge for you.
Definitely a problem for me. So, give us your thoughts on the signings. I mean, Ayuk's back, Williams is back, and they're ready to go.
So it's amazing because I think what was our number one thing that we needed to accomplish this offseason? It wasn't get this guy better, get this guy here. We had to sign all of our guys. And a week ago, I was starting to feel the heat. I was like, okay, this changes things for early in the season. And, our management came in strong and made it all happen. And you guys get it. There's a negotiation and a positioning behind the scenes. But in the end, you've got to have your guys there for week one. You just can't go into a game. And I thought for sure Trent Williams has proven like he's a tough nut to crack. Like he'll freaking stay out a whole season if he has to. The fact that he came back in is great news. The one thing is, with the linemen holding out, their challenge is their side to side, their lateral movement, and so the biggest I guess risk for them early on is to kind of get a groin. They can kind of play through it,
okay.
But they're not going to have a major injury, knock on wood. And the only time that they're going to be noticeably in trouble is when you have an 11-play drive and they're sucking wind, because no matter what you do, you're not in football shape.
Yeah.
Ayuk, on the other hand, it's practice, it's tempo, it's timing, and he has those things with Brock. but it takes, I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks. He can go ahead and make an impact in week 1 for sure, and maybe we won't even notice anything. But typically, it takes probably 3 or 4 weeks to get up to 100%, where like you're back, like, hey, I never missed a day. There's no way to say, yeah, I'm good, I'm 100%, we're perfect, I'm right where I've always been. It just doesn't work that way. But I think with our supporting cast, I think we're in great shape. And I feel really good. The Jets is a tough week 1 draw. It really is. I'm thankful it's at home. But because you don't know what you're going to get with Aaron Rodgers, right? You just don't. And they have some really good skill positions. So feeling great right now. I mean, I was so happy today. Gosh, it's been a roller coaster this offseason with the Niners. Ayuk stood out, held in longer than I thought he would. And then obviously the Pearsall news buckled me this weekend.
I know.
And so, man, I'm just thankful, because we all know that could have turned out much worse. So I'm thankful for that young guy. I'm anxious to see him. I think he's going to be a contributor this year. I really do. And then to get the news this morning that our big stud, best tackle in the league is coming back. That was positive. So it's been a little bit of a roller coaster, but all that said, I think we're right where we want to be at this point. So, man, that was a challenging offseason, it felt like.
Well, you ran routes for a living. So take us through the timing aspect of it and how minute it has to be. Like how precise that is. If it's off like just a half a second, quarter of a second, like talk us to, because that's what we're wondering about, not just the route running, but the blocking and just all those little things that come with repetition, where it's just like you don't even think about it. And I'm sure he'll pick it up, quickly, but it's still a little bit of an adjustment. What were some of your adjustments, maybe, if you were injured in camp or you didn't get a chance to play or missed a couple weeks of even during the season you missed a couple weeks? What are we talking about? Because I say timing, and I think I know, but you did it. What is it about the timing that you need to kind of get back on the same page or kind of feel like, okay, I'm in sync now?
Well, first of all, Tom, there's no substitute for repetitions. Reps it's all about reps. When you're coming back, you haven't been there. Let's face it. I come back into the huddle and I've been out a few weeks and I have a route and I'm supposed to go 12 and I feel like, gosh, I'm late getting off the line, or I'm at 95%, so I'm going to go, 11 or 11 and a half, and Steve's thinking 12, and then, the ball's high at 11, and it's because it would be dead on at 12, or it's 6 inches behind you, or 6 inches outside your reach. In the quarterback has to know the tempo of each receiver and where he's throwing and how precise certain guys are. Some guys are more precise than others. Some guys round off their routes. Some guys square them off. You like to have them squared off, but there's so many delicate options the way that guys run their routes. And so when you don't have a guy day in and day out, and you're going in on air, and then you're going against defense, and then you're going after practice, and you're doing it, there's a sense that by feel where you're going to be, how you're going to run a route. Do you see the same thing as the quarterback? Is the defender in your lane? Do you slide out? Do you move here? Do you move there? Breaking the pocket, you develop a sixth sense, I think, with your quarterback, but it's developed during the course of preseason, and then a lot of practice and a lot of reps, and then of course over the years. So, I was fortunate to have that with Joe and Steve. I know that Brandon has that certainly, and Debo as well, and with Brock Purdy, but when you're not doing it day in and day out, and you're just starting from zero and everybody else has been going, there's just a little tiny nuanced, black hole that you got to account for, because it's just not going to be the same now as it will be 3 or 4 weeks from now. So you got to be very precise, and I mean, you guys have both seen a ball that's 6 inches behind a guy can hit a guy's hand, go up in the air, and be a pick, where everyone will blame the quarterback, and a lot of times it's not really the quarterback. You just don't see it because of the way the route is designed, or maybe the guy cut off his route or got out of his break too late. It's just, there's so many variables to account for, and that's why you just need all the reps. So you want routes run the same way against different looks time and time and time again.
I got Brent Jones on the UMA guest line, joins us every week of the football season. 49ers less than a week away from kicking off 2024. So last year, I mean, we saw a big jump from Brock, and we went several weeks saying, okay, how much do we have to see? How much more before we know this is who he is? What are the level of expectations for Brock this season?
You know what, Copes? I think higher and higher. I think he probably, obviously he looks a little bit bigger. I was out at training camp for a day. His ball seems to have a little bit more zip on it. He's stronger. And I think, there was some talk, he threw a few picks in this practice or this practice. I think it's really trying to work through. Ayuk wasn't there. Some guys were banged up. I think it's trying to understand your personnel and what throws can you fit in and what can you do against certain defenses. And you certainly would rather learn on the fly during training camp than learn during the season and start taking risks. So I think he had a really strong offseason. He looks great. We got all of our guys back now. I think we're going to be on paper, I view us as the best team. I just do. I don't think anybody's a better team talent-wise on paper. Now, you have to come through, and a big part of coming through this year will be the play of Brock Purdy. And I think he absolutely has the perfect disposition. I don't think he gets too high. I don't think he gets too low. I think that he is very reminiscent in the way that he handles himself is very much like Joe. Maybe Joe is even a little bit more confident outwardly, but I think Purdy has some confidence. I really do. That you got to probably be in the huddle to see. But I think that the cool factor where he just doesn't get rattled, and he kind of has that same face. Sometimes he throws a touchdown and you can't tell, and sometimes he throws an interception and you can't tell. That mindset is what you need to carry your team through a season, because it's a long year. There's always ups and downs. There's always injuries. There's always different dynamics at play. But I think he's proven to be a very, very capable leader in potentially a premier quarterback in this league.
I'll ask you this, knowing that I know you haven't lost a Super Bowl, but the stats say when you lose a Super Bowl, it's really hard to get back the next year. The Patriots did it in 2018. The other teams to do it, I believe, were the Broncos in the 80s, and then the Dolphins once, and the Cowboys once, early 70s. So it was all pre-salary cap. Other than the Patriots, I'm not sure if that probably says something. But what do you think? What's so hard about it? Like, I don't know if it's the losing, trying to get over that. It just seems easier if you win to go back, even though it's not easy. Why do you think that's so hard, that a team that loses rarely gets back to a Super Bowl the next year?
I think there's so much emotion spent and physicality along the way, and you know what a grind it is. And to get all the way to that last game, have it in your grasp, be able to achieve something that very few people in their life have achieved. And a lot of these guys, maybe something they've wanted to do their whole lives. You're on the cusp and you miss out. I think it's a lot more devastating than people realize. Like, I'm there, I'm on the cusp. I'm going to do something that I've always desired to do. This is why I put in all that work. This is why I commit. This is why I, don't go out on weekends. This is why I do this. And to lose that game and to go back to literally square one where you're even with every other team in the league and have to fight back up the hill, I think it's mentally taxing is my guess. I don't know that it's always physically the same impossibility, but I think mentally maybe some guys check out, maybe some guys aren't as committed, maybe some guys say, hey, you know what, it's all about luck. I'm not going to put in the same time and effort in the film room. I'm just going to go out there and play. I don't know specifically because we fortunately didn't lose. Yeah. But there has to be literally a grit and determination and a guttural drive that just makes you want to go back and accomplish it so badly. And this team, I'm not going to say we're old, but we're getting older in certain spots. And, you talk about windows, salary cap evens everything out eventually. And so, yeah, I think this is a big year. Maybe next year we're good too, but eventually we're gonna lose some of the guys that are stallions for this organization, and that's going to be tough. And so I feel personally like we've got enough leaders, guys in the locker room that want it so bad that we can fight and scratch our way back there. I really do.
Yeah.
But you have to be so mentally tough to grind through the season. And let's face it, the season is just positioning for the playoffs. And anything can happen once you get to there. And so you just have to have that determination to get back. And obviously this team has a lot, but it's a grind. And I think that's why most teams don't have enough players that are absolutely just desiring, just won't be able to breathe if they don't get back. You got to have 6, 7, 8 of those guys on your team to pull through everybody else, in my opinion.
All right, we'll wrap it up with this. Who's the one team in the NFC that you think stands the best chance to dethrone the 49ers this year?
I think that the Eagles collapsed last year with an awfully talented roster. And so if it's not coming from the Cowboys, in my opinion. Yeah. I am a little leery of the Rams, but not enough to put them there. I really think we've got to watch out for the Eagles bounce back this year. That's the team that I'm thinking is going to be back with a vengeance.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see because they completely collapsed last year. It seemed like a lot of internal stuff going on there.
Yeah,
we'll see.
way internal. And so I've heard that they've kind of handled a lot of those things in the off season, but it sounds good until it's on paper. And so the real games are on paper. So we'll see. Yep. But if they do, I was looking at their roster the other day, and they've got some players for sure.
Probably brought everybody in the locker room, locked the doors, and brought in Big Dom.
There you go. We need a Big Dom segment, man. He was so much great fodder last year. God, Big Dom. Yeah, he's got some great play calls on the sideline. Hey, why don't you run down to the Segway and turn around and I'll hit you with a flashlight.
The Brent Jones Show is sponsored by the Alameda County Sheriff's Office, seeking highly motivated people to join their diverse and growing law enforcement agency. Apply at joinacso.com. Brent, we'll do it next week, man. Thanks so much.
Copes, great to hear your voice. Tommy, as always, you guys are legendary. It's go time. Next Tuesday, we got to be 1-0.
That's
Love
it.
it, Brent.
All
Talk
right,
to
Brent.
them.
Okay.
Talk to you next week. Brent Jones joins us every week throughout the 49ers season. We will take a quick break. That is after I tell you that Tolbert and Copes is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union offers auto loans with competitive rates and personalized service because your journey matters. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love. We got a sound soiree featuring some football sound. Debo Samuel checked in on the Ricky Pearsall situation this weekend and keeping NFL players safe. Brian Kelly got pissed or pretended to be pissed after LSU dropped their game this weekend. And we haven't even talked about Joey Jaws and Kobayashi going head-to-head. That's all showing up in your sound soiree next on the Sports Leader. '49ers rookie first-rounder Ricky Pearsall has been placed on the reserve and non-football injury list after being shot on Saturday. He's going to miss at least the first 4 weeks of the season. For all 49er news, keep it locked on your home for 49ers football for the last 20 seasons. KNBR, the sports leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line, and Steve helps with a whole lot of different tax issues, but one of the most common ones, I imagine, Steve, is what do you do if you can't pay your taxes?
That's super common. And here it is, the day after Labor Day. And I would want all your listeners to have a really good holiday weekend. But I bet a lot of them didn't, because they were worried, is today the day the IRS agent's going to come and get them? Or fighting with the spouse over it? Or keeping it a secret from the spouse and worrying what happens when the spouse finds out. None of that has to be. Don't stick your head in the sand. Don't wait until one of these newly hired IRS agents comes to ruin your life, your business, your marriage. It doesn't have to be. There's so many good solutions, whether you just pay part and they forgive the rest, or pay in monthly installments that you can afford, not what some IRS agent says you can afford, or get the penalties forgiven, or just be left alone till you're back on your feet financially, or a lot of other things too. The bottom line is we have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you, and then we can do everything for you so you don't have to talk to the IRS, deal with them, have anything to do with them. The only thing you have to do is pick up the phone for your free consultation and say, hey, Steve, get me out of this mess.
Steve can help you if you got tax issues or if you can't pay your taxes, whatever it may be. Give him a call, 1-888-TAX-STEAL, or find him online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. This is Tolbert and Copes Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you Tuesday afternoon. The Sound Soiree, some of the best sounds from across sports that you might have missed. And while this isn't, I guess it's sports related, it's Ricky Pearsall related. After the shooting of Ricky Pearsall on Saturday, a lot of people, and again, I recommend you go read the comprehensive piece. It's a pretty harrowing story about what happened, how it went down, and the police officer, Sergeant Joel Harrell, who they say may have saved Ricky Pearsall's life. Anyway, here is Sergeant Joel Harrell on what she said to Ricky Pearsall while he was in the ambulance on Saturday. Here you go.
I'm holding him, and I was like, okay, just be calm. You know, we're here. You know, we're going to take care. Everything's okay. And I could see his breathing started getting faster. I could feel his body changing. I see him look down, and he looks at me. He goes, am I going to die? And I just like, no. I take off my hat because I wanted to make eye contact with him. I wanted him to hear me. And I said to him, listen, look at me. I know you don't know me, but I want you to trust me. It's not your time. God is here with us, okay? Please be calm and breathe. You're strong, okay? I want you to be strong like you are out in the field. Just breathe. And he looked at me and he listened. He did it, and that helped so much.
It's a crazy story, man.
Man.
He looked at her and said, am I going to die? She said, no.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't have much to add to that one.
Yeah, so he was, I guess he was buying a Rolex or something like that, and he was robbed on his way back to his car. Deebo Samuel then put this out on Instagram, advising people not to post athletes or their whereabouts. Here you go.
Hey, I want to tell y'all something for real. Like, all jokes aside. I don't think y'all people actually know how dangerous it is that y'all be recording people while they out eating and posting it. Like, do y'all, like, think that's actually safe to be doing? Like, stop thinking about the person you recording and think about their, you know, privacy and think about their well-being, because at any point anybody can pull up, and I mean, this world ain't but so big. Like, anybody can pull up and do whatever they want. Like, I just advise y'all to, you know what I'm saying, respect people's privacy.
Two things on that. Wise words, and
if you're going to film a video, turn the radio off.
And good luck.
Yeah, I mean, people are going to film what they're going to film.
Yeah, I was good. Exactly. I mean, that I'm sorry. That horse left the barn years ago. It is way. It's through the pasture, through the trees, through another pasture. It's way gone. That one ain't coming back. So I appreciate him saying that, but I sorry, that one just isn't going to happen. And so I don't even know what to say about that, because that's what people love doing. That they got their phones out, they take their phones out. I mean, my man's walking to the ambulance with a gunshot wound in his chest, and people are filming it. Like, people are going to film stuff. It's just the way it is. That's our society now. People are going to film stuff.
The situation with this has happened before too. Like, this concern has come up in the past. Like, I think LeBron's house got broken into when he was gone, but people just knew his schedule. Right? Like, the Lakers were gone, he was out of town. It's happened to other athletes too during games where their house has been broken into or burglarized while they're out playing the game itself. But yeah, I mean, this is, I guess, it can be dangerous, but people are going to do, I can't imagine people would just stop doing this. I hear and understand and agree with what Deebo's saying, and I also can't imagine it stops.
No, not going to.
Moving on here in the Sound Soiree. So LSU plays against SC yesterday. SC looked really good defensively.
2 days ago.
Excuse me, 2 days ago on Sunday. SC looked really good defensively. on Sunday. You said maybe the best defense they've had since Lincoln Riley's been there. So after the game, people are giving Brian Kelly crap, and we were talking about it earlier because
I'm here with my family.
He seems like he's upset after the loss, but it does seem like he's maybe forcing it a bit. So here's what it sounded like.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same things. About not finishing when you have an opponent in a position to put them away. But what we're doing on the sideline is feeling like the game's over. And I'm so angry about it that I got to do something about it. I'm not doing a good enough job as a coach. And I got to coach him better because it's unacceptable for us not to have found a way to win this football game. It's ridiculous.
Okay, so look, I'm gonna help him out with this one if he wants to do this one again. So let me move my water. I'll spill my water all over the place. That'd be really smart.
I'm so angry about it.
Let me move over here. So you go ahead, you start off like you start off. That's fine. You want to start off like that, and then you come to the part where the script says hit the table. So you start off kind of low because you want to build up to it, and it's I'm so angry about it. I'm so angry. We're doing the same things again, over and over. That's all we do. I gotta find a way.
It's how he sounded. Yeah,
gotta find a way to change that. I can't let that continue to happen. That's much better than the.
And I'm so angry about it.
Angry. We're doing the same things again.
You said it doesn't mean you are.
We're doing it again. I mean, Dennis Green. Now that's how to do it. That's how to do it. But there's got to be a little anger in there. There's got to be a change in inflection. There's got to be a bump. It can't just be straight across. Like even at the very end when he said he was angry, I was like,
and I'm so angry about it.
You don't sound that angry. It sounds like I would say mildly perturbed would be the state I think he's in.
The Bears are who we thought they were.
But see, like he was like holding it in and then it exploded. This one was like he was trying to like ramp up to it.
Yes, and even that one, even that little soundbite right there, you hear it go up. The Bears are who we thought they were. Like you could tell he was agitated and getting more agitated. What's that, Tim? You got the full thing? Yeah, go ahead, play it. Listen to this. This is how you do it.
The Bears are what we thought they were. What we thought they were. We played them in preseason. Who the hell takes a third game in the preseason like it's bullshit? We played them in the third game. Everybody played 3 quarters. The Bears are who we thought they were. And that's why we took the damn field. Now, if you want to crown them, then crown their ass. But they are who we thought they were. And we let them off the hook.
Yeah, he ramped up to it. See?
That's perfect.
It exploded. It exploded rather than Brian Kelly, who just kind of was like, I'm
so angry about it.
So fake. Tolbert and Copes on a Tuesday. Last one here in the Sound Soiree. So we had the hot dog eating contest to end them all. Joey Chestnut against Kobayashi went down yesterday on Netflix.
That was good, too.
In a live, quote, sporting event. Broadcasters for the event, Chris Rose. By the way, Rob Riggle was there, and Kerry Champion were on the call for Joey Chestnut. And why don't we just go to the sound here? Joey Chestnut, in his post-game interview with Rob Riggle after he ate 83 hot dog buns. Well, I guess we have him first eating the 83, then we have his post-game interview. He just blew Kobayashi out of the water, dude. 66, I think, was the number for Kobayashi. Here's Chestnut winning in postgame.
Under 30 to go. The rematch we have waited 15 years for. Records as well. Chestnut, Kobayashi, both with personal records, but the 16-time champion is going to walk away an apparent winner.
It's amazing. I've been trying to hit 80 hot dogs for years, and without Kobayashi, I was never able to do it. And he drives me. And we weren't always nice to each other, but I love what he did. We push each other to be our best.
That's great. That's awesome. That's iron sharpens iron.
He pushed me to be better. That's like his Jordan. And then Kobe was like, yeah, he made me better.
I mean, look, it was all good. I mean, 83 hot dogs. They never even said it. It would have been nice if they would have said, I'm not sure they were too concerned about the getting stats correct during the broadcast, but I would have liked to have known if that was Kobayashi's personal best. Because if it wasn't, it was probably pretty damn close.
I think it was. It might have been.
Yeah, because he did really good too. It's just he can't compete with Joey Jaws.
It is an honor.
See, that's what they were missing.
That's what you're up against, dude. Yeah.
That's what they missed.
Yeah, you can't do it.
The space-time continuum has been ripped. At birth, the gods reached down and touched his jaws.
Turned his stomach into a lightning bolt, dude. Into a black hole.
That's the only thing we're missing. Like, from that standpoint, you can't top him. Like, that's the original, and you can't try to duplicate it because then you just sound like some cheesy ripoff. But, yeah, I mean, it was because I was wondering, how's this going to work with no dunking the dogs? You got to eat those things dry, man. Talk about a raw dog. That's what they got. I mean, it was cooked, actually. But
I am the shining arc of humanity. Yield to my dominion.
My dominion. Like, they missed that. But yeah, I thought, like, because it got to a point where it was old, right? Like, it was okay seeing him eat, like, ridiculous amounts of beef, but he's going to win by 20. Like, it was over immediately. This one kind of had, like, okay, we're kind of hanging in there for a couple minutes, and then, like, every, like, 45 seconds, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then he got away from him. Then it's like, okay, this is over. Let's see how far they could go. But 83 hot dogs. I mean,
it's otherworldly. It's Shohei Ohtani 50-50 season. It's what it is. It's never been. I mean, it's just unbelievable.
I mean,
totally believable, but incredible.
Yeah, that is wild, though. That is wild. Like, no one's gonna do it because why would you do it? Maybe if you're going to a picnic or something, stack up 83 dogs in the bun and go. How do you even fit that in your stomach?
Yeah.
I had no idea.
I'll tell you what, it wasn't there for long. Tolbert and Copes.
No, can you imagine that thing?
Sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union offers auto loans with competitive rates and personalized service because your journey matters. Redwood Credit Union for all that you love. Off of the Sound Soiree, back into some 49er football. By the way, 4:50 Matt Mayoko, 5:15 Andy Baggerly, Steve Kerr as usual time, and we've got Giants pregame coming your way at 5:45. When we come on back, Kyle Shanahan had a party for the Niners team at his house on Saturday. Was seen posing with Rick Ross. Is Kyle Shanahan facing a different level of pressure than he has at any point in his Niner tenure? We'll get to that next on the Sports Leader.
wherever you are. We're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. We caught up with Brent Jones a little while ago for our weekly conversation. All available KNBR.com and the KNBR app, where we are streaming as well as twitch.tv/the sports leader, YouTube, all that good stuff. Matt Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area 49ers Insider, is going to join us at 4:50, and then Andy Baggerly 5:15. Question is, how much pressure is on Kyle Shanahan this year? Tom and I were talking earlier in the show about, we say this frequently, whenever criticism of Kyle comes, and we're asking level of confidence in the Niners 1 to 10 in getting back to the Super Bowl. Teams that lose it oftentimes do not go back, and many teams have, or the few teams have gone back and lost multiple times. The Bills, the 80s, John Elway Broncos, and then you got to go further back to Super Bowl 8 and 9 to the Minnesota Vikings. For teams who have gone twice and lost 2 times in a row. For Kyle to get back and for the team to get back, my level of confidence just isn't as high because it's so hard to do. But for those who did think it would get back, many people said, well, its injuries are going to stand in the way. That's something you got to be cognizant of, and that's why I felt like last year they had, for the most part, pretty fortunate injury luck in terms of the health of the roster, the skill position players, and the key players in finding the number 1 seed and success through the NFC playoff picture. In terms of the level of confidence and the people who were high on the Niners this year and getting back to the Super Bowl, many of them said, yeah, but it's about Kyle's ability to manage games late and manage with a lead. I don't always look at, like, I think I see this differently, and Tom sees it differently than a lot of the fans do, and say, well, he can't hold a late game lead. I don't totally agree with that. I know that people would say, well, his record late is not fantastic. I just don't agree with it all being on Kyle Shanahan, the offensive play callers. By the way, the 3rd year in a row, they've had a different defensive voice making or putting in the play calls to the green dot of Fred Warner. So in terms of pressure Kyle's facing, and a lot of people would have said the same thing about Andy Reid for many years in Philadelphia. 5 NFC Championship appearances, just 1 Super Bowl appearance. And it was a loss to the Patriots back in 2003 or early 04, whichever year that was. Maybe it was 05. What year was that, Derek, when the Eagles lost the Super Bowl to the Patriots? Am I right on that, 03?
That was 2004.
2004. So the 03, 04, was it 03 season, 04 Bowl?
It was 2004 season, 05 Super Bowl.
There you go. Fact of the matter is, Andy Reid forever had that same tag on him, that, tons of talent, incredible talent, a lot of times the most talented team on paper entering the season. So in terms of, is there more pressure on Kyle? I think it's the same pressure. I think when you have a team that people believe is capable of winning and you've come so close that many times, the pressure doesn't change. I think the reason we talk about there being more of it is the thought that maybe this really is the, quote, last dance for this group of guys. And Tom asked the question earlier, name a key number, like a top-end player who they drafted, and then they didn't re-sign to a contract. One came up, and people on the text line were saying Mike McGlinchey. I don't know if you'd say he was an elite talent. I don't know that he was ever in the class that you'd have guys like Nick Bosa or Trent Williams or George Kittle among their peers. So maybe that one plays, but in terms of running into that expensive roster situation, that's what they're going to come to a head with after this season. So the 49ers had a party at Kyle Shanahan's house on Saturday night. That was the same day Ricky Pearsall was shot at Union Square here in San Francisco. They were made aware that Ricky was okay, and then they FaceTimed him, and then they continued with the party. Kyle was seen on social media posing with Rick Ross and sporting a cane. Here's Kyle Shanahan partying with Rick Ross. I think we have some audio.
Born winners, amazing party. Now you on your fly.
Yeah.
Oh, you put the cane up.
I did put the cane up, man, but shit, I'm trying, man. Hey, the cane's back.
Yeah.
There he is, party. Kyle Shanahan and Rick Ross. So a lot of people think like, oh, cool, he's having a good time. And immediately, by the way, people social media like who aren't willing to see anybody having a good time unless they're winning every football game they coach or ending with a Super Bowl victory, we're immediately applying the pressure, going, yeah, this is nice before the start of the season, but once games start, you got to get down to business. So on Good Morning Football today, they picked which player, coach, and owner has the most pressure on them this season. Here's what Peter Schrager had to say on Good Morning Football.
I look at this past weekend, and Kyle Shanahan, they had a little party with Brandon Ayuk, with Deebo Samuel, with Rick Ross, the boss, and this is what Kyle wore to the party.
Oh, my word.
Wow. Now, I have been texting with sources. It was actually a great Gatsby theme. Kyle's coming in there, and he's grown the hair out. He bookended his summer with the McCaffrey wedding, where he was wilding out, and this amazing Great Gatsby. This is me saying, hey, I've got the swag. My team's got the swag. You guys could poke holes in us all summer long. We good. In fact, we Gucci.
He Gucci.
I think Kyle Shanahan's got the most riding on this season. I also feel like he has no doubts that his team is ready to go. I'm going to say the head coach of the defending NFC champions, Kyle Shanahan's got the most on his shoulders, and he's got some hair rocking on it, too. He's growing out that hair, and I respect it, and he was rocking it like Gatsby on Friday night.
Really nothing to do with football at all.
No.
For sure, our Good Morning Football. None of that had anything to do with.
I don't know. As soon as he said "we Gucci," I tuned out.
Yeah, I started shaking.
I
my
like
head.
him too, but that's one of my least favorite sayings. Maybe my least favorite saying of all time. We Gucci. Oh, I just.
You agree?
First time I heard it was at a golf tournament.
He Gucci.
Oh, I just want to vomit when I hear that.
No, what's Gucci? Out on that one too.
Yeah,
do you agree in general with his take that he's got more pressure than any coach in football?
No, I think pressure is when you're going to lose your job.
Yeah, I think Dennis Allen's got some heat. You know,
I think that's pressure.
Sirianni's got some pressure
right?
when players are talking. You know,
I think that's pressure when you're going to lose your job. Now, is it internal pressure? Is it? I'm sure he feels it and he puts it on himself. Because he hasn't won one, and he's been there twice. And, no one likes that label of being the best player that's never won a championship, being the best coach that's never won a championship. Ask Andy Reid how much his life changed after the first one with the Chiefs. It doesn't mean he's a better coach, because he was a really good coach with the Eagles. Shanahan's a really good coach. To get to a couple of Super Bowls, you're really in NFC Championship games and win all the games he's won. He's a really good coach. I think we all know that. And we said it earlier. Fire him. He'll be hired. He'll be hired before you get the D out and fired. That's how highly respected he is in the league. But, when you're that guy, and usually it's kind of a term associated with golf, like the best player never to win a championship. I'm sure Shoffley felt that earlier this year. Before he won his first major, the PGA, I'm sure he felt that. You think you can do it, you know you can do it, but until you do it, you can't say I've done it. So, yeah, I think from that standpoint, he probably feels it. Lynch probably feels it. There's probably expectations from Jed. Okay, giving you all this money now, and we've signed all these guys. And it's not the money per se, total, because it's a salary cap. Everybody spends the same, but it's the signing bonuses that are paid out. And they paid a lot of money in signing bonuses. They're going to pay more with Brock Purdy next year. So, he knows the legacy as well as anybody. His family's part of it. So he gets it. So from that standpoint, there's probably that pressure to win, because it's hey, now's the time. Getting tired of hearing we have the best roster in the NFL and us not to winning a championship. And I'm sure, Shanahan feels the same thing. Just he puts it on himself. I'm sure he does. But as far as real pressure, pressure to me isn't. It is, but it isn't so much a 3-footer, 4-footer to win a major.
Right. That's
pressure. But real pressure is a 3 or 4-footer to go from what used to be Q School or the Corn Ferry tour, I guess I should say. I combined the two words to make the PGA Tour. That's real pressure. So there's different types of pressure. This is the type of pressure I think that's there, but I don't think it's oh, you're gonna lose your job if you don't win this year. I don't think it's the other type of pressure is worse to me because damn, I'm gonna be out of a job. He's not going to be out of a job.
No. We said if he got let go, he'd be hired yesterday. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area, joins us for his weekly conversation next on the Sports Leader. 49ers rookie first-rounder Ricky Pearsall has been placed on the reserve and non-football injury list after being shot on Saturday. He's going to miss at least the first 4 weeks of the season. For all 49er news, keep it locked in your home for 49ers football for the last 20 seasons. KNBR, the sports leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Lots of devices in your house. Lots of them. TV, check. Box, check. Phone, check. Laptop, check. Oh, printer, check. It's just one room. You probably have between 20 and 30 devices, easy, in your house at any given time. Like, without even breaking a sweat, especially if you have kids. And everybody's doing different stuff, right? You're working, maybe even going to school, streaming, downloading, gaming, all kinds of stuff you're doing online. And a lot of times everybody's doing it at the same time. You want to make sure everyone is taken care of. Well, with Xfinity, don't worry about it. 20, 30 light work for them. You get hundreds of people in your house. They have a massive party with hundreds of people. They can handle that as well. And that's what you want. You just want a Wi-Fi. Everybody, you log in and you forget about it. You don't have to worry about slow feeds. You don't have to worry about bad service. Just boom, you're good to go, and everybody in the house is good to go. That's because Xfinity has engineered their gateways to handle hundreds of connected devices. That's right, hundreds. Now through September 21st, new customers can get Xfinity Gig Internet for $25 a month for 2 years when you add Xfinity Mobile and unlimited data. Plus, get Peacock Premium, a $7.99 monthly value included. Make sure your home Wi-Fi can handle everything you throw at it and then some. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes, fees extra. Gig Wi-Fi requires Xfinity Gateway. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. You love sports? You love high def? You love having Wi-Fi to handle all your devices? You will love Xfinity.
faithful. Here's NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Mayoko bringing the latest Niner news to Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader.
Matt Mayoko joins us every week here on Tolbert and Copes.
Hey! Get off your phone.
Oh, he's here. Look at him. He's on the
you got to talk to us.
Matt Mayoko joins us courtesy of the Yuma Guest Line, our 49ers Insider
here
from NBC Sports Bay Area. And if you're watching on YouTube or Twitch or the KNBR app or KNBR.com, you can see Matt Mayoko right now. What's up, Matt? Good to see you, man.
Good to see you, too.
So we'll start with
waving at you. Hi, Matt.
This is so awkward.
So we'll start with the two pieces of contract news today. Trent Williams signs a deal for 3 years and $82 million, $48 fully guaranteed. He gets $25 million in bonuses. And about an hour ago, Deebo Samuel's contract was greatly restructured into a lot of bonuses, which saves them on the cap. You can start with whichever you want to go first, but Deebo with a restructured deal and Trent Williams is back.
Yeah, let's start with Deebo because that one is interesting to me because I think that everybody, or a lot, the general perception was when the offseason began, well, if the 49ers signed Ayuk to the market value deal, that means Deebo Samuel is no longer going to be with the team. Well, what the 49ers did was they pushed a lot of his cap money to the future. So that's not something you'd be doing if you were saying to yourself, oh, this is going to be his last season with the team. I just don't know that you would do that. I think you would want to kind of take the hit now on that because they really don't need that cap space. So I think that's interesting, and I think that the one thing that I kind of settled on throughout this whole process, and Brandon Ayuk said it himself today, that, yeah, he did make things probably a little bit more difficult on everybody involved than he had to toward the end. I just felt like the way this whole thing shook out, and you sensed the frustration, a week ago from John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, and I kind of got the sense that whatever they would do with Brandon Ayuk, they weren't going to do it at the expense of now we have to cut Deebo Samuel. So I think this is further proof of that Deebo Samuel will at least make it through his final year. I mean, all this stuff is on a year-to-year basis, right? But I think that the 49ers certainly anticipate Deebo Samuel not only playing this year and probably playing this year pretty well because he looked to be in great shape. And then you can't just cast him aside next year either. So I think Deebo Samuel remains on the team with Brandon Ayuk, and whether a year from now maybe they try to sign him to a 1 or 2 year extension to bump him out a couple more years, that remains to be seen. But I found that interesting.
Huh. No, that's really interesting because I was under the assumption that this could be his last year, but no, it's really interesting. And when Brandon Ayuk said that, I just got the feeling, I could be way off on this, but I got the feeling like his family, people that have known him since he's little, probably were like rolling their eyes when he said, yeah, I probably made this more difficult than I needed to be. It's like, this guy's probably been like that since he's been a little kid, making things more difficult than he needed to be. It's like, bro, what are you doing here? Just sign the contract. Stop making things more difficult and trying to force me to talk about stuff that I've talked about 2 weeks ago. Let's get to Trent Williams. That one seemed to go a lot more smoothly, and was it as smooth as it appeared from the outside?
I don't know if it was as well. I mean, if it were, it went up right until the final week. So I don't know exactly how smooth it was. Yeah. However, when not just the body language and reading between the lines, and when you talk to Kyle or John, you just got a completely different vibe when they were talking about Trent Williams as opposed to when they were talking about Brandon Ayuk. A telling thing there was, I remember last year doing a story when the 49ers extended Shanahan and Lynch, and I talked to Trent Williams about that, and he was 100% on board with 49ers ownership doing that, and he talked glowingly of both of those men at the top of the football structure of the organization. And today when he spoke to us, he did not at all back down from that. So nothing happened in the negotiations for this contract that made him second guess his admiration for both Shanahan and Lynch. So I thought that was kind of telling. So to answer your question, it certainly seemed like there was no acrimony at all on either side, that both sides kind of knew what the other was thinking, and it was just a matter of kind of working it out. And I think my numbers are right. He got about, let's see, he would have gotten about maybe like $4 or $5 million added on to what he already had coming to him. The big thing was, the guarantees. He went from having zero money guaranteed to, a $25 million signing bonus, 25.7 basically, and then $48 million guaranteed at signing. So he went, in one day, he went from, no money guaranteed left on his deal to $48 million completely guaranteed.
Well, let me ask you this real quick. So he gets an extra $4 or $5 million this year guaranteed. Doesn't he have to turn right around and pay the fine money with that?
I think so. Yeah, I don't have that confirmed, but yes, I do. I believe that is accurate.
Damn.
So here's the one thing I don't know. I should know this answer, but if a player is fined for a camp holdout, you know what? It actually might be a total wash. And I wish I knew the answer to this, but if a player doesn't report and he has mandatory fines, I would assume that means that money doesn't count against the salary cap. And so maybe therefore it is kind of a complete wash. The only difference, and this is it. So I don't know. I probably shouldn't have said that because I could be wrong. But the ultimate, the number one thing I knew about Trent Williams coming into this, I mean, I figured he wanted a bump in salary as well. Don't we all? But the number one thing that he was going for was the guaranteed money. So even if it is kind of a wash for him, it's not a wash for him because he gets that fully guaranteed $48 million. That's a big deal.
Yeah.
I got a Matt Mayoko here on the UMA guest line. In terms of Brandon Ayuk, is the thought that there's enough time for him to practice now that he can make some kind of impact on Monday night?
I would think so. Yeah. I mean, it was key for him to get in before the end of last week so that they had the 4 days off. And the one thing is he has been working out, so he's in good shape. Is he in football shape? No. He hasn't been out there running routes with Brock Purdy or putting on pads and building that callus that a lot of players need during the training camp portion of the season. But he was out there at practice today. Trent Williams was out there at practice. Christian McCaffrey. I mean, pretty much everybody was out there at practice that you would expect to be on the field Monday night. So today was kind of a bonus practice because it's a Monday night game. And, the NFL season is very structured. I mean, they have the same kind of practices on a week where a team plays on Sunday. They have a Tuesday day off. They have the Wednesday practice and Thursday practice, and those are kind of hard practices where, they're putting in the game plan and they're fine-tuning. And Friday is a little bit lighter, but they're still installing stuff. And then Saturday, a walkthrough and team meetings. So I think the idea was as long as those guys got in for the bonus practice and kind of the first glimpse of the game plan, they should be ready to roll. So we'll see. I mean, I think with the 49ers, even with Ricky Pearsall not being available here for at least 4 games, they still have Juwan Jennings and Deebo Samuel. And Chris Conley is a guy that is a veteran who's played a lot of football, and he really earned his way onto the team after being with the organization for a couple of years. And last year he didn't play much at all, but in the postseason he ended up being a contributor. So with him and Jacob Cowling and potentially Ronnie Bell, they don't need Brandon Ayuk to be out there for 65 snaps. But I think he'll be able. I think both of those guys will be able to get out there and play a lot. The question is, how effective can they be? How sharp will they be week 1?
What's the news on Hufanga?
Good question. I don't know.
All right, moving on.
Now, let's see. He stayed on. The way Shanahan was kind of setting it up last week, I expected him to go on the reserve PUP list and miss the first 4 games.
Yep.
It sounds to me like They don't necessarily expect him to be ready week 1, but they expect him back before week 4.
Yep.
So
that's what I thought.
he'll get out there and practice, and it's, once you practice, it's how does he feel the next day and all that. My early indication would be that they don't anticipate him starting week 1, maybe not even being active week 1, but shortly thereafter he should be able to resume a starting role.
Okay. This one you certainly will know. Look, anytime someone gets shot, and when it involves a sports world, it's different news than you're used to receiving because, well, it is, and for obvious reasons. But what was it like for you? Because I know you were out there. Saw you on the news later that evening. What was that day like for you? Like getting the call, going out there. I mean, trying to get your bearings straight, get all the information. Yeah. That, I mean, obviously that's not normal stuff for anybody involved. But what was it like for you?
I'll be honest. I mean, when I heard about it, I mean, I just had a pit in my stomach, and it was sickening. I mean, I felt really bad for Ricky and his family, and it was very difficult. Thankfully, I did get a call, or I contacted somebody who had really good information and was very close to the situation. And that person, kind of on background, basically like, okay, we're still in the early stages here, but just so you know, he's doing okay, and it looks like he's going to be fine, and it looks like there's been a miracle. And that's what the person told me. And it's basically just, I realize you're going to be putting out information, just so you know, it looks a lot more positive than anybody could ever think. And so I kind of had that kind of benchmark to start with, that as bad as it sounds, I mean, I was told, he was shot in the chest.
Yeah. And
I'm thinking, of course, how in the heck can that even remotely be anything that turns out decent? What does that mean? And it was explained to me pretty early on that it looks like that thing went through, and he's sitting up, he's talking to first responders. And so the early indication that I got was that it looked good. Now, I wasn't going to put myself out there and say that, but I don't know if you saw my coverage of it. I tried my best to kind of allude to and then as I talked to more people, the more positive it became. Of course, nobody was like, oh, you can go with this information, because it was just so premature, and I wasn't going to be using like unnamed sources for anything like that. So what I definitely tried to do was, as bad as it sounds, the indications are that the people I've spoken to, they're speaking in very optimistic tones. And so without trying to get into the specifics that was going to be difficult to verify through official sources, that's kind of where I kept it. And then being out there at the hospital, seeing some 49ers people there, and then I guess it was Mayor London Breed, who they were very careful not to get into specifics, but at one point the police chief, Bill Scott, said, thankfully he's stable. And so I took that as a good sign that kind of corroborated what I've been hearing. And then when London Breed said something to the effect of, thank goodness, the victim is fine. And so you start piecing that together. They were pretty stringent on just, he's stable. That's all we can tell you. Because I did ask the police chief, is this a life-threatening situation? Can you clarify that? And all he said was, he's stable. That's all we're going with now. But kind of with the background I had a decent indication that he was fine. And then actually, when I found out that party was still going on, the 49ers kind of end of training camp party, then at that point, like, okay, he's fine. To me, that was like the biggest thing. Like, there was no way they were going to be throwing a party if if there was any kind of life-threatening situation. And then you find out later, John Lynch said today that one of the first things that Ricky said to him was, what's going on with the party? I want they still got to have the party. And then a couple of their teammates told me that it was just a great thing. They got him on a FaceTime, and the player in the locker room today told me that you could see Ricky's face light up when he saw everybody, and then the mood of the party, switched once everybody knew that he was doing okay at that point, but to see him and have him, engage in some conversation, I think that was I think Ronnie Bell told me that was big time. So it's
no doubt.
It's crazy, man. I can't fathom the luck, the good fortune. I know the family was like, God is looking over him, and it's all the above. It was the fact that he made it through okay is just it's a miracle.
No, it's no, there's no doubt. It's so crazy when you're talking about it, because I don't really think about it a lot. If you're watching, local news, which I don't watch a ton of, but but they're the ones that'll have the breaking news in the area. But you don't think about it much. I mean, with sports, I know you're a pro and you don't want to get stuff wrong, but occasionally things happen, and you do. And, it could be a source that got bad, whatever it is. But, man, with this type of stuff, and I'm not even talking about Ricky Pearsall, I'm talking about all of it. With that type of stuff, I can't even imagine how careful, well-trained you have to be just to make sure, this is something that someone's family could be watching right now. Someone's friends are watching right now. Every bit of information I have here has to be not even 99%. It's got to be 100%.
Oh,
I mean, it's just that. It makes me nervous just thinking about that. Man, I want to get the news out, but I don't want to mess it up.
And you know what? I mean, that was probably part of the pit in my stomach was there's a responsibility here, and don't mess it up. And so, I mean, I did not care to be first on anything. I'm not sure I was on anything, but I just wanted to make sure that whatever I said, whatever I put out there was 100%. And so, it's
well, you did a great job.
Well, thank you.
You did a fantastic job.
Thank you.
Yeah, good coverage, Matt.
Niner coverage is kind of iffy, but I thought you were fantastic.
Spotty, we'll see what happens this year.
You're not the first to say that.
By the way, I noticed this on your Twitter account earlier this week or late last week. Your 30th season covering Niner football?
Yeah.
How about that, dude?
Congrats.
Yeah, as Greg Popick continues to point out, how long has it been? How long has it been since?
How long has it been, Matty?
Won a Super Bowl? Yeah, it would have been the year. I started the year after their Super Bowl title.
Still waiting for that one. All right, Matt.
How with the Niners? It's been a long drought for Matt.
Seriously, Matt's on a 30-year drought. It's been tough. Appreciate the time as always, Matt. We'll talk to you soon.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Thanks, Matt. There for Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. You see him, you hear him with us and on the 49ers pregame show each and every week of the football season. Matt will join us. We get going at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock on Monday afternoon. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday. We do have Giants pregame coming up at 5:45. Andy Baggerly is going to join us from The Athletic, as he does every week, to talk a little Giants baseball. Some moves have been made as they can expand rosters now. Luis Matos has been called up, and Marco Luciano has been called up, and Bryce Eldridge promoted to AA Richmond. We'll talk about that with Bags next on the Sports Leader. Trent Williams and the 49ers have agreed on a new restructured contract that's going to pay him $48 million in full guarantees and $25 million at signing. 49er fans, how we feeling with the season starting in under a week? Let us know at 415-808-KNBR. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. It's the best place for fantasy football, and it's what you should be doing as early as this Thursday when the season kicks off. We got Ravens, we got the Chiefs in a Thursday night AFC matchup. You can get in on the action like many people did across 33 states. I say many, over 1 million people last year for the NFL season got in on the game by making picks on Underdog. You can win up to 1,000 times your money just by choosing higher or lower on some of your favorite player stats. That's touchdowns, passing yards, and more. Aaron Rodgers, a guy you could be looking at for Monday Night Football for the 49ers, but I would say get in on some of that action earlier. You got Thursday night game, you got Mahomes, you've got receiving core, guys like Rashee Rice, maybe looking at receiving yards higher than the total out there on Underdog Fantasy. You can make many picks, Lamar Jackson rushing plus passing yards, all stuff you're going to want to play with early in the season here. Derrick Henry makes his debut on Thursday night. So you got a game on Thursday, you got a game on Friday. You can do the college on Underdog on Saturday, then back into some NFL on Sunday, plus the Niners on Monday. You got 5 days of football coming up starting day after tomorrow to get in on the game with Underdog Fantasy. And it's easy to sign up. All you got to do is go to their app or to underdogfantasy.com. And when you do sign up, use promo code KNBR. And they're going to, Underdog is going to give you a free pick to use on your first cash pick'em entry, plus up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make that first deposit. Again, Underdog Fantasy is the app or website. Promo code KNBR to claim your new customer special of that free pick plus that deposit offer. Only stipulation is you must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concern with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
From the diamond to the dugout to the clubhouse to the front office, The Athletic's Andrew Baggerly brings his Giants coverage to KNBR. It's Tolbert, Copes, and Extra Bags on the Sports Leader.
Andy Baggerly is sponsored by the Dolan Law Firm. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com. Bags joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line, as he does every week. Covers the Giants for The Athletic. What's up, Bags? How are you?
Doing well. It's just about a perfect day at the ballpark. I don't know if weather could get better than what we've got going right now. So just enjoying it, watching the D-backs take a little batting practice on the field. Jock Peterson's greeted just about all of his old teammates, I think, and ready for an NL West series.
Yeah, our matchup tonight is Ryan Nelson, righty, takes the ball for Arizona, and Kyle Harrison, the lefty for the Giants, at 6:45, a 5:45 pregame in about 25 minutes. Couple familiar faces called back up today. I saw Blake Sable was optioned. I didn't see who the other name was, but Luis Matos is back with the Giants, as is Marco Luciano, and Bob Melvin has some plans for him. So got your Bags?
Yeah, I got you. Melvin did talk about that before the game, and basically Luciano's going to play a lot of second base, and that's sort of what we thought would be the case when the Giants made the move that they did with Thairo Estrada, and they had to make that move before September 1 because they had to give the waiver wire time to work and see if another team would claim him. That didn't happen, and then now that rosters have expanded, I think they wanted a little more coverage at catcher just for the remainder of that series. They just finished with the Marlins, but now that they've had a day off and they're pretty confident Patrick Bailey is okay, got past his side thing, they send Sable back out, as well as Casey Schmidt. He's the other guy. And Luciano's going to have a chance to play a lot of baseball at second base. Now, that's what they said when they traded Jorge Soler, that Luciano was going to be the DH, and he was there 5 games, and they sent him out. But I think we all kind of realized that maybe it's not a white flag as much as just sort of the reality of the situation, that it's time to turn the page to 2025 and see what they got for next season. And it'll be a little tougher, I think, for Matos to find regular reps with what else they've got going in the outfield. And Grant McCray certainly is going to play a lot. But that might be one of the things most worth watching, I think, here in September, is just how Marco Luciano looks as a second baseman and how his at-bats look.
So I'm going to ask this, knowing that I don't scan the waiver wires and guys getting claimed. So if it happened, excuse me, but to the best of my knowledge, they put Taylor Rogers on waivers too, and no one claimed him. It surprised me a little bit. Lefty reliever having a good year with he's closed before. Are you surprised at all that a competitive team didn't decide to take a chance on him?
Not really surprised, just because there's so much groupthink now, and so many of these front offices sort of evaluate the same way. And I think there's a reason that Eric Miller has been, sort of their, featured lefty late in games and not Taylor Rogers. And part of it is the splits, and Taylor's got a bit of a reverse split. But his velo is down just a tick. It's not, he certainly pitched well enough and competed well with the stuff he's had. He's had a good year. But there's so much into the here and now, and just, looking at the stuff and the spin rate and the pitch shapes and everything. And he isn't quite throwing as crisply as he did when he was saving games there for the Padres and the Brewers and the Twins, et cetera. So I'm not surprised that no team took on. I mean, you're taking on, $10 million for next year in addition to this year. And maybe some teams are hoping that the Giants would just, start releasing people like the Angels did last year. And then
easy, Bags, okay? That's too soon. Let's go. Let's move on.
I tell you what, though, I am a little surprised that they didn't make Michael Conforto available because he was scratched today because of some side tightness. But that's going to be something to look sort of ahead to this month. It's just how much Conforto plays when he's going to be an impending free agent and probably isn't the guy who's going to be in the picture next year. So a little surprised that they didn't sort of put him out there and see if a team would nibble or even make you can't make trades obviously, but yeah, now there's. If you were to join a team now, if he gets placed on waivers, he can't participate in the postseason because we're past September 1. So this is kind of the team they're going to have. And, there's even though they're not playing for the kind of goals that they envisioned, there's still a lot of guys playing with a lot on the line here.
How many of these, we talked to Andy Baggerly on the UMA guest line, how many of these are competitions, you think, or going to set some guys up for next year? I mean, if Luciano plays well enough to prove he's the second baseman, or McRae plays well enough to warrant consideration to be on the opening day roster next year, I mean, are they really just taking a look at inventory right now? Is that what this is about?
I mean, I don't think you make those decisions based on, you don't make those decisions now, but it informs your decisions for later on. And, even for someone like a Patrick Bailey, who, there's really nobody who's going to supplant him as, the number one catcher in this organization, he'd like to have a better month and figure out some things at the plate and why he's been such a tailspin offensively. And, that'll help him next season if he can get out of this and end the year on a little bit more of a positive note with a little more confidence. And, whether it's competition for jobs or just putting yourself in a better place, either in your own head or in the organization's mind, giving them peace of mind, that it's all important. It all gets folded in and that they'll start, I'm sure they started their meetings already for next season and those will continue and they get sort of a game plan going. They figure out, okay, what does this roster really need in the off season? What are the areas we really need to shore up? Who are the people we really feel we can count on? And all those are ongoing evaluations, but there's a month of baseball here, and that's probably worth a lot more than that's a lot more data that they can gather and a lot more observations they can make and try to figure out just who they think can be really sort of load-bearing pillars on this roster next year.
Yeah. I mean, look, Patrick Bailey damn near had the same month you did offensively. He was brutal. Here's a question I have: is he was one of their better hitters in the first half? Clutch hit for a little power, like in 280. Like he was solid. Like they move him up to the middle of the order. I think that spoke to their order a little bit, but he was a good hitter. Like what happened? Was it the wear and tear? Because last year the same thing happened, not to this extent, but was it bat speed? Was it they were pitching him differently? Was it a little bit of bad luck? Maybe all of it? I'm not sure, because that was a complete flame out, and I just don't expect that from somebody that's doing what he did in the first half.
Yeah, he's got their only splash homer all year. He literally hit the ball in a lady's boat.
That's right.
Remember that?
That's right.
I mean, one of the better moments of the season. I love, by the way, that he wears a headband underneath his helmet, and it was Washington crossing the Delaware,
right? Yeah,
on his headband, which is okay, that's a little on the nose there. But you know what? I talked to him the other day for a story I wrote about Kyle Harrison, and just chatted informally with him after we were finished talking about Harrison, and I said, what's been going on? How you been feeling? And it hasn't really bled into his defense. Last year, he said he was gassed. He said he felt gassed, with a month to go. And you could tell. I mean, it was obvious in every phase and facet of his game. And defensively, at least, I don't think you're seeing that this year. He's played a lot, but he feels like he, was a little better prepared for it when the season began. And, everybody obviously has to be in their legs a little bit when they're swinging efficiently and effectively, and he probably doesn't have the same legs he did in April or May, but he didn't seem to think that it was really driven by a fatigue issue. He's really searching for it, and just feels like he just doesn't have a lot of timing, or he's hitting some hard outs and some bad luck, but for the most part he's just rolling over a lot of stuff. And the one thing that he said that he does hang his hat on is he isn't really chasing. When he got in trouble last year, he compounded everything by chasing out of the zone, and he isn't doing that quite to the same extent. But yeah, it's tough. Slumps creep up on you, and then if you don't do something to get out of it, they snowball on you real quick. And it's a hard game, and he's obviously swinging from two sides, so there's that consideration too. And I guarantee you, if he gets 3 hits today, he's going to be the happiest guy in the ballpark.
No doubt about it. You mentioned Kyle Harrison. I wanted to ask you about him, and I'm not sure if the Giants people that you talked to in the organization would be completely honest with you. Maybe they would. I wanted to get kind of your thoughts on where you're at with him. And, if the Giants, if you talk to people who had thoughts, I'd love them as well. But for lack of better terminology, I'll just say I was hoping he would be a 1 or a 2. Like, he would be a front line, front of the rotation type guy. And he still might be that guy. But now I'm thinking he's looking more like a 3-4 than he is a 1-2. Were my expectations too high? Because, he was ranked really highly in the minors, in rave reviews, and I don't know, maybe I need to adjust what I'm thinking, and maybe he still can be the top of the order guy. What do you think?
Yeah, that's kind of what I wanted to explore a little bit in that story, and, I wrote about quite a, there's really pretty unvarnished. His velo's down, especially in August, he's struggling to hit 92 with his fastball, and this is a fastball that, could be up to 97 in the minors, and was just, he struck out 400-something in 200-something innings. He was just blowing people away, and you thought, okay, this is his feature pitch. He's going to have to polish up everything else, but, if it's just overwhelming stuff and an overwhelming fastball, that's going to play in the big leagues, and he might be a guy who could be just a super high-impact front of the rotation starter, and he hasn't been that guy this year. He's also, turned 23 just last month, and, he was throwing 93, I think, to start the year. It was about 94.4, I think, was his average when he first came to the big leagues last year. And even at that reduced velocity, his fastball run value is still in the 90th percentile. It's if you look at the breakdown, just, what kind of damage he's given up with that pitch. Until very recently, in August, I think he gave up 5 homers on it and about 600 slugging. It's been a pretty effective pitch for him. It just hasn't been a dominant pitch for him. And that's why you see him sitting there with an ERA in the 4s. That's why, you sort of see him giving up almost a hit per inning. He's not he's had 1 double-digit strikeout game, I think. But I'll tell you what, maybe what says the most about him is that his walk rate is still 3 per 9, and it was over 6 in the minor leagues.
Yeah.
And he's not afraid to challenge people in the strike zone. He knows that he had a lot of starts too in the first half where he was following not just 1 bullpen game but 2, and so he's got to throw strikes. He's got to try to just get them through the 5th and 6th innings, because if he gets knocked out early, it's disaster time. And so I think that reduced his choices. Reduced his ability to maybe throw a few more waste or chase pitches. And he just had, to his credit, he hasn't had non-competitive starts. He hasn't, needed a timeout to be sent to the minor leagues. He's held his own and competed. And that was what Patrick Bailey said. That's what, Brian Price said. That was sort of the message I got from everyone I talked to. They all had the same general opinion, which is this guy really had to learn how to pitch this year and learn how to be fearless, and he's done both pretty darn well. And they feel like, the velo does have to come back for him to be that kind of starting pitcher that you were describing. And the good thing is he's learning how to compete. He's learning how to get through a full season. Maybe he'll do something different in the off season, knowing now that he's got to maybe not air it out in the off season, but just do what he has to do to stay ready. And mechanically, there's not really anything that he has to do to unlock that extra velocity. He just needs more arm strength, and maybe that'll come. Basically, it's not, hey, is this all there is? I think that there's reason to believe that he can throw, harder again. But it is a sobering realization that if that fastball doesn't come back, it still plays. Because he throws it from a really unique arm slot. He still rides it at the top of the zone. He gets a lot of pop-ups on it. He gets a lot of swings and misses on it at 92. But, if it stays at 92, then I think you're right. He's a solid, number 3, number 4 starter. Yeah. And he was hyped to be a lot more than that. So I think that the takeaway here is that the jury's still out, And
sure, no doubt.
He did a good job. He did a good job this year under the circumstances, and I think people are really happy with the way he's competed in the year he's at.
Andy Baggerly, the voice you hear, covers the Giants for The Athletic. Bags, enjoy the game. We'll talk to you later.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Bags.
Good stuff. Giants and the D-backs. Ryan Nelson for Arizona. Kyle Harrison tonight for the Giants at 6:45 out at Oracle Park. We'll have pregame for you in about 10 minutes at 5:45, and we'll get you ready for that when we come on back right here on The Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Lots of devices in your house. Lots of them. You probably have between 20 and 30 devices easy in your house at any given time. Like without even breaking a sweat, especially if you have kids and everybody's doing different stuff, right? You just want a Wi-Fi, everybody you log in and you forget about it. You don't have to worry about slow feeds. You don't have to worry about bad service. Just boom, you're good to go. Now through September 21st, new customers can get Xfinity Gig Internet for $25 a month for 2 years when you add Xfinity Mobile and unlimited data. Plus, get Peacock Premium, a $7.99 monthly value included. Make sure your home Wi-Fi can handle everything you throw at it and then some. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes, fees extra. Gig Wi-Fi requires Xfinity Gateway. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. You love sports? You love high def? You love having Wi-Fi to handle all your devices? You will love Xfinity.
All right, we'll get you ready for Giants and the Diamondbacks. Game one of a 3-game series. It gets going tonight at Oracle Park, 6:45, a 5:45 pregame, and we'll start that momentarily here. We do have to let you know, we talked at the top of the show a lot about Trent Williams signing his extension as he signs a 3-year contract with the 49ers worth $82 million, $48 fully guaranteed, and is going to get more cash this year than any offensive lineman in football. Then Deebo Samuel had his contract restructured. So basically what they've done now is they've created extra cap space, which is going to allow them to sign Brock Purdy this offseason. The other names that are out there, Mooney Ward is going to be a free agent after the season. You've got Dre Greenlaw, you've got Talanoa Hufanga, and you had one more for me, right, Tim? Demo Lenore, also a free agent after this season. So again, there's a core of guys here, and we talk about the last dance sort of mentality for this team and the pressure around Kyle Shanahan. Really, the amount of money that they would have to spend to keep this core together after next season or after this season in next offseason would be wild, since Brock Purdy's a part of that dollar amount. Now, the Deebo Samuel restructures, we just talked to Matt Mayoko, and it's worth going to check that out on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Matt Mayoko said, who knows, it is a year-to-year thing, but maybe they've worked enough out here with Deebo where in a couple of years, they can either have him play through this contract or they add an extension for him and then try to punt this thing down the road a little bit. So maybe, as it stands right now, not as sure of a thing that Deebo Samuel is entering his final year as a 49er. Tom, we have I think we have a little bit of time for some soup du jour in terms of there's a really good football story out there about a guy who deleted his Twitter account after Florida State lost a Florida State Twitter.
Correct.
Big Florida State fan. Do you have the story in front of you?
He lost to. He said that if Florida State, and you knew he was a Florida State fan because his handle was Seminole, whatever. So he said if Florida State loses to Boston College, I will eat dog bleep out of a red Solo cup with a spoon. Well, guess what? They lost.
Yeah.
And then everyone came. Everyone came.
This shit on me.
Everyone came looking for him. And what did he do? The only sensible thing at that time. No, he didn't eat the dog bleep. Of course he didn't do that. He deleted his accounts. Social media accounts gone. Because, and I've always wondered this, when people make those stupid proclamations. Because people say, oh, he made the bet. I'm like, we didn't make a bet. He was getting nothing back in return. So why are people so boastful? They feel the need to say, oh, this is how confident I am. I will jump off that bridge. I will eat a baby's diaper. I will eat dog crap.
And nobody cares nobody's asking you to do it, and nobody cares about what you've claimed you'll do until you don't do it when they lose. Because then everybody goes, oh, yeah, really? Well, they lost, then what happened? What happened now?
Yeah, big deal. You're Florida State. If you were to win as a 16.5-point home favorite, then nobody cares. Now, who cares? You could go shout into the void. No one cares. Like, I've never understood making, again, more of a proclamation than a wager. Because a wager, you get something back. Why? Why make that? Why even say that when the reward is just being right? Yay, you're right. What's your reward? Not having to eat dog crap. Oh, you mean like normal days? What is your penalty? Eating dog crap? It seems like it's a little out of balance there. I got to say, like the risk reward is a little out of balance.
Yeah,
a lot of risk.
Yeah. No reward.
No reward.
They're 1-1 if they win.
No reward.
You get nothing. Like, nice, on to next week.
No reward. So yeah, they're on the hunt for this guy, and he deserves all of it. He deserves all of it. The first time the minute he threw that on Twitter, he deserved the ridicule because you're stupid. You're stupid for doing something like that. Now he'd be even more stupid if he ate dog crap. If he felt like because of pressure, he had to do it.
He's like, well, I said I'd do it. I'm a man of my word, you know?
Look, I said I'd do it. I'm going to find a nice little chihuahua.
You got a belly full of white dog crap in me.
Give me a small dog. I got a small dog. Oh, no. You're getting the Great Dane.
Oh.
Great Dane's coming.
You got any Mastiff back there?
Oh, yeah, like a big Mastiff?
Like a bull Mastiff?
Neapolitan Mastiff?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're good to go. St. Bernard?
It's like owning a horse, right?
Yeah, absolutely. All right, real quick. Speaking of poop, we don't got to get into the story too much. It's a porch pooper.
Okay.
Oh, we're revisiting.
This guy's a criminal
porch
pooper.
It's the same porch pooper.
He's a serial porch pooper.
Yes, he is just squatting on the same porch multiple times.
Oh, it's the same porch?
Same porch. He keeps dropping turds on. Like, this guy is killing him.
Oh, come on, bro.
And, like, don't these people realize that they have cameras now?
A ring
on
camera?
Their doors?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They got a picture of this dude. Of course, they had the black box below his waist. He's like got his hands pulling his pants down. I mean, really, that's what you're gonna do. You're gonna go with that.
Paper. So stupid.
I mean, maybe he should just take that to the Seminole 147 or whatever his name was.
He flared back up.
What's that?
This guy was he?
He did
in custody.
He did. I'm trying to figure out where he was.
Got on good behavior.
Louisville, Kentucky. He's on the police are on the lookout for a man that's defecated on the same porch multiple times over the past week for No apparent reason.
No.
Well, you know what? I wonder if another person defecated there, so he wanted to defecate there. You know how they mark spots? You know how dogs do that? They mark their territory?
Yeah.
Maybe the man's marking his territory for whatever reason. I have no idea. Anyway, thank you to all our guests. Appreciate it. It's time to get you ready for the Snakes and the Giants. Derek, Tim, well done. Take it away, Derek.
Oh, my God! Oh!